Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
No, how can you do this? Banner at the moment can't believe that Betty signed a pact with the devil for herself. Even ate some devil fruit. He doesn't know these things at all. Unbelievable, he even had an urge to stop the demon Qin Xiao's urge. Under such thoughts, his face gradually turned green. Betty, your strength is prepared for this time. Qin Xiao didn't care at all. He said something softly to Betty. Immediately afterwards, under Banner's even more shocking eyes, two transparent ghosts drilled out of Betty's body. Bruce, this is the power I got after signing a contract with the devil, and it is also the calendar area that allows you to return to a normal state. After she finished speaking, the two ghosts got into Banner's body directly. His face turned green just now, and Dr. Banner, who was about to summon Hulk, fell to his knees in an instant. I'm really sorry to walk on the same land as everyone else. At the moment's Banner completely turned into a salted fish. Trouble with Qin Xiao? No, I don't deserve it. Self-inflicted such a disaster in New York? No, I do not care. Decadent self do not want to do anything. The decadent self wanted to become a salted fish. This time Betty herself felt the shock, a shock of horror. With my own strength, how terrible is this 247? No matter what the mood is, it becomes decadent in an instant. This power of looking at oneself up close is what makes a person what they are. Not only did Betty not feel the achievement in her heart, but she felt even more frightened. The devil gave himself such a powerful force. What kind of trading benefits would he take back from himself? Although Qin Xiao said her deal was that Bruce gave him the serum to study Hulk. But is that really the case? So that satisfies the devil, or in fact his own words have sold Bruce to the devil. Yes, the devil messenger never said let Bruce stop researching at any time. Does this mean that he directly predestined Bruce's future? Betty's heart was more and more filled with fear. What would she do if Bruce was taken away by the demon? One question after another kept echoing in her mind. The feeling of growing fear directly occupied her whole heart. Qin Xiao didn't know that Betty would have such thoughts in her heart. In fact, Qin Xiao now finds that many people have no way to return their abilities to him, like Pepper, Betty, or even Tony. Their bodies are all ordinary people. There is nothing outstanding at all. The only thing that can be done is that the power of the devil fruit eaten by them will be fed back. This is a problem that Qin Xiao discovered after 3 consecutive devil fruits appeared on ordinary people. In other words, the fruits provided by the system may not allow you to double the harvest. This made Qin Xiao understand one thing. In fact, the matching system doesn't care whether he earns or not. What it has to do is to give the fruit to some people. It is a surprise to make some money. No gain, at least no loss. After a while, Banner, who was extremely decadent, suddenly recovered. He looked at the few transparent ghosts still floating in the air with disbelief at the moment. Betty, is this the power of the contract you signed? Is this power really from hell? As a man with 7 doctorates, at the moment his 3 views are being constantly refreshed. What happened over there in New Mexico is easy to explain. After all, that is clearly a force pouring from the universe to the earth. But now, what the hell is going on with this quantity from hell? He just appeared in this world without feeling any surge of energy. Still my girlfriend. I have no idea. Betty is so likely to give a definite answer, but one thing is true, her power is real. Devil messenger, what is Betty's deal? Can you transfer her contract to me? I don't want her to have contact with the devil. Banner made his request. Qin Xiao grinned. Unfortunately, my contract with Betty is that you need to help me develop the Hulk serum. So in fact, you are now in Fiend's Covenant and you are in no position to ask for more. Banner was taken aback when he heard this, but then his expression returned to normal. It's okay, if that's the case, Betty and I can be together even if we go to hell. When Qin Xiao heard this, his face became a little stiff. This Fiend's Covenant, can you explain it like this? Forget it, let's see if we can fool Banner into Hulk. There are many contracts that Hulk can sign. Dr. Banner, if you really want to be with Betty, I suggest you eat a devil fruit too. In this way you will have closer power. When something really happens, it is possible to really enter the same place. After all, the current you is just an addition to the transaction. Even if something happens to Betty, you still have to get on with your mission. If you can't finish it, you won't see Betty even if you go to hell. Qin Xiao once again played the characteristics of a demon. Start flicking Banner like crazy. When Banner heard this, his heart moved. It seems that things are really like this. The truth is also true. No, don't believe him, it's enough for me to eat the devil fruit alone, don't eat it. As soon as Betty heard Qin Xiao's words, She immediately persuaded Banner not to be bewitched. I know I won't. Banner said no, but his mind had his own ideas. Qin Xiao looked at the state of the two with a calm face. You have fallen into your own trap, do you still want to leave? Sooner or later, he must eat the fruit he sent. However, it just so happens that you are all here and I have a live show for you. He walked a little farther away from the two of them, and then his body directly turned into a swamp. Not long after, a yellow body was spit out from the swamp. Hate, the power of the swamp fruit is actually a bit abnormal. You know, back then when Facabri wanted to devour even by Xing. Regardless of the tonnage and size of by Xing, it is still a living thing. As a result, the swamp fruit can also swallow the opponent away. His strength is really abnormal, it's just that this power has not been developed. Compared with Capri, he did something sneaky and sold mermaids. Take a look at Frank, a belly full of ammunition, see who is upset and directly take out the big baby chug-chug. A pistol isn't enough for a machine gun. Machine guns are not enough Gatling. If not, the bazooka tube is enough, just ask how many people can bear it. Banner and Betty saw Qin Xiao release the hatred and their expressions became very unnatural. Even Banner was so stimulated that he almost transformed again. And the negative ghost at the moment flying above Betty's head is also ready to fight. As long as there is a slight change in the hatred, she will use the ghost fruit to teach the hatred to be a human being. At this time, the devil fruit has become her last confidence. This is the true fragrance theorem. The hatred was released, and he observed the surrounding environment a little. Ha, still here, very good, I will continue to fight. As the Abomination said, it was about to rush towards Banner. Get the Hulk out of Banner and they fight. Betty didn't say anything, and several ghosts directly penetrated the Abomination. Hate instantly fell to his knees. Not at all, I really can't do it this week, Tian can't do anything. I no longer have the confidence to live, I can hear boos from all over the world tilde. Decadent words are constantly uttered in the mouth of hatred. Banner, this is the first time I saw someone's performance after being attacked by a ghost fruit. At the moment, he was really shocked. Has my girlfriend Betty become so scary? The price she paid couldn't be just to help the devil research the Hulk fruit. There must be something else she hasn't told herself. Maybe I have to try the devil fruit myself and then study the power of this fruit. Banner once again thought about eating the devil fruit himself. When Hate fell to his knees, Chin Lu squatted directly beside him. Damn Bronsky, I know you can understand what I'm saying, so think about it next. I am the devil's messenger and I can provide you with devil fruits. These devil fruits can give you some strange or powerful powers. For example, Betty's ghost fruit can directly make you lose fighting spirit. And you are also a person who can match a devil fruit. I will now introduce you to the devil fruit that you can match. Zhenjin fruit, Momo fruit, tons of pressed fruit, Longlong fruit, Allosaurus, elephant fruit, mammoth. These 5 fruits have different powers. The Tremor fruit can cause earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. through vibration. The power of this vibration can also directly hit other people. You're a soldier and know that the shockwave from a bomb blast is actually a powerful shock force. With your physical fitness, using such a fruit might be able to hit the power of a missile with one punch. Even if it does not explode, the radius of hundreds of meters will be completely destroyed. And the Momo fruit can provide 100 times the size and 100 times the speed. Think of what you can do with your strength. And a ton of fruit can make your weight become a ton of weight. A thing weighing 10,000 tons fell on you, and you should know what originally means. The dragon fruit, Allosaurus, can make you transform into an Allosaurus. This will give you 4.9 a stronger physical fitness. Elephant fruit, mammoth, is to let you transform into a mammoth. Like Allosaurus, it provides you with a larger body. These 5 fruits are the fruits of this I hope you can think about it when you get back to normal. The loathing that knelt on the ground looked hopeless. What do you need such a strong strength for? If there is an afterlife, I hope to become a shell. I'm so bad that I really want to find a seam in the ground and get into it. Abomination is completely uninteresting. It doesn't matter, you will be interested in it after you recover. I believe that Bronsky is very obsessed with power. Qin Xiao didn't care at all. While Banner was listening to Qin Xiao's introduction, his heart trembled. Others don't know, he can easily calculate the horror of the fruit that Qin Xiao said. Especially the terror of the first 3 fruits. Shaking fruit, Momo fruit, tons of pressed fruit. If these 3 are given to hatred, his strength will become even more terrifying. Devil Messenger, his current power is already terrifying. Are you sure you want him to have even stronger power? Banner took the initiative to ask. That's right, definitely. According to the agreement, he is mine now. As my personal power, I need him to become stronger. Qin Xiao's expression was definitely determined. Why? You don't know his danger. Why are you unaware of his danger? Betty is also asking. How harmful this yellow monster is, they don't believe that Qin Xiao can't see it. Is it because he is a demon messenger so he doesn't care about such harm? I know, but what does it matter? If you think he is dangerous, you can try to stop him. I can give you strength, and similarly I can naturally give him strength too. Or Dr. Banner, do you think those losses outside are caused by Abomination? Qin Xiao pointed to the scene outside the mirror dimension, where efforts were still being made to put out the fire and save lives. Asked Dr. Banner with a doubtful face. This time Banner was stopped by the question again, but even if you give him a devil fruit, I can control it. Does that make any sense? Betty put forward a different opinion. She is now gradually gaining full awareness of her fruit powers. Her strength is somehow invincible. An angry Hulk and a warlike Abomination can't take it, who else can? No, there is no perfect fruit. In fact, you seem to be very strong, but you are actually very weak. Banner can directly summon Hulk when threatened with death. Abominations were originally difficult to be mortally threatened with. But what do you think you have? Your strength is great, but your body is fragile. One bullet and you lose your life. Once the Abomination eats the power such as the shaking fruit. If he uses the power of the fruit from far away, do you think you have a chance to control him? In other words, you use the power of the fruit at the same time. At best, he was controlled and decadent for a period of time. And you will die directly in the impact of Shock Rush 4. Qin Xiao spoke out Betty's originally weak point like a demon. She is too weak herself. When Banner heard this, his expression also changed wildly. All flesh all have the same problem. Fruits can make them stronger, but it doesn't make them invincible. Because their bodies are not invincible. But Hulk and Abomination, their physical bodies are obviously much stronger. Devil Messenger, do you really decide to give the hated devil fruit? Banner confirmed it with Qin Xiao again. That's right, of course. So you just said that I can also match devil fruits. Now I want to eat devil fruits. Betty can't take risks, but I can. Since the hatred may still get out of control in the future, let me deal with him. W. Banner made his choice. No, Bruce, you can't do this. It's fine for me to eat the devil fruit alone, and you don't sign a contract with the devil anymore. Betty naturally doesn't want Banner to eat devil fruit. Betty, my dear, we are already the devil's contractors. Now it doesn't matter if there is one more contract. Believe me, now that I'm gradually controlling the Hulk, I'll definitely be able to control it better in the future. Banner naturally has his plans. Fine, but you're useless. If you really want to just call Hulk, your powers are useless against Abominations. What Qin Xiao wants is not Banner, what he wants is Hulk's power zone. To match, then swap out the Hulk. Also, he actually wanted Hulk to match the devil fruit, and then arrange for the Abomination-matched devil fruit. Because the power of hatred has an upper limit, he will not continue to increase his strength with anger. This is not as good as Hulk in terms of strength improvement. Qin Xiao was a little worried that the Abomination would preempt Hulk's devil fruit. In fact, Qin Xiao already felt that there was a fruit that should also be suitable for Hulk, but it was matched by others. This fruit is the fruit of cause and effect. Think about it, the characteristic of this fruit is that the more damage it receives, the more it will be transformed into size and strength. And the angrier Hulk originally was, the more terrifying his strength would be. How scary would Hulk be if those two things were put together? Well, a green titan whose size keeps growing and whose strength rises exponentially will bring such a terrifying deterrent force to others. In this regard, Hulk's use of certain fruits will become extremely terrifying than the abhorrence. Also, the fruit of karma, Hulk's skin is much stronger than Sabretooth's. Even if it is a magical attack, he can still rely on his physical body to be tough. Definitely don't attack the soul like Ancient One. That thing is a bug. Such a Hulk, what will his strength become? The Abomination is sort of a regular Hulk. If a fruit that is suitable for Hulk is taken by the Abomination, then Qin Xiao will probably be very depressed. For example, the amazing fruit of shaking performed by Whitebeard. So Qin Xiao asked Hulk to match the devil fruit instead of Banner. When Banner heard this, he looked serious. Hulk comes out, who can stop him? Didn't you say that you can control the Hulk? If you can't control it here, you will only lose control later. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, his face jumped. The truth is indeed such a truth, but why is it so uncomfortable in my heart? Bruce, I still don't recommend you to eat devil fruits. Could it be that we will really enter hell together by then? Betty is still constantly stopping Dr. Banner. Isn't it great that we can be together? Moreover, he is right, it is impossible for you alone to control your opponent successfully every time. But it's different without me. My Hulk avatar can definitely make a difference like this time. In this matter, you must listen to me. Now I need your help and trust. Banner quickly convinced Betty. Qin Xiao has been waiting quietly. He knows that Banner can't let Betty fight alone. Once he can't become stronger, Betty will stand in front of him in the next battle. This is definitely not what Banner wants. Then, I'll wait for you to transform. Qin Xiao at the moment finally revealed his strength. The entire mirror space began to change crazily. The original hatred was directly transferred to an unknown place by Qin Xiao, and Betty directly and Hulk away quickly. Looking at the space where the feet are obviously not moving, but the distance between them is changing crazily. Banner once again felt the horror of this demon messenger. This is the power of space. Shocked by this force, Dr. Banner's heartbeat accelerated wildly. Boom. Boom tilde. Shua tilde. Dr. Banner at the moment immediately began to swell. In the blink of an eye, a huge green man appeared before Qin Xiao's eyes. Hulk, roar tilde tilde. He roared crazily the first time he appeared. Even when he looked at Qin Xiao in front of him, he rushed over and struck directly. But Qin Xiao ignored him and turned into a swamp when the opponent approached. Hulk staggered as soon as he stepped in. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, looked at the devil fruit that Hulk matched with a strange expression. Ding, devil fruit match detected. Matchable fruits, Hua fruit, dark fruit, shocking fruit, Momo fruit, tons of pressing fruit. At the moment, his inner feelings became more and more inexplicable. He still has a few other fruits in preparation. Not to mention the shaking fruit, momogos, and tons of pressing fruit. This is basically the same as the Abomination. The second dark fruit is also very easy to understand. Because the dark fruit will change the body into darkness, with a black hole-like gravitational force. It can inhale, compress, and shatter everything that comes into contact with darkness. And the person who attracts the ability makes the ability invalid, but it must be touched by hand. However, he cannot elementalize like a normal nature system. This will make him hard to eat damage. More importantly, it will make him feel double the pain. This fruit is given to Hulk, and when Hulk is hurt, the pain is doubled. And this pain will turn into Hulk's anger. The greater the anger, the more powerful the Hulk. This fruit and Hulk can also be regarded as a match. But what the hell is Huohyuguo? Flower fruit ability users can make any part of the body look like flowers, grow on any tangible things, and make attacks or other uses. Robin really played with this fruit like a flower. But what does this fruit have to do with you, Hulk? You are the epitome of violence. How could this fruit be right for you? However, the system just ranked this fruit 693 first. Qin Xiao suddenly felt that his understanding of the system was still too little. At the moment, he thought hard and couldn't think of matching Hulk's Huahua fruit. But at this time, since the calendar area of this fruit is already known, then Hulk's transformation would do the trick. Betty, it's up to you. You can solve Hulk's transformation. The whole space was constantly changing, and an angry Hulk was sent in front of Betty. Betty directly used the ghost fruit to put Hulk into a state of decadence. Huge amounts of green body turned into Banner again. After a while, Banner returned to normal. He looked at Qin Xiao curiously. Devil Messenger, what is the devil fruit suitable for Hulk? Qin Xiao frowned. Fruits that are suitable for Hulk are Huahua fruit, dark fruit, shocking fruit, Momo fruit, tons of crushed fruit. Their respective functions are. He briefly described the functions of these fruits. After Banner listened, he thought silently. There are 3 fruits that are the same as those of the Abomination. But the first and second place are 2 new fruits. He also knew about the dark fruit, which was obviously the fruit that stimulated Hulk. But the first Huohyugyo made Banner baffled. Because this fruit seems a bit incomprehensible. What does it mean to grow one's body like a flower in another place? Hulk's body growing on something else? Grafting? Even Banner couldn't accept this style of painting. It is better to ask the Devil Messenger about this matter. Then, which of these fruits is the most suitable for me? Qin Xiao's brows kept beating. The most suitable for you is the number 1 Huohyugyo. This time Banner also gave up. The most suitable one is indeed Huohyugyo introduced first. Is Huahua fruit ranked first? Then I will choose this fruit. Banner directly chose this fruit. As for why it is suitable, just study it slowly by yourself. After Banner finished speaking, he directly picked up the Huahua fruit. Crack. Banner ate a devil fruit. But he felt that he also felt the sinisterness of this society. This thing is too unpalatable. After eating the flower fruit, Banner fell into a short thought as if he was receiving the power from the devil fruit. Immediately afterwards, he tried to use the fruit ability. On Banner's body, 2 arms grew directly again. 4 arms Banner. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Qin Xiao's mind. 4-armed Hulk, it's the Hulk of a terrifying parallel universe. His strength is somewhat beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Because his greatest achievement is to break through the limiter. All versions of the Hulk have a pair of pants that can seal him away, but 4-armed Hulk no. He has already broken away from the seal of his pants. Although Liu Shang's strength is well known to everyone, after all, he fought back and forth with Sentry, who has the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars. But the four-armed Hulk is also the best in that parallel universe. His strength is at the top of all Hulk's mentality. Could it be that Huahua fruit can create a four-armed Hulk? Thinking of this, Yizio felt sick. Huahua fruit can not only create a four-armed Hulk, but also a thousand-handed Hulk. This reason should not be valid, right? However, when Qin Xiao saw the shape of Banner at the moment, he couldn't help thinking about the four-handed Hulk. Banner tried out his ability for himself. Then he showed a thoughtful expression. I sort of know why Hulk is adapting to blossom fruit. You said the other four fruits have definite weaknesses. The body is not very strong and cannot bear it. But Huahua fruit is different. Even a weak body can use it. And it just so happens that I can use the calendar area of Huahuaguo in this state. That is to say, Huahua fruit is the only fruit that can be used in both the Hulk state and my state. Banner deserves to be the man with 7 doctorates. Even the matching rules of the system can analyze a wave. Most importantly, his analysis makes sense. The system takes into account Hulk's 2 personalities and then sorts them. One fruit can be used by 2 personalities and 2 different bodies. The most important thing is that it can still exert powerful power, which is rare. The Zhenjin fruit Banner cannot be used, and if he uses it, he will definitely seriously injure himself. Tunpressed fruit is the same as Zhenjin fruit. The dark fruit has to bear the damage and also bear double the pain. How could Banner's thin body be able to resist? The Momo fruit does have a little effect. After all, it is interesting to make things bigger and faster. But how fast does the untrained Banner dare to improve? It's really too fast. He probably won't be able to handle it himself. On the whole, flowers and fruits seem to be the only ones. Even Hulk's four-armed state is really one of the situations considered by the system. After all, the judgment given by the system has added some of its own intelligence information. The strength of the four-armed Hulk in my mind may have made the system one of the judgment conditions. Moreover, after hearing Dr. Banner's explanation, Qin Xiao felt more and more that this fruit is actually very suitable for their 2 personalities. When it is Dr. Banner's personality, this fruit can assist him in conducting experiments. Even for ordinary people, the current Dr. Banner has a certain combat effectiveness. Among other things, no matter whether you stretch out your hand from yourself or from someone else, this terrifying effect is absolutely top-notch. Afterwards, a neck twist, right? It's far away, just twist someone's neck directly. This lethality is unexpected. And when it becomes Hulk, the effect of this ability will become even more terrifying. The addition of Hulk's 100-ton strength, not to mention twisting the neck, even reinforced concrete can twist it for you. Even with one hand, he can directly crush other people's heads. What a fart! Come to think of it, the Zeta Swiss soldier was in New York. Hulk roared angrily from the tall building. Then whether it is flight soldiers or Chitauri behemoths, countless thick green arms emerge from them. Crack. 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 After one operation, they must not fall down like dumplings. Huahuagyo also has another feature which is related to the ontology. If you attack his arm, the damage will turn into Hulk's pain. The more it hurts, the stronger the Hulk will be. This is equivalent to Hulk making the originally limited body infinite. If you dare to fight, he will be more angry. This effect is even a bit like the double pain of the dark fruit. It's just that Hulk is suffering countless times. Even in the combination of flowers and fruits, countless arms form wings, giant hands, giant nets, giant legs, and the like. This is a powerful force. Originally it was Hulk with amazing strength, and then it became bigger like that. It is simply that God blocks and kills God, and whether God blocks and kills Buddha. And that kind of huge individual can even play the role of crushing fruit a little bit. When a big lump hits you, I ask you if you are afraid. As for the fruit, Robin has to cross his hands every time he uses it. But many times, Robin can use the devil fruit without that gesture. For example, when racing against Fox, you can row a boat without gesturing. Even when I was a child, I was able to use ability when I held a book in my left hand and moved forward with my right hand. In other words, gestures are not necessary. The only problem is how to get the Hulk to accept that he can't reach out anymore. If he can't accept it, then this fruit will become Banner's exclusive fruit. Maybe with Hulk's IQ, he has reached the limit if he can play a four-handed Hulk. But if Banner really chooses to settle with Hulk afterwards, then Hulk with IQ will become stronger when he uses this fruit again. This fruit is suitable for Hulk, and it seems to make more sense the more he thinks about it. This guy, the system, might really be a good match. Betty looked at Banner in surprise. The Banner of at the moment is really special. He is a scientist and now he has great power. It's as if she, a weak woman, has the power to enter the house in a blink of an eye. This is the power of devil fruit. As for signing a treaty with the devil, I don't care about it now. Betty hugged Banner excitedly. From then on, it seems that we are really going to be together forever. Even if we go to hell, we will get together. This is the end of the matter, only everything has been seen before. So, now it's time to choose the Abomination. Also, Dr. Banner, you should get the Hulk out more often. Hyu's ability requires more connections from him. Otherwise, even with the power of this fruit, Hulk would not use it. Qin Xiao reminded Banner. Immediately afterwards, the entire space moved crazily again. The abomination that was teleported to nowhere at the moment came before the eyes of everyone again. What the hell is going on here? How can it be constantly changing? Why can I see people outside but not touch them? Why can't even my 10,000 smash this ground? As soon as Abomination saw Qin Xiao and the others, he roared crazily. Qin Xiao took a disgusted look. Damn Bronsky, what do you think of what I told you? I will provide you with devil fruit so that you will have more powerful power. And you, be my believer, be my man. Compared with the Hulk transformed by Dr. Banner, Qin Xiao wants to subdue Bronsky more. Because he is a fighter, he knows how to obey orders. It's like how grateful the other party was to me after I gave Frank the swamp fruit. Frank, obey any order from yourself, even if it is murder. Anyway, they are all soldiers and they are used to the feeling of killing people. And Bronsky, he was also an excellent soldier. Now he possesses great strength and his only thought is to fight constantly. Fighting, isn't there a Logan by my side? If they want to fight, let them fight well. Logan's adamantium body is not afraid of ordinary attacks. He is not afraid even if it is the Zhenjin fruit. Haven't heard of Logan being shattered yet. These two guys will be able to fight every day to their heart's content, which will also speed up the development of the fruit. Now Logan simply can't fight alone. And no one pushes Logan and he doesn't think about training himself. His character originally is a bit lazy. That's why Qin Xiao wanted to capture the hatred back. Even if the Abomination can't match the fruit, it would be good to have another opponent to train Logan. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, he also seemed to be lost in thought. He's Bronsky, not like Hulk who has almost no IQ. Yes, but I need a strong opponent, you must provide it to me. After thinking about it, Bronsky agreed to the request. As you wish, you will have opponents, and there will be more and more opponents in the future. So which fruit do you choose? Qin Xiao directly showed several fruits in front of the Abomination. Hate had no choice but glanced at Qin Xiao. Which fruit is best for me? Qin Xiao directly threw the Zhenjin fruit to Abomination. This fruit has appeared many times. Now he was finally sent out by Qin Xiao. Abomination took the Zhenjin fruit and directly bit it down. Crack leaders. Agulu. It seems that he can't feel the unpalatable taste of this fruit, but eats it with relish. After eating this fruit, Bronsky closed his eyes and realized something. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his fists. When tilde. Like an angry beast, he slammed his fists on the mirror-dimensional ground. The mirror dimension, which has been indestructible all this time, actually shows traces of brokenness. Qin Xiao at the moment eyes. Ding, it is detected that the Zhenjin fruit has been eaten by the match, and the host absorbs the fruit ability of the other party. His eyes looked at his own system. Devil fruit trading system. Eatable fruits and objects. 12 flower fruit Hulk banner. 13 shocking fruit Abomination Bronsky. Ability has been absorbed. 12 flower fruits. 13 shaking fruit Abomination power. Fruit ability increase 5%. Hating this punch, he directly gave Qin Xiao a powerful ability, the power of hate. Although his strength is not as good as that of Hulk, there is no upper limit. But his basic strength can still beat most heroes. After all, this is a Huang card that was thrown as a toy. Yes, this time the hatred made a big fuss, and I directly harvested the power of 3 devil fruits. And a mighty force of abominations. Cool. Qin Xiao completed the match between Hulk and the fruit of the abomination in the mirror dimension. After the abomination gained power, it frantically tried to destroy in the mirror dimension. However, even if his fist is amazing, it cannot destroy this mirror dimension. This time, even the abomination who only knew about fighting knew that Qin Xiao was not to be messed with. He can't even destroy such a space. To be able to see outside is just to be able to see. If one day I was imprisoned alone in such a space, it would be a kind of torment. Qin Xiao glanced at Banner. What I just said is serious, you need to get Hulk out, otherwise you won't be able to fight the abomination head-on in the future. And to find an opponent for the abomination, Hulk is definitely the best opponent. In this mirror dimension, you can fight as you please. If you can't take good control of your ability now, then one day you will get out of control again and you will bring disaster to the whole world. I can provide you with a good battlefield, and there are not many such opportunities. Or do you want the whole world to be like the outside at first? The words of dumping are a bit poisonous, but they are very serious. Banner has some hesitation. He was always on the defensive against Hulk, because every time the Hulk comes out it causes a lot of damage. That's why he was a little worried, unwilling to let Hulk out. But then he thought with Betty's presence, it shouldn't matter even if he lost control. And in this space, even if it gets out of control, it won't have any impact. He finally decided to let Hulk out for a fight. Okay, I agree. After Hulk comes out, if there is something out of control, you need to suppress it. After Banner finished speaking, his whole body changed crazily. Roar tilde tilde Hulk. As soon as the Hulk came out, he growled wildly. The entire mirror dimension at the moment changes rapidly. Betty and Qin Xiao stood aside while Hulk was moved to the eyes of hatred. The two big men were extremely jealous when they met. Hulk, hahaha, let's fight again. Growling, the Abomination charged at Hulk. This time a layer of white light shone on his fist. That is the power of the shaking fruit. Boom. 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 Two huge amounts of monsters collided with each other with heavy steps. Immediately afterwards, the green figure flew out like a cannonball. Hahaha, the power of demons is very interesting, I like it. With this punch, hatred felt the terror in it. That strong sense of shock directly sent Hulk flying hundreds of meters. Hulk glides great distances in the mirror dimension. At the moment, he looked dazed. Why did that big yellow man suddenly become so powerful? It turned out that the two of them were clearly evenly matched. Even as time goes on, he will gradually suppress the big yellow man. But what's going on now? He was shot hundreds of meters away when he met him face to face. The key is that the other party's white light carries a special power. This force acts on one's body and is directly transmitted to the inside of one's body. It was a strong shock force. Even with his powerful physical fitness, there is no way to bear it. There was even green blood appearing at the corner of Hulk's mouth. Roar tilde tilde. The downed Hulk at the moment grows angrier. His strength gradually increased. Boom. Boom. As soon as he got up, Hulk saw the hatred rushing towards him with fast steps. This time, both hands of the opponent were shining with white light. Hahaha, Hulk, taste the power of the Tremor fruit in my hands. Boom. PFFT tilde. With two consecutive punches, Hulk was hit east directly. He wanted to resist, so he had to hold the opponent's fist with both hands. But the power of that vibration penetrated directly into the body. The strength that had just been condensed was instantly dispersed. And next, a group of military punches landed on him. Even with his strong physique, this time he was directly beaten until he vomited blood. No, Bruce, stop hitting. Betty looked at the battle in the distance. She was very distressed at the moment. How did Bruce's Hulk be defeated in a blink of an eye? A few negative ghosts in the sky flew towards the Abomination crazily. Chinese letter tilde. Ghost passed through Abomination's body, and Abomination, who was fighting vigorously, fell to his knees directly. Tilde, fighting is really boring, I don't want to live anymore, Hulk, kill me. With the loathing kneeling down, Hulk, who fell to the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, he rubbed his already unconscious head. Why is there such a big gap between myself and this big yellow man? Hulk, who was stunned by a set of punches, even forgot to be angry. Betty was about to rush over to check on Hulk's condition. But as soon as she moved her feet, she found that she was getting farther and farther away from Hulk. You can help now. What if Hulk is beaten when you are not around one day? Qin Xiao asked Betty a question. Betty was taken aback by this question. The battle is still to be left to them, however, Hulk seems to need a little hint. Qin Xiao didn't move his feet, but he came directly in front of Hulk. Hulk, I don't know how much you can understand, but take a look. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, two hands appeared on his shoulders again. At the moment, 4 arms just appeared in front of Hulk. Not only that, there are many more arms appearing in the mirror dimension. There are even arms appearing in Hulk's body. Hulk, you can too. This time, Hulk felt a strange feeling. Because in his mind, there seems to be a hint to let him grow his body more. And the most convenient thing is to grow some more arms. He didn't understand what this meant at first. But when he saw the many arms on Qin Xiao's body, a light flashed in his mind. On his strong body at the moment also grows 2 arms, 4-armed Hulk officially launched. Hulk looked at his newly grown arms curiously. He tried to clench his fist, which felt exactly like his own arm, surging power with a little anger. Boom. A punch directly landed on Qin Xiao's body. However, Qin Xiao's figure flashed in a flash of lightning, and he had disappeared before Hulk's eyes. Roar tilde tilde. The 4-armed Hulk growled wildly. Qin Xiao is in the distance, controlling the Hulk's ground to grow more hands. At the moment the Abomination is still in a decadent state, Qin Xiao can't let Hulk bother him. So he constantly blocked Hulk's movement with the outstretched hand on the ground. You know, Qin Xiao at the moment has a huge amount of hatred. With those arms in the way, Hulk couldn't even get close to the Abomination. He was even thrown flying by Qin Xiao's arm. Roar tilde tilde. Looking at the arms all over the ground, Hulk at the moment became more and more angry. Its four arms constantly want to pull out the hands on the ground that hinder him. But when he really grabbed those arms, the arms disappeared directly. Vain, being teased, he became more and more angry. Hulk, I can conjure so many arms, can't you? If you have so many arms, is Yui still your opponent? That guy has the power of the shaking fruit if you grow your hand directly from his body. Like this. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, several pairs of arms grew out of the Abomination's body in front of Hulk. A pair of these arms encircled the neck of the Abomination. A pair directly hugged the hated head. Now, as long as I push hard, his head will be twisted off by me. If you can do this trick, who else is your opponent? Qin Xiao is like a teacher teaching a somewhat stupid student. Hulk at the moment looked solemn. It's a pity that Qin Xiao didn't know if he understood. Just then the Abomination returned to normal. He felt the neck and arms above his head. Light soul. Theta growls. Immediately afterwards, his entire body shone with white light, and Qin Xiao felt the gradual vibration of the disgusting body. His tilde hate is a ruthless character. He actually shocked himself directly. Qin Xiao directly cancelled all the arms on Abomination. At that moment just now, Abomination directly used the power of the shaking fruit to drive his whole body. This vibration can hurt your body. Whitebeard suffered internal injuries just from the shock. However, I hate this guy, he has a strong resilience. In some cases, he even dared to seriously injure himself. The purpose is to kill the opponent in the same way. Just like the moment just now, the hatred directly acts on the body with rich actions. If Qin Xiao didn't remove his arm, then his arm would suffer the same attack. This trick will work well for others. For Qin Xiao, it's actually useless. Qin Xiao has double the self-healing ability. This kind of injury can't trouble him at all. However, the terrifying mentality of hatred and the flexible use of power are the most terrifying. No wonder he can feed back his own power as soon as he embraces the shaking fruit. Perhaps hatred will be the fruit ability that feeds back to Qin Xiao the most of his own abilities. Hate felt a relief in his body and he looked at Hulk again. At the moment's Hulk, the most striking thing is the four arms. Hahaha, you are also a fruit ability user, just right. Now we can have a good fight and see who is more powerful. The Abomination made a frantic charge towards Hulk once, and Hulk is not to be outdone. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps sounded again in the mirror dimension. The hands of hatred shone with light, shaking the fruit, and the powerful power was fully exerted by him. As for Hulk, this time his gaze was particularly focused. His four arms are constantly waving. When the fist of hatred was about to hit him, he directly blocked one of the fists of hatred with both fists. Hulk staggered from the punch with its shocking force. However, this time he directly resisted. Not only that, the third hand grabbed the arm that was held just now. Roar tilde tilde. Hulk exerted his strength and threw the Abomination directly. Boom tilde tilde. This time the Abomination kept slipping away in the mirror dimension. Hate is a little confused. As a trained master, he said what Hulk did just now. At the moment, he finally felt the terror of having too many arms. Hulk blocked his own punch at the expense of two hands. A third hand grabs itself and throws itself flying. In fact, Hulk's fourth hand was guarding against another punch from himself. In the case that the opponent has already grabbed him with the third hand, even if he punched the opponent for the second time, the opponent can also use the third hand to pull himself and roll together. For armed Hulk, his difficulty has been multiplied countless times. Each devil fruit really possesses powerful power. The excitement of getting the Zhenjin fruit at the beginning was directly dispelled. To fight, it seems that the battle needs to be changed once. Hey tilde tilde Hulk, let's fight again. Hey tilde tilde Hulk, let's fight again. Although the Abomination was countered by Hulk this time, he was extremely excited instead. Who is he? He is a super soldier. Those who are willing to inject these research super serums are not very thorough for strength. Otherwise, it would not have turned into this teaching war. Now there is a master who can fight against him and he definitely wants to fight hard. Either he falls or the other party falls. Hulk tilde tilde Hulk tilde tilde. Hulk is also right. He is very angry, but he is not out of his mind. He is reckless in close combat, but he doesn't know how to use his body. Seeing the hatred rushing over, he just caught the opponent's powerful punch, and now he is also extremely excited. Sure enough, he is still the best. Moreover, with this punch, Hulk seems to have opened up the two veins of Ren and Du. He saw the various ways Qin Xiao used the fruit just now. Arms can grow on the ground and other people's bodies. There was an impulse constantly echoing in his mind. He can do it himself. He can also make more arms appear as if he has 4 arms now, however he still hasn't figured out what to do. Seeing the Abomination charge towards him, Hulk recoiled wildly. If you want to fight, you have to fight really hard. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. Catch tilde. Kangdang tilde. The two figures fought together thoroughly. The white light of hatred constantly caused strong shocks, and such shocks can make Hulk feel severe pain every time. But angry, his strength gradually became stronger and stronger. Gradually gaining the upper hand in strength, he used his 2 arms to hold the 2 fists of the Abomination, and the remaining 2 arms crazily fell towards the disgusted face. That violent fist made the hatred feel extremely painful. After being stimulated, he once again spread the power of vibration all over his body. Anyway, if you want to be beaten, it will make you love the feeling of shock. Boom! Hulk punched the Abomination again, but immediately after he discovered the problem, holding the 2 hands that I hate, at the moment trembling crazily. Not only that, with that trembling, his hands even felt numb. Suddenly, he unknowingly let go of the hands that held hate, and the Abomination, who was free, clenched his fists. The violent punch directly knocked Hulk into the air again. Who tilde tilde? Call tilde tilde. But this time, the hatred didn't chase it out immediately. Because of Hulk's punch just now, his body was severely injured. The difficulty of the 4-armed Hulk really exceeded his expectations. The most important thing is that Hulk originally has the property that the angrier the stronger, the Abomination has no way to do it. If Hulk's strength had been constant, it would have been impossible for Hulk to catch his shocking fist. In that case, even if Hulk has limbs and arms, there is nothing he can do about it. But Hulk originally had an anger buff, and now there is a double attack and defense buff. This time, the Abomination with max attack power has nowhere to attack. Even if it doesn't work out, it will be counter-killed. With a little rest, his body once again adjusted to the injury. And Hulk just happened to rush over from a distance again. Boom tilde. 2 huge bodies collided once again. Hulk is getting better at using his limbs and arms. Qin Xiao said with a headache, "It's such a waste. He didn't use the flowers and fruits you gave him to be as colorful as you. However, this kind of appearance is actually more suitable for him. His battle is to punch to the flesh." Betty has her understanding. Qin Xiao's presentation methods are indeed incomparably diverse and weird. The lethality is even more astonishing. But that doesn't apply to Hulk. Hulk's combat is mindless melee. And the 4-armed Hulk more than double the fighting power. I know, but I still feel a little pity when I think about it. It's a waste to use this stuff. Qin Xiao still felt it was a waste. As I imagined, the appearance of Hulk fighting everyone alone did not appear. The look of the green arms all over the ground did not appear. Really disappointed. Waste? No, it won't be wasted. Hulk doesn't, and Bruce. Betty didn't agree with Qin Xiao's words at all. Hulk really didn't use the fruit of the flower to the flower. But there's Bruce. As the smartest person in the world, he will definitely be able to develop more uses for Hua fruit. I hope so. Qin Xiao didn't want to argue anyway, the matter had already happened. Devil Messenger, I have a question to ask you. I don't know if it is possible. Betty was a little apprehensive. She had some questions and kept trying to figure it out. What is the problem? You can teach Hulk to use the power of the flower fruit. Can you also use the power of the ghost fruit? In fact, even if I don't eat the ghost fruit, you can actually stop the Hulk and the Abomination. You are just for me to sign a contract with the devil. Qin Xiao glanced at Betty. You are really smart, and I can indeed use the power of the ghost fruit. After he finished speaking, a transparent ghost appeared on the scene behind him. However, he sighed in his heart. If you don't eat it, I can't have the power of the ghost fruit, so you will be kept in the dark. When Betty heard Qin Xiao's words, she felt a little decadent. Demon messengers are really dangerous. If he was not careful, he would take advantage of it. In the mirror dimension, the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination continues. Both of them now look like they are covered in injuries. Hate that the whole person looks bruised and swollen. Hulk didn't seem to have any problems on the surface, but his body was shaken and he was covered in internal injuries. It's just that the two guys didn't know how to stop fighting. Continue even if you are seriously injured. Betty, you can stop now. This is the end of today's battle and there will be more time in the future. You said something next, and then he looked in another direction in the mirror dimension. Betty's negative ghosts flew directly towards Hulk and the Abomination. Chinese letter tilde. Xua tilde. Negative ghost penetrates the bodies of 2 monsters. The 2 fiery guys who were still fighting just fell to their knees. Our battle has caused you trouble. We are rubbish. You can throw us into the trash can like rubbish. The two monsters spoke dejected words. Qin Xiao at the moment looked at the position in the mirror dimension, which was the destroyed block outside. Two familiar people appeared on the block. Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Behind the two people, there are several security members who obviously belong to the SHIELD branch and are also agents of SHIELD. They were looking around as if they were looking for something. Qin Xiao walked to the side of several people. Hawkeye spoke helplessly. They are the ones who disappeared around here. We asked General Ross, but there was no sign of them on the plane. Zero asked for flowers. This is the horror of the Hell Devil Messenger. Director Fury said that the demon messenger has a magic that can quickly transfer from one place to another. Perhaps now they have moved to other places. If they don't want to come out by themselves, we may not have a way to find them at all. Natasha Romanoff is equally helpless. What should I do now? Go back and return to life. Go back. I have planted some man-made living creatures in various blocks along the way, and they will monitor this place for me. If the demon messengers are back here, I'll know. Natasha Romanoff has obviously found a way to use the soul fruit. Use artificial living creatures to monitor. This thing is difficult to even attract people's attention, and it is simply a talent for monitoring. Natasha Romanoff has placed several artificial living creatures in several hidden locations on the block. Then several SHIELD agents left here together. Do you know these people? Hulk has turned back into Dr. Banner, and he came to Qin Xiao's side with Betty's support. That's right, they belong to SHIELD, a huge organization that is not very famous now but spread all over the world. WWW. Next, I will take you to their side. There's a research center for fruit abilities over there. The woman just now is the fruit ability. Afterwards, you can also join their research and try to get a good look at Hulk's serum. Qin Xiao already had his plan. Although he wanted to keep Dr. Banner. But with a person like him who even hides his place of residence, it would be a waste to keep Dr. Banner. Let Dr. Banner go to SHIELD to provide him with a better research foundation. And anyway, Qin Xiao is still a consultant of SHIELD since I am a consultant. It is reasonable to send two fruit ability people to study, right? However, this kind of proactive action by myself probably scared Nick Fury out of his mind. SHIELD, what is this? It's troublesome to talk about it, but now I can take you directly. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened a portal. On the other side of the portal is the SHIELD branch in the suburbs of New York. When the portal opened, everyone in the SHIELD branch turned their eyes to this side. Behind the door, the advisor from the SHIELD branch came through. Consultant. Consultant. A group of people subconsciously greeted Qin Xiao. There are a few guests coming this time, and they will stay here for a long time, so please come and register. They are also fruit ability users. If any one of you has contact with headquarters, you can report to headquarters. Qin Xiao told them directly that Banner and Betty are fruit ability users. While everyone has a vote in their hearts, the hearts of the researchers are full of curiosity. You know, Natasha Romanoff's fruit ability has already made them feel extremely happy. That is a special power. Now there are two more. This was a surprise for them. Welcome. Fruit ability person, we just want to study the ability of fruit ability person. It's really too timely. It has to be warmly welcomed. A group of scientific researchers threw off the security guards and rushed directly to Betty and Banner. Where is this? I will also live here in the future. A yellow huge figure came out from behind the portal. On. Crazy and terrified roars resounded throughout the division. Everyone started frantically looking for this bunker and even fled towards the outside of the branch. What did they see? A big yellow guy, huge, ferocious, like a monster. Most importantly, the big man is clearly the source of the super chaos that caused New York's chaos today. The monster that smashed several New York City districts into a sieve. At the moment, take a closer look, isn't the other big green man in human form that was shown on TV. The woman next to him is the woman who got off the plane. What the hell? Are those two monsters fruit ability? Something's wrong. Did you hear that monster wasn't made by the military? How to become a fruit ability holder now? Is it because the consultant recruited the other party? Are the consultants in this branch so good? Even those with fruit abilities can be included at will. A group of uninformed people were full of admiration for Qin Xiao. No wonder he is a consultant, just relying on this hand is amazing enough. But some agents at the moment who knew a little bit of inside information felt extremely surprised. This guy has expanded his demon apostle again. Natasha Romanoff agent and Hawkeye agent went to the advisor, but the advisor was not in the SHIELD branch. They thought the consultant was going to do something, but they didn't expect 27 to bring back two terrifying monsters in the blink of an eye. These two monsters give them research, just kidding. Bronsky, don't mess around, this place is only for Dr. Banner and Betty. For you, you have to go to another place with me. Qin Xiao would not put several people in SHIELD. Dr. Banner was placed in SHIELD because of his ability to use his intelligence. SHIELD has a lot to offer. Abominable doesn't need it at all. What hatred needs is just fighting. To fight, how many people here can have their own fight better? Moreover, I am not the kind of character who presses everything in one place. Let Frank wander around by himself, put gold and grow wild. Let Sabretooth follow Magneto around, even left Wolverine to mold in the safe house. These are all strengths, hidden power. What SHIELD can understand now is only the news they know. More unknown news is the mainstream. This time he put Dr. Banner and Betty here but took the hatred away. Nick Fury knew that he would react like this. He probably knew it himself. Don't be surprised, as long as Miss Betty is here, nothing will happen here. Wait a minute, Natasha Romanoff is back. Let her sort things out with Dr. Banner and Miss Betty herself. I still have to leave beforehand. Bronsky, come with me. I will bring someone to fight with you. Qin Xiao turned around and walked back into the portal. When the Abomination got in, he closed the portal. Looking at the disappearing portal, a group of people here still looked defensive at the moment. Although the consultant said that the two people were not in danger, they still didn't believe it. Especially those security agents, at the moment they even put their hands on the pistols at their waists. We are really not in danger, although we don't know why the devil messenger sent us here. But what we want to say is, I hope everyone will not be nervous. Betty kindly explained to everyone. Although you are brought by the consultant, we still want to ask you to go to the isolation room for a while. How about waiting until Agent Natasha Romanoff returns? It should be a security captain who spoke. No, we're not going to live in an isolation room. After Betty finished speaking, several transparent ghosts directly penetrated all the security agents with weapons. All the agents knelt down one after another. I really embarrass you as an agent. I might as well eat toast tonight, at least the toast will fill me up. Captain, put me in the isolation room later, I really don't want to live anymore. Martha, you are right, I am indeed a waste. A group of security agents who fell to the ground spoke all kinds of dejected words in a dejected manner. This time, all the researchers were frightened. What the hell is this? How did who generate such power? But an old man at the moment took a step forward. Wait, don't be nervous, is this also your fruit ability? I saw a transparent thing flying in the air just now. This old man is none other than Ethan. As a person who survived that kind of difficult environment, his mental quality is really strong. That's right, this is my fruit ability. I don't want to do anything to you. After all, you are all colleagues of the devil messenger. But I also don't want to go into your so-called isolation room. Bruce can't stand the stimulation now. I also hope that you will not force us. If not, at most we will leave immediately. Betty has her own plans. Right now, his father is definitely under a lot of pressure. And Bruce and Bronsky, who are the destroyers of New York City, will definitely be blamed by everyone. Being able to find a safe place to spend this time is what she wants to do most. This SHIELD is obviously a nice place. It has an official identity, a huge base, and many researchers. They can all assist Bruce in researching the Hulk's serum. In this way, maybe it can really help Bruce solve these things. But if what they do here is not good for the two of them, she definitely had no choice but to leave and make other preparations. No, you misunderstood. Since the consultant sent you here, he believed in you and us. Rest assured, their security personnel are just a little worried. But we are different, we will not force you. In fact, your powers we really want to know about, because your power seems to involve the soul as well. And our last subject happened to be related to the soul. After Ethan finished speaking, he took out a pen from his pocket. This pen actually has facial features. Not only that, it can even talk. Betty looked at the pen that Ethan took out and thought of those artificial living things that Natasha Romanoff placed in that block. At the moment, she understood what was going on. I understand, but I'm not sure if my stuff is related to the soul, but it is definitely related to Ghost. Also, can you take charge here? Betty at the moment is still a little defensive. Several transparent ghosts above the head are still constantly wandering. Once those security members are found to show signs of recovery, Ghost will rush over again. I can take charge of the scientific research team. You can rest here for a while, and the chief person in charge will come here in a while. Ethan was talking about Natasha Romanoff. Okay, I'll wait. Natasha Romanoff, who was heading back, received a piece of news that made her even more unbelievable. What they had spent so much energy looking for had escaped. However, I just received news that the other party was sent to the SHIELD branch by a consultant. In other words, they were actually busy for nothing. After getting the news, they rushed back frantically. At the same time, the agent of the SHIELD branch also reported the incident to Nick Fury. When Chief Fury learns that Dr. Banner and his girlfriend have come to the SHIELD branch, he was a little excited at first, because Dr. Banner is a well-known scientist throughout the physics community, so famous that his head was hung on the wall of the student classroom. But at the same time, he was full of tension because of the accident that happened to Dr. Banner a few years ago. Since then, an uncontrolled green titan appeared in everyone's field of vision. In fact, Dr. Banner has been a highly monitored member of SHIELD. If it wasn't for the military's incident this time, SHIELD probably would take the initiative to meet with Dr. Banner later on. Definitely, they don't know what the result will be. What worried Nick Fury most about this matter was Qin Xiao's actions. Unexpectedly, the Devil Messenger took the initiative to send 2 fruit abilities to SHIELD. Dr. Banner's fruit ability is not yet known, but Betty's fruit ability is related to Ghost. Natasha Romanoff's fruit is Soul, Betty's is Ghost. Are there any similarities between these two? And why did the Devil Messenger send these 2 people to SHIELD? Could it be because he knows we're monitoring Banner? Yeah, he made it clear that the Hulk would show up. Definitely know something about our monitoring of Banner. So did he take Bronski because Bronski's transformation was totally unexpected? Not only did we not monitor it, but the South certainly did not monitor it. Those who were not monitored were directly taken away by him. How many people like this are there? He now has a Wolverine by his side. Now there is another Bronski. Even necessary, he can bring Frank together. These 3 people are all super soldiers who have experienced the baptism of war. What is he planning to do by gathering such people? A group of people with super lethality gathered together, if they start trouble, it will not be over. This is just the people we know. How many people we don't know? Nick Fury, at the moment, the more he calculated, the more frightened he felt. What on earth are you thinking about, the Devil Messenger? Some time ago at SHIELD, he was not in a hurry, just watching Natasha Romanoff's experiment. But when something important happened, he was the first to appear on the scene. When I come back again, there will be at least 2 Fruit Ability 5.0 players, Dr. Banner and Betty. Even most likely 3, the Abomination of Bronska's incarnation is most likely also a Fruit Ability. In this way, the other party left for more than half of the night and directly added 3 more Fruit Abilities. And the other party is obviously picking someone. Pick someone with special status and power. So, what is he planning to do behind the scenes? The purpose of the Devil's Messenger is now becoming more and more unknown. The only thing he knows is that he is constantly expanding the number of Fruit Ability players. But this time, the other party sent Dr. Banner and Betty, and he left with Bronski himself. So when will he come back again? One question after another made Nick Fury feel that their intelligence information was not enough. Most importantly, Dr. Banner and Betty took the initiative to send them to SHIELD. Is this another conspiracy? Now that they are in trouble, even if he knows that this is the other party's conspiracy, he can't drive Dr. Banner and the others away. Dr. Banner, who still needs to spend energy to find and persuade. Now that they have taken the initiative to enter their line of sight, this kind of thing is more than they can wish for. Originally, this is a good thing, but when the Devil Messenger is involved, I always feel that I will suffer. Nick Fury at the moment finally felt the embarrassment of riding a tiger. Devil Messenger, what are you going to do? Demon Messenger, what are you going to do? Nick Fury muttered to himself. Even an old fox like him has no idea what Qin Xiao is going to do. One side seems to be actively maintaining the safety of this world. For example, let Tony, together with the Mutant Peace Line, stop the Fanatics' conspiracy. Thor's damage was stopped in New Mexico. This time in New York, it is equivalent to saving many lives. Not surprisingly, according to reports from members of the branch, Banner's girlfriend should be the one who made the 2 monsters lose their combat abilities. Her strength can actually make people decadent. And this power also comes from the Devil Messenger. The other gave a man that just happened to save New York City. These intelligences seem to be able to see that the other party seems to be doing it for the good of the world. However, in the process, the other party directly created one fruit after another. Even outside the monitoring, he also hides a fruit ability fighter of unknown scale. What is this hidden force going to do? He didn't understand, so he could only arrange the agents of SHIELD to get ready. As time passed, Dr. Banner and Betty became more and more comfortable at the SHIELD branch, especially after Dr. Banner began to cooperate with the research on the power of devil fruit. The whole lab produced countless wonders. Even Ethan was amazed at the impossibility when he saw the duplications that completely violated the rules and were created out of thin air. If Natasha Romanoff and Betty's kind of soul-involving research ghost is difficult, then Dr. Banner's this one is really too conspicuous. Throughout the lab, Banner's arms are everywhere. There is even an arm in front of every researcher. They are constantly testing the data of these arms, constantly researching why they can grow out of nowhere from any place. Definitely, they also discovered that there is a connection between these arms and Dr. Banner's body. It was a connection that couldn't be found at all. The fruit ability is really mysterious. Originally, this matter was a very harmonious matter. Come to think of it, all researchers can research what they want. In the entire laboratory, no one is short of research products. It's like an artificial creature made by Natasha Romanoff's soul fruit. They also conduct research one by one. Now, the same goes for Dr. Banner's blossom fruit. On the contrary, there are very few people who can study Betty's ghost fruit. However, things gradually became a little scary later. Dr. Banner has a brilliant mind. After he knew how Qin Xiao used the fruit in the first place, he directly opened his own brain hole. Various abilities were gradually developed by him. Growing arms from everywhere is just the most basic way to use them, since a certain part of the body can grow from anywhere. So what about growing new parts on top of your own body? Ever since, all kinds of flowers were grown directly. A giant net formed by one hand after another. A group of giant arms grouped together, a ladder descending from a height, an ever-extending hand snake one hand after another. These things are the most basic. Since the arms can grow, other places should also grow. As a result, eavesdropping ears and peeping eyes also came out. In the entire laboratory, terrifying eyes or ears began to appear one after another. This time, the entire laboratory dared not even speak nonsense. They feared that these words would be heard by Dr. Banner. Even reports from Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury had to be kept away from the division, because she was also worried about SHIELD's information being learned by Banner. Banner at the moment, still in their doubts. They were worried that the banner was specially used by Qin Xiao to conquer SHIELD. Ever since Nick Fury got the news, he felt restless in his sleep. Just in case Dr. Banner one day grows an eye where he sleeps, or grow an ear while he's talking. Just thinking about this scene made him feel horrified. The whole SHIELD, can there be any secrets? This is that what Qin Xiao wants to do. In this way, all the information of SHIELD is directly made into one's own. Or, let them live under some kind of high pressure and fear all the time. Make a wrong judgment at some critical moment. He, Nick Fury, originally thought about using the devil fruit, but now he was directly frightened. But within a few days of this news, another news that shocked him even more came out. Dr. Banner, a duplication has grown. With Dr. Banner's IQ, his brain is infinite, since any part of the body can grow anywhere. So what about growing another body somewhere else? So a Banner duplication came out. This ability directly makes Banner extremely scary. You know, he always felt that he couldn't do so many things alone. He always felt that it would be great if someone could help him do other things. He always felt that he didn't have enough time. However, in the blink of an eye, this fruit gave him duplication. This duplication is completely transformed from the fruit ability. As a genius, dual tasking is almost his standard. Otherwise, how could he get 7 doctorates in a row? And now, with duplication, he can run 2 experiments at the same time. A body studies a devil fruit, another body that studies Hulk's blood. This directly addresses Dr. Banner's constant regret of not having enough time. At the same time, I can now spend it as 2 pieces of time. Even after he gets used to it, he might be able to use it 3 times and 4 times at once. At that time, can the main thing duplication and the fourth thing duplication also be able to respond? This is the most powerful existence of Banner using Hua fruit. Fighting? No, he was not a combatant at all. He is a scientist. Huo's duplication ability turned him into an even more terrifying genius monster. As for using the fruit, it takes a lot of physical strength. Don't forget, there is powerful gamma-ray energy in Dr. Banner's body. His physical strength may not be very good, but there is Hulk. The almost endless physical strength allowed him to maintain the ability of this fruit. The entire laboratory began to become extremely terrifying. Banner may not feel very obvious personally, but the whole laboratory was frightened by Banner. Parts of Banner's body are scattered throughout the lab. It is possible to touch Banner's body anywhere. That sense of fear made many timid researchers even want to apply for transfer later. Even Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye feel the horror here. They now have a big doubt. Dr. Banner can create duplication, so is the current two doctors the limit? Even, are these two doctors the real body? Could it be that Dr. Banner's main body has gone to nowhere? These two bodies here are just duplication. Thinking of this, the two immediately reported the information to Nick Fury again. When Nick Fury learned that there were two Dr. Banners in the branch, he was completely stunned. Even with his formidable psychological quality, it is impossible to understand how Dr. Banner did it. The mystery and magic of Huahua fruit directly made him raise Dr. Banner's level of danger by another level. At the same time, a new question appeared in his mind. Now Dr. Banner is able to take advantage of this flower fruit, so does Hulk also use ability? If one day two Hulks appear, can this world still be peaceful? Not to mention two Hulks, but if the whole world is full of Hulk's green arms, will this world be destroyed by him alone? The more he thought about it, the more frightened Nick Fury felt. Demon Messenger, what kind of monsters are these created? Moreover, it didn't take long for Dr. Banner to play Huahua like this. So what happens next? Can this fruit develop more powerful and weirder powers? Natasha Romanoff was more than unfounded in their worries. What if, at the moment, Banner has actually developed 3 or 4 duplications? Then put 2 in 390 SHIELD, the other ontology or duplication will disappear. Has such a thing already happened? Or is this the purpose of the Devil Messenger? Turn the whole SHIELD into a fright. From the beginning to the end, they are the ones that the demon messengers are plotting. SHIELD. As for myself, making Natasha Romanoff a fruit ability holder and establishing a branch is actually all in the other party's calculations. If this is really the case, is this considered to have lured a wolf into the house? Banner never dreamed of it because he used his clever mind to develop various ways of using Huahua. It directly makes SHIELD feel like an enemy. However, he really didn't know all this. What he is doing now is trying to make himself able to use 3 things at once. He also wants to make another duplication. His 7 doctoral degrees mean that he has research topics in 7 directions. Hulk's blood involves biology and physics. In other respects, he didn't want to give up either. If there are more duplications, he can do more things. Banner at the moment is even more fortunate that he chose this flowery fruit. If he chooses other fruits, he will not be able to fight himself, so it will hardly be effective. At the moment, he could only feel disbelief towards Qin Xiao, the demon messenger. What kind of power is it that can create such a terrifying power? Fruit ability users, are they all so unbelievable? Just like Betty, like Natasha Romanoff, their fruit ability is also extremely mysterious. Even with such a clever mind as his, it is completely impossible to imagine how those 2 fruits were achieved. Soul, Ghost. This is an area that even he has not touched. Although he really wants to participate, but now he has occupied most of his mind just researching his fruit ability. He will help Betty when he has a preliminary result on the devil fruit. As for Dr. Banner, he went crazy and directly reported to Qin Xiao. Ding, it is detected that the ability of the host of Huahua fruit has been developed and the ability of the other party has been acquired. Ding, it is detected that the host ability of Huahua fruit has been developed and the ability of the other party has been acquired. Qin Xiao, who was watching the battle between Wolverine and Abomination, got a prompt from the system. Only when the host of the fruit ability user has developed the fruit ability to a higher level can the other party's ability be fed back to Qin Xiao. He subconsciously glanced at the system. 12. Huahua fruit Hulk power. Qin Xiao froze. Did Banner or Hulk develop more ways to use Huahua fruit? Somewhat curious, he directly opened a portal to the vicinity of the SHIELD branch. Immediately afterwards, he entered the mirror dimension. In the mirror dimension, he gradually kept looking at things throughout the branch. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Dr. Banner, are you treating yourself as a test subject? Throughout the lab, his body parts are everywhere. In a laboratory, he saw Dr. Banner, who was working on the flower fruit. The other party is trying more ways to use the fruit and even specially recorded a corresponding video. I don't know who this video is for. Dr. Banner worked so hard, no wonder he gave Qin Xiao an ability in such a short period of time. Hulk and Dr. Banner are one, and the power that cannot be obtained from Dr. Banner is directly compensated by Hulk's power. Qin Xiao was satisfied. Now he has the equivalent of twice the power of the base Hulk. Whether it's the Abomination or the Hulk, you have to kneel when you start trying. Qin Xiao continued to check in the laboratory. He hasn't been here for a while, and he just happened to check on the situation here. In another laboratory, Qin Xiao saw that Dr. Banner was studying Hulk's blood. The whole experiment seems to be going very smoothly. Yes, Dr. Ni has not forgotten his contract. Qin Xiao casually praised Dr. Banner. But then he himself noticed something was wrong. No, isn't Dr. Banner experimenting with devil fruits in another lab? How did he come here so soon to study Hulk's blood? Qin Xiao went to the last laboratory where he saw Dr. Banner in disbelief. Dr. Banner still working on devil fruits there. Part. Body. A somewhat terrifying thought reverberated in Qin Xiao's mind. No matter what he thought, he never thought that Dr. Banner would play duplication directly with Huohuoguo. This ability is amazing. No wonder the system gave Qin Xiao feedback on Hulk's strength. Just based on Dr. Banner's ability to use Huahua fruit now, it can be seen how thorough his understanding of devil fruit is. Seeing Dr. Banner's use of Huahua fruit, Qin Xiao was also inspired. Beside him, an identical self grew out. However, Qin Luo immediately discovered a problem. I won't use it with one mind. Duplication is stiff when the focus is on the body. When the attention is on the duplication, the body is very stiff. What the hell, so I'm not qualified to use this ability? Is this the ability of a genius? Also, I didn't think it was a good fit for Dr. Banner at first. Now it seems that Huahua fruit was set up for Dr. Banner. For Hulk instead, it doesn't do much. Now there are 2 Dr. Banners, and then 3 or 4 Dr. Banners will work together. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little scary. Qin Xiao lifted his duplication. This thing, now he can't play it, it's really a bit depressed. However, this let him know what the hell was going on. The harvest of this trip has been good. He shook his head, then walked straight away, back to where the Abomination and Logan were. Recently, Qin Xiao has been watching the battle between the two of them. Logan was originally a salty fish, and he would not do things unless Qin Xiao arranged them. Isn't smoking cigars and drinking more fun than fighting? Moreover, the previous memories disappeared, although it made him wonder what happened to Zheng Jiang. However, I didn't know anything in the past 10 years, and I lived a very relaxed life after eating and sleeping. However, this good day came to an end one day. A big yellow monster appeared beside him, and Qin Xiao gave Logan a mission to fight with the Abomination. What happened next was exciting. The two guys fought countless battles in Qin Xiao's mirror dimension. Logan has adamantium's body all over his body, giving the Abomination a headache when he sees him. If you really punched Logan, you would end up hurting yourself instead. The sharp blades of adamantium one after another are not accessible to mortal bodies at all. Even those who hate this kind have powerful self-healing ability. Nor was he willing to confront Logan head-on and let the arrogance of the original abhorrence be directly hit. Anyone around this demon messenger is so terrifying. Luckily, he also has a devil fruit. The shock fruit is regarded by the Abomination as a power similar to shockwave. Whenever Logan wants to melee, the Abomination will punch him. The strong shockwave directly sent Logan flying. A monster who was originally keen on melee combat was forced to develop into a long-range fighter. But on the whole, although Logan always wanted to melee, but the hatred kept pressing Wolverine. Shocking fruit, this kind of battle that can be far or near is really too powerful. Bronsky Logan, today's battle is in the real world. In the mirror dimension, the power of the shaking fruit cannot be revealed at all. But back in the real world, this fruit will become very scary. As soon as Qin Xiao came back, he told Abomination and Wolverine new news. The 2 battle venues are changed in the real world. The news didn't matter to Logan. His real-world fights at the moment have been numerous. But for Bronsky, this news can make him extremely excited. The battle in the mirror dimension was not good for him. At least he didn't know that this fruit of his didn't give shock damage except when hitting people for so long. I really didn't find it as powerful as Qin Xiao said. He's always wanted to try it out in the real world. But Qin Xiao persuaded them by force. Now it's finally time to use it in the real world. He couldn't help being excited. With a portal, Qin Xiao directly set the battle location on a deserted island in the sea. The entire island is not big, but it is enough for 2 people to fight. Ha, I can finally use my power once in this world. Hade clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Roar tilde. His 2 fists hit together hard, the white halo above shattered. With himself at the center, a violent shockwave quickly went away. Qin Xiao, who was standing on the island, narrowed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying scene appeared before the eyes of the 3 of them. With the trail as the center, the entire island seemed to be somewhat vulnerable under this punch. The whole island trembled violently, like an earthquake. And this vibration spread in all directions with the small island as the center. Clatter tilde. Clatter tilde. The sound of seawater crashing gradually faded away. The seawater here actually ebbed. At the same time, a tiny wave gradually rushed towards the outside. Immediately afterwards, a more violent shockwave reappeared on the island. This time, it's the island that's really having an earthquake. With his own punch, the Abomination directly caused the vibration of this small island and the surrounding plates. The shaking force became stronger and stronger, and the ebbing seawater frantically surged again at the moment. 1 meter. 2 meters, 3 meters. The vibrations again and again caused huge waves of nearly 10 meters. This huge amount directly washes over this lonely island. Both Hate and Logan stared at the catastrophic tide in astonishment. This is the power of the shaking fruit. Hate felt the power of this punch. A slightly excited smile appeared on his face. This time the punch directly caused an earthquake. It seems that what Qin Xiao said is correct. His power to cause earthquakes and tsunamis is really a pediatric matter. It seems that it doesn't work much now, but if you really continue to develop, that's the most important thing. Now only a small island is shaken. So what about the future when it gets even better? Will I be a real natural disaster when the time comes? Logan looked helplessly at the punch just now. Bronsky, this directly triggered a small-scale earthquake. The power of Zhenjin fruit is obviously much stronger than him in terms of large-scale destruction. Logan himself still remembers that there seemed to be Zhenjin fruit among the devil fruits that matched him back then. But at that time, because of the influence of Magneto, he chose the devil fruit that could avoid being targeted by Magneto. Now it seems that I have missed a good thing. Bronsky, your punch is now capable of causing an earthquake through the air. And the file size and power of this earthquake all depend on your real use of the shaking fruit. Moreover, when fighting, do you choose to increase the vibration power of the large-scale non-yu scale? Or choose to gather more concentrated vibration power in your hands, thus increasing the power of your fists? During this period of time, you should have also discovered that although your strength is very strong, but whether it's Hulk or Logan, you actually have nothing to do with them. This is because the strength on your fist is not strong enough. Moreover, in fact, the concentration of power is more helpful for you to develop the fruit of vibration than simply expanding the range of vibration. Wait until you have learned to concentrate the power of the fruit in one point. At that time, you let this shock force explode in the reverse direction, and you will definitely be able to detonate a large-scale disaster. Moreover, even if you want to increase the destructive power in a large area, then you learn resonance will make you stronger. Qin Xiao spoke earnestly to Abomination about the direction he could choose next. Strength training, gather the power of the shaking fruit to his fist. Hate listened thoughtfully. Improving his own strength is what he has been doing all along. The Hulk fluid has underboosted his strength, and the Zhenjin fruit is obviously a second chance. In the mirror dimension, his power is not obvious yet, but looking at it now, this power has exceeded his imagination. Resonance. If I can find the resonance frequency of adamantium, can I destroy Logan? A bold idea flashed in his mind. A bold idea flashed in Hate's mind. As a soldier, he has a different kind of persistence and inspiration for fighting. He sat directly on the ground, gently stroking a stone beside him. Everything has its inherent vibration frequency. Just like this stone next to me, its vibration frequency is very special because its frequency has been changing under the impact of the giant sea wolf. However, the Abomination is still trying hard to find the frequency of that vibration. Qin Xiao was taken aback by this disgusting action. What is he doing? What are you doing while touching the stone? Could it be that he is really trying to resonate? But didn't you realize that when I said resonance, I just mentioned it casually? If you are able to compress and condense the power of vibration in this kind of brainless battle of yours, it is considered an improvement. Play resonance? Just kidding. As time passed, the expression of hatred gradually became ferocious. He roared, then stood up, hugging the stone that he had been feeling for a long time. Crushed tilde. A white light flashed on his hands. The whole stone was directly shaken into pieces. The hatred was very angry, but Qin Xiao was relieved. It's okay, I thought the hatred had really become smarter. It turned out to be just an illusion. This hatred is the hatred he is familiar with. If this Abomination becomes like Dr. Banner, playing fruit development is like eating and drinking, Qin Xiao will definitely not get used to it. With such a smart person beside him, he would feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, a mass of energy gathered in the sky. Nick Fury has been having a hard time lately. After all, Dr. Banner put too much pressure on him. But at this moment, Agent Hill walked into his office. Hill, what's the matter? There is a document here, you need to take a good look at it. Nick Fury took the information in Hill's hand and checked it carefully. The more he looked, the more he frowned. An unmonitored earthquake occurred near an isolated island in the Pacific Ocean. The earthquake caused a small tsunami. There was nothing unexpected about this incident, but the following information became very important. A surge of huge amounts of energy gathered in the sky, that kind of data, just like what happened in New Mexico back then. Could it be that the people from God's domain are coming down again? This time, why did the other party target the small island where the earthquake just happened? Hill Agent, have you noticed anything special about this small island? Nick Fury asked more. We mobilized the nearest satellite and found out what happened next. Hill flicked a message panel from his hand. A projection just appeared in front of the two of them. In the projection, it is a bird's-eye view. In the picture, three figures appeared on the screen. Demon Messenger, Bronski, Wolverine, Logan. Nick Fury recognized the people in the picture at a glance. It was Qin Xiao and his demon apostle who had disappeared for a while. That's right, this is exactly them, and the location where this energy surge happens to be above their heads. There is something unusual among us in this matter. We need to send someone out to check it out. Hill made her verdict. Let Phil Coulson lead the Air Force and take off now and head towards the island. This time, we must know the situation there. Nick Fury made his verdict. Understood, I will arrange it now. Hill Agent turned and left. Shenyu, are you planning to contact demons again, or did they reach an agreement last time? Now they are deliberately looking for a remote place to meet. But what about the sudden shaking of the island? Could it be that there is something on this small island that both gods and demons need? So will they fight this time? Nick Fury looked puzzled. There is too little information and I don't even know how to guess. Just as they were guessing, Qin Xiao also noticed the sudden energy surge above his head. Bifrost? Suddenly, the colorful Bifrost landed directly on the island. In the blink of an eye, a strong figure holding a hammer appeared in front of Qin Xiao. Hey, Devil Messenger. Thor first greeted Qin Xiao. Thor, why did you come down? You came here to give me the clothes you made. Qin Xiao looked at Thor and asked, this thing has delayed a lot of time. Your clothes have already been crafted, but the destroyer battle suit hasn't been crafted yet. This time I'm not here to give you something, this time I'm here to tell you some news. Thor said this, his face a little unnatural. What's the matter? Could it be that you decided to break the contract? Don't provide me with the destroyer battle suit. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. The people of Asgard wouldn't be so tasteless, would they? Although I don't really need anything, but if the promised things are not implemented, this is a bit unreasonable. No, those are small problems and I will send them to you when they are done. What I want to tell you now is that my brother Loki is gone. Thor was a little embarrassed and said something that caught Qin Xiao by surprise. Loki ran away. Yes, Loki escaped. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. He was in your dungeon, how could he just run away? It's not that Qin Xiao couldn't accept this. It's that he doesn't know why Loki was able to escape from the dungeon in Asgard. Is Asgard's dungeon a sieve? Well, it's actually my fault. Loki came to me one day and said he realized his mistake. So he wanted to apologize to his father and queen in person. As soon as I heard that this younger brother has now realized his mistake, I was very happy in my heart. Then I left dungeon with him. Do you know what Loki's alias is? When Thor said this, he suddenly changed the subject. The god of deceit, the god of lies, the god of deceit. Don't change the subject, what happened after you brought him out? Qin Xiao quickly changed the subject. That's right, Luke is a liar. After he left dungeon, he did not know when he conjured up a duplication. At that time, I was only happy for my brother's change. It never occurred to him that he would take this opportunity to slip away. When I bring Loki to God the Father and behind the scenes, Father God saw at a glance that Loki was just a duplication. His true form had fled Asgard long before that time. You didn't send anyone to hunt down this matter. Can Heimdall see where he fled to? Qin Xiao became curious. This time it didn't destroy Bifrost. In a short period of time, Bifrost cannot lead to any place in the 9 realms. Now Bifrost is intact and Helm Skyrim is back. Seeing that the other party has escaped, just drive a Bifrost and catch him back. Why did you come down here to tell me? Somehow Loki escaped Heimdall's sight. We speculate that he may have left the 9 realms. When Qin Xiao heard this, his expression was a little strange. Leaving the 9 realms. In the end, I am afraid that I will meet Thanos and then attack the Earth, right? Since he has already left the 9 realms, then don't worry about him. Why did you come here to tell me? Thor looked more and more embarrassed when he said this. The thing is, the last time I ate the thunder fruit you provided, I once again had Thor's force zone. Even the queen made a deal with you and ate a devil fruit. I told Loki about it like a story. After hearing this, he said that one day when he leaves the cell, he must come to you to see if he can also have a devil fruit. I thought he was joking, but now that I think about it, maybe he will really come to you. So I came to you in advance, hoping that you can help catch the roadbed when the time comes. Thor stated the purpose of coming to Earth this time. He wanted to use Qin Xiao as a bait to capture Loki. No problem, don't worry, wrap it on me. Qin Xiao generously agreed to Thor's request, but in his heart, who didn't think so? Loki, that gloomy guy, came to find him, and he definitely wanted to make gestures with him. Last time I cooperated with Thor to destroy all his plans, even destroyed the destroyer armor. In the end, he set foot directly on the land of Asgard. There, Yinri used a mirror dimension to imprison the roadbed for a period of time. Speaking of which, he is the opponent's enemy. Loki came to himself, not knowing what kind of bad water could exist. But these are not important. The important thing is that when I see the other party, I will definitely find a way to make him eat the devil fruit. Then this process is the confrontation between the two of them. In the end, who will win and who will lose, and only at that time can we see the outcome. But with Qin Xiao's P***G nature, Loki really made Loki eat the devil fruit, so he will definitely not inform Thor. What he has to do is definitely to be the shopkeeper and watch this group of people make trouble to his heart's content. Right now, Nick Fury's side is strong. The original ordinary people have now become fruit ability users. Tony, Banner, and Black Widow are all fruit ability users. Now there is one more Banner's girlfriend, Betty. The strength of these people is not small. Especially Banner and Betty, they are like two bugs. One is a bug in physical attack, and the other is a bug in soul attack. So far, only one person can withstand Betty's ghost fruit. The others all became decadent under Betty's fruit ability. Bureau is very strong now. The only question is whether Nick Fury dares to use it. With such a powerful force of SHIELD, Qin Xiao wanted to know what exactly Loki should do to open the space door. Help Thor catch Loki? Qin Xiao didn't do it. He even wished that Loki would push SHIELD to a certain corner. At that time, he could recommend more devil fruits to SHIELD. It's just that this idea is really just a thought. It is too difficult for Loki to complete such a task alone. Just the way it is, the roadbed can irritate the Hulk. However, with Betty now, even if Hulk is stimulated, it's useless. Anyway, Betty is a negative ghost in the past, and Hulk will become Banner again. Hulk can't make a big fuss, so how else can Loki do it? Qin Xiao is full of curiosity now instead. There was even a hint of anticipation for Loki's arrival. Thor finally smiled when he heard Qin Xiao agree to his request. At that time, I will thank you. I came to you today to talk about this matter, and I should leave when the matter is resolved. With Thor finished, his Mjolnir spun wildly. Futilda. In the blink of an eye, Thor was gone. Thor's departure didn't cause much trouble. Qin Xiao knew that Thor was going to find Jane Foster. Next, he still has to continue to complete his plan and let Logan and the Abomination fight here. Logan and the Abomination engaged in a frenzied battle on the island. In the real world, Logan finds that he has less and less to do with the Abomination. Under the punch of hatred, the whole island trembled. Under such circumstances, Logan had difficulty even standing still. I can't even stand firmly, let alone fight. The hatred completely suppressed Logan with the power of the shaking fruit. It is easier to suppress him than in the mirror dimension. This time, Logan was downright depressed. Is my strength so weak compared to them? He didn't even think about what kind of people he met. These people originally have powerful strengths, such as Sabretooth, Magneto, and Abomination. Under this premise, they have a more powerful devil fruit power, such as Sabretooth and Abomination. Under such circumstances, it is normal for his strength to appear a little weak. Besides, the basic strength of the Abomination originally was much higher than his. Now, the gap between them has become even wider. Another point is that the fruit obtained by the Abomination turned him from a melee into a super DPS that can be far away, close up, and group attack. And hatred in the process of this battle gradually found its own fighting style. This is a fighting style not experienced in the mirror dimension. No matter who is fighting with me, as long as I always pay attention to the ground under my feet, it will be difficult for others to get close. With the power of the shaking fruit, the whole ground is constantly shaking and rolling. Who can get close? Moreover, the current him possesses the shaking power to turn this small island upside down. Then, if he develops stronger in the future, he will be able to have a stronger force area. At the moments, Bronski even occasionally recalled the past battlefield. If you go to the battlefield now, you can directly push a front. Open the way with the powerful shaking power of the shaking fruit. The traps on the entire battlefield will be eliminated directly. Landmines? Forget the shock. Underground fortifications? Just let it collapse and bury it. High-level fortifications? Forget about the collapse. Trench, shock flip. Moreover, the body of an ordinary person is very fragile. He only needs to vibrate the air violently. It is even possible to use this shockwave to directly shock the soldiers who are hiding to death. Shaking the ground can also directly kill them. His lethality is really AoE type. Compared with Logan's hard resistance to bullets and shells, and then slowly kill opponents one by one. The way of Abomination is much faster and scarier. It can even be said that this fruit is a terrifying, murderous fruit. He is now more and more satisfied with his fruit power. He even had a thought in his heart that he wanted to wrestle with Qin Xiao, but this idea was quickly suppressed by him. No, not yet. I have to rely on the other party to develop more fruit power. The battle on the island directly triggered waves of nearby tsunamis. Fortunately, it is too far away from the populated area and too far away from the normal flight path. These tsunamis did not cause too many disasters. By the time the power of this vibration is transmitted to a distance, it has become very weak. While Logan and the Abomination were still fighting, Qin Xiao discovered that a standard detachment of planes in the sky had come to their island. Who is coming here? Do you want me to shake them down with the power of vibration? There is a feeling of eagerness to hate the plane looking at the sky. Don't worry, let's see who the person is. If the person is looking for trouble, it's not too late for you to act. Qin Xiao stopped Hate's behavior of attacking at the slightest disagreement. Anyway, let's see who is here. Although Qin Xiao had probably already guessed who the person was. Not surprisingly, it should be Shield. The plane hovered above the small island, the hatch opened, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Qin Xiao's eyes. Phil Coulson, good old man by Shield, a purposeful time worker who can move wherever there is a need. The last time I saw him was in Qin Xiao, New Mexico. However, that time it was Nick Fury who called the shots. Qin Xiao's plan to fool Phil Coulson also failed. This time, the other party appeared in front of his eyes again. Let's see if I can fool him into eating the devil fruit. Phil Coulson jumped from the plane onto the island. He looked at the small island that had changed beyond recognition and was surprised. Devil Messenger, we meet again. Phil Coulson greeted Qin Xiao politely. Phil Coulson, agent, I don't know why you are here. Qin Xiao had a feeling of knowing what to ask. The thing is, we have monitored successive earthquakes here. Even the energy surge last seen in New Mexico was detected. So we suspect that there are people from the Protos here, so we came here to take a look. Didn't expect you to be here too. Surprised on Phil Coulson's face. It seemed that he really didn't expect Qin Xiao to be here too, but the other party first talked about the earthquake and energy surge. This made Qin Xiao unable to find fault. That's right, there are indeed people from the Protos descending, and it is Thor who came, but he has already flown away. Qin Xiao directly informed Thor of Thor's arrival. Anyway, this matter is not a big deal. Maybe even Thor from at the moment is having lunch with Jane Foster. Maybe there are Shield agents around Thor. Thor, thanks to the demon messenger for the information. Also, do you know the reason for the constant vibration here? Is it a natural earthquake or something else? We worry that this constant shaking is a precursor to a major earthquake. If there is a big earthquake here, maybe it will set off a super tsunami. As a result, coastal cities will be seriously threatened. We need to evaluate this. Phil Coulson's words watertight. This is the awesomeness of an old agent. It is obviously serious nonsense, but it can be said with reason and evidence, neither humble nor overbearing. Oh, we are also looking for the cause of the vibration here, but we haven't found it yet. Just in time, we can shake hands when you come. Next, you take over the research here. We must find out why there is continuous vibration here. Qin Xiao was also serious and nonsense. Okay, I understand. I will let our people take over here. Phil Coulson is really going to take over here. He needs to know what is the reason here. It is a natural force, or the day after tomorrow. If it is caused by the day after tomorrow, it means that the devil messenger has created a fruit ability to hide. Moreover, the ability of this fruit ability is related to vibration. Wolverine Logan's ability probably already knows that it belongs to metallized melee. Then this ability, no accident, is hated to use. The ability to hate the original is already very powerful, and now there is another ability of devil fruit. His destructive power has shown an exponential rise. A force capable of causing earthquakes and tsunamis if used in New York City. There will be huge amounts of disaster across New York City. The kind of disaster that exceeded expectations. Phil Coulson looked at this and the three demon messengers with a serious heart. The devil messenger is making a super destructive machine. 0, asking for flowers. Point 0, what is he for? Hating one person can create a hell now, right? Here I can leave it to you. Besides, Phil Coulson, I have seen your future. Do you want to know? Just when Phil Coulson was thinking about Qin Xiao's terror, he heard Qin Xiao's demonic words. My future, so am I also in your plan. Phil Coulson at the moment is thoughtful. In Shield, it is already known that the people who can match the devil fruit are director Nick Fury and Black Widow. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff is now under a lot of pressure as Shild's first fruit ability recipient. Director Nick Fury, on the other hand, bears another history. Being able to match a devil fruit means entering the devil's plan in the record of SHIELD during this period of time. Nick Fury was even considering resigning from the post of director. Give SHIELD to someone else. Like Deputy Commissioner Hill, as an old partner who has worked with Nick Fury for more than 20 years, he naturally knows the pressure of Nick Fury. Originally, he still felt sorry for Nick Fury. Now he himself has become the target of demons. Well, don't feel sorry for the other party. When Qin Xiao heard Phil Coulson's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Zero, as expected of an old agent, he understood as soon as he said a word. So do you want to know your future? Qin Xiao spoke like a demon. I want to know my future, but I want to know more. What price will I pay for knowing my future? As a demon messenger, everything is a deal. I don't believe you will tell me for free. And you will say next, what devil fruit can I match? Because devil fruit should be able to solve my problem. Phil Coulson straight up stated that this is the deal. It seems that he understands the devil's work style better than Qin Xiao. He even guessed what Qin Xiao was going to say next. Yes, it is indeed a transaction. A transaction is to sign a contract with the devil, and the devil fruit is the contract method. I can tell you the devil fruit you can match first. This may allow you to have a preparation in your heart, and it will also allow you to think carefully about what you have to pay. Qin Xiao at the moment actually took the initiative to tell the opponents matching devil fruit in advance. This made Phil Coulson not only unhappy, instead I felt another heaviness. You know, it took Black Widow Natasha Romanoff a lot of effort to learn about her fruit. At that time, she had already been arranged by SHIELD to become a fruit ability holder. In other words, Natasha Romanoff didn't know the fruits she could match before she became a fruit ability user. But I got the same treatment as director Nick Fury. Know about devil fruits ahead of time. Meaning is really different. So please try to tell me the devil, what kind of fruit can I match? Phil Coulson spoke without changing his face. You can match 5 devil fruits: split fruit, bean fruit, barrier fruit, diamond fruit, steel fruit. The split fruit causes your body to shatter when attacked. The pea fruit is somewhat similar to the quarter fruit. The only difference is that the body split from the Dowdu fruit is one round Dowdu after another. The barrier fruit has a strong defense force, and it can form a barrier with a limited area. And the diamond fruit, which can make your whole body as hard as a diamond. It is a very good defensive fruit. The same is true for the steel fruit, which can turn your body parts into steel. It can even make some places as hot as red-hot steel. Qin Xiao briefly described the power of these fruits. Xiao introduced several devil fruits to Phil Coulson. He knew why Phil Coulson was matched by the system for such a fruit. It definitely has something to do with Loki stabbing Phil Coulson in my memory. Because of that sneak attack, Phil Coulson died directly for a few months. Later, in the resurrection experiment that he himself once presided over, he was resurrected. During that time, he felt incomparable pain. A pain that wants to die but cannot die. Now, the fruits matched by Phil Coulson all have strong survival or defense power. Fragmented fruit and peas fruit are the best way to save life against this kind of stabbing and hacking. Come to think of it, Loki stabbing Phil Coulson with a scepter. As a result, Coulson's body was torn apart. That knife stabbed nothing. Even with Phil Coulson, you can do a mid-air levitation with flying heads. Anyway, as long as his feet step on something, his body can fly. He could even mutter to himself, "Dear, stab me again." Loki faced him and his mentality might collapse. Or Loki stabs him and Phil Coulson turns straight into a diamond, the shiny, shiny kind. With a knife stabbed in the past, sparks burst out. He couldn't believe that Loki could bear it. However, the premise of all this is that Phil Coulson needs to eat this devil fruit. Moreover, now Qin Xiao is still 843 worried about a problem, whether infinite gems will affect the ability of the devil fruit. Because in this world, he has verified that magic can affect natural fruits. The energy of magic comes from another world. It is originally a kind of energy. The natural fruit is originally a kind of natural energy. There will be a collision between the two so that magic can damage the nature system. In infinite gems, they are originally the condensed matter of the universe. They also carry endless energy. Will it affect the ability of the fruit ability user? For example, Soul Gem is likely to restrain Huanquin fruit, Soul fruit, and Ghost fruit. This is the only thing Qin Xiao is worried about. However, Qin Xiao didn't pay much attention to this point. Is it normal to have weaknesses? If a devil fruit has no weakness at all, it will appear unreal. Phil Coulson fell into deep thought when he heard Qin Xiao's words. Save and defend, this is what Qin Xiao told him. These few fruits are also the fruits of life preservation and defense. Well, this fully shows that something will happen to him in the future. Otherwise, the devil messenger would not have introduced himself so many fruits of registration and defense. Moreover, I have some effect on the demons in the east. If he died, he should go directly to hell in the west. At that time, the devil in the east couldn't receive his own soul, which should be what he couldn't bear. Moreover, I have seen the devil fruit matched by director Fu Rui. 4 of them are duplicates of themselves. This means that director Li Rui's future may not be very good. Then, I asked director Fu Rui whether to accept the devil fruit and obey the director's order. Or do you decide for yourself and find out the role of these fruits for director Nick Fury? Phil Coulson is an agent with his own mind. Otherwise, it would be impossible to choose to believe in Nick Fury when he first started following him and let him and Carol go. So what devil fruit do you think I am suitable for? Phil Coulson ultimately made his choice. Director Fu Rui is under a lot of pressure now, so I won't give him multiple choice questions. After eating this fruit, go to that branch and forget it. Fragmented fruit, this is the #1 fruit that matches you. Qin Xiao informed Phil Coulson of the news. And he is still complaining in his heart, although Dowdu fruit is very similar to falling apart. But Dowdu fruit will be interesting when I recommend it to stewed eggs later, and the big stewed eggs will split into small stewed eggs. So what do you need from me? Phil Coulson looked at the devil fruit in Qin Xiao's hand and asked calmly, Demons, what is needed is a deal. This time I took the initiative to find myself, so the rest must be paid by myself. GH325 potion. Phil Coulson's eyes were fixed. How did this devil messenger know this news? Could this be what the devil told him too? GH325 is a Deadman resurrection experiment hosted by him. This potion is an ingredient extracted from the corpses of the Kree people. Moreover, although this potion can revive people, it has serious side effects. Those who are resurrected will eventually face the risk of losing control. This kind of thing has great side effects. Why do you want this thing? Phil Coulson asked in a calm tone. It's as if this thing doesn't really matter. This is his reaction as an agent. Everything is not shown in his expression and tone. Research as demons from hell, though we have a rivalry with Satan's messengers. But we are all demons in hell after all. When we decide to charge a person's soul, he should die normally. But this thing prevents us from collecting souls, so I want to see what's so special about it. Qin Xiao gave a reason, a plausible reason. What he means is obvious. As hell devils, it is justifiable for us to give up our souls. But you humans revive deadmen again, which obviously makes us demons unemployed. As a demon, it is definitely impossible to do that. They also need to study this thing that competes with them for business. Yes, I will provide you with a part of GH329 as your research object. Phil Coulson agreed to the request. Although this thing is kept secret, since he can take the initiative to take the lead, then he has the right to make decisions. And anyway, this experiment, he has put it on hold. There is no follow-up, just study it for the devil messenger. Deal, the contract is complete. Qin Xiao handed the shattered fruit to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson didn't have any hesitation and just swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. This food is even worse than what I ate when I was training. Phil Coulson made a rare complaint. Ding, it is detected that the torn fruit has been eaten by the match, and the host absorbs the fruit ability of the other party. Qin Xiao got this hint. Logan, try stabbing him. Logan had been quietly watching the transaction here. But I didn't expect that in the end. I still have my own business. He was a little helpless, but he still stretched out 3 sharp claws. Are you sure you want me to stab him? Logan was skeptical. Wait, don't mess around. Phil Coulson is also a little apprehensive. Are you in a hurry after eating the fruit and still digesting it? Go ahead, if you're worried, just stab him where it's not fatal. Okay, I get it. Logan swooped, his claws cutting towards Phil Coulson. And Phil Coulson subconsciously raised his hand in defense. Shua tilde. Chinese letter tilde. A picture appeared that made everyone on the scene stunned. Logan's claws sliced smoothly through Phil Coulson's arm. Phil Coulson's arm straight into 4 segments. However, on the arm it didn't come out. Not to mention the imaginary broken limbs and broken arms. His arms were just suspended in the air. Immediately afterwards, under the control of Phil Coulson, the entire arm returned to normal. Very well, this is the power of the fruit, Logan. Now you can attack as you please. Logan at the moment also looked confused. What is the situation in front of you? Your claws are useless. Although he had heard the introduction of this fruit just now, it was obviously a little different from hearing the truth. This is amazing. Another fruit of self-control. Logan rushed towards Phil Coulson in disbelief. His claws slid across Phil Coulson's body for nothing. Shua shua. Shua shua. Phil Coulson's body is like a building block, which was disassembled piece by Logan. But Phil Coulson didn't look hurt in the slightest. His head was floating in the air, looking at the shattered bodies below with a look of astonishment. Piece by piece, it is a masterpiece of Logan's claws. However, even after being split like this, Phil Coulson didn't feel any discomfort. It was as if his body was supposed to be like this. Is this what a split fruit looks like? It is almost impossible for my own body to be harmed in the face of such a sharp blade. He even discovered that he can actively transform his body into pieces. Arm, divided into countless parts. Body, divided into countless parts. Retire, divided into countless parts. As long as it is one's own body, it can be divided into countless parts. Even one's own head can be divided into countless parts. Even if these bodies are no longer physically connected to themselves. But he can still easily control his body. His head keeps flying in the air. His body was even flying in the air piece by piece like cloth. All that is needed is his feet on the ground. As long as his feet have a landing point, his upper body can fly freely. This torn fruit is a bit out of line. Logan at the moment is a bit emotionally broken. Every play he makes doesn't work for Phil Coulson. He felt that the world was so hostile to him. There is no way to do 5.2 in the face of hatred, which is okay, after all, the shape of hatred is there. But how could he have no choice but to deal with any guy who just ate a devil fruit? He is proud of his adamantium blade. In front of others, nothing happened. He didn't even need to do it himself. The other party directly split his body to play. Does this look like a fight? This is purely the performance of this new fruit ability. Logan backed away a little dejected. Now, if there is any need to fight, I have nothing to do with him. Is it really wrong to choose the fruit at the beginning? Wolverine Logan fell into a misunderstanding. His aggression now looks like it has been greatly challenged. However, his defensiveness also made everyone feel desperate. If it's just the adamantium steel claw, there are still people who can find a way to destroy him. For example, in the scene in Wolverine II, he cut off his steel claws with a slow alloy machete. But now his whole body has become adamantium. How do you chop? Logan at the moment didn't think about it at all. In fact, in the eyes of others, he is also an existence that he can't help. If you don't believe me, ask Hate. The earthquake and tsunami were caused by using the Zhenjin fruit, and Logan was fine by himself. It seems that I have not lost money this time. Phil Coulson stood in front of Qin Xiao again and said softly, "It seems that I have not lost money this time." Phil Coulson said, looking at his own body. Qin Xiao smiled, "You don't lose and I don't lose either. Remember to get GH325 ready, I'll come get it from you later." "No problem, so now I need to arrange someone to investigate here. Will you continue here?" Phil Coulson started chasing people. This is like a scumbag who drives people away when he puts on his pants. Just after getting benefits from Qin Xiao, he turned his face and denied anyone. Definitely, it may also be that at the moment was tricked by Qin Xiao into taking his body and eating the devil fruit. Now I feel ashamed to face Qin Xiao. Let's leave it to you here, our goal has been achieved. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a mirror dimension opened directly. Qin Xiao, Logan, and Abomination returned to the mirror dimension. Qin, the devil fruit you gave SHIELD agent to eat is really amazing, right? With his ability to split at will, how many people can hurt him afterwards? Logan finally spit out the depression in his heart. This fruit will kill him. No, this fruit will restrain countless people. Actually, you may have fallen into some misunderstandings. His fruit energy is indeed very powerful, but it is not without weaknesses. Haven't you noticed that his split body is neat as if it has been cut? This is because what he is not afraid of is attacks like slashing. Any type of slashing method can activate his passive effect. If you switch to fists instead of slashes when attacking, his fruit ability will not work passively. In fact, if the Abomination attacked him, he would easily be severely injured. Moreover, as you said, few people can deal with him. You look back and think about yourself, how many people can deal with you? Your Thor's adamantium is nearly indestructible. Adamantium is difficult to melt even at a high temperature of 500,000 degrees. In fact, your difficulty level is richer than his. At least his offensive ability is completely inferior to yours now. Logan, don't think that others are powerful, in fact, you are also very powerful. Qin Xiao at the moment actually started to comfort Logan. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Hate nodded again and again. My power, my fruit ability can be destroyed by most things. But facing you, I just stop you from approaching me. Your body is too hard, as long as you are close to you, you will face the threat of injury. Your degree of difficulty has surpassed the opponent's too much. Loathing obviously agreed with Qin Xiao's words. Hearing what the two said, Logan fell into a slightly dazed state. It seems that the two of them said the same thing. What I am showing now may be some offensive weakness. You can't get close to fighting an Abomination, and it's useless to attack Phil Coulson's sharp blade. That's why he subconsciously thought he was weak. However, when others saw him, didn't they feel like they were looking at a monster? An indestructible monster. I see, it seems that I am indeed stupefied. Logan finally understood his role. Also, I've been telling you guys that devil fruit development can also awakening. As for the ability of awakening, it depends on your own imagination and play. Your quick slash now only works on your body. What if one day your ability can act on other objects through the body? It is as if the shaking fruit directly vibrating the air can cause earthquakes and tsunamis. Your ability directly turns your surroundings into a mountain of knives. From the ground, stab a sharp blade from any object. Just thinking about this scene, what do you think, like this? When Qin Xiao was narrating, countless arms appeared in the entire mirror dimension. These arms turned into sharp knives one after another in an instant. Even Logan and the Abomination had knives under their feet. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao avoiding the two of them on purpose, the two will not even have a place to stand. This is the ability that Qin Xiao created by combining Huahua fruit and quick-cut fruit. Not a mountain of knives, but a sea of knives. Everywhere you look, there are swords. Logan looked at the ubiquitous knives on the ground. He finally began to think about how to develop the fruit in his mind. The scene looked simple, but it touched Logan deeply. Can one's own fruit really become like this? How hard will it be for an abomination to shatter when the whole ground has become adamantium? He didn't doubt what Qin Xiao said at all. Since the devil messenger said that such development is possible, then it is possible. He would never think that this is actually the power of the combination of two fruits. The abomination on one side also looked defensive when seeing such a situation. If it really becomes like this, his Zhenjin fruit is probably anti-choking. The most important thing is that in this way the opponent also has the means of long-range attack. Accidentally, a sharp knife stabbed out of the ground. It's hard to guard against. I see, it seems that I have something to do again. Logan stretched his neck, and then it was time to train hard and study hard. No one knew about Qin Xiao and the three of them in the mirror dimension. But when Phil Coulson ate a devil fruit, part of SHIELD was furious. The most angry is Nick Fury. Phil Coulson was one of his most trusted men. This time, I didn't expect that the other party ate the devil fruit without discussing with him. Now Nick Fury has a special defensiveness about devil fruits, because the presence of Dr. Banner makes him feel that SHIELD is full of problems. Phil Coulson. How can you be so confused? Nick Fury finally accepted this fact helplessly. You, Chief Fury, I'm giving you a test this time. Among the devil fruits I matched, several of them are the same as yours, and I chose the split fruit. In front of Nick Fury, Phil Coulson performed the ability of a torn fruit. In the active state, he easily divided himself into countless shares. The only problem is that the feet need to touch the object. The demon messenger said that Dowdo fruit is very similar to my fruit. Maybe I and director Fu Rui's final fate are very similar. I think this attempt is necessary. Compared with Natasha Romanoff Agent's soul fruit, my torn fruit is traceable. My strength doesn't seem to have changed dramatically. The only thing that has changed is the passive effect when facing slashing. And the splits that I was able to do when I took the initiative. The Devil Messenger did not introduce the power of this fruit to me too much. I now suspect that this fruit has a more powerful effect. Phil Coulson hasn't changed because of Nick Fury's anger. As a mature agent, he directly told everyone how he felt. Have you ever felt something wrong after eating a devil fruit? Hill wondered more if Phil Coulson noticed something was wrong. The fruit of Natasha Romanoff is a bit unreasonable, and they are also worried that Natasha Romanoff has been affected. But Phil Coulson is obviously not about the soul. Should be more solid than Natasha Romanoff. No, I'm pretty normal and I don't feel any other problems. Before I ate it, I even thought about whether there would be a demon whispering in my ear after eating the fruit. But in fact, I thought too much, and there was no special situation at all. Phil Coulson's answer made them feel the pressure instead. There is no problem now, will it be more dangerous in the future? I don't know how many agents of our SHIELD the Devil Messenger has taken a fancy to. Phil Coulson, get the GH325 ready, and you also go to the Devil Fruit branch for a while to exchange the Barton agent. There seem to be some breakthroughs in recent energy research that need someone to monitor. I was going to let you go, but now you have eaten a devil fruit. Nick Fury quickly made arrangements, I see. Also, in this investigation, I suspect that Hatred is also a fruit ability holder. His ability is the culprit that caused the earthquake and tsunami. Now there is a biggest problem, the Demon Messenger now has an abomination, which is equivalent to having a nuclear weapon. The means we have thought about before will be useless. Once you annoy the other party, the whole world will be threatened. I even suspect that the test conducted by the other party on that uninhabited island this time is to warn us. If we do something else out of line, the other party might throw Abomination into the city. The current hatred and destructive power have increased exponentially, and we don't have any way to prevent it. The only one who can quickly and effectively 70 is Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty. However, Betty is also a fruit ability user. Will the Devil Messenger stop the battle between the fruit ability users? All of this is unknown. Phil Coulson was next, reporting the results of his investigation. And this result made Nick Fury feel even more bored. Qin Xiao now seems to possess a nuclear weapon. An abomination capable of causing earthquakes and tsunamis. This big guy originally possessed great strength. Now the opponent has obviously become more terrifying. And what Phil Coulson said made sense. This time the other party showed up. Maybe it was to see some people. Like SHIELD. Since Dr. Banner came, the security of that branch has become a lot stricter. As a consultant, Qin Xiao disappeared after handing over Banner and Betty to the laboratory. What happened now happened when it reappeared. Obviously, the other party didn't care about people like Banner handing over to SHIELD. What he cares about is those who follow him. The other side is obviously building their own forces, possesses a powerful force of destruction. I understand. Next, go and get that agent back. Nick Fury gave the final order, clear. Phil Coulson left the office directly. When he left, only Nick Fury and Hill were left in the office. Do you think Phil Coulson is really voluntary? Is he under the control of the Demon Messenger? Hill asked the question that worried her the most. No, Phil Coulson has his persistence this time. Maybe it's really for me to try. The 4 fruits matched, which was enough for him to take risks. The only hope now is that he will not really be taken away by the devil. Hill agent, if I eat a devil fruit one day, the position of director of SHIELD will be handed over to you. Nick Fury's at the moment actually seems to be explaining the funeral. I see. Agent Hill was very straightforward and did not make excuses. Also, do you think Dr. Banner and the others are the abandoned sons of the Demon Messenger? Also, do you think Dr. Banner and the others are abandoned sons of the Demon Messenger? Nick Fury suddenly asked a strange question. Abandoned? You mean that the Demon Messenger is actually selecting people? Although there are many people who can eat a devil fruit, but not everyone needs it. Hill agent instantly understood what Nick Fury meant. That's right. In fact, up to now, the Devil Messenger has been following only one. Frank, a veteran of the Marine Corps. Wolverine Logan, from the information we've been able to retrieve, he's the least involved in combat. Then there is Bronsky, a soldier who has done meritorious service on the front line. What he wants seems to be the kind of member with combat effectiveness. Dr. Banner and Betty, obviously possessing great power, were sent to SHIELD by each other. Combined with what I just said to Phil Coulson, I have such doubts. Isn't it? Let's do a test to find out. Just to verify what Phil Coulson just said. Will the Devil Messenger interfere in the battle between the fruit ability user and the fruit ability user? Hill agent prepares the test directly. Guessing is unreliable, and true knowledge comes from direct practice. Okay, then find an opportunity to arrange an accident and let fruit ability users participate. Nick Fury agreed with Hill agents. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were ready for what they might do next, to test the fruit ability. It's just that when they really planned to test it, they found that there was no suitable opportunity. Time went by and Qin Xiao didn't show up during this time. This brings them a lot of psychological pressure. Devil Messenger, is he holding back some big move again? But at this moment, something that they didn't expect came to SHIELD. There was a change in one of their experimental bases. This base is exactly the place where Nick Fury presides over the study of space Rubik's Cube. Since they got the Rubik's Cube in space, they have not stopped researching on this Rubik's Cube. However, no suitable researchers were found. Last time in New Mexico, they found Dr. Eric. The other party has made outstanding achievements in the field of space research, so he was invited to participate in the research of this project. Moreover, there is another very important point. Recently, the representatives of God's domain and hell have directly appeared on Earth. Thor of the gods, the demon messenger of hell. They need a more powerful force to protect the Earth. The energy of Tesseract is a good choice. This is why Nick Fury is so anxious to launch the Tesseract project. Beware of gods and hell. It's just that I didn't expect that in just a few months there was a problem in the research. How bad it is. Nick Fury flew to the SHIELD Acceleration Test Center. His complexion is very bad. That's the problem. Sir, we don't know anything. Dr. Eric spoke helplessly. I detected a set of data 4 hours ago. Tesseract released a powerful energy. NASA didn't give you permission to do the test. Nick Fury's face was even more strange. This is the problem. Not only did I not test, even my people were not there at the time, the energy appeared by itself. It started on its own. The Hill agent who followed Nick Fury looked surprised. That's right. Have you tried turning off the power? It's useless. It is the energy source itself. We turn off the power, it provides energy to start again. Dr. Eric looked helpless. So doctor, what did we do to prepare for this cosmic source of energy? No, director, we don't have the ability to control this energy yet, because my simulation calculations for it were never done. Not only that, it's now releasing interference and radiation. Release low levels of gamma rays. For the time being, there is no danger. Gamma rays, that stuff can be dangerous. Banner came to Nick Fury's mind again. The hazards of gamma rays, he felt very good. Doctor, the energy has surged again. At this time, the doctor's assistant reported the latest news to him. Eric casually took the information from the assistant and read it. What energy level have you reached now? Nick Fury continued to ask. It's still rising constantly, let alone shut down now. It can't even be suppressed a little bit. In other words, the energy here is completely out of control, and we all need to evacuate. Dr. Eric at the moment is completely hopeless. Hill agent, we need to evacuate faster. Evacuation may not help. Hill agent has a negative attitude towards this. It's better than doing nothing. You are responsible for taking away all the second-order equipment, and you can't leave any research materials here. Yes, sir. Hill agent led the team away directly. Hawkeye. I asked you to secure this place. Do you see how it works? Nick Fury couldn't be more helpful with research. He went directly to Hawkeye Barton, who was in charge of security here. Here, Phil Coulson was supposed to be in charge. Unfortunately, Phil Coulson chose to eat the devil fruit, so as a last resort, Nick Fury replaced Barton. Nobody was coming in or out, and Dr. Eric had no problems. No one touches here or uses it to pass information. So if someone is really playing tricks, then he must not be on our side. Barton gave a decisive answer. What's the meaning? Nick Fury has a bad feeling. The Tesseract is the door to the other end, and the door ... can be opened from both sides. Barton gave an irrefutable answer. At this moment, the energy of cosmic magic surged again. Even the naked eye can see the energy shining in the Rubik's Cube. Under the gaze of everyone, cosmic magic released a beam of energy, and this energy beam directly opened a portal. Under the burst of energy, a figure in the portal appeared in front of everyone. With a wicked smile on his face, he looked stubborn and arrogant. In his hand, he holds a scepter encrusted with a jewel. Sir, please put down the spear in your hand. Nick Fury looked at each other with a heavy face. Barton has a crow's mouth. It really hit the spot. This guy is not simple at first glance. Loki glanced at the scepter in his hand and grinned. Tilda. A powerful beam of energy shot directly at Nick Fury. Want to put down the spear in your hand? These mortals of Midgard are beyond their grasp. Seeing the opponent make a move, all the agents of SHIELD fired in unison. Tilda. But those bullets hit each other's body like tickling. It's not even a tickle. Asgard's divine power makes Loki immune to most weapon damage on Earth. These bullets can't hurt him at all. The agent in front of him was knocked to the ground by him. Hawkeye, who had just saved Nick Fury, stood up stiffly. He hadn't had time to raise the gun in his hand. Loki was already at his side. The scepter tapped directly on Barton's chest. Facing Mind Gem, even a trained Hawkeye has no chance of escaping. His pupils became pitch black. Barton under the control of Loki. In the same way, Loki turned all the surviving agents on the scene into his puppets. Nick Fury took this opportunity to directly take down Tesseract. He is leaving. Please put down what you're holding, that's why I'm here. My name is Loki, a god from Asgard. This time I'm in Midgard and I'm on a mission. The haughty Loki stated his purpose directly. Loki, Thor's brother. Dr. Eric figured out who Loki was in the blink of an eye. In that small town, they witnessed Thor and the demon messenger destroying an ultimate weapon of God's domain together. The figure of huge amounts of still appears in his mind from time to time. A picture that will never be forgotten. I didn't expect someone to know me. Oh yes, you were there back then. Loki has a wicked smile on his face. He remembered Dr. Eric who was there. Have you forgotten something? There are still demons in this world. Will your appearance attract the attention of demons? Since Dr. Eric experienced the last incident, he had some misunderstandings about the gods and demons. He believes that the opponent is indeed very powerful, but it seems more like the power of aliens. Eric's words reminded Nick Fury. At the moment, he was even thinking in his heart whether the devil messenger would appear here. After all, the last time the other party went directly to wait for Thor to come. But obviously, at the moment can't see the existence of the demon messenger. Everything has to rely on themselves. Did the attention of the demon messenger? In fact, I really want to meet him this time. Perhaps this world should be divided up by us or he should surrender. Loki had a wicked smile on his face. His scepter landed on Eric's chest. Dr. Eric, who just refuted Loki, instantly became Loki's person. When Nick Fury heard Loki's words, a plan took shape in his mind instantly. Perhaps this time is the opportunity to let the fruit ability Li Hao make a move. If the fruit ability and Loki fight, then it is impossible for the devil to join forces with the Protoss. Two powerful races fight, they have the space for human beings to survive. For the first time, I knew that the Protoss would also degenerate into an alliance with the devil. It seems that this so-called Protoss is nothing more than that. Nick Fury began to run on each other in language. After Loki listened, the whole person returned to normal in an instant. Whether to form an alliance or not is our business, but what I want to do now is to let you hand over the box in your hand. Why we don't have Kugard's Zhugyuan, why do you come to us? The bugs didn't mess with the shoes either. You mean you're going to trample us to death? No, I want to help you out of bondage, out of false freedom. Because of this slogan, you will have no peace. Loki at the moment's calm face was full of madness. At this moment, Hawkeye raised his gun and knocked Nick Fury to the ground. Leave quickly, this place will explode. If you don't leave, we will be buried tens of meters underground. Hearing what Hawkeye said, several people left quickly with the box containing Tesseract. After some chasing, the other party managed to escape, and this base was completely turned into ruins. Nick Fury looked at the collapsed base. His face became extremely serious. All those who participated in the rescue immediately tracked down the whereabouts of the box. This incident is at level 7. The war has officially begun. All those who participated in the rescue immediately tracked down the whereabouts of the box. This incident is level 7. The war has officially begun. Nick Fury gave the official order. This time it's a battle. Their SHIELD branch and research institute have never had such a loss. Yes, I understand. Next, we need to track the location of the Tesseract and figure out what Loki is trying to do by taking the Rubik's Cube. Hill started planning what to do next. Cosmic magic gamma rays, contact Dr. Banner immediately. This time, it happens to be the one who tested the devil fruit ability together. Nick Fury made his arrangements. Phil Coulson at SHIELD got a call from Nick Fury. This time, Dr. Nee's help is needed. Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, Betty, and Banner left the prison-based division. In Stark Building, New York, Tony and Pepper were flirting, and the two were taken away by Hill agent directly. In a secret base, Captain America Rogers, who has been a little uncomfortable after waking up, received his first mission after waking up. On the helicarrier, a group of people finally got together. Everyone, this time you are called together because the people of the Asgard Protoss have invaded the base of SHIELD. Not only did he steal our Tesseract, he also took control of our people. Professor Eric and Hawkeye Barton are now under the control of each other. This time, we need to rescue them, and at the same time, we have to let the people of Asgard know that our Earth is not just here. Nick Fury standing on the helicarrier delivering his speech. What's the matter with Barton? Natasha Romanoff is a little worried about Barton's situation. Being controlled by a magical scepter, it may take some effort to wake him up. Nick Fury is really helpless. Barton's shot without any hesitation at that time really scared him. Wait, people from Asgard, is that where Thor lived in New Mexico? Tony asks his question. That's right, that's the place. Then why don't we just wait for the people from Asgard to take him away? Do you need such a fanfare collection? Wasn't it taken away by Asgard's own people last time? When their people come to make trouble, why don't they care about it? Tony was a little reluctant. He's more interested in the helicarrier now than in that Loki. Unexpectedly, SHIELD has such a technology. He now wants to find a chance to install something on it that can steal information. And he's doing it too. We're not sure right now if people in Asgard knew Loki was coming to make trouble. More importantly, we don't know if the people of Asgard did this on purpose. In case Loki is just the other side's ex-sentry, then we're in trouble. So next, we have to get ready, except against a Loki. There may also be more enemies of Asgard to face. Once that happens, it will be the biggest crisis. Nick Fury voiced his guess. Hearing this news, everyone at the scene was a little silent. This guess is very likely. So what are you going to do, just because we people can deal with them? Should this matter be expanded to the level of global security? Get everyone ready. Tony continued to offer his opinion. No need for now, we need to try to deal with it first. If it is determined that it is an Asgard invasion, then we really need to raise the danger level to global level. So what we have to do is find out why Loki came to Earth, and why he took Tesseract. Take away the Tesseract, and it is obvious from your narration that the Tesseract has the function of opening the channel of the universe. Then the other party either simply wants to take this Tesseract away, then they use it themselves, or it is to use this power to open a channel to other places on the Earth. It's as if Loki himself has traveled through there. Dr. Banner simply stated the reason why the opponent snatched Tesseract. That's our guess too. Now we need your brains to find out where Tesseract is. Nick Fury revealed why Banner was here. With the help of his mind, complete the positioning of Tesseract. No problem, I can try as much as I can, so where is my laboratory? After Banner finished speaking, a new Dr. Banner began to grow on the ground next to him. Huo's coquettish operation. Everyone on the scene, unless they knew Banner's ability in advance, everyone else looked cold at the moment. Even Tony looked at Dr. Banner in disbelief. Dr. Banner, in addition to being able to transform into a green titan, you can also transform into a duplication. Banner didn't know how to answer his question. This made Tony a little embarrassed. Definitely, your positron-based paper is absolutely brilliant. I spent the night taking a good look and preparing for today's event. Sure enough, smart people have 2 lives. Tony found a step on his own. What he meant was that he actually had 2 lives. Wait, I've been sleeping for decades, the world is changing too fast, but I want to know what is going on here. Is this the cloning technology you are talking about? Captain America Rogers at the moment feels that his brain is getting more and more insufficient. They talked about gamma rays and positron collisions, and he felt that he was just listening to the Bible. But what's going on now? A living person just grew out of the ground. Nick Fury looked at Banner's duplication and he felt a headache. Here, it seems that only Captain America Rogers is not a fruit ability user. He was the only one kept in the dark. Captain Rogers, I will explain this to you slowly later. What I can tell you now is that they belong to the fruit ability users, just like the mutant in this world now. A mutant? I knew a mutant nicknamed Wolverine. We fought in that war together and he was a mighty soldier. When Captain Rogers heard the name of mutant, he instantly thought of an old friend. You know Wolverines. This time it was Nick Fury's turn to be surprised. That's right now, I didn't expect that the other party is so old. No wonder the more we investigate, the more we feel that there are problems with the information. It turns out that he and you are from the same era, so it makes sense to say that. Captain Rogers' words solved one of Nick Fury's recent doubts. Wolverine's information, the more they investigate, the more they feel something is wrong. It was as if the opponent had appeared on one battlefield after another, that spanned decades. Wolverine is still alive, that's right, his self-healing ability is not even afraid of death or it's normal. Captain Rogers was also surprised by Wolverine's presence, but looking back, this seems to be the normal situation. Well, isn't the topic we're discussing biased? What I want to talk about now is the Protoss members of Asgard. We have a few people here who may have good combat effectiveness. I found the man from Asgard and I went to have a fight with him alone. If you can't win, you guys make another move. If they win, they will be arrested and await trial. Not to mention, it might be interesting to judge a Protoss. Tony has his ego, arc reactor with a lot of power, has a strong metal armor. He thinks he is the superhero who is a hero. He also heard about the last time in New Mexico when Nick Fury was looking for him. It's just that he wasn't there at the time. He felt that even if he was a god, he could fight. At the moment, he was still the Tony Stark with the super armor and heliocentric pretend. At least after going through the Battle of New York, he will gradually restrain his personality. Dr. Banner, that's your laboratory over there. Wait until you find Loki's hideout using gamma rays. Then we have to take down the opponent directly. Remember, this is your first joint action. I need you to make our name known to the entire universe. We can no longer let others come and leave whenever they want. Nick Fury stated the main purpose of this collection: make a name for yourself. Another purpose is to test the attitude of devil fruit ability users in the face of these. Will demon messengers interfere with their fights against others? Even in the battle with the Protoss, will the devil messenger come out to help? After all, they counted, it should be a competitive relationship. Dr. Banner received the task, and the 2 bodies entered the laboratory directly. There, he used the technology of SHIELD to constantly search for the Mare points on the Earth. Just when the Avengers team has not yet been officially established, Loki's people have already started building devices that will open the way to space. In the whole team, because of the presence of Barton, Loki has assembled a strong team without even trying to do anything. Because these people are all enemies of Shield, Barton Agent, very well, you have kept my offense simple and orderly. Loki looked at Agent Barton with satisfaction. This is what I should do. Since you are a member of Shield, then you should be aware of the legends about demon messengers on Earth. Demon messenger. That's right, in fact, Shield now has a department dedicated to fruit ability bearers. Not surprisingly, this time our battle will witness the terror of those fruit ability users. Speaking of which, let me tell you about the characteristics of the fruit ability. In order not to encounter unexpected situations at that time and be beaten at a loss. Next, Barton told Loki all the fruit abilities he knew. After Loki listened, his eyes became more and more dangerous. Originally thought it was an easy trip around the globe, I didn't expect this world to be so dangerous. The layout of the demons is much larger than that of their god's domain. Moreover, fortunately, I learned about those fruit abilities from Barton. Otherwise, certain abilities will make him feel troublesome. For example, the ghost fruit can make people lose their motivation. If he, Loki, was affected, the invasion would be over. Well, this time the plan needs to be adjusted. Barton Agent, can you find the demon messenger? Perhaps we can make a deal with him. Barton Agent, can you find the demon messenger? Perhaps we can make a deal with him. Loki asked Barton. Since Shield knows so much information, maybe it can use Shield to find the devil messenger. As the king of God realm, I went to meet the demon messenger. Since Thor can eat each other's devil fruit, maybe I should ask him to try one myself. As a second-rate younger brother who has been competing with his big brother. He didn't want to admit defeat in this matter either. Looking for a devil fruit, although I don't know where he is for the time being, but I know who to look for tilde I might find him. Barton clearly has experience with this. Shield has plans for these, and it will not be used under normal circumstances. It's as if they've been spying on Dr. Banner for a long time without bothering each other. This time though, Barton was clearly going to take advantage of what he learned at Shield after some searching. Barton found the man he was looking for in Hell's Kitchen. Punisher, Frank. The first apostle of the demon messenger known to Shield, it is also the first fruit ability person they know. Frank, we have something to ask for you. Barton stood aside watching the defensive Frank. Who are you? Hell's Kitchen has a new vigilante. Frank looked at the two in front of him warily. One is holding a bow and arrow and the other is carrying an arrow. One holds a strange scepter. The two of them exuded a smell that was not easy to mess with. Is there a new vigilante in Hell's Kitchen? For revenge, the entire Hell's Kitchen has been messed up by himself during this time. Are these vigilantes looking for trouble? Frank had his own guesses. No, don't get me wrong, I came to you this time mainly to find someone through you. Loki walked up to Frank. As for the weapon in Frank's hand, he didn't care. With divine power to protect his body, he doesn't care about human weapons at all. Who are you looking for? Devil messenger. When Frank heard this, his eyes changed slightly. What are you looking for him for? We want to make a deal with him, but we haven't seen him around recently. And you are the first fruit ability person we know, maybe we can contact the other party from you. Barton explained briefly on the side. Hearing this explanation, Frank was relieved a lot. As for where the news came from, the Frank group ignored it. Last time, Qin Xiao said that the reputation of the fruit ability is about to start. During this time, Frank has never forgotten this mission. He put down his weapon and his vigilant look dissipated a lot. I can put you in touch, but there's no guarantee he'll be willing to do a deal. After all, for a long time, he has been the one who actively seeks out others, rather than others looking for him. Frank did not guarantee that this matter would be absolutely successful. After he finished speaking, he dialed a number. This was specially left for him by Qin Xiao. If you need anything, you can call. Even if Qin Xiao didn't receive the message immediately, he would take the initiative to call back. This time luck was good. Qin Xiao got through the phone directly. Frank, what's the matter? There are two guys here in Hell's Kitchen who want to make a deal with you. I don't know if you'll agree, so I'm calling to ask you. Frank told about the situation here. Oh, who wants to make a deal with me? Qin Xiao was a little curious. To be able to find Frank in New York, it takes a little skill. I don't know which big boss from Marvel wants to contact me. At this moment, Loki directly tapped Frank's body with the scepter. He who was still talking about fairy tales with Qin, his eyes became dark. He is also possessed by Mind Gem. Loki took the initiative to answer the phone at this time. Demon Messenger, let me introduce myself first. My name is Loki, King of Asgard. This time, the purpose of coming to Earth is to rule this backward and ignorant planet. If you are really a demon messenger, then come and make a deal with me. Loki's peculiar, narcissistic voice comes from the phone. On the other side of the phone, Qin Xiao was taken aback when he heard the words. I thought it was the boss, but it turned out to be the arrogant third princess of Asgard. Well, this guy is here to give Avengers more combat experience this time. Loki, not long ago your big brother Thor came to see me, but I didn't expect you to come now. Very good, make an appointment at a place, let's meet up. Qin Xiao agreed to Loki's request. This guy is going to be severely beaten by the society. Then, we shall meet at this address. Loki gave an address. It was a field where even if there was a battle, no one would care. Not long after, Qin Xiao arrived at the agreed address. Loki is looking at this backward, civilized world with a proud face. He is the Protos of Asgard, and he wants to rule the world. And Hawkeye, Barton, and Frank the Punisher both stood behind him. Apparently, Loki used the mind gem to control them. Behind Qin Xiao, Abomination and Wolverine are like two guardians. This formation is quite like the meeting of two gangsters. Loki, very good, you have controlled one of my people since you came here, and that's it, you still want to make a deal with me. Qin Xiao asked in a bad tone. For a deal, there must be a lot of luck. I don't know if you are a demon messenger or not. But now there is one person on the scene who can try it directly. Barton Agent, not surprisingly, is not a fruit ability user. Now you eat a devil fruit in front of him, and I will return the controlled Frank to you. Loki is clearly a brat. The person holding Qin Xiao came to make a deal with him. Not only that, but Barton was also used as a guinea pig. In his mind, maybe the life of the people on Earth is not life at all. As for Qin Xiao, the demon messenger, he didn't even care. Qin Xiao is just the messenger of the devil, and Loki is the Asgard Protos. Even if this identity is excluded, he is also the heir of the king of the Frost clan. His identity can be directly compared to the devil's son in hell. How can a small demon messenger be comparable? This kind of proud lineage theory, he has won the true inheritance of Odin. Odin is also an ordinary person who looks down on the earth. Even Thor's girlfriend Jane Foster is ready to drive away. Qin Xiao glanced at Loki. This guy really is a brat, but he also underestimated himself too much. If you want, you can take down the opponent at any time now. For example, Huahua fruit grows an arm on his body, and this arm is attached to the power zone of the age fruit. One click can turn Loki into a brat. In that case, if you want to deal with him, you can deal with him like this. Or get close at the speed of Thunderbolt fruit and snatch his scepter. Or use the ghost fruit to directly make the opponent decadent, which can make him lose his fighting spirit. These methods can make Loki lose in the blink of an eye. But Qin Xiao doesn't want to do anything now. If Loki wants to play, then play with him. Besides, the opponent is Shield, his big brother Thor. Let them get to know each other more. For myself, continue to reap the benefits of the fisherman. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. The more intense the battle, the more they can discover the power of the fruit ability. It will be much more convenient to sell devil fruits at that time. No problem, the deal is concluded. The devil fruits that Barton Agent can match are Momo fruit, target fruit, Pio fruit, and silent fruit. The functions of these fruits are respectively. Qin Xiao briefly described the functions of these fruits. So, which fruit do you need? He threw the question back to Hawkeye, the first one, Momo fruit. Hawkeye knows his strengths and weaknesses. This Momo fruit can make objects bigger and faster by 100 times. This will be a qualitative improvement for him as a shooter. Click tilde tilde. Ugh tilde tilde. Barton swallowed the devil fruit with difficulty. A force spread through his body. He casually drew an arrow behind his back. Take the bow, set the arrow, and shoot all in one go. 10 times the speed. 10 times the volume. The sound of bowstring trembling sounded. An arrow suddenly became 10 times larger. This file size is not very obvious, but its speed suddenly increased tenfold. The long arrow pierced the speed of sound, leaving a sound barrier in front of him. When the sound barrier disappeared, the arrow had disappeared before everyone's eyes. This arrow surpassed the power of any previous Hawkeye arrow. This is also the reason why he just ate the fruit, and he was not used to the power of the fruit, so he only exerted 10 times the file size and speed. Really 100 times the file size and speed, he is a super sniper. Barton felt the strength in his body, and an inexplicable confidence spread in his heart. With such power, you didn't let me use it back then. He looked at Qin Xiao with displeasure on his face. At the moment, Barton is a war machine. Trading, you have to understand, everything is a transaction in Shield. Do you think they will give you a chance to trade? Unexpectedly, you have a new owner now, and he is willing to trade for you. Alright, Loki, he's eaten the devil fruit, and now it's time to take Frank off the hook. Qin Xiao looked at Loki and asked him to let him go. Loki looked at everything in front of him, his eyes changing. The improvement of the power of the devil fruit seems to have exceeded his imagination. Barton, an ordinary person, possessed such great strength in the blink of an eye. This kind of power is really worthy of the power of the devil. Then maybe I also need such a power. It's like Thor Kamui Thor who ate a thunder fruit that can control thunder. This caused a drastic change in his strength. At least the current Thor can summon thunder without Mjolnir. Even when Thor was training in Asgard, those thunders became more and more terrifying. So what kind of fruit can I exchange from the devil? The devil messenger worthy of being a devil messenger can borrow such power from the devil. This is your person, I will return it to you right away. After Loki finished speaking, he tapped Frank lightly with the scepter. Originally under control, his eyes were blurred at the moment. He shook his head. What exactly is going on? There's still something Frank doesn't understand. It's okay, this is the method of the Asgard Protos, it's okay now. Qin Xiao let Frank return to his team. Demon Messenger, this transaction is completed, then we can make the next transaction. Loki looked at Qin Xiao and smiled evilly. What deal? You provide me with the devil fruit scarf. You offer me devil fruit. When Qin Xiao heard this, his heart blossomed with joy. Sure enough, Loki, the Tsundir third princess, saw that Thor got the thunder fruit and he probably couldn't sit still. Definitely, it is also possible that he is unhappy with himself and wants to make trouble for himself. Whatever it is, there is always something to talk about. Okay, what can you offer me? Qin Xiao threw the question back. An opportunity for you to spread devil fruit casually across the planet. Loki spoke with a smug look on his face. However, I am now freely spreading devil fruits on the earth and no one is stopping me. You can't make a deal with this condition. Qin Xiao naturally couldn't agree to the other party's transaction request because of this. Loki looked confident. No, that may have been the case before, but it won't be the case anytime soon. I said I want to rule this backward world, and at that time, everything here will be decided by me. As a Protoss of Asgard, I will refuse you to spread devil fruit in this world. Do you think you would be so free in that way? Now is your only chance to make a deal with me. If you miss it, you have no chance. Loki, at the moment, it's as if he has mastered the earth. He even began to think about things after ruling the earth. Listening to Loki's 463 chatter, Qin Xiao wondered if his ears heard it wrong. Why does this arrogant third princess think that he will succeed? How much he looks down on the people on earth. But then he decided to play a Loki. You want to rule the earth. Qin Xiao was stunned by the news. As if he didn't know the news at all. Watching Loki's performance, he wanted to laugh in his heart. That's right, you can spread the devil fruit at will in the future in exchange for a devil fruit that matches me. Loki emphasizes it again. Qin Xiao's complexion changed constantly, and after deliberate consideration, he finally made a decision. Yes, I hope that after you become the king of the earth, don't forget the promise made today. After he said this sentence, he felt that the whole person became decadent a lot. But immediately after, several devil fruits emerged from his body. These are the devil fruit that you can match. What are the functions of these fruits? Loki wanted to know more clearly the power of these fruits. The names of these fruits are frozen fruit, snow fruit, scarecrow fruit, corrosion rust fruit. Frozen fruit can create cold air and freeze everything. Even your body can turn into ice. Snow fruit is similar to frozen fruit, except that it becomes snow-like. It is slightly weaker than frozen fruit. And this scarecrow fruit is also called the cursed fruit. It can turn you into a scarecrow. And you can store little scarecrows in your body. These scarecrows can form bonds with other people. Once you take damage, you can transfer the damage to others by planting little scarecrows. This fruit is like a curse to others. As for the last fruit of corruption, it can corrode everything you touch. Qin Xiao briefly described these fruits. Frozen fruit and snow fruit are determined according to Loki's constitution. He was originally from the Frost Titan family. If you eat the frozen fruit, take the casket of ancient winters from Odin's treasury. He is a walking ice machine. It will be more terrifying than the green pheasant. You know he can freeze Heimdall in water right now. That is one of the few masters in God's domain. At that time, Asgard had a natural system of thunder fruit and a natural system of frozen fruit. It is simply two super combat powers. The two faced Hela and said that they would definitely be able to fight. As for the scarecrow fruit and the corroded fruit, this is obviously a fruit that fits the character of Loki. Plant straws for others and then transfer the damage to others. Loki is absolutely willing to do this kind of thing, even he will take the initiative to do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned into a snake to scare Thor at the age of 8. When Loki heard the introduction of these 4 fruits, his face obviously became a little hideous. Thor matches the thunder fruit because he is Thor with the power of thunder. And matching frozen fruit and snowy fruit, is it because I am a descendant of Frost Titan? Even you demons, do you care so much about other people's origins? Do you all think I want to be a descendant of the Frost Titan? Why you must not forget this. Loki growled wildly. What he dislikes most now is his life experience. Unexpectedly, coming to bring the Earth would still be stimulated by this life experience. This made him extremely hateful. I hate my life experience. Hate Odin for their deceit. Looking at the gradually metamorphosis of Loki, Qin Xiao felt calm in his heart. Sure enough, if Hulk were to physically comfort you, you'd be a little teacher. If you don't want it, you can choose the third and fourth fruits. Qin Xiao reminded. Loki's face changed again, and then he actually grabbed the scarecrow fruit. Crack. Woo tilde tilde. Gulu tilde. Loki swallowed the devil fruit forcefully. Hey, your devil's taste is really special. You can eat such unpalatable things. He spit out a mouthful of saliva and then looked disgusted. Then he closed his eyes slightly. After a while, he finally realized the power brought by this fruit. He glanced at Barton and then at Qin Xiao and the others, finally gave up. Then the deal is over now. I hope that by then you will really rule the Earth and be able to fulfill what you promised. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a portal opened behind him. Immediately afterwards, he stepped into the portal. Abomination, Wolverine, and Frank followed closely behind. Well, I coaxed Loki to eat the devil fruit and I don't want to act anymore, so let's leave. Loki just watched them leave. After closing the portal, an inexplicable smile appeared on Qin Xiao's face. Qin, do you really want him to occupy the Earth? Wolverine Logan was the first to ask the question. Over there, he didn't like to speak in front of Loki, but when he came back, he didn't have that scruple. The Earth belongs to human beings, how can others occupy it? Could it be that this is the attitude of hell demons, who don't care who rules the human race? No, you underestimate the Earth. Last time in New Mexico, you have seen that there is still power to protect the Earth. Loki's invasion this time can only be said to be a failed attempt. Moreover, there is SHIELD preparing for this matter. Qin Xiao explained briefly. Logan thought back to the young woman who had appeared through the portal. Sorcerer Supreme, she says they protect the Earth from invasions from other dimensions. Does this time count as another dimension? However, there are indeed people guarding the back of the Earth. It seems that I am worrying too much. Well, then why do you still want to make a deal with him and stop us from making a move? Logan still couldn't figure it out. Even though Loki is powerful, they are not vegetarian. If they really wanted to fight, he always felt that they could win each other. Especially Qin Xiao, none of them knew what kind of power Qin Xiao had now. They only know that Qin Xiao's ghost is a bug-like existence. Both Abomination and Logan have been educated by this ability. Why did Qin Xiao choose to let the opponent threaten him when he could take down the opponent? The reason for this is very complicated and cannot be explained clearly in a few words. But in just a few days, you will know why I made such a choice. Moreover, when he really wants to fight, isn't it just a good time for you to go out and fight? The appearance of the devil fruit ability is the most dazzling in such a scene. Qin Xiao already had his plans. Loki's strength is really not worth mentioning. His plot is the most troublesome. Only the attack of the Zeta Swiss soldiers can let the people on the Earth know that they have actually been exposed to the universe. Qin, what exactly is that scepter in Loki's hand, and why does it have the ability to control people's minds? I was controlled by that scepter almost without feeling at all. Even my swamped body is useless. That power seemed to have the ability to keep me from swamping. Frank at the moment asks the most important question. His swamping is his greatest strength. With this ability, he didn't even get hurt in Hell's Kitchen. But why is that magical scepter of the opponent directly immune to his own elementalization? Normally, Frank would have turned into a swamp when that thing stabbed him. When Qin Xiao heard Frank's words, his expression became a little serious. That thing is very troublesome, and now is not the time to reveal the answer. But your incident this time just proved that elementalization is useless in front of it. We will be prepared when we encounter such a situation later. Frank was controlled this time, and for Qin Xiao, the most important news was collected. Infinite gems can really counter devil fruits. Although he doesn't know the upper limit of this restraint, but anyone who can control elementalization alone knows it's not easy to mess with. Think about it too, the meaning originally represented by a few gemstones is not simple. They originally have powerful energy. Even energy damage like magic can be applied to natural fruits at 5.1. It should be normal for gems with stronger energy to act on natural fruits. It seems that I was a little careless a while ago, thinking that my fruit ability is enough to protect myself. Now it seems that there are still many things that I don't know, just be careful. Frank decided to restrain his personality a little bit. During this period of time, Hell's Kitchen has been made a mess by him. Those are small things and I'm going to inform some people next time to get them ready. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone directly. He dialed a phone number, Tony Stark. He knew that since Loki was here, everyone else at the moment should go to the helicarrier. The only difference is how many people are lost on the helicarrier this time. And on the helicarrier, how many containers are prepared to detain others. Originally, only one Hulk was enough. With so many fruit ability users now, everyone has to have countermeasures. As for whether it works or not, the only way to know is to try it. Tony, who was on the helicarrier, received a call from Qin Xiao. He was extremely surprised. How could the second shareholder of my own Stark Enterprise, the demon messenger from hell, call me at this time? Qin. Why did you think of calling me? Qin, why did you think of calling me? Tony asked right away. Hearing this name, everyone in the entire laboratory was taken aback. At the moment's laboratory, Tony and Dr. Banner are the leaders. Pepper came with Tony because she is also a fruit ability. Betty, on the other hand, is Banner's cooling device. As long as Banner is out of control and wants to call Hulk, then Betty has to help Hulk. These few people all knew of Qin Xiao's existence. Now they were a little surprised to hear Tony hand over the other's name. Are you on the helicarrier now? When Qin Xiao opened his mouth, everyone was startled. You know the helicarrier. I know a lot, but now I'm here to tell you some bad news. What bad news? Tony felt a little uneasy. Tell Nick Fury that Luke came to me with Barton just now. Qin Xiao uttered a news that surprised them. Is Nick Fury right? God's domain and hell are joining forces. Now the demon messenger is here to tell them to stop and leave SHIELD. A somewhat terrifying idea appeared in their minds. Loki and Barton came looking for you. What are they looking for? Tony still decided to ask carefully. They traded me 2 devil fruits. A Momo fruit, a fruit that can increase speed and volume. Barton has this fruit and will be a super sniper. In his hands, you ordinary people are just a matter of 1 arrow. The other is the cursed fruit. He can plant 4 scarecrows in other people's bodies, in order to transfer the harm you have suffered to others. Now Barton has stronger offensive power and Loki has stronger vitality. When you fight them when the time comes, you have to pay attention. Qin Xiao sold Loki and Barton directly. Why are you telling us this news? The voice wasn't Tony, it was Nick Fury. Nick Fury has been monitoring the situation in the entire laboratory. Originally, he didn't intend to interrupt, but the news Qin Xiao told was really shocking. Loki makes a deal with the demon emissary. Also redeemed 2 devil fruits. The power of these 2 fruits is not simple at first glance. The most important thing is that Thor also traded devil fruits with devil messengers. So does Loki now. Don't they all worry about the invasion and control of demons? As a last resort, he had to understand what the situation was. There is an idea that keeps growing in his heart. Since even the people in God's domain make deals with demons, so can their SHIELD also continue to make deals with demons? Qin Xiao was not surprised when he heard Nick Fury's voice. Why am I telling you this? Because Loki is going too far. He came to me to discuss the transaction, using the identity of the ruler of the earth. Such a person who regards himself as a ruler before doing anything, can he really be expected to succeed? It's better to tell you the news earlier to avoid misunderstanding. Qin Xiao mentioned a seemingly reasonable reason. But why did you agree to his trade request? With your strength, it's impossible to give in so easily, right? Nick Fury had another question. You should know how powerful his scepter is. Frank on my side is controlled by him. In exchange for Frank, so I made this deal with him. Qin Xiao gave another very sufficient reason. This time, Nick Fury had nothing to say. I want to continue to doubt the other party, but there is no reason. We know, thank you for this news, this information is very important to us. But do you know where Loki hid the Tesseract? Nick Fury changed the question again. Unfortunately, I really don't know about this. Well, I've told you all the news I know. Next, it depends on whether you can successfully stop the other party's conspiracy. If it can't be stopped, then Loki will really become the ruler of the earth. At that time, you are all gone. I'm a little bit better, at least I have a deal with him, and he won't touch me in a short time. I don't prevent you from continuing to look for Tesseract. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. The news has been notified in place, and the next step is to wait for the good show to play. What do we do next? Just wait. Frank is clearly still a little upset that Loki is controlling him. What he wants to do more is to personally find the other party to have a good fight. You should also prepare yourself, maybe the war will affect us by then. If you want to clean up the opponent, there will be a chance in the future. In addition, Bronsky, you need to control your use of the Tremor fruit. If you are fighting in New York City, how can you control your strength to only hit the necessary people? If the aftermath of your battle spreads too much, then you will also be the target of others. Instead, Logan's fight will not be affected in any way. In this respect, Logan is actually more free than you. As for Frank, you're still used to the heat weapon, not the fruit's power zone. It seems that this habit is difficult for you to change. However, wait until you realize that there are certain problems that thermal weapons cannot solve. You should be able to turn your attention to fruit development. Qin Xiao seized the time and started to teach them again. On the other side, Loki, who got the scarecrow fruit, started to grow scarecrows crazily. He doesn't care about the lives of people on Earth. Only people like Dr. Eric, whom she desperately needed, weren't cursed by him. Some other insignificant people were directly planted by him as scarecrows. The appearance of the scarecrow fruit opened a door in front of him. A door that can make people depressed to despair. A huge amounts of conspiracy manifested directly in his heart. Perhaps I can directly threaten those talents. These human lives are their own protectors. The device that opens the spacetime channel is still being constantly made here. Loki and Hawkeye are ready to get the iridium that Dr. Eric needs. This is the stuff that makes antiprotons, and it's pretty rare. But there is one place that definitely exists. Loki was walking on the street smartly. His face was directly spotted by SHIELD on the helicarrier. A group of people drove directly towards their destination. When Loki is down below giving a crazy speech and trying to make an example of others, Captain Rogers successfully stopped him. Iron Man even hit Loki with direct firepower, which made him a little overwhelmed. Loki prepared to surrender. At this moment, the crazy Neng zingy in the sky. Bifrost descended directly not far from here, and Thor stepped out of Bifrost. Loki walked the streets so boldly that Heimdall spotted his face. He notified Odin and Thor directly about the affairs of the lower world. Knowing that the escaped Loki appeared on Earth, Thor went straight to Bifrost without saying a word. That's why he appeared on the scene at this critical moment. The whole scene is now becoming more and more chaotic. The aircraft weapons overhead have been warmed up. The figure of Iron Man appeared in front of his eyes. The guy who seems to have fallen from the sky should be the guy who called himself Thor, who appeared not long ago. Because of the hammer, half the world knew about the existence of the Protos. It also caused some social unrest. Some devout believers began to pray for the appearance of God. And some people who have done bad things start to worry that the devil will come to their door. Thor, the turmoil caused was no small matter. The only thing they didn't recognize was the man wearing the star-spangled banner and holding a shield. This person seems to have never heard of it. But the dress and appearance of the other party are very similar to an ancient man, Captain America, who participated in that battle. The chaotic crowd was constantly being evacuated, and Thor didn't care about the others. He sees Loki and rushes straight over. What greeted Roger was a violent beating. Loki. I believed in you so much back then. After I took you to meet my father and mother, you actually ran away quietly. Now you appear on the Earth. What exactly do you want to do? Thor growled angrily. Ha 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 ha, Thor, my big brother, do you know that you killed someone? Loki was badly hurt, but he was happy instead, because Qin Xiao's devil fruit worked. The devil's 330 means are really unpredictable. After Loki finished speaking, part of his hand changed into a scarecrow. Inside, a tiny scarecrow tumbled out of its body. The scarecrow looks bruised all over. I killed someone. Do you think I'll believe you? Thor doesn't trust Loki at all. This god of lies is full of lies. Ha ha ha, you made a deal with the devil messenger, you got the thunder fruit and mastered the power of thunder. And I also made a deal with the demon messenger. Loki talked to himself. His smile is so evil that looking at Thor is more like looking at a fool. Thor's heart sank when he heard Loki's words, demon messenger. That's a real unpredictable guy. The Queen Mother even said that standing behind him was an abstract Mephisto. That's why it has so many strange powers. Loki at the moment is still chattering. Originally, frozen fruit and snowy fruit were suitable for me, because these two fruits are ice attributes. But when I think of that fruit ability, I think of my life experience. Therefore, I gave up these two fruits that are obviously more suitable for me. Instead, he chose a cursed fruit. Now I have countless scarecrows growing in my body, like the ground. Every scarecrow is a life, and the harm I have suffered will be transferred to these people. The few hits you gave me just now are enough to kill mortals on Earth. Their bodies are not as terrifying as ours. So Thor, my big brother, you really did kill. After Loki finished speaking, the whole scene fell silent. Even Tony, always cocky, at the moment was taken aback by Loki's whole craziness. Attacking him too hard can actually cause the death of others. The demon messenger said at the time that when Loki got the scarecrow fruit, they didn't have such deep feelings. But now they know this fruit is too evil. What would you modern people choose to do in the face of such a situation? Rogers looked puzzled. What would modern people do in such a situation? Everyone froze when they heard Captain Rogers' question. This situation seems not to be solved by modern people. This ability is more like some Oriental witchcraft. Thai dolls, perhaps the Orientals have more experience with this question. As expected of a demon messenger from the East, now he actually gave Loki this strange power. Most importantly, this power made everyone feel at a loss. Keep beating Loki, that is killing. However, it is impossible for them to let him go. Hey, that big guy that fell from the sky, your name is Thor, right? I've heard your name before. Your brother is such a jerk, what do you think should be done? Tony threw the question directly back at Thor. Tesseract, Loki, hand over the Tesseract, and I will take you back to Asgard for trial. No, my big brother, I refuse. Now I'll give you a choice, kill them for me, and I'll give you back when I run out of Tesseract. Loki, you've let me down so much. Thor raised his fist when he finished speaking. Hey, don't do it. If you hit him, all the people who die will be our people. No, all the people who will die are people from the earth. Captain Rogers hurriedly stopped Thor's movement. Thor smashes his fist to the ground next to Loki's head. The whole ground is broken like a spider web. Perhaps we should take him back. After all, we are not good at interrogation. Tony finally gave an idea that wasn't an idea. Agent Natasha Romanoff, who was on the plane, had a plan in mind. This matter may have to rely on her interrogation skills. Coming to Shield's helicarrier, Loki seemed to be at home. Loki's scepter has the energy of Tesseract, but inside it, it's the mind gem. This gem is the ultimate main reason why Loki is able to control Barton and Dr. Eric. And this scepter, at the moment, was handed over to Dr. Ban for research. It exudes energy that affects people's minds all the time. Not only that, this scepter is also the coordinates of Barton et al. To locate the helicarrier. On their plane, the energy emitted by the scepter can be detected at all times. Nick Fury went to inquire about Loki himself, but got no substantive results. Not only that, but was ridiculed by the other party. It even said that the place where he was held should have belonged to the Green Titan. This embarrassed everyone who was monitoring the whole process in the conference room. Dr. Banner couldn't help but say that Loki is so annoying. Before everyone could find a solution, Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to meet Loki. Under her superb interrogation skills, Lu Jai revealed his goal this time. Your target is actually the Green Titan in Dr. Banner's body. Natasha Romanoff looks at Loki in astonishment. Loki at the moment looked confused. I had a good conversation just now, how did you know my goal? Didn't Barton tell you everything? Dr. Banner's girlfriend can easily subdue Hulk. Natasha Romanoff got this information, but she couldn't believe it even more. Because Barton knows that the Green Titan has a killer. That is Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty. In the entire Shield, there is only one person who can resist Betty's passive ghost. Now that his girlfriend is still there, why does Luke think he can draw Hulk's wrath? This news was synchronized to everyone. Everyone was supposed to be arguing over Shield's use of Tesseract to develop weapons. But when everyone was a little bit hairy, Betty directly used the negative ghost to make everyone kneel. Whoever quarrels will kneel down. Everyone, including Nick Fury, only now knew how terrifying Betty's ability was. Who is he? He is an agent, the king of agents. Even he couldn't bear the power of this negative ghost. Even Thor will be affected by this fruit ability. Although he won't kneel down immediately, his decadent spirit will make him unable to get motivated. Even he has the urge to throw Mjolnir away. This made Nick Fury even more curious about how the guy in that branch was able to resist Betty's passive ghost. Here, they heard Natasha Romanoff's report. Also heard Natasha Romanoff's doubts. Dr. Banner's girlfriend is here, so why does Loki think he can turn Banner into a Hulk? And similarly, for Betty's protection, a whole level has been raised. While they're still thinking about how exactly Loki wants to do these things. Outside the helicarrier, a plane is applying to land. On the plane, it is the controlled Shield agent. The man at the head, Hawkeye Barton. The plane opened the tail hatch and Barton was holding a bow and arrow. Phew tilde. The specially made long arrow directly hit the number 3 engine of the helicarrier with tearing air sounds. The violent explosion directly destroyed the number 3 engine and everything nearby. A group of people who were waiting for news from Natasha Romanoff in the laboratory were directly blown away at the moment. Banner, who had always been quiet, saw the injured Betty and his inner anger began to swell. Dr. Banner, calm down, don't be angry. Dr. Banner, Betty is fine, she's just a little bit hurt. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZGX MTQ5 OJ equals. Bruce, I'm fine, don't be angry. Everyone looked at Dr. Banner who was about to transform and persuaded each other together. No, Dr. Banner at the moment is clearly out of control. No solution anymore. The ghost floating beside Betty flew directly towards Banner. Swish. Shua Tilda. I'm so angry that I'm causing you trouble. Let me be a salted fish. Dr. Banner started to pick up fish in the blink of an eye. Even he no longer maintains his other Huahua fruit duplication. How are you doing over there? Natasha Romanoff is a little worried about the situation in the lab. Since Loki dared to target Dr. Banner, it was impossible to fail so easily. However, they really couldn't find a way for the other party to bypass Betty. Hut tilde tilde we are fine, but there is a problem with the number 3 engine, and we need to fix the number 3 engine. Nick Fury saw that nothing happened at the scene, so he was a little relieved. Tony, I need you to fix the engine. Captain Rogers, I need your help, Tony. He looked at the people at the scene. Song had these 2 people who could do this. No problem now. Put on your battle armor quickly. Captain Rogers and Tony immediately got to work on the number 3 engine. Thor, your brother needs you to watch him now. I see. Thor rushed straight to where Loki was being held. Since someone is attacking this helicarrier, then Loki is the target of their rescue. You two are here to guard Dr. Banner. I'm going to the command room. After a while, an agent will come here to guard you. Nick Fury finally spoke to Betty and Pepper, who were still in the lab. Everyone left, and only the 2 of them and the decadent Dr. Banner were left here. This task will actually be placed on us 2 women. Pepper couldn't believe it. She is a group executive, not a super soldier. Although she is a fruit ability user, she has no experience in combat. Perhaps you can use your ability to block the passage here. In that case, no one will be able to come in. Betty offers her suggestion. And throughout the helicarrier, at the moment was chaos. The Barton agent led a group of controlled people like a fish in water throughout the helicarrier. Several controlled agents rushed into the command room. Although it was quickly resolved by Nick Fury and others here, they still took advantage of this to extinguish the number 1 engine. Now, engine number 1 on the same side went out, and engine number 3 was blown up. The entire helicarrier was underpowered for liftoff and began to tip over and fall crazily. Everyone was caught in tension. Taking advantage of this time, Agent Barton led a small team towards Dr. Banner's laboratory. There, Dr. Banner and Loki's scepter. Boom tilde. Continuous explosions sounded, and the gate of the laboratory was destroyed by the agent. A group of people filed in. But at this moment, the ghost floating above the gate rushed through the people who came in. Everyone who was still excited just now knelt down on the ground. With me here, don't even try to come in. Betty guards Dr. Banner. But at this moment, a figure walked into the laboratory. With a gun in his hand, he walked towards Betty regardless. No, you have been controlled anyway. Betty looked at the person coming with a look of astonishment. She can't control this person, Dr. Ethan. This was the only one Betty had experimented with so many times that couldn't make him depressed, because Dr. Ethan didn't have any hope in his heart. His family members are long dead. He himself is now also a walking dead. If it wasn't for Frank saving Tony, he would have saved him by the way. He might still be with the terrorists in that cave. Or maybe to save Tony, he died. In short, the current him is the most decadent and depressed. Betty's negative ghost fruit is useless to him at all. Want to be useful, unless one day someone can arouse Dr. Ethan's hope for life. Now Dr. Ethan is controlled by Loki, and he is the only person Betty can't control. Loki, is Good Xiao relying on him for the purpose of summoning the Hulk? After laying the groundwork for so long, I finally wrote this, saving Dr. Ethan. It finally came in handy. Spread flowers. Your ability doesn't work for me, yes. Dr. Ethan opened his mouth and pulled the trigger directly towards Betty. Betty's eyes were terrified at the moment, and Dr. Banner on one side had just recovered, and his eyes were even more terrified. No, Betty. Ding tilde tilde. Ding tilde tilde. Ding tilde tilde. At this moment, Pepper directly stopped in front of Betty. She lifted off the clothes, and the whole clothes became like a shield, flying fruit, turning all hard objects into cloth. Now she has restored the original material of the clothes. Her clothes are made of the same material as Tony's armor. All the incoming bullets were blocked by him. However, at this time, Barton held a bow and arrow outside the door and aimed at Pepper inside. 10 times bigger, 10 times faster. Phew tilde. The sound of the bow and arrow trembling sounded, and a long arrow directly shot Pepper's steel clothes out of a groove. Although it didn't penetrate, the huge impact force and Betty behind him were directly blown away. Boom tilde. In the entire laboratory, a violent explosion occurred. Pepper, Betty, and even Dr. Ethan were all knocked unconscious by the bomb. Goodbye, Dr. Ethan, hello, say. Goodbye, Dr. Ethan's hello, Hulk. Barton at the moment is a killing machine. Dr. Ethan's job is to catch Betty's eye. Now his role has ended, so there is no need to take it away. With 10 times the expansion and 10 times the speed of the arrow, the power of the bomb is even more terrifying. The entire laboratory was directly destroyed, Pepper and Betty were directly stunned, and Dr. Ethan's life and death were unknown. Kangdang tilde tilde. Tier tilde tilde. In the laboratory, the smoke and dust have not yet dissipated, but the sound of clothes being torn and heavy objects falling to the ground keeps ringing. Roar tilde tilde tilde. A frantic growl sounded and the Hulk was finally activated. Barton took this opportunity to take one last look and then ran away without looking back. Four-armed Hulk. The fruit of Dr. Banner, Hulk can also use it. It seems that this matter is getting more and more interesting. The crazy Hulk starts to run across the helicarrier. Thor. Come back and help the Hulk. Thor, who was guarding Loki's separate cell, heard the news that stunned him, but this news made the corners of Loki's mouth twitch wildly. Thor, my big brother, it seems that my plan has succeeded. Loki, the crazier you are now, the heavier your judgment will be when the time comes. After Thor finished speaking, he rushed in the direction of Hulk. At the moment, he was filled with disappointment with Loki. As he said, the more damage Loki has done, the more he will be judged when the time comes. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Do da da tilde tilde. Do da da tilde tilde. There was a crazy vibration ahead, mixed with Hulk's roar and countless gunshots. When tilde tilde. There was a sound of metal tearing and Hulk tore down a door. Boom tilde tilde. With a strong speed, the metal gate flew towards the attacker. Get out of the way, don't come close. Help, ask for help. Hulk's crazy, we're not against sent. We have suffered heavy casualties and need immediate support for 970. Hang on, Thor is coming soon. Thor speed, Hulk is too destructive. Tilde tilde. A metal door is kicked open by Thor. He threw Mjolnir in his hand at the angry Hulk. Kangdang tilde tilde. Hulk's huge body was directly thrown to the ground by Mjolnir. All of you leave, this is not where you can participate. As soon as Thor came, he told everyone to leave. The battle here has already exceeded the limit of these mortals. All agents began to move the injured companions away from here. Just holding the Hulk for such a short time, they took heavy casualties. Now let's see if this Thor can stop Hulk from raging. If he can't, then this place might be destroyed by Hulk alone. Dr. Banner, wake up. Thor summons back Mjolnir, who loudly wants to awaken Banner's personality. Unfortunately, this is simply impossible. Roar tilde tilde. Hulk waved his four arms and smashed madly at Thor. Boom tilde tilde. Just the strength of one arm, Thor needs both hands to bear. Just when Thor blocked Hulk's punch, the other three arms hit Thor's body frantically. Kangdang tilde tilde. 3 metal doors in a row were knocked down by Thor. Even his body hurt for the first time. Dr. Banner, it appears that force is the only way to subdue you. Thor swings Mjolnir again. Woo 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 tilde tilde. Spinning Mjolnir took Thor headfirst into Hulk. Mjolnir's impact sent Hulk staggering. And Thor, who was following Mjolnir, suddenly had his legs on Hulk's already unsteady body. Hulk hit the metal floor like a cannonball. The entire metal floor was smashed into a pit. Thor, watch out, the battle between the two of you has smashed through the 3rd and 4th floors. If Hulk can't be contained quickly, the entire helicarrier will be destroyed by the two of you. Hill Agent's voice rang through the communicator. Even Thor can hear her tense. If the fight continues, even if Tony repairs the number 3 engine and restarts the number 1 engine, the helicarrier will suffer. Send the flight team to divert Hulk's attention. In addition, send the medical team to immediately check the conditions of the two ladies Pepper and Betty. Nick Fury at the moment this made other arrangements. At this time there are 2 ways to go. Either get the Hulk's attention and move him out of the helicarrier. The other is to bring Betty to the scene immediately, and her ghost fruit can easily control Hulk. What's the matter? What happened to Pepper? Tony, who was repairing the engine, heard what Nick Fury had to say. He had some bad thoughts in his mind at the moment. Don't let anything happen to Pepper. Barton took Dr. Ethan to raid Dr. Banner's laboratory just now. The situation in the entire laboratory is now somewhat unclear. We have sent medical personnel to check the situation. Nick Fury's at the moment is also a bit depressed. Didn't Betty's ghost fruit control them immediately? Tony couldn't believe it. Betty controls some of the members, but Dr. Ethan is the one we tentatively know is immune to ghost fruit. According to Dr. Ethan's own guess, it should be that he has no hope in his heart. Without hope, there is no passion for struggle. He is a very decadent person. However, he tried his best to behave as normal as possible. Nick Fury briefly told about Dr. Ethan's situation. When Tony heard this, he fell silent. As Dr. Ethan, who operated on him in the cave and restored his confidence, he has a strong sense of gratitude. Originally wanted Dr. Ethan to work at Stark Industries. But in the end, the other party was recruited into SHIELD. Even Tony doesn't know that Dr. Ethan is a devil fruit researcher. But he knew that Dr. Ethan was very desperate inside. Family and friends are gone. Perhaps he didn't even have any interest in living. Such a person will indeed not be made more decadent by the ghost fruit. Even Tony knew that because of Dr. Ethan, Pepper was likely to be injured. He also couldn't afford to hate Ethan. Poor people here, how many people are better than Ethan? Director Fury, you must confirm that Pepper is fine, and in addition, save Dr. Ethan Eek. Tony's voice was a little low. This wasn't the pompous and out-of-the-ordinary Tony Stark at all. We will. Nick Fury's voice disappeared over the comm channel. Hey, you guys better hurry up and see if Betty is okay, she needs to be suppressed here. Thor's figure was a little helpless. The difficulty of the four-armed Hulk was beyond his imagination. Roar tilde tilde. Hulk snarled and continued to charge Thor. That violent fist made Thor dizzy. If he resists with his body, he will definitely beat him badly. Few, although some are unwilling to use it, the thunderclap fruit given by the demon messenger has a pretty good ability. Elementalize. Hulk's furious fist slams into Thor. Thor didn't move at all. But his body directly turned into a thunderbolt. Hulk passed through Thor's body, roar tilde tilde. The punch missed the real thing and Hulk's face was full of confusion. How is this going? How did I pass through the opponent's body, tilde tilde tilde? Just when he was lost, Thor sent out huge amounts of thunder power directly from his body. The whole force of thunder hit Hulk directly to the ground. Haha, this power is really awesome. Thor looked at the fallen Hulk. He finally felt the excitement of the thunder fruit. This feeling of thunder in the body is really cool. Originally, because of his powerful Thor body, he never used the elementalization of the thunder fruit. He didn't even want to use the thunder power accumulated in his body too much, because he feels that communication is naturally the best. As a result, in this narrow place, elementalization and its own thunder power are too powerful. It smells so good. Thor, don't use thunder, you've broken all the lines around us. Just when Thor was excited, Hill Agent's voice sounded again. You're doing it yourself, but the helicarrier is metal. The power of thunder hit Hulk, and it was also directly transmitted to other places. Closest to the two fighting, all circuits are now damaged. Thor is a little embarrassed. It seems that the only way to avoid Hulk's attack is to use elementalization. Fortunately, I still have Mjolnir. Tilde tilde. Mjolnir returned to himself. Another hammer hit directly on Hulk's body. Hulk put his hands on the ground, hands clenched into fists, like a crawling monster staring at Thor. Crack tilde tilde. The metal under Hulk's feet was dented, and his whole body flew out like a giant shell. Four arms slammed into Thor with a whistling sound. To be honest, Thor will definitely have a hard time. However, Thor directly elementalized and Hulk once again surrendered. However, this time Hulk didn't turn his head and directly smashed the metal wall in front of him. He actually abandoned Thor. The four arms are like a demolition machine, and the entire metal wall is a piece of paper in his hands. Hey tilde tilde, I'm here. Thor had no choice but to hit Hulk again with a hammer. The angry Hulk punched the ground with both fists, and the whole ground was directly torn. He couldn't hit the entity, so he transferred all his anger to other places. As a result, the entire battle scene presented a strange scene. Thor chases after Hulk and fights. Hulk concentrated on dismantling the sky carrier. Thor, will it work? If not, we'll send the plane to divert Hulk's attention. Agent Hill asked anxiously, Miss Betty, can't you come to the scene? Thor cares about Betty, who can calm Hulk instantly. I am coming. Betty's voice was a little hurried. Be careful, you can't act violently yet, you have multiple injuries on your body and you have a concussion. Some medical staff are persuading Betty. It doesn't matter if I don't go again, it will not only be a concussion, maybe we will all die in a plane crash. Betty finally arrived at the scene dragging her injured body. The ghost fruit pierced Hulk's angry and massive body with haste. Roar tilde. He let out a final roar. Immediately afterwards, his body gradually became smaller. One thing is one thing, although you are the most worthy. Thor shook his head. He was very strong, but Hulk couldn't help it. This human being is very fragile, but it can directly make Hulk defenseless. Attention all units, Barton agent is rushing to the bridge. Who can stop him? Attention all units, Agent Barton is rushing to the bridge. Who can stop him? At this moment, a voice rang in the ears of many agents. Natasha Romanoff, who was rushing to the battlefield, stopped suddenly. "I'm Natasha Romanoff and I'm going to stop him, Tilda." She turned and chased after the place where Barton agent had left. She has been listening to the situation on the communicator. However, Hulk's anger left her with nothing to do, because that is no longer an opponent she can solve. Fortunately, Thor took over the Hulk and Hulk fight. Let Hulk's destructive power be limited within a certain range. It was even after Miss Betty was rescued that the Hulk lost its destructive power completely. Now there is finally one thing she can do. Stop Barton, this is what I owe him. At the beginning, he gave up chasing and killing himself, but introduced himself into SHIELD and vouch for yourself in your own capacity. Now that he is under control, he should be brought back by himself. At the moments Barton had a near-smooth ride. There is no place for his arrows to meet. If it weren't for the narrow passage inside, the distance would be limited. He can even become a super sniper. But just relying on this is enough for him to play. The power of Momo fruit exceeded his imagination. He even discovered a new usage. The Momo fruit can make his own speed also faster. Due to his physical fitness, he can basically only move at a speed of at most several times, even only for short periods of time. However, this power has raised his strength again. I don't know where it is. Even if he was targeted, he would have time to escape the bullets and counterattack. Mission accomplished, it's time to leave now. Barton seemed to hear the gradually quiet battlefield below. Then, it's time to leave. If you don't leave, you will be in trouble when they pull out their hands. Just then, a soft voice rang in Barton's ear. With a force on his feet, the whole person dodged directly at several times the speed. The figure of a woman happened to appear in his line of sight. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Widow's bite at the moment was still shining in her hand. Not surprisingly, the thing that was shot just now contained an electric current that could anesthetize him. The moment Barton saw Black Widow, he immediately shot the bow and arrow. SHH. The entire arrow shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ding. When the arrow body reappeared, it had been deeply inserted into the metal wall. It's a pity that at this time, Natasha Romanoff disappeared when the first attack failed. At the moment, Natasha Romanoff's inner vibrations are only known to her. Qin Xiao said that Barton traded a Momo fruit with him. This fruit can increase the opponent's speed and file size by 100 times. For that moment just now, she obviously prepared for a long time, thinking that she would never fail. But Barton dodged the blow when it was impossible. If she hadn't been prepared for the next arrow, it would be impossible to dodge it. That has surpassed the naked eye's capture. Barton, after today is over, you have to apologize to me. I don't know if you can make up for the wasted lifespan. Natasha Romanoff made her decision. She couldn't take advantage of Barton without paying a price. The two of them have the same body skills, but now the fruit obtained by the other party is obviously more than their own soul fruit in the battle. It's impossible not to work hard. When she said desperately, she was not joking. Natasha Romanoff made a dodge and came directly to the other side. Barton uses the power of Momo fruit to draw the arrow and bow faster. Natasha Romanoff took the opportunity to step forward and grabbed Barton's bow and arrow. At the same time, she used her life to pour strength into the bow and arrow. The ability of soul fruit. The Marvel Universe calls them artificial living beings. Homies in One Piece world. The one that Natasha Romanoff has been developing the most lately is the quick infusion of soul. And this, when there is no other life compensation, can only consume her own life. That's why she said that after the matter was over this time, Barton had to thank her. And this is exactly why she said desperately. Because this is a temporary artificial living creature, Natasha Romanoff didn't think about imbuing it with too much life. All she needs is for the bow and arrow in Barton's hand to become an artificial living thing. In this way, Barton will not be able to control the bow. And this is Natasha Romanoff's chance. It has to be said that Natasha Romanoff's entire focus on pouring soul in fast and fast is now paying off. The bow and arrow in Barton's hand was full, and he let go of the bowstring in a blink of an eye. According to the reason, the next thing should be the scene of the long arrow launching. However, when he let go of the bowstring never retracted at all. Get out of the way, I can't hold on anymore. At this moment, even Gongxian spoke. Natasha Romanoff dodged the sure shot in the blink of an eye. SHH. There was the sound of the bowstring vibrating, but Barton was a little confused. He had seen Natasha Romanoff's soul fruit, even stayed in that branch for a long time. Natasha Romanoff didn't show that strength at all back then. During this time, he was adjusted to another base to guard Tesseract's research. How to meet Natasha Romanoff, she has such power. Turning an item into an artificial living thing so quickly, and even completely obey her. But he knows that man-made living things actually have their own thoughts. not entirely at the behest of the maker. How did Natasha Romanoff do it? Uncontrolled bows and arrows have lost their effect. However, Barton's body skills obviously surpassed Natasha Romanoff's with the addition of Momo fruit. He let go of the bow and arrow in a blink of an eye, and then he made a mistake directly bullying and approaching, bringing his almost full-strength punch to Natasha Romanoff's body. With this speed, Natasha Romanoff has no chance to shine. She took the punch firmly. Ah, tilde tilde, it hurts tilde tilde. With a punch down, Natasha Romanoff did not change, but the clothes on her body let out a cry of pain. Clothing. Barton was shocked. Natasha Romanoff's clothes are also artificial living things. At that moment, Natasha Romanoff kicked Barton in the knee. Boom. Barton lifted himself off the ground and fell to the ground with a thud. Barton was clearly not going to be defeated by the kick. He got up again, and his speed more than doubled in the blink of an eye. With this kick, he landed directly on Natasha Romanoff's leg. It hurts tilde tilde. Natasha Romanoff's pants also groaned. You turned all your clothes into artificial living things. Barton was really taken aback by this. Natasha Romanoff's operation is really a bit of a show. The fruit of the devil messenger has unparalleled characteristics, but how to operate it is up to us. Obviously, you who have just obtained the Momo fruit have not yet fully adapted to the power of the fruit. Zero ask for flowers. Otherwise, how could I be your opponent? Natasha Romanoff took this opportunity to exchange a few words with Barton. Hee, even so you will not be my opponent. The strength I can display now is at least several times that of the original. Barton has this confidence because Momo fruit has increased his speed too much. Speed is power. I know, so I deliberately chatted with you a few words. Natasha Romanoff took a step back with a smile. Barton seemed to think of something. At this moment, the clothes on his body suddenly tightened his neck. You tilde turned my clothes into artificial living things. No matter how strong Barton was, it was impossible for him not to breathe. In the blink of an eye, Barton was directly strangled and passed out. Natasha Romanoff had Barton tied up in the blink of an eye. That's right, I turned your clothes into living things, just this one. You owe me at least 1 year of life. She panted and sat beside Barton. Sure enough, fruit is something we have to study on our own. However, if I wait for Barton to get acquainted with Momo fruit, I will definitely not be an opponent. Natasha Romanoff has her own research on soul fruit. The most obvious thing is that he used the lives of those prisoners to directly turn her combat uniform into an artificial living thing. These artificial living creatures have their own minds, and their purpose is only one, to protect Natasha Romanoff. During the fight just now, her clothes directly turned into a slightly swollen state. Even they will take the initiative to adjust their own force. Use your own body to meet the attacks of others. Barton's punch and kick landed directly on Natasha Romanoff's artificial creature. Most of the damage was resisted by this artificial living creature. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Natasha Romanoff to withstand Barton's strength with several times the speed of Momo fruit. With this strength, Natasha Romanoff successfully tackled Barton. In this sentence, the user of soul fruit is better than the user of Momo fruit. But as Natasha Romanoff said, it would be nice to wait until Barton is thoroughly familiar with the summer fruit. She herself is definitely not an opponent. She couldn't dodge and resist the sharp arrow sniping at 100 times speed. After a while, Barton woke up. He looked at the situation where his whole body was restrained. A look of depression. What kind of havoc have I caused? Number 3 engine was damaged. Number 1 engine shut down. Ethan was seriously injured. Pepper, Miss were also injured. Hulk transformed successfully, and the entire helicarrier was destroyed by the battle between Hulk and Thor. There are countless other injured agents, especially at the hands of Hulk. Right now, Dr. Banner is in self-imposed confinement because of his transformation into Hulk. Tony was furious because of Pepper's injury and even wanted to leave the team. After Thor and Hulk fought, when he went to find Loki again, he happened to see Loki stabbing Phil Coulson with a knife. If it weren't for Phil Coulson's falling apart fruit, we'd be giving Phil Coulson a funeral by now. The whole team was shattered. I really didn't expect your plan to be so successful this time. Natasha Romanoff briefly described the current situation on the helicarrier. Hearing this news, Barton's face was heavy. Loki, when I'm free, I'll definitely shoot an arrow in his face, an arrow that will explode. Barton said through gritted teeth. Don't wait, maybe you can find the destination of the road soon. Natasha Romanoff is still confident that Tony and Dr. Banner will find the Tesseract. Attention all combat members, the Tesseract position has been found, prepare for the battle. Attention all combat members, as soon as you find the Tesseract location, get ready to fight. Hill's voice came over the helicarrier's radio. They found the Tesseract. Natasha Romanoff stood up and looked at Barton. I can let go of me now. Barton shook his neck with a crisp sound. Are you sure you're okay? I'm sure. I'm still waiting to shoot Loki with an arrow. Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment, then let go of Barton. Barton moved his bound hands that were tingling. Let's go, maybe we have to fly a fighter jet. It seems that you have really recovered. The two went straight to the command room. Nick Fury's face was livid at the moment. Although the location of Tesseract was found, it was too late. Just now, the doctor has given them a very bad news. Nick Fury didn't speak until a group of people arrived. Dr. Banner, tell everyone's. He handed over the narration task directly to Dr. Banner. Tony and I have found a place for Tesseract, a place we've talked about. It's the Stark building. There is also a clean energy source developed by Tony, which can provide powerful energy to their equipment. It also fits the flamboyant personality of Loki, the Prince of Asgard. He literally used the Stark building as a place to express his personality. For 4-0, Tony drove his armor back to the Stark building as soon as he spotted the target. The rest of us must go to the rescue immediately. Dr. Banner recounts a piece of expected and unexpected news. Loki, the place he cares about is actually the Stark building. But think about it, this has already been guessed by them once. Energy, powerful arc energy. This is the most convenient source of energy for powering the Tesseract. In that case, let's go there immediately. Pepper was a little anxious. Tony went to find Loki's troubles alone. The point is, Tony's armor has been seriously damaged. Tony in this form has absolutely no chance of winning against Loki. She and Betty have been receiving treatment, otherwise she might not let Judgment go alone. Too dangerous. Don't worry, Thor has already followed, no accident, the two of them can face Loki first. Nick Fury told the crowd another news. No wonder the crowd came here without seeing Tony and Thor. It turned out that the two had already gone to check the situation as a vanguard. However, this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that I have already monitored the Tesseract's energy surge. This means that Tesseract has been successfully activated. When Thor came, he said that the Protoss of Asgard saw an alien race. Soldiers of the Chitauri race. They are now fully assembled and ready to attack an Earth. And now that Tesseract is open, what we are likely to face is Zeta Swiss soldiers. Although the military strength near New York is very abundant now, after all, it was deployed against me at the time. But it's really not clear how to face the alien race. Now, we need a group of strong fighters to head first. At least, before the New York military's combat power enters the city, it is necessary to temporarily stop the Zeta Swiss soldiers that may appear. Dr. Banner informed everyone of everything he found. Dr. Banner is right. Loki has Dr. Eric successfully activated the Tesseract. According to the news just now, the citizens of New York can already see a beam of energy soaring into the sky. That is the energy that opens the cosmic channel. Nick Fury showed everyone a picture from the Stark building. A blue light soared into the sky, and the entire sky was reflected extraordinarily blue. Then the sky began to crack slowly, and a circular passage appeared in the sky. This time the battle requires strong players and I will participate. Moreover, this time I will no longer control Hulk. Dr. Banner was the first to make a statement. This time on the helicarrier he did a lot of damage. But for all of this he really can't be blamed. In his own heart he couldn't let go, himself just being tricked by Loki. If he doesn't avenge this revenge, Hulk will always have a pimple. I want to participate too. Pepper was straightforward about her attitude. Tony has now gone to the battlefield and he has to go. I'm with Bruce. If he really loses control, I'll be with him. I'm going, I want to avenge this revenge myself. Barton gritted his teeth at the moment. Here, he was the only one under control. Even Dr. Banner's loss of control was his fault. And the injuries of Betty and Pepper were all caused by her. I'll go too, don't look at me. Natasha Romanoff's tone was calm. And me, maybe I can't compare to some people in terms of combat, but I can also play a role. Besides, Loki stabbed me in the back. If it wasn't for the devil fruit of the devil messenger, I would have died. Compared to you, I have more need to trouble him. Phil Coulson was smiling. It's like a really honest person saying a very common thing. However, everyone in SHIELD knows what is behind this. Phil Coulson, if he hadn't made a deal with the demon messenger and got the shattered fruit, he would have died in the battle this time. At this time, even Nick Fury began to doubt whether it was right for him to reject the deal of the demon messenger. This time he saved Phil Coulson, who will save next time. This time Natasha Romanoff used the fruit ability to stop Barton. Otherwise, who is going to stop him here? Nick Fury finally set his sights on Captain Rogers. Captain Rogers froze for a moment. Don't look at me, I'm definitely going. Captain Rogers thought Nick Fury was waiting for him to make a statement. No, Captain Rogers, I mean next, you are the captain of this team. Nick Fury, but he said something that made Captain Rogers stunned. Me, an old antique to be the captain. Rogers couldn't believe it. What we believe in is generally the task of infiltrating and stealing intelligence. Such a large-scale battle requires your combat experience. Nick Fury gave a reason for having Captain Rogers as the leader. This time, all eyes were on Captain Rogers. Here, only Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and Phil Coulson have combat experience. Dr. Banner was originally an obedient boy who didn't know how to fight at all. Pepper. Company executives, where to fight. Betty, her father was a general and fought a lot. But where did she go to fight? Looking at it this way, Captain America is really the only one with the richest combat experience. All right, I got it. Captain Rogers took over the task. So what's the name of our team? He asked another more important question. The team, which had to have a name, would be like his Howling Commandos. Avengers. Nick Fury directly gave a name that had already been decided. I get it, we're going to stop them. At least we're going to delay until the military gets into New York City and evacuates the residents. Captain Rogers gave his assurances. Also, keep Pepper and Betty in a safe place. Both of them are still injured and cannot participate in the battle. Nick Fury made another arrangement. I know. A group of people took the plane and rushed towards the Stark building. After everyone left, Hill Agent came to Nick Fury's side. Are you still thinking about the Devil Messenger? Hill saw what was going on in Nick Fury's mind at a glance. That's right, I really don't understand what the Devil Messenger from the East is going to do. Gave Loki a cursed fruit, giving him a menacing ability. However, he also gave Phil Coulson an ability to save his life. If it weren't for his fruit, Phil Coulson would literally be dead today. So what is he going to do? This is what Nick Fury has never figured out. Perhaps our guess about the Demon Messenger was wrong. In fact, he doesn't care who the target is at all he has to do is spread out his followers. And we, SHIELD, just happen to occupy a few lists. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his choice of the fruit ability. This gives an answer that may not be the answer. I've also thought about your question, but I always feel that something is wrong. But for the time being, it seems that this time, the opponent's strength is really needed to stop Loki. Nick Fury at the moment also has to admit that the fruit ability of the Devil Messenger is very useful. I understand, but now I am worried about a problem instead. What is the problem? Although Captain Rogers is a strengthening fighter, will he feel the pressure in this large-scale attack? You must know that among these few fruit ability players today, almost all of them can make Captain Rogers helpless. Not to mention Hulk, a monster with huge amounts of destructive power. Even Dr. Banner's girlfriend couldn't help him. Pepper, on the other hand, can turn the shield that Rogers depends on into cloth. The boost Barton got this time is already strong. Then when he really develops to a speed of more than 100 times, no one will be his opponent. And Natasha Romanoff, did you notice that she's full of artificial living things? It's unbelievably weird. Will Captain Rogers be psychologically unbalanced in such a team? Hill raised her concerns. We can only trust him. Nick Fury couldn't have done it any better. Besides believing, what else can you do? 5.1. No, maybe we can let Captain Rogers contact the Demon Messenger later. See if Captain Rogers matches a devil fruit too. Hill gave another answer. Director Nick Fury, Hill Agent, latest footage from New York. At this time, the latest images from New York were seen in the dark room. Over the already broken New York City, flight soldiers began to appear one after another. Zeta Swiss soldier, completely descend. Haven't Tony and Thor been there yet? Nick Fury's face was solemn. Tony just got word that he's back in the Stark building. Moreover, he also tried to launch an attack on the device that opened this passage just now. But there is a layer of pure energy cover on it. There is no way to break the opponent's defense at all. The orderly gave a bad news. How could this be? Did Thor's attack have no effect? Hill also wanted to double-check. No effect, even Thor using the most powerful thunder force still can't break this energy barrier. So did they spot Loki? Nick Fury quickly changed the question. This time is the most important thing, they didn't find Loki either. It's as if Loki wasn't even in New York City. Loki, where have you been? Where did Loki go? Not only is Nick Fury looking for it, but Tony and Thor who returned to the Stark building are also looking frantically. They all know Loki's flamboyant and arrogant personality. Otherwise, I would not choose this place. But since he wants to show off, why can't he see where the person is? With Loki's character, it is definitely not because of fear that he hides. His clever brain can calculate many things. Under such circumstances, if he chooses here, he should continue to implement it. Dr. Eric is still there, but why is Loki gone? The two tried to attack the device. The end result was not good. Tesseract has completed energy self-sufficiency. Now, unless you directly attack the Tesseract body, it is useless. Tony, this thing as a scientist, can't you solve it? Thor looked at this turtle-like thing and really had nowhere to start. I think so too, but obviously it's out of control now, and after that we'll have to see if Loki has a way to shut it down. Tony returned to the Stark building. His suit of armor is already full of fear, and it is necessary to replace it with a new armor. Thor wields Mjolnir, looking frantically for Loki in the sky. And Tony came to the side of Mark 7 armor. He quickly installed 2 induction bracelets on his wrists. JARVIS activate the Make 7 armor. Mr. Stark, Mark 7 has not been fully debugged yet. Then don't need the latest function, now is the battle period, I need a new set of armor. I understand, Mr. 4 Stark, the Mark 7 armor has been activated. Woo tilde tilde. In the special mechanical room of Stark building, the Mark 7 battle armor was successfully launched. The biggest feature of this set of battle armor is that there is an extra quick dress. Compared with the previous sets of armor that required special manipulator clothing, this set is directly based on the induction ring. The distance between the 2 induction rings provides the basis for the determination of the rapid columnar armor. The armor originally also comes with positioning and power assist systems. The suit is put on in seconds, and Tony at the moment is ready to check out Loki's hideout. However, at this moment, the excited energy column directly opened a space channel leading to another place. Thor stood on a tall building, he looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Zeta Swiss soldier, Loki really got the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Now Loki is more than just a murderer, he is still an aggressor. Invaders who bring crisis to this world. Tony, the Zeta Swiss soldiers have arrived, they haven't come here yet, only the 2 of us are here to stop each other. As Thor spoke, he began to summon thunder. At this moment, Thor's divine body, Mjolnir, and thunderous fruit frantically gathered the power of thunder between heaven and earth. Boom tilde tilde tilde. The entire sky, except for the space passage, is completely occupied by dark clouds. Violent thunder and lightning continued to rage, and at the space passage, the Chitauri individual flight soldiers who had just escaped from the passage suffered a strong attack. Countless Zeta Swiss soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings. This wave, Thor Day show. Ha ha ha, go back to your world, you are not welcome in Midgard. Thor laughed wildly at the fallen Zeta Swiss soldiers. But immediately after, a huge amounts of Chitauri Leviathan passed through the passage. The huge body, the free-flying body, made Thor's face stiff. Thor, can't you shut up? Tony soared into the sky wearing Mark 7. This thing is really too bad. The weapon that comes with Mark 7 crazily attacked a wave of Chitauri monsters, but the effect is not obvious at all. Instead, it led to a large number of Chitauri individual flight soldiers. The moment these flight soldiers saw Tony, they rushed towards him like moths. Tony had no choice but to turn around and fly towards Thor. Thor, I leave the pursuers behind me to you. Come on, leave it to me. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. The thunder continued to shine, and the Chitauri individual flight soldiers continued to fall. And Tony's battle armor also has countless weapons shooting at the Zeta Swiss soldiers. It's a pity that in this wave, they only blocked some of Chitauri's individual flight soldiers. A battleship with huge amounts of floating behemoths successfully broke through the blockade of the 2. Breaking through together, there are countless individual flight soldiers. These flight soldiers began to roam the city. The whole city gradually fell into war. Hey, Chief Fury, how long are you going to be here? Tony was urging frantically on the communicator. The helicarrier can't move fast now, but Captain Rogers has brought Dr. Banner and the others, so hold on. Nick Fury at the moment is also helpless. The helicarrier was injured, and it was too late for them to support. Moreover, the period when the number 3 engine was damaged because the number 1 engine was shut down. All aircraft on the helicarrier sustained varying degrees of damage. Now the plane Rogers and the others fly is considered a rare complete plane, and the rest of the planes at the moment are being overhauled. So even if they want to send air support, it is too late. Tony, we've arrived. Just then an airplane appeared in sight. Captain Rogers, they really arrived. Captain Rogers opened the tailgate of the plane, and by the way, let me down on top of that big guy. At this time, Banner's voice came out. The big guy he was talking about was the Chitauri giant floating beast. At the moment the floating behemoth has landed in the middle of the city. Countless Zeta Swiss soldiers inside successfully landed. They climbed among the tall buildings, shooting wildly with the weapons in their hands. The plane successfully arrived at the sky above the floating giant, and Banner stood at the door of the tail cabin of the plane. Loki, you want to see a destructive Hulk, and now I'll give you that. After he finished speaking, the whole person jumped down directly. In midair, his figure swelled rapidly. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Hulk's heavy body slammed directly onto the huge amounts of floating behemoth. The giant beast's entire head sank. Roar tilde tilde. Hulk rips through a piece of metal he knocked up as he fell. Holding the metal fragment with two hands, the other two smashed it down frantically. A piece of huge amounts of metal shards was inserted directly into the monster reveal by Hulk. It was revealed that the sinking giant floating beast was hit by this heavy blow, and it turned over directly with its head as the center. Boom tilde. The heavy body of the floating giant directly smashed down a building. Roar tilde tilde. As soon as Hulk made his debut, he directly achieved absolute results. His forearms waved wildly. His roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Well done, Hulk. Thor stood on a tall building and the thunder kept falling. His thunder can't stop such a big guy. At the moment, watching Hulk's victory, he was also extremely excited. And with the fall of this giant floating beast, the Swiss soldiers who had just landed and won the Zeta at the moment also turned their heads one after another. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Ah tilde tilde tilde. A special roar came from their mouths. Many soldiers even tore off the masks on their faces, revealing that special face. They are full of anger at the moment. Hulk has already opened next, we can't lag behind. The plane smoothly stabilized on the Stark building. A group of people at the moment began to rush to the battlefield. Tony, hold your hand and take us quickly to the battlefield. Coming. Tony flew over the Stark building, leaving with Captain Rogers in one hand and Natasha Romanoff in the other. In a blink of an eye, the two were directly sent to the battlefield. And Hawkeye Barton, at the moment, stands right on the Stark building. With his archery skills and Momo fruit, he is simply a natural sniper in this high position. SHH tilde tilde. SHH tilde tilde. SHH tilde tilde tilde. Every time an arrow is shot, a Chitauri individual flight soldier falls from the sky. Barton, shoot my foot in there. Standing next to Barton, holding a handful of exploits at a loss. This place is too far away, he doesn't even have any birds. However, fortunately, his fruit is somewhat special. At the moment, he took the initiative to tear himself apart. 733 stepped on the Stark building with a pair of feet, and his body was already suspended. Hawkeye Barton shook her head, shoot the foot out. Your operation is a bit beyond expectations. He said so, but he tied Phil Coulson's foot to the arrow. SHH tilde tilde. 10 times faster. Ah tilde tilde. The whole arrow traveled through space at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and shot steadily not far from Captain Rogers and the others. And Phil Coulson's upper body, at the moment, is also flying forward crazily. However, experiencing such a feeling for the first time, he couldn't help roaring crazily. His body hit the ground uncontrollably. But before that, he actively fell apart. In a blink of an eye, he recovered his body. Captain Rogers, it was an honor to fight with you. Phil Coulson is definitely a Captain America fan. Phil Coulson, agent, your operation is completely unexpected. Oh my God, is there no upper limit for the soldiers over there? Where did I go to find Loki? I have no idea where he went. Tony at the moment was a little weak. His armor, ammo, and energy are limited. And this time there are many ships as soon as they come out. Rogers' captain, Natasha Romanoff Cole, formed a solid attacking group. They are constantly clearing the surrounding Zeta Swiss soldiers. Just then Hawkeye Barton's voice sounded. At this moment in the channel in the sky, a giant planktonic giant once again appeared. Thor at the moment is also helpless. Tony, who was cleaning up the individual flight soldiers in the sky, looked at the giant floating beasts one after another. His head grew big. Did you see Loki? Where is he? Stop arguing, I've seen Loki. Thor, hurry up and find out where Loki has gone. We can't find him. Why should we close this space channel like this? Thor looks around, roar tilde tilde tilde. If he can't close this space channel, he can't hold on for too long. He just flew out of the space channel. Just flew out of the space channel. Hawkeye spoke calmly, but his hands were not calm. An arrow at the moment has been set on the full bow. 10 times bigger, 10 times faster. SHH tilde tilde tilde. A long arrow flew towards Loki in the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chinese letter tilde. The entire arrow instantly became 10 times larger. This file size has little effect, but the terrifying speed made Loki unable to react for a while. SHH tilde tilde. The long arrow pierced Loki's body steadily, and only then did the tearing air sounds. It's a pity that this arrow doesn't seem to have any effect. The divine power armor on Loki's body was only slightly dented, and he shook slightly. Then the long arrow lost power. But immediately after, the bomb on the long arrow exploded directly, and the violent bomb knocked Loki off the Chitauri individual flight device. I will return this arrow to you. Barton at the moment finally let out a long sigh of relief. To be controlled by oneself, to be conscious of one's own corners. And Loki uses his scepter to stuff himself with a thought. This feeling of being controlled is really uncomfortable. Why did Loki come out of the space passage? Where did he go? Tony at the moment asked a somewhat disturbing question. Why did he follow the Zeta Swiss soldiers out of that space passage? It hasn't been long since this empty channel was opened. They kept their eyes on Chitauri individual flight soldiers flying across the sky. But everyone didn't notice that at a certain moment, a flight device flew back from the Earth to the outside of the space channel. That's Loki, taking advantage of the opening of the space gate. He returned directly to the base camp of the Chitauri army. Because there is one thing that he must do now. Plant the scarecrow on the Zeta Swiss soldier. And let the planted soldiers no longer participate in the battle. The number of scarecrows he planted on the Earth is limited. However, the scarecrow planted on the Zeta Swiss soldier gave Loki countless lives. As a commander, he was indeed planning to watch this show on the Stark building. But since he has the bug-like ability of scarecrow fruit, it would be too wasteful for him not to use it. After he finished planting the scarecrow, he at the moment came to Earth again with the Zeta Swiss soldiers. At the moment, he is full of confidence. But the only thing I didn't expect was that just after I came out, I was shot down by an arrow. This is different from any appearance he imagined. It's really embarrassing. Loki, who fell to the ground, turned over and got up. The whole person does not seem to have the slightest injury. But at the moment on his arm turned into a piece of straw. Inside the straw, a tiny scarecrow was expelled. Falling from a high altitude, he lost a scarecrow double. If it wasn't for the scarecrow stand-in, he would definitely be injured this time. You guys are totally P***** G me off. Loki casually grabs a low-flying individual fighter. This time he was going to find trouble with this group of ignorant people. Who is he? He is God. To be shot down by a mortal is simply a disgrace. Individual fighters flew towards the Stark building. But just when he was about to approach, he suddenly retreated rapidly. On the Stark building, several transparent ghosts are constantly wandering. At that moment, he almost bumped into it. He is not afraid of other attacks, but this ghost, Loki, doesn't dare to try his own tricks either. It seems that the practice of hitting Huanglong directly is not going to work. Loki, stop it. Hurry up and close this space passage. You have become an intruder now, you know. Before causing any large-scale damage, it's still too late to stop now. Thor's voice came from the sky. His figure landed directly on the Stark building. Seeing Loki, Thor even gave up on continuing to attack the Zeta Swiss soldiers with thunder. Although he is reckless, he knows that only by letting Loki give up is it possible to close this space channel. Loki stands on Flight's individual flight controller. He had an evil smile on his face at the moment. Stop, close the space channel. Don't you know the power of Tesseract? Once it opens by itself, it is impossible to close. Now all of Midgard unless I kill my Zeta soldier. Otherwise, just wait for the Zeta Swiss soldiers to completely occupy this place. Loki has very, very bad news for everyone. The space gate cannot be closed. In that case, I declare that you have been arrested as a war criminal. Boom tilde tilde. That's when Loki gets Thor's attention. Tony's figure had come behind him. A careful shell landed directly on the flight under Loki's feet. Boom tilde tilde. The entire flight controller was directly blown away. Loki's figure fell from the sky again. But this time he didn't fall to the ground because a Zeta Swiss soldier flight weapon caught him. This time Loki was completely annoyed. You are all looking for death, Zeta Swiss soldiers, and have traveled all over New York City. Loki's voice echoed in the air. And for the Zeta Swiss soldiers who heard this order, at the moment began to center on the space channel and spread in all directions. And because there is no Thor, the exit of the space passage is blocked. The Zeta Swiss soldiers that surged out in an instant far exceeded their imagination. Shet, Thor, hurry up and continue to block the space passage. Don't let the Zeta Swiss soldiers come over. Tony's entire figure flew towards the sky. Weapons in the armor spurt frantically. Without Thor to stop him, all he can do is eliminate as many Zeta Swiss soldiers as possible. Thor looked at the Zeta Swiss soldiers who were about to expand and was really anxious this time. If I chase Loki, there will be more and more Zetas in the sky. If he goes to stop the Zeta Swiss soldier, who will Loki leave to stop it? Now everyone is locked in a battle. But in the end, seeing more and more Zeta Swiss soldiers, Thor chose to stop the soldiers. Xi tilde tilde. The sky was cloudy again. This time, Thor's heart is filled with anger. With his anger, the thunder between heaven and earth was also angry. Both of you, whoever is going to see if Professor Eric is okay, if he is awake, ask him if there is a way to stop this device. Barton attacked the Zeta Swiss soldiers on one side. At the same time, let Betty and Pepper go to see Professor Eric alone. When Tony and Thor attacked the Tesseract, the shockwave directly stunned Dr. Eric. Now I don't know if he is awake or not. Betty glanced at Pepper. Stay here, I'll go and have a look. After she finished speaking, she jumped to the area where Dr. Eric was next door. At this time, Dr. Eric just woke up. Damn it, what the hell did I do? Dr. Eric looked at the descending Zeta Swiss soldiers in the sky. He was full of regret. Dr. Eric, can this device be turned off? Betty at the moment is full of anticipation. Eric looked a little dazed, but then he regained his confidence. The energy of Tesseract cannot be destroyed because it is the biggest energy star. However, I put a fuse on the unit. Other energies cannot destroy it, but its own energy can destroy itself. And Loki's scepter has the energy of Tesseract. Now tell them grab Loki's scepter. With that, I shut down the device. Dr. Eric was a little excited at the moment. Although I have been brainwashed, my character makes me always prepared. A key, an insurance. This is the back door I left for this device. When Betty heard this, she was extremely excited. I see, Dr. Eric, you wait here while I go and tell them. Betty returns to Barton. Notify everyone that grabbing Loki's scepter, that scepter, is the only way to close this space channel. Barton was overjoyed when he heard the news. Then tell everyone the news. Is it Loki's scepter? It seems that our target still falls on Loki. You keep stopping the Zeta Swiss attack, I'm going to grab Loki's scepter. Tony controlled the armor and wandered in the sky crazily. He wants to find out where Loki is. Turning a corner, Tony saw Loki, who was commanding the Zeta Swiss soldiers. The armored power system is crazily sprayed. But at this moment, a huge amounts of figure appeared in front of him. Chitauri Plankton. Hulk, shoot that big guy down, he's blocking me from capturing Loki. Tony sees this guy and calls Hulk for help. This kind of big guy should be handed over to Hulk. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Hulk roared and jumped from floor to floor. Keep clenching the floor with both arms to exert strength. And the other two arms crazily smashed all the Zeta Swiss soldiers who were blocking them. Roar tilde tilde tilde. With a roar, Hulk has come to the Chitauri floating giant that Tony mentioned. Like a huge amounts of cannonball, Hulk hit it again. The four arms turned into destroyers and directly tore a big hole out of this giant floating beast one after another. Immediately afterwards, he jumped straight into mad destruction. Boom tilde. In a blink of an eye, the giant planktonic beast fell headfirst. Hulk, on the other hand, came straight out from another place. Hey tilde tilde tilde, it's over. Hulk delivered his manifesto. He's done smashing the behemoth that's blocking Tony. Hulk, thanks, I said, I like you just the way you are. Tony dodges the big falling guy, and the shells on his body are aimed at Loki in the blink of an eye. Boom tilde tilde. Loki didn't check and was directly sprayed. But he didn't care at all, part of his body turned into a scarecrow. Then a little scarecrow fell and Xiao came out. Although Tony's injury was not fatal, the proud Loki wanted to maintain his perfect image. Even with such an injury, he decided to consume a scarecrow. Anyway, he planted a lot of scarecrows. Loki, now I declare you under arrest. All the weapons in Tony's body were turned on, aiming at Loki together. Loki at the moment looked around, the corners of his mouth raised wildly. What's the use? You see, the Chitauri's soldiers are already all over New York. You see, those giant beasts are spreading out in all directions. With so few of you, how much can you stop? We have Hulk. As long as this space channel is closed, we can slowly eliminate it. Tony wouldn't be affected by Loki. Destroy slowly, then I will let them destroy your city quickly. All Zeta Swiss soldiers obey orders. Remember to destroy all the way when spreading. Loki gave the insane order. Loki, you are truly crazy. Yes, I am crazy. I want your backward civilization to tremble under my feet. I want you to know the price of offending a Protoss. I want. Boom tilde tilde. At this moment, like the giant floating monsters scattered around New York, at the moment one after another exploded and fell. Loki's imaginary Zeta soldier wreak havoc doesn't happen at all. On the contrary, their behemoths and soldiers seem to be blocked. Every direction in New York City, Zeta Swiss music seems to have suffered the same treatment. In a blink of an eye, the casualties were heavy. Hey, what is hiding in New York? Well, what is New York hiding? Loki watched the floating leviathans fall one after another. He was in disbelief. What exactly is going on? Why did the Zeta Swiss soldiers and behemoths who wanted to continue to expand explode one after another? These Zeta Swiss soldiers who were about to destroy New York City seemed to be suppressed suddenly. They were originally scattered in all directions. However, there is some kind of force blocking the Zeta Swiss soldiers in almost every direction. Even those gigantic behemoths fell one by one. You know, in the central area here, the giant beasts are almost all handed over to Hulk to destroy. Now there are crashed behemoths everywhere outside, representing the fighting power outside, all of which Jin Pinghao said. What kind of monster city is New York? How could there be such fighting power inside? This time, is it crazy to choose this place? Or is this originally their conspiracy, just waiting for me to bring the Zeta Swiss soldiers to attack here? One question after another kept echoing in Loki's mind. He now seriously suspects that this is a game being done. Tony was also dumbfounded. I was just worried that Loki's order would cause irreparable damage to New York. But I didn't expect it, and the result was like this. Loki deliberately led the Zeta Swiss soldiers to destroy New York City frantically. As a result, it was blocked as soon as it walked out of a certain area. Those intruders seemed to have touched a certain taboo. All intruders were stopped in an area of New York City centered on the Stark building. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think of something. New York City, it's not that simple. Just based on the mutant they encountered at the beginning, they would never let it go under such an invasion. He can guarantee that there is definitely a mutant force in it. It seems that your attack plan is about to fail. Tony looked at the unbelievable 210 Loki and said a little mockingly, "No, I don't believe it. Everyone, attack outwards. I don't believe you can stop all the Zeta Swiss soldiers." Loki didn't believe in evil. He frantically let the Zeta Swiss soldiers attack outwards. As for the area centered on the Stark building, they would rather give it up for the time being. Thor and Hulk, the two peak combat powers, caused Chitauri to suffer heavy losses. Thor is a big magician of AoE. And Hulk, this is a super soldier with high attack and high defense and has accumulated anger buff. All Chitauri plankton behemoths are his targets. As for the scattered minions, Captain Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson are playing their combat effectiveness. The police in New York are responsible for the evacuation of the entire crowd and the establishment of temporary fortresses. It was Captain Rogers' first time fighting with everyone. Decades ago, he was the most advanced one. But when he came to this future world, he saw too many unbelievable things. As long as Phil Coulson's feet are on the ground, his upper body is constantly flying in the air. The energy weapons made by the space gem are constantly shooting crazily around. Once encountering the opponent's attack, he will take the initiative to tear his body apart. This time, the Zeta Swiss soldier was unwilling to approach here. As for Natasha Romanoff, her fight seemed to be pretty normal. But those Chitauri weapons she touched became alive. These weapons are crazily counterattacking the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Over time, Natasha Romanoff alone turned into an army of terror. A person, with a group of man-made living creatures transformed from weapons, madly attacked outside. On the contrary, it was Captain Rogers himself. At the moment, he could only rely on the shield in his hand to fight the enemy. Comparing the three of them, the Zeta Swiss soldier will naturally know who is attacking. Captain Rogers faced the most serious of attacks. Countless Zeta Swiss soldiers are trying to capture his point. As a last resort, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff had to assist Captain Logas. Captain Rogers, who was physically exhausted, looked at the two with a dejected expression. "You are all so powerful, do you still need me to lead? Moreover, I didn't understand deeply when I heard you talk about the fruit ability. Now, I finally understand how powerful you are. Perhaps your battle will be better without me." Captain Rogers is very self-aware. "No, Captain Rogers, you are our idol and the spiritual pillar of many people. Fighting with you, we are not only honored but also braver." Phil Coulson is definitely the #1 Captain America fan. Don't forget to brag at this time. Attention, I just saw those Zeta Swiss soldiers above my head seem to be expanding towards the outside. Did something happen outside, or Loki changed the target of the attack? If it is the latter, we must bring the opponent's battlefield back. If it really rushed out of New York City, the battlefield would become too big. Rogers changed the subject. He has a deep understanding of the power of the fruit ability. Now we have to deal with this temporary change on the battlefield. Barton, did you see anything on the Stark building? Why are the Zeta Swiss soldiers attacking outside frantically at the moment? Natasha Romanoff contacted Hawkeye Barton directly on the roof. "I don't know, maybe it was ordered by Loki. However, you don't have to worry about the outside. All the Zeta Swiss soldiers who charged outside were stopped." "Stop it. The military is so powerful that it has surrounded the entire New York City." Captain Rogers was in disbelief. In this future, is the military so fast and powerful? No, not necessarily the military. Then who is it? Everyone was guessing what was going on, but Qin Xiao at the moment knew it all. Ding, it has been detected that the thunder fruit has been developed to a certain extent by the matcher, and the host absorbs the opponent's ability, 3 times the body density of a mortal. This is the first person to report ability to Qin Xiao in this battle. Thor, the power of thunder all over the sky is his power. That is the power of Mjolnir, the body of Thor, and the fruit of thunder all rolled into one. It is also this power that prevents Chitauri's individual flight soldiers from attacking aggressively. In such a state of rage, Thor unleashes the power of rage. This power makes even the power of thunder very terrifying. Similarly, this also allows the power of the thunderous fruit to be fully displayed. In New York City with Frank, Logan, and the melon-hating he got the first feedback. As for 3 times the body density of mortals, this is the standard for Asgardians. Their people are originally very powerful. Don't look at Sif's inability to fight back when he was beaten in the face of the Destroyer. But she is also in existence in Shield agent who can kick a car away with just one kick. Even an Asgard berserker can recover quickly after being stabbed. These are the abilities of people in Asgorn. And now Qin Xiao finally got another Thor's ability. This ability can make him stronger, whether it's strength, defense, or resilience. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to stimulate their fruit ability. Ding, it is detected that the soul fruit has been developed to a certain extent by the matcher, and the host absorbs the other party's ability spy skill, beauty torture. Not long after, another system sound fed back to Qin Xiao. But this time Qin Xiao was stunned. Spy skills, beauty torture, is this F***G system a joke? Do you want to have a S**X test yourself? That's seduction, right? Are you beautiful? Doesn't that count as seducing female warriors in reverse? Qin Xiao looked at this ability and really didn't know how to complain. But he knows one thing, Natasha Romanoff has reached a certain level in the development of soul fruit. This time the war, it seems that they all know the effectiveness of the fruit ability. Qin Xiao is going to take some time to see how Natasha Romanoff developed this fruit. Anyway, he always felt that the effect of this fruit in battle was not very good. Ding, it is detected that the bomb fruit has been developed to a certain extent by the matcher, and the host absorbs the opponent's ability fighting skills. At this moment, an unexpected voice also reached Qin Xiao's ears. Bomb fruit, Jinpin, ever since he gave Jin and bombed the fruit, Qin Xiao seemed to be freeing him. Neither to guide the fruit development of Jinbin, nor to pay attention to the current situation of the other party. However, in this battle in New York, the other side actually fed back a powerful ability. This was beyond Qin Xiao's expectation. You know, Jinbin's fighting ability is at its peak in the entire human race. His terrifying 90% muscle setting makes him worthy of facing a lot of heroes. At the same time, he also possesses the ultimate human fighting ability. This allows him to fight no matter who he faces. The Punisher, Daredevil, Captain America, not Blacken's Spider-Man, these are all people he has fought against. Qin Xiao's current situation is very special. He has the power of Hulk and Abomination. But his own fighting skills are very ordinary. In order not to reveal his background, he is also embarrassed to ask others for advice on this aspect. After all, he really wants to learn, so he can ask Frank for advice. Frank's strength is also at the limit of human beings. Now, the system directly feeds back Jin Bing's fighting skills. Coupled with Qin Xiao's own power, this is the correct way to use it. Jin Bing also reported back, is there a battle on their side? This is interesting, Loki has to face so many masters by himself. It depends on how badly he is going to be played this time. Qin Xiao gloated a little. Ding, it is detected that the causal fruit has been developed to a certain extent by the matcher, and the host has absorbed the other party's ability beast intuition. Just when he was gloating, another system came back. Sabretooth Beast Intuition, this is the second ability sent back from Sabretooth. The first one is exactly his self-healing. Today is really a big harvest, a harvest beyond my imagination. It seems that I have to go to other places to take a closer look. Maybe such a battle really shouldn't be missed. Qin Xiao made a decision in his heart. At this moment, a group of Zeta Swiss soldiers flew towards them in the sky. Behind them there is also Chitauri floating giant beast. Don't you guys want to meet aliens? Now here is your chance. Don't you guys want to meet aliens? Now here's your chance. Qin Xiao looked at all the Zeta Swiss soldiers who had already come this way. He felt a little pity for these soldiers. This direction is not something they can come at will. Next, you will be treated the same as you were in the middle zone against the Hulk. If you concentrate on attacking the middle area, maybe you can gain something after depleting Rogers and their energy. But once you stretch the front line, the danger of this world will be highlighted. Even Qin Xiao doesn't know how many hidden forces there are in New York City. They don't know how to hold on to this point. By the way, pay attention to the destructive power. Try not to damage this area. After all, we still have to live here. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the mirror dimension. Here you can watch other people's battles at close range without worrying about being disturbed. From beginning to end, all he has to do is watch the show. As for him doing it himself, he didn't even think about it. It was as if Ancient One Magician was in New York, but she was not worried at all. Ha ha ha, after holding back for so long, I can finally make a move. Turn into the abominable Brances as a battle madman. He was very excited to see the Zeta Swiss soldiers coming in this direction. The super soldier serum that Bronsky injected was very complicated, but it is likely to be a replica of Captain Rogers' original serum. This serum has a hangover. After injecting him, it will strengthen one's character. Kind people become kinder, and evil people become more evil. Bronsky is not evil, but he is warlike. That's why he became so terrifying afterwards. His heart had already become restless. You know, the thunder that fills the sky is constantly washing away all the aliens. In the distance, Hulk's deafening roar has already aroused the hatred's desire to fight. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao's suppression, he would have left long ago. Now, these people rushed over, looking for death. Hate didn't say anything and jumped directly onto the roof of a building. Qin Xiao said this place cannot be ruined, this requirement is still a bit high. The thing that own ability attacks the ground has to destroy the whole block. Then set your goals in the sky. It just so happens that there are so many big guys in the sky. Standing on the roof, he looked at the group of individual flight controllers above. An evil smile appeared on his disgusted face. Clenched hands, white light shines from above. The vibration range and directional control training during this period seems to be prepared for such a scene. After he finished speaking, he hammered towards the Zeta Swiss soldier in the sky with both hands. Boom tilde tilde. Catch a tilde. Catch a tilde. Catch a tilde. The continuous breaking sound kept ringing in front of the hatred. A shock wave visible to the naked eye spread directly towards the sky. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. The vanguard of the Zeta Swiss soldiers was directly hit by this shock wave. Unprepared, they were directly hit hard. The soldiers on the individual flight guns were like broken dumplings falling from the sky frantically. Ha ha ha, you are not welcome in this direction. White light shone from the hand of the hatred again. Another punch, the strong shock wave cleared all the flight soldiers in the sky. And although the huge floating behemoth at the moment was also slightly affected, but they still flew towards this side regardless. Ha ha ha, it seems that you don't believe in evil, then I will destroy them all. The Abomination targeted a floating behemoth. His whole body rushed out like a cannonball, jump over and over the top of the building. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the side of a giant floating beast. Boom tilde. Hate the force of his feet and directly hit the giant beast. The giant beast that was hit by its heavy body paused for a moment. However, the size of the giant floating beast was there, and it was slightly affected. But then it continued to fly outside. If you want to leave, ask me if you have. The white light in the hands of the abhorrence flickered wildly. Boom. With violent shock force, this punch slammed into the head of the giant floating beast. The entire giant beast suffered from this punch, its body trembling crazily. Click tilde tilde. Catch tilde tilde. Crack tilde tilde. Continuous crisp sounds sounded, and the giant beast was knocked down to the ground just like that. Its metal body was almost shattered inch by inch. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Hate knocked down a giant beast with one punch. He roared frantically towards the sky. The behemoths that were rushing towards this direction seemed to have some hesitation at the moment. This big man looks like the big green man with 4 hands in the middle of the city. The guy got stronger and stronger, and it took a few punches to destroy a giant beast. But seeing the giant beast behind is a punch. With that terrifying power, a giant beast can be blown up with a single punch. And the big yellow man in front of him now seemed to be of the same breed as the other party. Huge and terrifying. The point is, it knocked down a giant beast with one punch as soon as it came. A little hard to mess with flashed. Don't run. Seeing these giant beasts that were about to bypass him with hatred, the whole person frantically chased after them. After finally being able to destroy to one's heart's content, how could he let them leave? Hate punched punch after punch into the air. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye blocked the entire sky. Once the giant floating beast slows down a bit, the Abomination will jump directly onto the opponent's body. With a punch of shocking power, the giant beast was directly smashed to pieces. The sky is not a place where you can break through. Breakthrough in the sky has become a restricted area, and breakthrough on the ground has become particularly important. Along the block, the Zeta Swiss soldiers marched frantically, but the ground is not flat. A thing that shone with metallic luster, with sharp knives on its hands, feet, and even its whole body blocked their way. Moreover, when the other party saw them, they just rushed over regardless. tilde tilde. Chitauri's unique cry sounded. It seems to be calling everyone to attack. The soldiers who were notified raised their weapons one after another. Call out. Few tilde. Call out. The energy gun crazily landed on this metal bump with energy. But it didn't work at all. Those attacks hit the opponent and the opponent didn't even bother to dodge. Boom! The heavy weight of the metal bump crushed the ground, but the opponent's speed has also reached rapidity. Psst tilde. Psst tilde. Psst tilde. Metal lumps kept flashing past them. Every time you pass one, you can hear the sound of a sharp knife entering your body. In a blink of an eye, all the Zeta Swiss soldiers approached by him became fragmented. Wolverine's lethality to these mortals was far beyond their imagination. Ask for flowers. Along the way, Logan only had eyes for these ugly monsters. And these monsters are actually going to attack the Earth. With this mentality of destroying invaders, Logan is like a fish in water when he kills people. Frantic driving along the way, block after block cleared by Logan. Compared with the team of Captain Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, and Phil Coulson, Logan's killing speed alone does not seem to be much slower. The three of them had to pay attention to dodging Chitauri's attack, because their bodies are still mortal. But all Logan has to do is to rush over and stab the sharp blade into the opponent's body. The more people gathered, the faster he killed. Dodge, you can hurt me even if you are ruthless. Faced with this unreasonable battle, the Zeta Swiss soldiers had to disperse and flee. Unfortunately, escape is also impossible. As a weapon master, Frank is only an ability implementer in the swamp. No one knows how many weapons were placed in his body. Watching the shocking fruit of the Abomination in the sky clean up the Zeta Swiss soldiers on it with great interest. Frank still decided not to affect the Abomination. The opponent in front of him was in a hurry, so he reconciled with himself. On the ground, Logan is like a humanoid killing machine, and Frank has no intention of joining in the fun. However, he doesn't do nothing. You don't need any of these dropped weapons, do you? Very well, I took it, so Frank just wandered on the street. Wherever he went, Chitauri's weapons were swallowed by his body. Once he found a Zeta Swiss soldier slipping through the net, he just shot it casually. In front of him, a weapon master, he could still show off his marksmanship. Even Frank looked at those gigantic Chitauri leviathans that fell to the ground. He also thought about waiting until the soldiers here were resolved, and he would just devour one. This thing is a bit rare. After that, he saw those fleeing Zeta Swiss soldiers. The weapon in his hand at the moment came in handy. The continuous gunshots exploded those deep meanings of fleeing one by one. Some Zeta Swiss soldiers don't believe in evil. They look at this human attacking with normal weapons. Think you've finally found an opponent you can eliminate. Frank looked at the Zeta Swiss soldiers who had all fallen to the ground and continued to collect their weapons on his own. Just like that, the three of them guarded the Zeta Swiss soldiers rushing towards them. Few tilde. Immediately afterwards, he wiped out all the figures he saw one by one. Few tilde. But at this moment, the figure on the opposite side directly shot the captain. Shaking fruit, quick-cut fruit, swamp fruit ability. Tilde tilde. At the same time, the same situation is happening elsewhere. Anyway, your body can store countless objects, such as guns and ammunition, so don't waste them. No matter how much Loki doesn't believe it, here, after all, is a boundary that cannot be crossed on a large scale. This opponent should be wiped out. After a round of attacks, a Zeta Swiss soldier who looked like a team leader signaled to stop shooting. Such weapons cannot destroy me. Call out. Hate Bronski, Wolverine, Logan, Frank the Punisher. The weapon easily covered Frank's figure. The Chitauri's weapon fires wildly at Frank B, the king of New York's underworld. Even the king of the underground world of country M. Jin does not naturally have his energy and capital. After eating the devil fruit traded by the devil messenger, his whole life changed slightly. Originally, she focused more on business, the expansion and maintenance of the underground world. However, now he spends more time on the development of his fruit ability. In the entire Hell's Kitchen, he did not know how many hidden bases he had established. These bases are the places he uses to develop fruits. All of this depends on his power. Once someone is unwilling to submit, he will change it to entertain him. Moreover, he is now starting to build bases in the New York suburbs. Because these bases in the city can no longer meet his training requirements. At the beginning, his bomb power was only one grenade file size. Such power is of little help to him. But Jin Bing just took a fancy to the future of the fruit that Qin Xiao said. Nuke, even more terrifying power. Therefore, he constantly used his physical fitness to use the fruit ability crazily. From the power of the grenade file size, it becomes rockets, tank shells, missiles. Step by step, the power of his bomb fruit becomes more and more powerful. In the September 37th city, the damage caused by his training could no longer be tolerated. So he is now starting to move his training base outside the city. Outside the city, he can use his ability to his heart's content without being affected. But recently, he seems to have encountered a bottleneck. When the fruit ability is developed to a certain extent, it seems that it becomes very slow to continue to develop. Qin has become a little manic these days. Several of his subordinates offended him and were directly smashed into scum by him. However, at this moment, a huge amount of energy column appeared on the Stark building. This energy column even opened a space channel to another world. A strange alien army has begun attacking all of New York City. At the very beginning, the alien creatures only attacked some areas dominated by the Stark building. However, the other party was obviously not reconciled, so they began to expand constantly. A wave of Chitauri soldiers rushed towards Hell's Kitchen. Jin Bing originally had a fire in his heart, but now these aliens are coming to attack his own territory. How could he bear such a thing? Get everyone in Hell's Kitchen ready to fight. Remember, it's everyone. If I find that some gangs don't participate in this battle, they will not appear in Hell's Kitchen next time. Kim also issued his first order in a while. It was also a mobilization involving the entire Hell's Kitchen. In fact, the people in Hell's Kitchen are already ready to fight. This is their territory and they don't allow anyone to touch it, not even if you're an alien. A group of people were notified by Jin Bing and they quickly gathered in various blocks and rooftops at the moment. At this time they let go of all past entanglements. Today, only for aliens. The Zeta Swiss soldiers frantically expanded outwards. However, just as they were about to approach the location of Hell's Kitchen, they were violently attacked. The desperados in Hell's Kitchen don't care who their opponents are anyway, they'll just hit a shuttle when they see it coming up. Boss, there has been a firefight in the block below, 17. Boss, the aliens' weapons are very powerful, and we can't repel them for the time being. The third area needs support, and we encountered flight soldiers here. Hold on, we're almost done cleaning up here. Attention everyone, the huge amounts of battleships are starting to appear overhead, and we can't do damage to them. Back and avoid the big guys. Jin stood on his building, watching the flames of war in all directions, and his subordinates kept reporting the latest information to him. The Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground are now blocked directly. However, the ground troops were blocked, and there was nothing in the sky that could stop the giant floating beasts. Jin Bing, the battle below is easy to talk about, but how will the big guys above experience it? Beside Jin Bing, a man with a forehead that obviously looks like a bullseye shook his head and spoke. Bullseye. A #1 assassin who was hired by Jin Bin and basically only served Jin Bin. He really admired Jin Bing's strength and mind. That's why he was willing to follow Jin Bing and become his #1 assassin. I'll deal with the things above and tell other people to pay attention to those alien soldiers. Jin threw away the cane he had been holding. His huge figure, which looks a bit bloated, remains unimaginably flexible. He moved his body casually and then rushed towards a giant floating beast. There was a sudden explosion under his feet and he himself was launched like a cannonball. Jin Bing. I want to see what level your current strength has reached. You told me that your strength comes from devil fruit. If it is possible, maybe I will go to the other party to make a deal. Everything judged by a battle. Bullseye looked at Jin Bin, who was being blown away by himself. Something murmured in his mouth. And Jin Bing's goal is very clear, which is the mouth of the floating giant beast that is closest to him. Boom! In midair and under the whole person's feet, it exploded again. He rushed forward at an even faster speed. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. With this kind of explosive recoil, Jin had directly achieved flight and direction change in the air. Moreover, there were constant explosions, and his speed was constantly increasing. Even in the air, in addition to the flames of the explosion, there will also be shock waves that break through the sound barrier. The power of the bomb fruit has been gold and developed a more powerful and flexible way to use it. When tilde. The giant floating beasts were flying in the air, while Jin Bin and the sun dunked in. Hell's Kitchen is not the place for you to come. After Jin Bin finished speaking, his whole body exploded suddenly like the most violent bomb. The whole body explodes. There is no restraint. Boom. Boom tilde. Intense flames emerged from the mouth of the giant floating beast. Immediately afterwards, the entire behemoth lost control and fell from the sky. But Kim didn't stop. His whole body is like a gigantic beast, exploding all over his body and crossing the entire giant beast. In a blink of an eye, he rushed out from the tail of the giant beast. For him, this giant floating beast is a living target. Immediately afterwards, he set his sights on another giant floating beast. Crazy explosion under the feet. Shockwave took Jin Bin's body and rushed towards another giant floating beast again. Naturally, the Zeta Swiss soldiers with individual flight weapons in the sky could not have looked at Jin and destroyed their behemoth so easily. These fighters rushed towards Jin Bing frantically with their flight machines. The weapons on the fighter are constantly shining brightly. All their goals are Jin Bin. Boom tilde. Call out. The sound of energy shots and explosions kept ringing in the sky. Jin Bin is like a fish swimming out of control in the sky. Any part of his body can explode. This explosion provided him with a powerful impact. His change of direction was irregular. But the speed at which he approached the giant floating beast did not change at all. Boom tilde tilde. His heavy body hit the floating giant directly. Before touching the giant beast, his body exploded crazily again. The exploding shockwave slammed the plankton's head off. This behemoth is like a fast-moving bicycle with its front brake pinched. Its whole body just turned over in front of the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Another floating behemoth was killed by Jin Bing. This time, Kim isn't just taking down the behemoth. He also used the force of the bomb to blow the metal from the behemoth to pieces. As the monster rolled, he grabbed a handful of metal shards. His body exploded again, and the powerful impact made him rush towards another giant beast again. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Ah tilde tilde tilde. The individual flight soldiers in the sky roared frantically at the moment. Such a person on Earth actually killed 2 of their giant warships in a row. This kind of thing is simply unbearable. More and more individual flight soldiers rushed towards Jin Bing. HMPH, you are courting deaths. Jin's disdainful voice could not be heard in the explosion, but this does not affect Jin Bing's next actions. A handful of metal shards was in his hand. Immediately afterwards, his energy frantically gathered in his hands. Boom tilde tilde. Jin Bing's body stepped back abruptly. However, the metal fragments in his hand shot out at an even more terrifying speed. These fragments are like bullets from a shotgun. Scatter covers a large area directly. However, the power brought by the explosion of Jinpin can far exceed that of a shotgun. Those metal fragments directly penetrated one soldier after another at a speed that the Zeta Swiss soldiers could not dodge at all. All the flight soldiers in Jinbin's attacking direction fell from the sky like broken dumplings. In a blink of an eye, the front of the fight was empty. Jin 4.9, who retreated because of the explosive force in his hand, exploded wildly again. His body once again kept moving rapidly in the air. Floating behemoths in the sky, in front of Jin Bing, a flexible individual, have nowhere to start. All the encircling flight soldiers will be countered by the jail all the time. This time, the attack in this direction was directly blocked. And Jin Bin is still constantly attacking the giant floating beast. He didn't intend to let go of any of the giant beasts here. These Hell's Kitchen gangsters on the ground saw the horror of Jin Bin for the first time. They know. During this time and in retreat, Kim didn't show up for a long time. However, as soon as it appeared this time, it showed everyone what power is. This is power. One person directly kill all the Zeta Swiss soldiers and giant floating beasts in the sky. They know that the strength that Jin Bing displayed today has declared and is still the king of the underground world. Moreover, this throne is stronger than ever. The other gangsters at the moment were thinking about one thing. Looking back, it doesn't matter whether they all surrender to the disease. His terrifying power is no longer something they can resist. Moreover, they may be safer with gold and being the boss. Jin Bin, the fruit of the bomb, forms an army with one person, a hidden area in New York. Magneto at the moment is looking at the distant sky on the roof. There, a huge amount of space door is opened. Stark Industries, what are they doing this time? How could this technology of opening space passages appear on their buildings? Magneto Eric seems to have some disdain for the Stark building. Last time, it was because of Tony Stark's intervention that his plan was in vain. Although Professor X Charles and his mutants also intervened last time, but Magneto still habitually shifted the responsibility to Tony. After all, Professor X is an existence that has been in love with him for decades. They know each other well. Storm, you fly the plane, let me check the condition of this corpse. After Qin finished speaking, she came to the side of the Zeta Swiss soldiers. A knife is thrown flying by her psychokinesis. The scalpel smoothly sliced across Zeta Swiss soldier's head and skull. Immediately afterwards, she saw a situation completely different from the structure of the human brain. Charles, these aliens, they seem to have a part mechanical structure. In other words, this should be an artificial tissue of a biochemical human. So your statement that they accept certain information appears to be true. And if nothing else, the thing that emits the signal is just outside the channel. Jean took a brief look at the alien's brain tissue. To her, these circumstances did not seem at all strange. When Wolverine and Senator Kelly have problems, Qin will conduct the physical examination. She has a good ability in medicine. Very good, tell Tony the news, I think they will find a solution. Charles looked at Storm and said. Storm contacted Tony directly through the plane's communicator. This is the contact signal left after their cooperation last time. Hey Charles, I'm busy here. Immediately Tony's voice came from the opposite side, but at the moment his voice was a little hurried. After all, the Loki in front of him has not been taken yet. Moreover, Loki at the moment was looking at those Zeta Swiss soldiers who failed to expand the battlefield in all directions with a look of astonishment. Tony is about to take this opportunity to take Loki down. It turned out that Charles actually sent him a communication request. I know, I'm right there, and I'll tell you a piece of news that the aliens seem to be receiving a signal from somewhere. And this place, no accident, is outside the space gate. Now you have two choices. The first one is to close this dimension door. In this way, the signal source can be cut off directly without any accident. The second one is the main signal transmitting base outside the channel of destruction. In other words, there is the command center of the opponent. Are you sure? Not sure because the time to dissect their bodies is too short to do more verification. Forget it, it's best for me to find a way to solve this space channel. And although you said they were receiving external signals, but the meaning of this signal is actually not clear to us. Maybe it's just the way they carry out orders. It's better to close the space door and then slowly clean up these aliens. Tony finally decided to go ahead with the original plan, take Loki or take Loki's scepter. This scepter can close the space door. At the moment he saw that the Zeta Swiss soldiers in all directions above were blocked. In this case, the area that aliens can destroy becomes limited. As long as the opponent is blocked in New York City, even if the whole New York is smashed, it is a victory. Because by virtue of destroying an alien attack conspiracy. No matter who wants to make an article based on this, it is impossible to deny the significance of this victory. Taking advantage of Loki's dazed state at the moment, he directly hit Loki's arm with a cannonball. The scepter in Loki's hand falls towards the ground. It was only at the moment that Loki really realized that he was still on the battlefield. But Tony was faster. The moment the scepter fell, he flew towards the scepter. Grabbing the scepter, Tony turned and flew towards the Stark building. Loki, you wait for me, the one we solve the problem of seeing this space. We will let you know what kind of punishment you will find for this offense. When Tony left, he let go of his harsh words. Wait until Thor is free, let him educate his younger brother himself. Bear boy, give me a good beating before we talk. But Loki looked at Tony who was leaving, and there was an inexplicable smile on his face. Ha ha ha, I just said that the Chitauri soldiers are not as powerful as imagined. You brag about how many planets the Zeta Swiss soldiers have taken down with you. But is this the strength of your soldiers? It can't even get out of the siege of a city on this planet. With such an ability, are you ashamed to say it's powerful? Now, aren't you ready to make a move? Loki watched the scepter being taken away. He wasn't worried at all. In fact, at the moment he didn't know about Dr. Eric's back door. He thought Tony took the scepter to save Dr. Eric. I want to find out whether the space door can be closed through the sober Dr. Eric. But Loki isn't worried. Because of the power Tesseract showed him, it was impossible to be destroyed at will. And his words were obviously aimed at some people. The power of this world is indeed somewhat beyond imagination. A strange voice sounded. At this moment at the space gate, a space transmission gravity directly connected to New York. In this ray of light, two figures walked out. Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, a graceful and thin, a savage and strong. Ebony Maw floated quietly in the air, watching the situation in New York City. If you don't take action, this invasion will fail. I don't understand, since you want to invade here, why don't you send more forces over here? Don't you guys actually know that this planet is dangerous? And I took the Chitauri soldiers just to lead the way for you. Loki at the moment finally understood their purpose. Ebony Maw glanced at Loki. There are some things you shouldn't understand, but this invasion has confirmed one thing for us. This world is indeed dangerous. He knows many things. Thanos once told them that this universe is called the Nine Realms. He also tried to investigate here at the beginning. The reason he investigates is because he heard that Curry, the treasure of Asgard, has an infinity gauntlet, and this glove is the key to controlling infinite gems. Unfortunately, his investigation was stopped by Odin, king of Asgard. At that time, Thanos knew that the destruction of the Nine Realms needed to be delayed. Neither he nor Odin said anything about it. Odin didn't want more people to know that the Infinity Gauntlet could have such powerful power. Thanos delays the time to get the Infinity Gauntlet and instead starts hunting for all the infinite gems. Because he understood one thing, without infinite gems, Infinity Gauntlet is useless. After a long investigation, Thanos also got an infinite gems. But he knew another thing: when two infinite gems get close, there will be an inexplicable connection. This connection is likely to lead to more infinite gems. Therefore, he handed over the scepter to Loki, the traitor of Asgard. Using Asgardians against the Nine Realms is interesting just to think about it. Loki also lived up to expectations and opened the space door connecting the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Originally, this matter was another trial, and at the same time, it was to bring the two infinite gems together to cause changes. As for the success of the hand, he doesn't care. But this guy Loki justified that the Earth is very dangerous and there are many powerful people on it. Ask for more and more powerful ones. Ebony Maw, as Thanos' #1 general, took over the task. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see what was so terrifying about the Nine Realms that once let Mjolnir fail to return. This attack really made him feel the specialness of this world. The mighty Zeta Swiss soldiers can't even break out of a city. This is rarely seen in the planets attacked in the past. Ebony Maw is very clear that the technological level of this world is inferior to that of many planets. Even if it was a temptation, he felt that the Zeta Swiss soldiers could crush the world. Zeta Swiss soldiers have powerful aerial battleships called Leviathans, has a powerful individual flight weapon. There are also Chitauri biochemical soldiers who can accept unified command. The individual combat effectiveness of these soldiers should not be underestimated. At least compared with the people on Earth, their individual forces are much stronger. However, how could it be possible to present the current situation? The Earth in the Nine Realms is obviously very powerful on the mysterious side. In other words, in terms of creating powerful individual strength, they are even better than them. That big green guy with 4 arms even surpassed the strength of Black Dwarf. The Thor who kept killing the Zeta Swiss soldiers with the power of thunder is the Prince of Asgard. His power comes from the same place as Odin who stopped Thanos. As for the other forces under his hands, they are stronger than ordinary soldiers, so they don't attract his attention. However, just as Loki disperses the Zeta Swiss soldiers, the entire New York City begins to resurrect. The power inside made Ebony Maw also feel frightened. He's high up, seeing far more than Loki does. A yellow man who is similar to the four-armed green man possesses a powerful force. Shock can easily destroy floating behemoths with shock waves. On the other side, there is a fat man whose whole body keeps exploding. His explosive power is really astonishing. This kind of explosion even made him play with unexpected power. None of the floating behemoths could withstand the opponent's explosion. There is another direction. There is a super weirdo who can keep growing. His individual strength is not inferior to the four-armed green big man. Are those forces behind you really not planning to send them out? Doesn't it matter if you fail this time? Now that the other party stops you here, what can you do when the two of you come? Loki continued to hurt Ebony Maw on one side. But what is even more frightening is that there is another mysterious force that is stronger than that big man. The floating behemoth and the Zeta Swiss soldier were easily crushed to pieces by the opponent. Interesting actually directly brought out Ebony Maw. As I said, there are some things you should not ask about, and what you have to do is to do what you should do. Thunder and lightning, wind and snow between heaven and earth. There is also some kind of powerful energy weapon equipped on the plane. There is another direction. It seems that someone has powers similar to Thor. As I said at the beginning, to attack here, you need to send more people. Ebony Maw paid no attention to Loki. In fact, he still doesn't know that the Avengers are actually a regular armed force, and this is just the irregular armed forces of this world. Loki just tired of home. Now even Ebony Maw wonders just how terrifying the world's regular armed forces can be. Your fighting power is really disappointing. Interesting, actually directly brought out Ebony Maw. Qin Xiao, who was staying in the mirror dimension, unexpectedly saw Ebony Maw when he came over. This point completely exceeded his expectations. Maybe this is the butterfly effect he attracted Tilda. This is an unexpected joy, to be able to see the combat effectiveness of Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf in advance. The outside Ebony Maw at the moment flew forward with a kind of rapidity. His fighting power alone surpassed many others. If it wasn't for plot kills, Ebony Maw could beat Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. Ebony Maw at the moment is going to see how terrifying the world's top combat power is. The first thing he found was the four-armed Hulk. The Hulk of at the moment has wiped out most of the floating Leviathans. Most importantly, his current anger value has become very terrifying. The combat power brought by the anger value has already allowed him to easily tear apart a giant floating beast. Dr. Banner has said that this time he won't stop the Hulk. This time he really didn't stop. The angry Hulk jumped around the city to his heart's content. Any big guy is mostly his target. Hulk charged once more at one of the surviving Leviathans. The whole beast was torn apart like a biscuit in Hulk's hands, but at this moment, a floating figure came directly not far from Hulk, Ebony Maw. He waved his hand lightly, and the broken floating warship began to disintegrate. Countless pieces of metal rushed towards Hulk with great speed. Hulk tilde tilde Hulk tilde tilde. Hulk clearly saw the overwhelming metal on the ground. With a roar, he was about to change direction and pounce on Ebony Maw. But Ebony Maw didn't care about Hulk's roar. Countless metals pierced Hulk like cannonballs. Metal blades couldn't pierce Hulk at the moment's skin at all. Seeing this, Ebony Maw directly changed his approach. The metal at the moment that was supposed to stab Hulk turned directly towards Hulk. Since it can't hurt you, it will trap you. But Hulk's four arms waved impenetrably. After he's ready for the fight, all metal is hard even for gold. Even if a piece or two of metal sticks to Hulk every once in a while. He also had plenty of time to free up one hand to tear off the iron sheet. The horror of the four-armed Hulk has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Not only that, but Hulk tried to fight back afterwards. He grabbed a piece of metal casually and threw it at Ebony Maw with all his might. The whole metal goes straight to Ebony Maw at subsonic speeds. Ebony Maw instantly casts mana on the metal and wants to throw it away. But the speed brought by the metal let him know that his strength can't move it away at all. At this moment, even Ebony Maw felt difficult. His whole body moved violently. Not only that, the magic psychokinesis also acted on the metal in reverse. Psst. In a dangerous situation, Ebony Maw escaped this one. But this time, Ebony Maw has a full understanding of the horror of this four-armed Hulk. If I encounter this thing in the future, it's best to stay away. As for Black Dwarf, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat Hulk. The difference in combat power between the two is astonishing. Ebony Maw at the moment went right out of the fight with Hulk. He already knew Hulk's terrifying fighting power, so now he can switch to someone else. Floating not far from Thor. This person is the heir of Odin, so perhaps we can know the horror of Odin from his strength. I didn't have the chance to meet Odin, so maybe the trouble with Thor is the same. He casually pulled some walls from the building, and this wall is where Thor stands. Thor had no choice but to fly towards Ebony Maw waving Mjolnir in his hand. Ebony Maw landed abruptly downward. Their Black Dwarf is already waiting. Thor didn't care and rushed directly towards Ebony Maw, and Ebony Maw easily escaped Thor's bombardment. Black Dwarf, who had been waiting below for a long time, blasted Thor with a pickaxe. Thor was thrown like a cannonball. Qin Xiao stood in the dimension space and stared at Thor dumbfounded. Is this guy so disgusted with elementalization? As long as he is elementalized, whether it is his speed or his passive ability when he is attacked, he can avoid Black Dwarf's attack. But why doesn't he use it? Qin Xiao said that he really didn't understand. In fact, this is Odin's order to Thor as well. The body of the Protoss can accumulate powerful strength. And Thor, as the most powerful person in the Protoss, even has the potential to surpass Li Ding. But Thor has a fatal problem. His identification with his Thor identity has been deviated. In other words, this is the flaw left by Odin at the beginning. He gave Mjolnir to Thor too soon. This weapon is powerful and once exerted great power in the hands of Hela. But Hela is different. She herself has a power zone beyond Mjolnir. This hammer was only used by Hela as Flight's tool in the end. But Thor is different because Mjolnir was given to him too early, making him dependent on Mjolnir all the time. In the absence of Mjolnir, he himself would not be able to exert his divine power at all. On the contrary, after he ate the thunderous fruit, the power of thunder in his body was absorbed by the thunderous fruit. This gives Thor a hallucination. He is the real Thor. However, Odin easily saw the shortcomings of the thunder fruit. The power of the thunder fruit needs to be balanced with the power of Thor. Otherwise, it will prevent Thor from realizing his full potential. The thunder fruit can give Thor a powerful thunder power for a short time, but Thor's body of Thor cannot be tempered. If the power developed by the thunder fruit is too strong, it will not be conducive to Thor to exert more of his own power. It's as if Mjolnir was able to make Thor powerful, but it can also make Thor form a dependency. The same is true for the thunderous fruit. So Odin issued an order to Thor: the use of the thunder fruit must be controlled to a certain extent. To this extent, the thunder fruit has to work together with the power of Thor. Once it is found that the power of Thor is suppressed by the thunder fruit, it proves that the development of the thunder fruit needs to be stopped. For so long, Thor also used the power of the thunder fruit when facing Hulk on the helicarrier. It is mainly elementalization, but the result is so scary and happy, I don't want to play with him anymore. Today's battle, when attracting thunder, he used the power of the 3-in-1. This is the most balanced and powerful force. It is the power that Thor has been pursuing. Through this time, Thor also found a way to use his strength in the future. Looking at it now, the power of Thor activated by itself is actually a short board. What he needs is to make this short board stronger step by step. Then the Thunder Fruit and the power of Mjolnir can naturally cooperate with him to become stronger. Upgrade Thor's power once, and his strength will be tripled. That's the best way for him to grow. But all of this Qin Xiao didn't know. He only sees the elementalization that Thor would rather be hit than use the Thunder Fruit. And Thor endured Black Dwarf, his whole body shone with endless thunder. Ask for flowers. The power of continuous thunder fell from the sky, directly covering the area where Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw were located. The endless explosion smoke directly enveloped the figures of the two of them. You shouldn't have messed with me. After Thor finished speaking, he waved Mjolnir and returned to the current building again. The endless thunder once again covered the space channel. After being delayed by Ebony Maw just now, countless Zeta Swiss soldiers rushed in. Hulk, who was going after Ebony Maw, at the moment had to turn around and deal with more floating leviathans. On the ground, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Ebony Maw completely appeared on the ground. Above his head, a metal ball cage directly connected to the ground. Both his own figure and that of Black Dwarf were protected inside. The turbulent thunder force just now was attracted to the ground by this metal net. The power of the son of Odin is truly terrifying. Ebony Maw at the moment takes Thor's awareness to a new level. The other party really deserves to be the son of the King of God. Since Thor is so powerful, Odin must be even more terrifying. Now, it really is not the best time to come to the Nine Realms. Seeing that Hulk and Thor were once again attracted by the Zeta Swiss soldiers, Ebony Maw flew towards the others again this time. The purpose of his coming here is not to support Loki at all. His purpose is purely to have an estimate of the fighting power of the various superheroes on Earth. As for Black Dwarf, he can only use his little strong legs to find trouble on the ground. On the other side, Tony successfully brought the Loki scepter to Dr. Eric's side. Dr. Eric, what should I do now? The scepter has the power of the Tesseract. Next, you stab the scepter directly into the energy shield here. Their own energies collide with each other and will directly collapse the device. Dr. Eric told Tony the specific operation method. Very well, I understand. You dodge first, and then I will close this passage. After Tony finished speaking, he reached out to the Tesseract with the scepter in his battle armor. A transparent energy shield is cast directly upon the scepter's approach. The energy shield emits a unique sound of energy running. Boom. An explosion sounded, and the blue energy column on the Stark building at the moment immediately began to dissipate. A mirror dimension appeared next to Black Dwarf. After he finished speaking, his whole body soared to the sky, and the space channel in the sky is shrinking crazily. In a blink of an eye, he passed through the smaller and smaller space door and plunged into a battleship. Whether it's a human or a giant beast, at the moment loses momentum one after another. Black Dwarf looked at the disappearing space channel in the sky, and his heart was extremely ed. Tony looked at all the invading aliens falling straight to the ground in all directions. I came down to fight with Ebony Maw. How did it become like this now? Tusk, an alien has become his own captive. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken Loki directly. When Black Dwarf didn't notice at all, Qin Xiao directly captured him in his own mirror image. Black Dwarf, I'll save you later. Even though he entered the mirror dimension, he didn't notice this change at all. Ebony Maw looked up at the sky, and then he rushed towards Black Dwarf frantically. Qin Xiao looked at the sky and frowned slightly, but when he drove one, he saw Black Dwarf. But at the moment, he was far away from Black Dwarf because he went to fight other people. With the disappearance of the space channel in the sky, those Zeta Swiss soldiers and floating behemoths are like machines that have lost their signal. Ebony Maw is back. What should I do? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have taken Loki directly. Tony at the moment finally breathed a sigh of relief. Charles was quite right. These soldiers should be controlled by signals like cyborgs. With this space channel closed, their signals could not be transmitted smoothly, so all soldiers lost their mobility. Had they known this was the case, they would have directed all their attention to Loki. In this way, where do they need to expend so much energy to fight the Chitauri soldiers? But this time standing is not without benefits. They know the fighting power of these aliens. I also know that there are so many hidden powers on the Earth. Looking back at the situation here may be able to give director Nick Fury more choices. In fact, at the moment Nick Fury on the helicarrier looked more serious. Beside her, the Hill agent looked at the transmitted images thoughtfully. It seems that there is still a big discrepancy in the information on our records at SHIELD. Mutants have been seeking to live in peace with humans. This time their shot just shows their attitude. You should meet Charles later. Maybe we can get more Avengers members from Mutant. And this time I actually saw Magneto, who almost destroyed New York last time with 143. At this time, he actually offered to help. Maybe we can discuss it with him. Several people on the other side obviously belong to the demon messengers. Although I didn't see him in person, several of his apostles also helped New York this time. It seems that the attitude towards the devil messenger can really be slightly changed. Hill agent briefly analyzed everything he saw. After this matter, we will hold a meeting to discuss and evaluate the relationship with Mutant and the Devil's Nephew, as well as the way to get along with them in the future. In this battle, the fruit ability also played a big role. Ordinary people have little power to fight back when facing them, and the response speed of the military is really too slow. A team with high mobility and strong offensive power must be established. This time, Nick Fury is completely determined to form the Avengers. Likewise, the quick response of the Avengers this time also set the stage for the battle in New York. If it wasn't for their first appearance in New York, the Zeta Swiss soldier will be directly in New York. In that way, the loss this time will become even more terrifying. And now, there are more superpowers appearing in New York. He thought about gathering all these people and expanding the entire Avengers. As for whether it will succeed in the end, you will only know if you try it. Next, the whole of New York will face a blockade, and these alien technologies will be gradually cracked. But with so many people in New York involved, how do we arrange for them? Hill agent asked another question. Just because the battle is over doesn't mean it's over. The Chita Swiss soldier attack represented the first unfriendly visit to Earth by an alien civilization. Well, since there is the first time, there is likely to be a second time, a third time, and more times. What does the Earth do to protect itself? The technology of these alien civilizations will be the key to their further technological advancement. But too many. There will be countless forces that value these alien technologies. It is impossible for them to take all these things for themselves. At that time, these technologies need to be shared. But in that way, perhaps the intensity of the original war on Earth will be upgraded. Behind this, there must be some struggle. This matter is not considered now. The priority now is for them to take down Loki and ask about the conspiracy behind this matter. I don't believe that Loki expends so much effort to attack Earth just because of his king's dream. It's even more unlikely that these Chita Swiss soldiers came to help Loki because of a king's dream. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind this, a conspiracy belonging to the Chitauri people. And who are the two people who can fight Hulk and Thor in the end? Did these two people leave the Earth when the space channel was closed and the chaos occurred? Where would they be if they hadn't left Earth? All this requires Loki to answer. Nick Fury thought of many things in an instant. Taking down Loki is obviously the most important thing. The meaning behind this matter is the most important. At this moment, Loki was in a state of bewilderment. The Kita Rui soldiers are very powerful, which is what the leader of Chita Rui has always emphasized. Loki himself has seen the individual ability of the Zeta Swiss soldiers, and he also recognizes the strength of the Zeta Swiss soldiers. But no one told themselves that the Zeta Swiss soldiers are controlled by signals. The Zeta Swiss soldier without the signal turned directly into a dead thing. Such a thing simply made him feel unbelievable. This should not be the case for a higher civilization. This look makes Loki think the other Swiss soldiers are like a mechanical civilization. Everything can be solved by electrical signals. Most importantly, why Tony they were able to destroy the Tesseract opened the space portal. Didn't they always say that the space portal is very stable? Once it is opened, it is almost impossible to close it. But why was it closed this year in the blink of an eye? Then he thought of the scepter that Tony snatched from him just now. Is it all because of that scepter? Or because the scepter restored Dr. Eric's mind, he found a way to crack the space door? After all, the equipment of the entire space gate was made by Dr. Eric himself. If he wants to leave a little bit of a back door, that's absolutely fine. Thinking about it made Loki feel even more depressed. Eric should have asked more when he built the device. It's good now the space channel above the head is closed and I am thrown here, and Thor has already flown towards him. Loki, now you have no chance to escape. Loki's lips twitched wildly at Thor's words. Escape. Why should I escape? Even if I am here, what can you do to me? There are countless scarecrows in your body and mine. As long as you hurt me, someone else will die. Why am I afraid of you? Loki looks crazy. He found that he was not afraid of Thor and them at all. The devil fruit given to him by the devil messenger is really useful. Roar tilde tilde tilde. At this moment, Hulk's crazy roar sounded. Angry, he just wanted to have a good fight with the floating giant. As a result, all the giant floating beasts fell from the sky. Hulk did not give up and went to dismantle a floating giant. Find out that the other party has indeed lost motivation. This time there is nowhere to place the anger in my heart. Hulk is so crazy. And the next moment he saw Loki. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Hulk came rushing from afar with heavy steps. Hulk stop. Thor saw Hulk coming and he knew what he was going to do at a glance. Trouble with Loki. Step aside. Hulk paid no heed to Thor's words. Stop. Thor stood directly in front of Hulk, his hand Mjolnir's clenched. If Hulk doesn't stop, he'll have to mobilize himself. Hulk watched Thor stand in his way and he didn't care. Hitting one is hitting and hitting two is also hitting. Boom tilde. Kangdang tilde tilde. Hulk came to Thor and he grabbed Thor with one hand. Thor said nothing and Mjolnir slammed over. But Hulk has no strength in this hand at all. The other hand hit Thor at a speed that Thor could not have imagined. Hulk, this is purely using his advantage of having more arms to attract a wave of attention. Thor's whole body was thrown away like a cannonball. Hulk didn't stop on his feet and came to Loki in front of him. What can you do with me? Countless scarecrows are planted in my body. If you touch me, you are hurting those people. This is not what a hero is. Loki goes on to repeat what he said to Thor. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Hulk directly lifted Loki's feet and beat them on the ground frantically. Furious, he didn't care what Loki said. Hulk, you are so useless, it will make Loki transfer the damage to more people. Thor at the moment came to Hulk's side again. He also wants to stop an angry Hulk. Hulk glances at Thor, trash tilde. Thor was stunned. How could this Hulk be like this? Tilde tilde. But at this moment, Loki groaned in pain behind him. Thor looked back, watching Loki being beaten almost out of shape. Why didn't you transfer the damage? Thor subconsciously asked. Because the scarecrow he planted is too far away from him. Tony's voice came from overhead, Kangdang tilde. The armor landed firmly on the ground. The visor opened automatically, and Tony looked at 4.8 Loki with great interest. How? You went to the Chitauri Legion and planted scarecrows on their soldiers. Now that the space door is closed, your damage cannot be transferred. Is it somewhat beyond your expectations? Tony explained Loki's current situation in one go. How do you know? Thor looked puzzled. I didn't know it at first, but I knew it when I saw him like this. When he came down from the space passage, Hawkeye shot him an arrow and the damage directly consumed a scarecrow. Later, when I attacked him, he also consumed a scarecrow. At that time, I was thinking about what he was going to do in the space channel. Just now Hulk's attack on Loki injured him, and I realized that Bai Luoji went to grow a scarecrow. I really didn't expect Wu Chang to solve our troubles. If Loki keeps threatening us with other people's lives, at that time, it is really not easy for us to interrogate him. Tony spoke his guess. Why not Earthlings but Chitauri? Thor still doesn't understand. Perhaps it is because the damage that humans can bear is too low. Tony said something casually. It's also possible that he was worried that we would find the scarecrow host he planted on Earth. Hill Agent's voice came through the communicator. Loki worries about them finding the scarecrow hosts he himself planted on Earth. Why would Loki worry about this? Thor still doesn't understand. The ability of the scarecrow fruit is very powerful, but the identity of the scarecrow that Loki planted on Earth this time is problematic. Because this time Loki relied on Barton to form this organization. And most of the people in this organization are enemies of our SHIELD. We, SHIELD, have no pressure to deal with people of this status. Even we can only rely on Loki to get rid of those people. However, even if we can't rely on Loki to get rid of them, we will take the initiative to find these people ourselves. In fact, Barton has already given us the news. And our guys are looking for the guys who were planted scarecrows. Perhaps Loki sensed this potential threat as well. That's why he took the initiative to find Chitauri to plant scarecrows. In his cognition, this time it may absolutely be able to invade our Earth. But I didn't expect that. When I came, I hit a nail. Hill explained why in detail. That was exactly what was on Loki's mind at the time. When he exited the helicarrier without seeing Barton, he knew that some of his plans had failed. But who is he? He's Loki, so he immediately launched the second plan. Hide yourself and wait for the space door to open. When the space door opened, he immediately went to the Chitauri base camp. Then it's time to plant the scarecrows. But after all calculations, I didn't expect the space door to be closed so easily. 4 didn't even count that Chitauri's fighters are things that receive signals like cyborgs. This time, the space passage was closed and Loki was directly put on wax. Tilde. At this time, Loki recovered part of his injuries with his strong physical fitness. He opened his eyes at the moment, and all he saw was a bunch of people surrounding him. Loki, it is time to announce that you are under arrest by us Avengers. Captain Rogers spoke at the moment. Qin Xiao didn't care much about the situation outside. At the moment, he went straight back to where Logan and the others were. The hatred smashed the giant beasts all over the sky. This battle was really too much. At the moment, he was looking for a target, but unfortunately, all Chitauri monsters and soldiers lost their mobility. Logan, on the other hand, was smoking a cigar and looking at the corpses all over the floor. This time fighting aliens, he once again knew his own strength. Sure enough, apart from those perverts, he is actually very powerful. When Qin Xiao found Frank, he was a little stagnant. Frank at the moment turned himself into a swamp like crazy. He's devouring a massive Chitauri plankton, the kind of behemoth almost as big as a building. But Frank at the moment is devouring it with gusto. Frank looked at the weapons as if they were lovers. This time, Qin Xiao felt helpless. I reminded Frank many times to increase the power of the swamp fruit. Expand the range of swamp fruit. However, Frank didn't seem to be particularly concerned. More of his approach is to use the swamp fruit as an arsenal, and use the elementalization of swamp fruit as a magic weapon to avoid damage. This time, for this big guy, Frank directly started trying to expand the swamp. This kind of character that inspired him to develop fruit abilities for the sake of weapons really made Qin Xiao speechless. He opened a portal to Frank. You weapon master, you are even interested in alien warships now. You didn't believe me when I told you to develop the power of swamp fruit. If you had developed the power of the swamp fruit earlier, you wouldn't be able to absorb this big weapon earlier now. Qin Xiao at the moment even felt a little gloating. He meant it, if only Frank had tapped the swamp fruit sooner. Even if you can't swallow this all at once. But as long as the area that can be developed is larger, it will be easier for him to devour it. There, like now, it has been suffocating here but cannot be swallowed. Frank blushed a little rarely. I know this, and I will work hard to develop it in the future. Moreover, this time I have learned a lot. Since there was the first alien invasion, there is likely to be a second. If there is such a big battleship next time, I will still try to swallow it. So this time, I will definitely develop the power of the swamp fruit well. Frank was serious this time. Qin Xiao nodded slightly upon hearing this. If Frank really develops the swamp fruit in the future, this will be a sharp weapon. In fact, many netizens with big brains have guessed the power that the swamp fruit can develop. It is a swamp, so its characteristics are born with the characteristics of devouring. He can do a lot of things that Rushigyo can do. For example, all have the devour ability. There are also ninjutsu effects like Gaara's desert burial, and swamp fruit can also do it. And some ninjutsu effects of water attributes can also be achieved by swamp fruits. Anyway, the swamp fruit originally has liquidity, just a little slower. The only problem is that this is just fruit energy. Qin Xiao thought of many ways to develop the swamp fruit. But Frank is not very concerned about the development of the fruit. What he wants to do is to continuously expand his body space. When the weapon doesn't fill the space in his body, he won't take the initiative to expand the space in his body. Qin Xiao felt that Clank was a little too salty. It's best if you can understand, and there are some things you don't quite understand right now. Do you think this battleship is already big? No. Such a battleship would be a diminutive in the entire universe. Let me tell you, if you really can develop the swamp fruit to the extreme, instantly devour such a battleship directly. Do you think fighting will continue to be as small as it is now, even if you can directly incarnate into a swamp quagmire as big as a city? Can you kill these aliens today by yourself? No matter who it is, just swallow it directly into your body space. With your strength, what weapons do you need to use? Qin Xiao began to brainwash Frank. The original brainwashing was not very successful. It was an instinct Frank had developed over decades of training. But it's different now. This huge amounts of battleship really caught Frank's attention. He may have obsessive-compulsive disorder, the obsessive-compulsive disorder that wants to take possession of weapons when he sees them. So now it is just time to give him a goal. Frank listened to Qin Xiao's words. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Perhaps you're right, I haven't given up on being a marine yet. I always deal with enemies the way I used to. Even because of the ability of the swamp fruit, I have always used it as an arsenal. It is okay to hit people with the weapons I own now, but there is nothing I can do about battleships. It is necessary to make ability stronger and devour more stronger and bigger weapons. Qin Xiao was helpless. Well, he was still thinking about devouring weapons and fighting with weapons. Frank still doesn't like the method of directly swallowing the battleship that he just said, but Qin Xiao thought of another point in a blink of an eye. Frank, have you noticed that when you transform into a swamp, you can grow in size? That's true. Isn't this what you've been talking about, increasing the number of swamps? That's right, but have you ever thought about trying to transform yourself into a human form when your swamp becomes more abundant? Qin Xiao said something that surprised Frank for a moment. Transform into a human form when you grow more. That's right, if you directly transform those swamps into your body, your size will become very large. At that time, do you think you can control a more powerful weapon? For example, land cannons are used as weapons by you, like the main gun of a battleship as your weapon. This time, Frank's eyes became brighter and brighter. In fact, Qin Xiao thought of it all of a sudden. In the natural department, Anilo has made his body size very large. The gas fruit also made his body bigger. Even smoke fruits can be transformed into smoke-controlled weapons. 517. Since they can both, is it okay to make Frank like that too? Huge body can control huge weapons. Since Frank is a weapons control, then let him develop towards a super weapon. In this way, he also had to expand the entire swamp fruit to be effective. For Frank, the whole weapon master, fighter master, Qin Xiao also worked hard. Yes, what you said makes sense. If my body gets bigger, not only can I control bigger weapons. With my ability, I can fight against such a battleship with my body. In that way, wouldn't the combat power that I've always felt insufficient be improved? When Frank saw this, he instantly became very excited. The gap between him and the Abomination now, he feels that besides the fruit ability is the size. If I become as big as the Abomination, can I fight the Abomination? Although the opponent's use of the shaking fruit has an impact on himself, but he himself feels limited. Swamp fruit is originally fluid, as long as the Abomination is trapped within its own swamp range. He also had to kneel with the shaking fruit. Thinking of this, Frank felt more and more reasonable. Qin, I know I will definitely work hard to develop the fruit's ability, but now I still have to find a way to swallow this battleship. You have to know that when they take over, they will have no chance to devour this thing. After Frank finished speaking, he turned his attention to the battleship below him. Qin Xiao looked excitedly expanding his swamp volume. Frank, who kept mumbling to himself, was really helpless. In this battle, Thor, Jinbin, Sabretooth, and even Black Widow all returned their abilities to themselves. But Frank, who was the first to get the swamp fruit ability, didn't respond. This made Qin Xiao feel that Frank was a little too satisfied with his strength. Okay, you play slowly, I'm going to find the Abomination. Qin Xiao turned to leave and found the Abomination. Give you an opponent to play with. Give you an opponent to play with. Qin Xiao pulled the hatred into his mirror dimension. Also pulled in is Wolverine Logan. Give me an opponent to play with. It's not Hulk's level opponent now, I'm not interested. Abominations are now finicky, he can't even look down on ordinary opponents. An opponent like that, I'll introduce you to a few in a while and then we'll see how well you can fight. When Qin Xiao heard the hateful words, he suddenly had a new idea. It's hard to say anything else, but the opponent can still find a few. Then who are you introducing to me this time? Hate heard that there was an opponent and the whole person became excited. For him, fighting is his meaning. Since there will be opponents at that time, it would be nice to have an appetizer now. The entire mirror dimension at the moment changes wildly. Black Dwarf, who was in the distance, was directly pulled in front of the three of them. At the moment, Black Dwarf was full of question marks. What is going on in this situation? The way he was transferred even though he didn't move was obviously the work of those magicians again. Just like Ebony Maw, it can pull others away even though it doesn't move. At the moment, he saw three figures before his eyes. The two looked very small, standard human size on Earth. But there is a body in the middle which is as huge as him. All his attention was focused on this figure. Who are you? What do you want to bring me here? Black Dwarf's dull voice sounded. He's not a talkative guy, he doesn't even want to say a word with Ebony Maw. But the current situation clearly cannot allow him to do that. So he had no choice but to speak after he hadn't spoken for a long time. Qin, I didn't expect you to bring me such a big guy this time. It seems that even if he is weak, it is worth a fight. Hate this down interest. The opponent's huge size means that he is worth fighting. At least the opponent's size can resist a little more, right? After the hatred finished, he walked towards Black Dwarf. After seeing this, High Shorty clearly understood what these guys meant. The visitor is not good. With a shake of the mechanical pickaxe in his hand, a sharp pickaxe popped out instantly. Boom tilde tilde. Black Dwarf understands the truth of the first strike, so he directly hit the big guy with a pickaxe and an axe. The hatred is not in vain, he didn't even use the power of the shaking fruit and directly resisted the pickaxe with his own strength. Boom. Since Black Dwarf took the initiative, the pickaxe and axe directly pushed the Abomination back a few steps. Haha is very good, powerful enough. The hatred was repulsed, and instead of being angry, he looked excited. He is only happy when he has to fight. At least for now, Black Dwarf is showing strength to match his size. The Abomination rushed towards Black Dwarf again without hesitation. Black Dwarf's mechanical pickaxe is more than just one form. Seeing that the Abomination was unscathed with a pickaxe and axe going down, he knew that his opponent was in trouble this time. When the Hatred rushed towards him, he dodged to the side, smoothly escaped the impact of Hatred. Immediately afterwards, his mechanical pickaxe went straight to the passing Abomination. Seeing this, Hatred is also a flash. He judged the range that Black Dwarf, the pickaxe, could hit. However, everything exceeded his expectations. Black Dwarf's mechanical pickaxe has an extended feature, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The sound of collisions brought by the extending metal chains directly awakened the Abomination. But it's too late, boom. The huge Abomination directly ate it. Being attacked by that powerful force, the Abomination flew out directly, but right after, Black Dwarf discovered the problem. In this space, it will not crash into anything. Hate turned over and stood up. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. It seems that there is an unexpected joy in fighting you this time. However, I can't make you happy too much, or it would be too embarrassing for me. After the Hatred finished, a white light shone from his hand. The power of the shaking fruit began to show its power. Boom tilde tilde. This time, the Abomination rushed towards Black Dwarf again. Black Dwarf shook the mechanical pickaxe in his hand, and another pickaxe smashed towards the Abomination. But this time, the Hatred didn't even flicker. A white light flashed in his hand, and he punched directly on Black Dwarf's mechanical pickaxe. Catch tilde. Catch tilde. The entire mechanical pickaxe was directly smashed by the fist of Hatred. If it was an ordinary axe, the Abomination would not be able to do anything with it. But this mechanical pickaxe has mechanical features. The vibrating power of the Abomination directly acts on its interior. Even floating giant beasts can't bear the power of the loathing shock, let alone such an axe. Even if the forging technology of this axe is higher than that of the floating giant. Under the vibrating force of Hatred, there is only broken parts. Hate smashed Black Dwarf's mechanical pickaxe with a punch without any pause in his whole body. He kept walking, and his fist landed directly on Black Dwarf's body. Boom! The continuous fists directly hit Black Dwarf helplessly. With the last punch, Black Dwarf fell directly to the ground. At the moment, he was still dumbfounded. My own weapon has followed me for so long, and there has never been such a situation. Kill yourself with one punch. Immediately afterwards, that punch fell on him one after another, letting him know the reason. Every punch of this big guy has layers of force. These continuous fists directly severely injured the internal organs in Black Dwarf's body, if it weren't for his own strong defense ability and recovery ability. Just this moment, he had to be beaten to death on the spot. Qin Xiao looked at Black Dwarf, who was lying on the ground, and walked over at the moment. Very well, it seems that now you have a full understanding of our place. Then there is one thing we need to talk about. Hate to look at this tiny earthling. His mind was still a little unclear. Talk to yourself. Could this little earth be the leader, like Ebony Maw? The next thing I'll say, you listen and ask questions if you don't understand after listening. I know all about you coming to our planet on behalf of Thanos. I also know exactly what you're going to do next. But now you have also seen that the power of the earth is beyond the reach of ordinary people like you, and I can offer you some interesting stuff. These things will improve the strength of some of you. You can ask Thanos if he is interested in this matter. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Black Dwarf. At the moment, Black Dwarf was in a daze. What? Does this guy know Thanos? Does he know Thanos' purpose? He also said, is there something that can increase strength? What do you mean by that? Black Dwarf finally turned all doubts into this one question. Well, you need to tell Thanos this matter in the form of a test subject. So next, I will give you something that allows you to have some other abilities. This ability, if you show it to Thanos, he will understand. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, his body began to ripple. Immediately afterwards, a fruit appeared in front of several people. Devil fruit. Qin Xiao actually offered devil fruit to this guy who attacked the earth. Logan at the moment is completely unable to understand what is going on. Even those who only know about the abomination of fighting at the moment still don't understand. Qin, are you sure you want to give him a devil fruit? Logan looked serious. The opponent is the enemy. Although he didn't see that this man was attacking with Loki, but the other party is obviously not from Earth. If he eats this devil fruit, will it bring more harm to the Earth? I know what you guys think. But as I said earlier, I know what they're going to do. In fact, what I want is to use this to seduce the other party. If he comes out, Ancient One and Odin are still there, maybe they will seal each other directly. If he doesn't come, it's just a devil fruit, any of you can fight him. Does not affect the overall situation. Qin Xiao simply explained the reason. The him you're talking about is the Thanos you mentioned just now. That's right, that's a formidable opponent. This time Logan understood what Qin Xiao meant. Use the devil fruit to attract Thanos, and then take down the other party while the Ancient One and Odin in his mouth are still there. Logan knows who the Ancient One and Odin are. Ancient One first appeared in New Mexico. It was a young and ugly little girl, at least it was in his mind. And Odin, this is Thor's father, the king of God. Asgard, the ruler, is even within the scope of the opponent's rule in a sense. These, originally he did not believe, but at that time he believed. And since Qin Xiao admired the other party so much, he believed in the other party so much. So it seems that all this is indeed a hole dug for Thanos. I see. Logan backed away. Black Dwarf looked at Qin Xiao with a serious face. The other party was not by his side when they communicated just now, but the opponent was obviously a little defensive. Now I saw two brightly colored things growing out of each other's bodies. He just couldn't understand it. Is there something special about this thing? The two fruits here are both animals. One is called the Allosaurus fruit and the other is called the mammoth fruit. These two fruits can make you have a huge body, even bigger than your current body. Of these two fruits you can choose one to eat. Qin Xiao looked serious. Black Dwarf is also a host with a matching devil fruit. And what he matched were these two devil fruits. Animal fruit, Allosaurus, animal fruit, mammoth. Qin Xiao was actually a little curious. These two fruits had appeared on the body of Abomination. Now it appeared on Black Dwarf again. They are originally huge monsters. Do they need a stronger body, or is a larger body beneficial to their performance? Why should I eat? Black Dwarf looked disdainful. Qin Xiao was not angry at all when he heard this. He glanced back at Abomination and Logan. This guy won't eat, you can choose one to feed him. As soon as I hated it, I became interested directly. This thing is hard to eat. If you force it, the other party will feel even more unpalatable. I'm very interested in this matter. After finishing his hatred, he walked towards Qin Xiao. He grabbed a devil fruit casually and walked towards Black Dwarf. Oh, by the way, it's okay to be rude. Is it okay to be rude? I see. Hate instantly understood Qin Xiao's meaning. Who is he? He's Bronsky. Very experienced in comprehending the meaning of superiors. This time, Black Dwarf felt strong malice. Even Logan, at the moment, who originally didn't want to participate, came over eagerly. This alien I hated and fought for a long time just now. I haven't even touched it myself. Or see what's so special about aliens. At least try your hand. Black Dwarf, who was already seriously injured, looked at the two opponents who were almost staring at each other. He wanted to stand up from the ground. However, at the moment he was completely powerless. The Abomination came to Black Dwarf's side and even his hands shone with white light. Anyway, as Qin Xiao said, it's okay to be rude. And Logan, at the moment, walked directly to Black Dwarf's side and stepped on one of his hands. He has little sympathy for alien invaders like Black Dwarf. If it wasn't for worrying about ruining Qin Xiao's plan, he would have wished to kill Black Dwarf directly with one claw. Just like she did with the other Chitauri. Every Chitauri he fought was bloody. Logan's adamantium blade doesn't recognize people. The Abomination directly pinched Black Dwarf's mouth open and stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth. And then offered to manually help Black Dwarf chew. Catch tilde. Catch tilde. Vomit. This unpalatable taste directly made Black Dwarf want to vomit. You'd better swallow it yourself, and it will be a little less painful. If you don't want to eat it, then I will force it in. Hearing the hateful words, Black Dwarf felt that life was hopeless. This thing is so unpalatable, can it provide strength for yourself? What kind of Allosaurus or ancient mammoth can you say you can turn yourself into? What are those? I have never heard of it myself. I am a race in the universe. 553. What are you talking about? Native animals of your planet. It's not so much about giving yourself a powerful helping hand. It's better to say that this is purely to make yourself feel uncomfortable. Is this torturing yourself? Black Dwarf's heart was heavy. But he was deeply injured and had no room to resist. His throat moved slightly and he swallowed the whole devil fruit directly, since there is no way to resist than obey first. The danger in this world may still need to be told to Mai by himself. Ebony Maw sees, and that's not all. Very good, soon you will be able to feel the change this fruit has given you. I didn't expect that the Abomination would give you the ancient mammoth beast to eat. Could it be that you, like the former host of this fruit, have a bit of a brain? Qin Xiao watched Black Dwarf eat the fruit with a teasing expression on his face at the moment. Anyway, Black Dwarf gave Qin Xiao the feeling that his mind was not very good. Say nothing, and even be swung at will by Ebony Maw. This kind of inflexible mind is comparable to Jack who dared to be tough in Sengoku Fujitora and Crane. After only a moment, Black Dwarf felt the changes in his body. An inexplicable voice kept ringing in his mind. Transform. Transform. Black Dwarf, whose mind was a bit inflexible, transformed directly following this idea. In a blink of an eye, a huge mammoth appeared in front of the three of them. You know, Huang Eiji's body after transforming into a mammoth is as tall as several floors, and his own body shape transformed into an adult is also amazing. Now Black Dwarf's size is already amazing. In this degree of transformation into a mammoth, his size became more and more terrifying. Hate looked at this big guy Ys, who was obviously taller than him and was many times bigger than him, and his eyes burst into joy. This kind of guy should be more aggressive. For the Abomination, only fighting is his favorite. As for whether it is a human or an animal in front of him, he doesn't care. The more he can play, the happier he is. Logan looked at the big guy in front of him and seemed to understand what Qin Xiao meant. It's just an animal. The enhancement of the opponent is really not that much. Now because the opponent has turned into this animal, even the weapons that could be used before can no longer be used. Such a situation will not only fail to improve the opponent's strength, even to some extent it weakened the opponent. To know when a person is used to human form, to control the body of an animal is not an easy task. Even many people can't adapt to the feeling of landing on all fours for a lifetime. This will make them think about standing on 2 feet and holding things with their front feet from time to time. Black Dwarf at the moment, just turned into a mammoth, looks manic. Who is he? He is one of the 4 obsidian horsemen under Thanos. But who is he now? It is an ancient creature on Earth, an animal. With such a self, how can I meet Thanos, improve strength, such a self, where is there any improvement? How can a body that can hardly use weapons continue to fight for Thanos? Can't be conquered by Thanos, so what is the meaning of his existence? This is definitely an insult to yourself. That's what Black Dwarf thinks now. The long nose of the angry and violent mammoth rolled directly towards the Abomination. It was the fruit that this guy fed himself. To die for, the Abomination, who was watching the transformation of Black Dwarf and didn't notice for a while, was directly blown away by this nose. Feeling the power coming from the elephant's trunk, the hatred is not only lifeless. Instead, he rushed towards the opponent again with an excited face. Ha 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 ha, your current strength is indeed greater than your original strength, let's fight again. Hate the whole person jumped directly towards the back of the mammoth. Boom tilde. The Abomination with its weight and speed hit the mammoth's back directly. After the mammoth's huge body was hit by this impact, it shook slightly and stabilized. His size and strength are now fully capable of withstanding the onslaught of the Abomination. Feeling that the giant under the body was motionless, the eyes of hatred lit up. Can we keep this thing? He is really a good thing as a mount. The Abomination suddenly thought of using the mammoth transformed by Black Dwarf as a mount. When Qin Xiao heard this proposal, he thought about it for a while. This is a good opposite. But it's not practical at all. No, I said it, he needs to go back and explain to Thanos, and he is a mount, do you really dare to ride? Just as Qin Xiao finished speaking, the mammoth's trunk rolled directly towards its back. The hatred didn't react at once and was blown away by the mammoth again. Taking advantage of the hatred being blown away, the mammoth rushed towards Qin Xiao directly. The person in front of him is the culprit who made it look like this. I am an alien race, a noble alien race. But now he has become a beast. How could such a thing make him willing? To bring such power back to Thanos is simply a humiliation to Thanos. Logan looked at the mammoth rushing towards Qin Xiao, and he transformed himself into a metal man and then rushed towards the mammoth. Logan, with a sharp blade all over his body, bumped into the mammoth. The huge and heavy metal body only bumped the mammoth slightly. Immediately afterwards, the mammoth ivory wiped and directly knocked Logan out. Huge size, great strength, huge amounts of tusks, and a strong trunk. This is what makes mammoths so powerful. Even the loathsome body couldn't bring much impact to the mammoth. Wolverine Logan's metal body didn't help much either. But Qin Xiao didn't care about rushing towards his mammoth at all. Seeing the mammoth rushing over, he opened his hands at once. Boom tilde. Boom. Huge amounts of mammoth approached Qin Xiao step by step with heavy steps. Qin Xiao grinned slightly. Suddenly a bunch of arms grew out of the mammoth's eyes. Suddenly the arms struck the mammoth's eyes. Aw tilde tilde tilde. The eyes of the galloping mammoth hurt sharply. Close your eyes, it's pitch black. And it's not over yet. There was a change in the mirror dimension and a swamp appeared under the mammoth's feet. The source of the swamp was at Qin Xiao's feet. As soon as the mammoth stepped in, even his huge body sank slowly at the moment. The harder you struggle, the faster you sink. In a blink of an eye, only half of the mammoth's body was outside. Black Dwarf, I know you can hear me now. Just like I explained to you, go back and tell Thanos the fruit ability you got. Tell him I am the messenger of the devil and I know his purpose clearly. And his idea, I don't quite agree with it. If you continue to slaughter planet by planet, that is your business. But if you want to solve it all at once, it is impossible for you to succeed in this matter. Every word of Qin Xiao struck in Black Dwarf's heart. The other party really knows the existence of Thanos. Has Thanos' fame reached Earth? The other party said he knew about Thanos' plan, which doesn't look like a lie. These words, I really want to take them back to Thanos. Thinking of this, High Short stopped struggling. Not only that, he also tried to control his body to gradually return to human form. Your words, I will bring them back to Thanos, but now I can't seem to leave here at all. Black Dwarf was able to become one of Thanos' 4 horsemen of Obsidian. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will send you to Thanos' hometown Titan. If he cannot be saved, then there will be one less enemy in the future. Qin, don't let him go. I still have to fight him. This wave is not bad. His loyalty is beyond doubt. After all, Black Dwarf gave himself feedback on nothing. Drop Black Dwarf on Titan. The Abomination was thrown away by the mammoth's nose, and he felt that the other party was more and more to his liking. Without a fight, it is impossible for him to let the other party go. Turning into an animal, this thing, no matter how you think about it, it's not good. It's up to you. If you want to fight, I just went to gather a few other people. Let you take this opportunity to have a good fight. If he can be saved, then his message will be successful. Besides, this animal fruit is the last thing I want. Definitely don't earn either. Qin Xiao already had his plan. Whether you can survive there or wait until Thanos saves you depends on your luck. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he walked in one direction. Hell's Kitchen. Jin at the moment is really like a king. He overlooks the entire Hell's Kitchen. On the street, countless members are searching for all things aliens. The main thing is their weapons. Whether it is Jin Bing's direct subordinates or members of other gangs in Harbin, at the moment is frantically collecting. That kind of huge alien behemoth, at the moment is not very suitable for them, because this thing is really too conspicuous. However, there are also specialized personnel who are dismantling the big guy inside. Good things everyone wants. Jin didn't care the actions of those people. At the moment, he had a calm face. Holding the cane in the hand, fingers constantly stroking the cane, his heart is not peaceful at all. The changes that the devil fruit brought to him far exceeded his imagination. He knows he is strong. He has known it since he got the fruit. He knows that he will become stronger and stronger, and he knows it from the power of his continuous development of fruits. However, he did not expect that he would be so strong. Alone, form an army alone, one person, linking up an entire army of aliens in one direction. The most important thing is that today's battle broke through the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through recently. That is to say, he can continue to quickly improve his experience in the future. You know, the power of the fruit he has developed has reached the power of some small missiles. That's why he was able to kill a giant floating beast in one shot. At the moment, his ambition is gradually expanding. With such strength, his own underground kingdom may be able to go one step further. Jin Bin, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in fruit development. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. Jin Bing turned his head sharply, his muscles tensed, and he was ready to attack. But then he saw someone he didn't expect. Qin Xiao, Demon Messenger, the guy who sold him a devil fruit. Behind the opponent, a yellow portal is shining with light. Devil Messenger, long time no see, I don't know why you came to me this time. Jin Bing quickly let go of his guard and asked a question straight to the point. He has never seen this ability of the other party. Although Jin Bing is already very powerful, but the more he develops the fruit ability, the more he feels the horror of the Devil Messenger. This time, I saw the strength you showed in the face of alien invasion. And as expected, your figures have already been spotted. So in order to save you troubles in the future, I will find a way to get you an officially recognized certificate. Now, you come with me to meet other fruit ability users. Qin Xiao explained his reason for coming. He knew that today's situation would definitely be noticed by countless people. After that, people like Jin Bing will definitely be under surveillance. Rather than causing some troubles at that time, it is better to directly send the other party to the public sight this time. Moreover, the appearance of this kind of organization will make others fear a lot. They will wonder whether behind this they will always be under control. Behind this, will there be more hidden forces that have not been revealed? Officially recognized certificate. I'm the king of the underground world, and I'm being monitored by the government. Will they recognize my existence? Jin Bin's heart skipped a beat. You'll know if you try it. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the portal. Jin Bing thought about it for a while and followed in. As the king of the underground world, he also wants to know how many fruitability survivors there are. What he knows best now is Frank. After all, this guy wiped out several gangs in Hell's Kitchen. It was his special ability that was used. After passing through the portal, Jin saw a scene that made him even more unbelievable. This is a special space, and a big battle is happening in the space. A huge amounts of mammoth and a huge amounts of yellow monster are fighting. The yellow monster, he knew, smashed up the streets of New York with the green Hulk. But what is that mammoth? Were there still mammoths in this era? Ha ha ha, sure enough, you are now more resistant to beating. Hateful laughter echoed throughout the space. Outside of their battle, there was another person watching helplessly. Okay, let's go to the next place. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he went directly to another place. Magneto frowned slightly, looking at the dilapidated city in front of him. He knew that this time he was exposed. But he doesn't care, there are very few people who can really catch him. Besides, this time Sabretooth's progress is obvious to all. He has already been able to absorb objects and attacks, and he can also use energy-absorbing attacks. Magneto didn't even know how terrifying he would become like this. Just the huge size of more than 10 meters just now is enough to cause headaches. Against Sabretooth, just take him down the first time. The longer you delay, the more damage you will suffer and the more troublesome you will be. For Magneto, though, dealing with Sabretooth is still easy. Just bind the opponent directly with metal. Do not give the other party a chance to be hurt. His strength cannot break through a certain level, and he cannot break free from Magneto's metal shackles. Mystique found a set of clothes for Sabretooth, and the bigger Sabretooth is more useless than clothes. At the moment, Sabretooth was back in shape, watching with some excitement the havoc he had caused. It turns out that he can be so powerful. A sound came from behind everyone. The three turned their heads immediately. Several long time no see. Qin Xiao looked at the three of them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's you broke our former alliance. Magneto looked at Qin Xiao, his eyes became very dangerous. The last time his plan was destroyed by Charles and Tony, the most important thing was that a Wolverine appeared at that time. As for Wolverine, it was Qin Xiao who wanted to pass from Magneto's hand. Magneto was very angry that he had just asked Wolverine to go there and then ruined his plan. No, I didn't destroy any alliance, who knows when your affairs will be leaked. And if you really want to look for this, you can go to Tony or Charles. As it happens, this time I'm here to bring Sabretooth to get an official certificate. If it could be officially recognized, Sabretooth would not have to flee all over the world as he does now. Qin Xiao started fooling around as soon as he arrived. Escape, official recognition, do you think we need it? Magneto at the moment looked contemptuous. For someone like him who has been on the run for decades, does he need official recognition? What he despises the most is the human government. Okay, I understand what you mean. When other people come to encircle you, I hope you can be so calm. After all of you have already entered the line of sight for this New York battle. The official will definitely not let someone with such a powerful force not receive a little bit of restraint. Even the big green man in the middle is under the secret surveillance of the official Fang. Since you don't need it, good luck. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Ask for flowers. He knew that others could talk about it, but Magneto was not easy to convince. In addition, Magneto is not a fruit ability user, and his past is so radical. He must be worried that he will be targeted if he goes to those places. Wait, I'm not going, but Sabretooth can come with you. Magneto thought of something in a blink of an eye, and then he stopped Qin Xiao directly. Oh really, why did you change your attention? Qin Xiao stopped in his tracks. I just want to see if your officials really keep what they say. If true, then Sabretooth is safe. If it is not true, Sabretooth is your believer and you have failed your believer. And if something happens to him, I will save him. But that way, I'll know what's going on with your credit. Magneto looked calm. So you're betting on Sabretooth? Qin Xiao had to admire Magneto's ruthlessness. He actually used his own people as an experiment, but come to think of it, this is Magneto. Even Mystique, who used his body to block the potion for him, could just give up. Betting on Sabretooth isn't out of the question right now. Yes, I bet on Sabretooth, but more importantly, I bet on you. You have cheated on me once, and I don't believe you. Magneto has a good reason. He really didn't believe Qin Xiao. Well, this seems to be the sequel after Qin Xiao cheated on Magneto. I see, Sabretooth, come with me, and maybe you can still give Magneto the living environment you provided later. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he walked into the portal. Sabretooth thought for a moment, then glanced at Magneto again before walking through the portal. Qin Xiao picked up the person he wanted to pick up and then walked towards the Stark building. Here the SHIELD guys are cleaning things up. Nick Fury sits on the helicarrier and here at the moment is handed over to Hill Agent. And at this moment, a circular portal opened directly to the Stark building. A group of people who were resting here looked at the portal. They probably had guesses in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiao came out from the inside, and there were other figures behind him. Exactly, they are all here. Qin Xiao spoke to everyone in a self-centered manner. It's you. How did you come? Hey Qin, long time no see. The arrival of Qin Xiao made everyone have different expressions. Agent Hill's expression was a little strange, as if he had guessed that Qin Xiao would come. It doesn't even need to be controlled by Natasha Romanoff, and it will automatically counterattack. It was as if Qin Xiao had disappeared. What can you do with us? Well, it's been a long time. I'm here this time and I happen to have some business with you. Qin Xiao said to himself. At least it is very prominent on Qin Xiaobing. In this battle, her performance was very eye-catching. And it was Tony who said it had been a long time. This makes her seem to have found more uses for soul fruit. Not long ago, Qin Xiao called Tony, but the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone is a little unexpected. Hill Agent at the moment took the initiative to take the call. And Natasha Romanoff was visibly agitated. No matter what kind of power they used, they couldn't find Qin Xiao's figure in the end. It's just that I didn't expect him to come at this time. After Ghost Fruit quickly injects souls into alien weapons, all weapons become artificial living creatures. Help a few fruit ability holders to apply for an insurance policy. Today, the other party unexpectedly appeared again on his own initiative. Help a few fruit ability holders apply for a guarantee. Qin Xiao's expression was definitely determined. Help the fruit ability to apply for a guarantee. What do you mean? Hill Agent really didn't understand what Qin Xiao said. This is too abrupt. Anyway, I'm also an advisor to SHIELD Devil Fruit Ability users, and I definitely want to give Fruit Ability users a little protection. Several people from SHIELD are on the register, they are your employees. But there are other people who are not guaranteed, so this time I came to deal with it together. Also, isn't this exactly what you think? Count all fruit abilities in the register. Qin Xiao said what Hill Agent and the others wanted to do in one bite. Supervision, that's what SHIELD does. The most important thing is that the last time Qin Xiao sent Dr. Banner directly to SHIELD, which put a lot of pressure on SHIELD. Fruit ability users are now the most troublesome thing for SHIELD income inside. They are powerless to police. But regardless of the other party, then maybe when the other party will be in chaos. Now, according to what the other party means, it is time to file for the other fruit ability holders. Let these people officially come into SHIELD's site. Hopefully, it's not thrown to SHIELD and left alone. Why are you doing this now? Hill Agent at the moment became a little more serious. After all, this is no small matter. Moreover, this is obviously not very beneficial to those who use those hidden fruit abilities. What happened today is so big that you have to explain it to the people when the time comes. Your Avengers can explain many things, but many of the external fruit abilities have been exposed. If there is no statement, neither you nor those exposed today will be at ease. Tell you this information now, and you can choose to explain it to the public. Those who are exposed will at least be treated as heroes. It will not be targeted by some people with some improper reasons. It's a win-win situation, and I'm definitely going to fight for it. As for saying that this will expose the other party, it seems a bit disadvantageous. But they were already exposed when they shot today. Those of you who take the initiative to register will save you and send people to monitor them, and even send people to try to capture them. Even you have to send someone to protect their safety, why not do such a thing? Qin Xiao simply stated his purpose. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Agent Hill finally breathed a sigh of relief. I get it, I'll take care of it. Hill Agent took over the job directly. In fact, at the moment, she wanted to know which fruit ability users there were. Is Hill Agent going to handle it personally? That's not bad. He thought that Hill Agent would let Phil Coulson, a good old man, handle this matter. So, how many fruit ability users do you have? Hill Agent is now seduced by this question like a cat's paw. You just follow me to take a look and you will know, let's go together. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the portal. A group of people in the Stark building were dumbfounded at the moment. You must know that they haven't even finished dealing with Loki's matter at this time. Loki from at the moment is still waiting to be handed over to someone else. Definitely, in the end he will be taken away by Thor and returned to Asgard for trial. The same Tesseract will also be brought back to Asgard, but at this critical moment they were beaten by Qin Xiao for a while and they don't know how to deal with it now. Come in together. Loki can't escape here. Qin Xiao clearly saw everyone's doubts. Loki is a point that they cannot avoid in at the moment. Although they still had doubts, a group of people still chose to enter Qin Xiao's portal. Thor, Loki, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, Barton, Tony, Pepper, Hulk, Betty, Captain Rogers. A group of fruit ability users mostly entered into Qin Xiao's portal. Looking back, I found that Captain Rogers and Agent Hill were no longer fruit ability users. This discovery made Hill Agent a little helpless. The portal is connected to Qin Xiao's mirror image dimension. After entering the mirror dimension, they can see the specialness inside. Fragments like glass are constantly changing throughout the dimensional space. Such a person clearly knows that this is no longer the real world. And several agents of SHIELD focus their attention on other people in the mirror dimension at a glance. Wolverine, Logan. The punishment is called Frank. These two are people they've always known. And they hated driver Braun very well. But there were a few new faces inside which made them feel that something was wrong. That huge, elephant-like thing, no accident, should be an extinct mammoth. Could it be that the Hell Devil Messenger can still find such an ancient species? Or do mammoths still exist somewhere on Earth? The most important thing is the battle between the Abomination and the mammoth. At the moment it was very hot. Why are they fighting in this space? Moreover, the combat power of the Abomination obviously exceeded Hill Agent's cognition. It was obviously much smaller than the mammoth, but the mammoth it was fighting was losing ground. What is the white ring that keeps flashing in his hand? Every punch can make the mammoth tremble. Another looks bloated. The huge body looks much stronger than the average human being. There is also a guy who exudes wildness inside, and the feeling is like facing Wolverine. It was a situation almost like facing a beast. Wow, I really didn't expect there to be such a special situation inside. Tony came in and saw what was going on inside, with a look of surprise on his face. His eyes fell directly on the mammoth. It was enough for him to be surprised that this extinct creature appeared alive before their eyes. This is more surprising than seeing other fruit abilities. After all, fruit ability users, as long as there are devil messengers, can always be created by him. As for the mammoth, where can it be obtained? This mammoth is also a fruit ability. However, his situation is a bit special, and he can only meet with you in this situation for the time being. Next, I will give you a little introduction. This one is Jin Bin, who prevented Chita Swiss soldiers from breaking through in Hell's Kitchen. This one is Sabretooth, who stopped the Chita Swiss soldiers on the other side. Information on both of them should already be in your records. This time they have made such a great contribution, so you need to give them a guarantee. Qin Xiao said these words to himself. Hill Agent is different from others. At the moment her face is a bit strange. Others were involved in the fighting, so it wasn't very clear what was happening elsewhere. However, Hill clearly knew the existence of Sabretooth and Jinbin through satellite and other equipment on the helicarrier of SHIELD. And these two men do have files at SHIELD. It's just that their files belong to the dangerous personnel category. Jinbin is the king of the underground world. Even SHIELD can't touch him under normal circumstances. Because moving him is equivalent to pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Unexpectedly, such a king of the underground world would be the apostle of the devil messenger. What's more unexpected is that he is still a fruit ability user with great strength. With the strength of one person, Shang Shang stopped Kita Swiss soldiers from Hell's Kitchen. The other is the ever-documented mutant. The reason why he is recorded is not because of himself, but because of the people he followed. Magneto, a mutant who has brought the world into danger several times. It wasn't even that long ago that Tony and Mutant's peace line had stopped each other. And this time, they were the ones who actually saved the world. This sudden change really made Hill Agent a little unacceptable. If it wasn't for Qin Xiao and the others, SHIELD's handling of Jin Bing and Sabretooth would definitely be to supervise or arrest them in private. Now that Qin Xiao brought them here, it is really necessary to give them a formal identity for the time being. Their registration and identities I am slowly processing, but first, can you tell me about their fruit ability? We need to make an assessment of this. Hill Agent made her request directly. Evaluating the ability of fruit ability holders is what SHIELD has been doing for a long time. You must know that they have even recorded unstable factors such as Hulk. Then those who have a strange fruit ability definitely need to be filed. Definitely yes, all of you are here today to tell you whether the fruit ability is strong or not is related to personal development. SHIELD has the most fruit abilities, but your development of fruit abilities is actually inferior to others. Hate, don't fight. Now that everyone is full, I will arrange other people to fight with you when the time comes. Qin Xiao prevented the Abomination and the Mammoth from continuing to fight. Hate came to Qin Xiao's side excitedly. Somebody fights who? His eyes swept over everyone. That big guy Jin Bin might have a fight. Hulk also had a fight. Hulk's girlfriend is a bit annoying and doesn't want to talk to her. Others don't know if their ability can really fight. Hate looked expectant. Natasha Romanoff and other SHIELD people were shocked when they heard Qin Xiao's 4.5 words. These people here only know a part of their abilities. In this way, they will happily smooth out many unfavorable situations for you. I pass their information to you SHIELD. Let the people at SHIELD know and generally don't mess with you. After he finished speaking, he opened a portal. Jin Bin, Sabretooth, maybe you too need to show your strength. But relying on the opponent's ability to stop the Zeta Swiss soldiers breaking through, especially that kind of giant beast, then the people here are not easy. Or maybe even Thor. Neither Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, nor Captain Rogers could do it. But his words were not calm at all. But also to tell you SHIELD, they are not easy to mess with. As long as you don't kill yourself, I think they can guarantee your general rights and interests. On the contrary, it was Dr. Banner who could suppress the Zeta Swiss soldiers alone. Even Tony had a hard time suppressing one side. This is a vote of honor and a deterrent. One must know that the fruit ability possessed by several members of SHIELD is obviously not too powerful. Qin Xiao's expression was calm. I will take you to a no-man's land where you can have a good fight. If there is trouble, it will be yours. A deserted Gobi desert, wind and sand swept those desolate lands. A yellow portal suddenly appeared here. A group of people came out one after another from inside. Thor was in charge of guarding Loki, while the others, at the moment, all focused their attention on the Abomination. The belligerent, he was the first to stand up, and he was going to fight and Sabretooth. You, who will come first? Hate stands in the middle roaring excitedly. Jin Bing glanced at Qin Xiao and then at SHIELD. He stepped forward. Qin Xiao has been thinking about his decision this time. In terms of command, he is a king who can use his smart brain to make himself the king of the underground world. In terms of force, it can even beat many superheroes to the point of being helpless. He is at the pinnacle of the human world no matter in mind or force. After becoming a fruit ability user, his strength has been improved to a higher level. This time, he already understood what Qin Xiao meant. In fact, he was very quiet during the time he followed Qin Xiao, because he has been thinking about whether this matter is good for him. Becoming a SHIELD registered fruit ability holder will put him on the SHIELD list. But, as Qin Xiao said, his shot this time has been exposed. My name will definitely be on the list of SHIELD. In this respect, active is actually better than passive. Jin can't take the initiative because his identity makes it impossible for him to take the initiative. Even if he took the initiative to register with SHIELD, it would be regarded as some kind of conspiracy. But it's different with Qin Xiao taking the lead. All the pressure is on Qin Xiao. In other words, he was not able to complete the registration in SHIELD without attracting major attention. As for the advantages and disadvantages of registering at SHIELD, Jin Bing also thought clearly. It is possible that SHIELD will borrow one's own ability. It makes him do things he doesn't want to do. But in the same way, I can also borrow the identity of SHIELD when doing certain things. The most important thing is that I have a reason to contact SHIELD. And for this reason, he can win over many members of SHIELD. In other words, it can corrupt many members of SHIELD. He is very good at this kind of thing. And showing one's own strength is a way to impress others. On this point, Jin does not agree with Qin Xiao's point of view. And most importantly, Kim broke through today. He broke through that limitation, and now he can quickly increase the power of the fruit. Then, even if my own strength is exposed now, I don't worry about it. Because, in the future, I will be stronger. On the contrary, giving SHIELD a wrong guide can have unexpected effects at critical moments. Want to understand these, so he decided to show his hand. He knows how powerful the hatred is. In the mirror dimension, he has been observing for a long time. Come on, let's play a game. Jin moved his body a bit and then looked at the disgust. Hahaha, okay, I hope you can withstand my blow. After the hatred was finished, the whole person frantically rushed towards Jin Bing. The gravel in the Gobi Desert was easily crushed under his feet. One footprint after another was printed directly on the ground. Hate clenched his fists tightly and white light shone on them. Stay away, everyone. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, she took the initiative to turn around and walk towards the distance. Abomination and gold are both explosive powers. If the distance is too close, the darkness will be affected. He himself doesn't care, but there are people here who can't bear it. Hill Agent heard Qin Xiao's words and subconsciously followed him away from the battlefield between the two. In fact, Qin Xiao can also bring everyone into the mirror dimension and then watch it inside. But that way you won't feel the horror of fighting outside. This time, he completely wanted to let the Shield know the horror of the fruit ability. The hatred rushed towards Jin Bin, and Jin Bin rushed towards the hatred without hesitation. Both of them seemed to have no intention of avoiding it. This, Jin Bing's body size is so much larger than his size, isn't it a disadvantage for him to fight head-to-head? Captain Rogers, what will you do in the face of such a huge disparity in battle? Amazed. Dodge the most violent attack and then think of a way. Size and strength are unavoidable cuts. Then why did Jin Bing make such a choice? Direct resistance. Perhaps this is related to his fruit ability, we don't know. Asking Qin is the most clear about this matter. However, I think Agent Hill also knows something. She is not worried at all. Everyone retreated and discussed. Even Thor directly carried Loki away from the place where the two were fighting. Boom tilde tilde. Hate and Kim collide for the first time. Everyone at the moment was worried about Jin Bing. After all, there was still a big gap between Jin Bing's size and Abomination's. The hateful fist hit Jin Bing's body with a powerful concussion force. Jin Bing seemed to take a hard punch from the opponent. However, the fact was not as everyone had guessed. Jin Bin was directly smashed into the air. On the contrary, the place where Jin was hit suddenly exploded. A violent explosion directly knocked Jin Bing and Abomination into the air. The loathsome body was thrown high into the air, and then it hit the ground like a piece of iron. The stones in the Gobi Desert were shattered like spider webs by the Abomination. Jin Bin's body was also thrown away. However, then everyone saw a scene that shocked them. Jin Bing, who was still in midair, exploded crazily. That's right, a crazy explosion. This violent explosion brings even more terrifying shockwave. Under the effect of this shockwave, Jin completed the change of direction in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Jin, who had adjusted his posture, slammed towards the Abomination like a cannonball. It exploded all the way, and the speed became more and more terrifying all the way. Before the hatred got up, he heard the sound of an explosion getting closer and closer. Turning his head slightly, he saw Jin Bin shooting in the air. His fists flashed white, and he hit the ground directly. Boom! Western made. Patter tilde. With the hatred as the center, the entire ground began to shatter like a spider web. But immediately afterwards, this strong shock force spread to all directions. The whole ground was constantly rolling like an earthquake. Under this violent shock, countless gravels flew in all directions like cannonballs. The most important thing is that these scattered gravels were only scattered unintentionally. More gravel hit Jin Bin in the air. Jin didn't see this in the slightest. His whole body exploded crazily again. A change of direction directly fell to the ground. And the ground of at the moment is still affected by the punch of hatred. The entire ground stretches like broken glass. Even the ground is constantly making waves like the surface of water. Jin Bin landed on the ground and he squatted down slightly. Boom tilde. Explosions were happening crazily under his feet. Those explosions kicked up more rubble toward the Abomination. Taking advantage of this moment, Jin Bin followed the gravel and rushed towards the Abomination. His bomb fruit makes him invulnerable to explosion damage, but damage other than explosions can still hurt him. For example, those who hit him with rapid gravel still hurt, so he directly wrapped his whole body with the force of the explosion, shattering all the gravel. Taking advantage of this moment, Jin rushed directly to the Abomination. Hate at the moment, he had already stood up, and all he did at that time was to block Jin Bin. This time, Hate knew Jin Bin's difficulty. This is a tougher opponent than Wolverine Logan. Wolverine only gets a slap in the face of the Abomination. Although Hate can't help it with Wolverine's adamantium body, but in the end, he was able to beat Wolverine. But Jin Bing has the ability to counterattack. The two monsters came into contact again. The vibrating power of hatred came towards Jin Bin. If it is real, Jin will definitely not be able to hold on. But Kim wasn't going to let him play it real. He has explosive power in his fists, and the explosion can also produce a powerful shockwave. The two shockwaves meet directly in the air. Boom tilde tilde. Crack tilde. Catch tilde. Click tilde tilde. Centering on the fists of the two people, a violent force spread crazily in all directions. The ground beneath their feet simply couldn't bear this force. The entire ground was instantly shattered. It was as if a bomb had landed here, and a deeper and deeper pit appeared before everyone's eyes in a blink of an eye. Ha-ha-has come agains. The voice of hatred and excitement came, boom tilde. In the deep pit, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. With the aftertaste of the explosion constantly changing directions in the air, it is definitely Jin Bing. Immediately afterwards, another figure rushed out of the deep pit. Hating that huge and yellow body, he went straight to Jin Bin. His physical fitness is far superior to that of Jin Bing, and a little explosion can't hurt him at all. And the power of this big guy, Jin Bing, is really to his liking. Can resist his shaking power every time. Even if it can't be completely resisted, the opponent can use the continuous explosion to directly offset the attack of the Abomination. Even at this time, an explosion can be used to form a counterattack. Jin Bing's explosive power is too powerful. With all his strength, the radius of tens of meters is his direct damage range. The range of collateral damage formed by shockwave is even more terrifying. Just now when Jin Bing and Abomination fisted, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared on the ground. The battle between the two continued. Horrific changes have taken place in the entire Gobi Desert at the moment. One after another deep pits appeared on the Gobi Desert, at the moment still suffers from the aftermath of the battle. Under the fight between the two, countless gravels shot crazily in all directions. Tony was wearing a battle armor and stood in front of Pepper. Hulk's huge body also stood in front of everyone. The entire Gobi Desert seems to be constantly producing earthquakes. Hulk. Be careful, get out of the way, we are still too close. PFFT tilde. Frank, on the other hand, stood there like nothing happened. Be careful, don't get hurt by these rubble. And the Abomination can directly shake the entire ground after being separated. PFFT tilde. That was the horrific consequence of the collision between the two. Even with Qin Xiao's reminder, everyone who has been away from them. Wolverine and Sabretooth subconsciously stood in front of the crowd to resist the blasting debris. Stand behind us. Ding tilde. The Hill agent trembled as he looked at the destroyed Gobi Desert that had lost its original appearance. Ding tilde. The gravel with the howling sound directly hit everyone's bodies. Tony's armor paid no heed to the boulder attack. Even these crushed stones are even faster than bullets. It is impossible to break his armor. He protected Pepper, but Pepper didn't seem to need his protection. Pepper unwrapped her special dress and it turned into steel. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. The gravel hit it and shattered one after another. Frank's body is not empty at all. All the gravel was directly swallowed by his slushy body. PFFT tilde. PFFT tilde. Hulk tilde tilde Hulk tilde. The gravel hit Hulk and Hulk's face was full of anger. These things can't hurt him, but they are annoying, if it weren't for Betty pulling Hulk behind him. Hulk at the moment may have rushed into battle. The two people in front of me are playing so excitedly, how could Hulk be without him? Wolverine Logan's whole body was covered in metal and the crushed stones were smashed into pieces. When it comes to the hardness of the body here, no one dares to compare with Wolverine. Even Tony's armor, Wolverine was able to impale and tear him apart. Sabretooth, on the other hand, ate the blows of these gravels hard. That kind of flesh-piercing sound made everyone feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, Captain Rogers put his shield on his head and stood in front of everyone. He even wanted to keep Sabretooth behind him. Anyway, he still has a shield, Sabretooth, its physical resistance. Victor, stand back and don't fight hard. Captain Rogers called out Sabretooth's name out of habit. Sabretooth was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't have the slightest intention to dodge. Injury can make him stronger. Captain Rogers, you don't need to worry about him, his ability needs to absorb these historical regions. Logan reminded Captain Rogers at the right time. Captain Rogers froze for a moment, he recalled something. Both Sabretooth and Wolverine have strong resilience. This is what I knew back then. It's a pity that Logan and Victor don't know themselves anymore. Even the two don't even know each other anymore. Captain Rogers was excited when he saw Wolverine and Sabretooth. They had all participated in that war. It's just in different battlefields. After all, both of them were his comrades in arms. However, when I went to meet the two of them, they didn't know me anymore. Later, he realized that both of them seemed to have lost a lot of memory. However, Captain Rogers still insisted on standing in front of the crowd. One more of him can block more gravel like bullets. The others, at the moment, were watching the two monsters fighting in the distance with a little horror on their faces. The shaking of the ground never stopped. Those sweeping shockwaves can make everyone feel even more frightened. Qin, the two of them, what kind of devil fruit is it? It can bring such amazing combat power. Agent Hill couldn't help but speak. Although she had already seen the Jinpin, the Abomination, and the Zeta Swiss soldiers fighting on the helicarrier. Even hate and gold combined with Zeta Swiss soldiers is almost crushing. But now it seems that they seem to be restrained at that time. Maybe it's because of being in the city and worrying about destroying the city. But in this field, the battle between the two of them was almost free. The destructive power of the direct battle between the two casually affects the range of dozens or even hundreds of meters. The fruit of hatred is even more terrifying. That's a range of fruit ability. Even hitting in the air can make the whole ground vibrate crazily. It was really like an earthquake. Last time, after Coulson investigated the island, he reported that the Abomination may have a fruit that can cause earthquakes. This time, they confirmed it thoroughly. However, the more she confirmed, the more frightening she felt these fruit abilities. Even Hill had a frightening thought. Qin Xiao gave the useless devil fruit ability to Shield, and all those powerful people stayed behind. At the moment, the scene here seems to validate her idea. The ability of the devil fruit ability acquired by Shield is too limited. Coulson, 4 and 5 types of fruit, what can he do? It doesn't seem to have any other use other than tearing your body apart. Life-saving is just top-notch. Natasha Romanoff, infusing souls into certain objects and then being able to create artificial living things. However, the power is just like that. Even if it is a fruit for Hawkeye Barton, it can increase the speed by 100 times and increase the volume by 100 times. But this only has some effect in individual combat. In the entire Shield, there is not a single powerful fruit ability user. But look at the Jinn and the Abomination that have appeared now. The two are simply fighting machines. Earthquake, explode, the power displayed by the two can directly destroy a large area. If they had fought in the city at the moment, most of the city would have been destroyed by the two of them. Destructive power. The two have amazing destructive power, far beyond the destructive power of Shield fruit ability. As soon as the idea in Hill's heart came out, she could no longer discard it. Qin Xiao didn't know what Hill was thinking, but he didn't care either. Moreover, this time, it is the person who deliberately seduces. The fruit ability of Shield let them know how terrifying the fruit ability really is. The people of Shield are too cautious. These two fruits, Jin Bing's name is Bomb Fruit, and the hated one's name is Zhenjin Fruit. This name already reflects the fighting style of the two at the moment. Kim did all of his moves with a blast, and hatred can shake and destroy everything around. Qin Xiao's face was calm, as if everything was under control. But when he first saw Jin and exerted the strength of the Bomb Fruit, only he knew the shock in his heart. The powerful white beard of Zhenjin Fruit has been vividly interpreted. So after the fruit was given to the Abomination, Qin Xiao has been using Wolverine to stimulate the other party's development. He knew exactly what the Abomination could do. To put it bluntly, being evil is now the second peak combat power in this world. Maybe just weaker than Odin, Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Hela, etc. It will not be weaker than Thor at this stage. Even in terms of destructive power alone, he may still be above Thor. There's nothing he can't fix with a single punch. If so, give me a few punches. The power of the terrifying vibration can make everyone feel desperate. But Qin Xiao himself never imagined that Jin Bin could develop the bomb fruit to this extent, a level of horror not weaker than the fruit of the abominable shock. He knew that bomb fruit would be powerful, but he didn't expect to become so powerful in a short period of time. The most important thing is that Kim used this bomb fruit to complete the way of using Mr. Point 5 that he couldn't think of. Move freely through the air with explosive recoil. This point, not to mention other people, Qin Xiao didn't even think of it when he didn't see it. Doflamingo's use of the string fruit to complete the flight in the air is something that people talk about. As for Jin Bin, what he has accomplished now is not worse than Doflamingo's efforts, even in some respects stronger than the other party. He had already experienced a shock, so now when Hill asked, he could be so calm. And other Shield people heard Qin Xiao so calmly introduce two monsters that can destroy a city. Their hearts have already been turned upside down. Why? You keep those powerful fruit abilities by your side. But what we Shield got are some not powerful ones. In particular, my fruit ability still has obvious flaws. Every time I use it, if there is no other person's life, I have to consume my own life. Natasha Romanoff asked something she couldn't figure out. The power of the shaking fruit and the bomb fruit has exceeded her imagination. The fruit of Shield, indeed none can compare. Qin Xiao glanced at Natasha Romanoff. Tilde flaws, do you really think that the fruit they brought forth has no flaws? If it wasn't for his powerful physical fitness and resilience, he wouldn't be able to use the Zhenjin fruit. Every time the shaking fruit shakes the space, there will be an anti-shock force acting on his body. Here are a few who can take it: Abomination, Hulk, Logan, Sabretooth. But definitely not your Shield. Your fruit ability deficiency. Have you ever tried to make up for your own lifespan with someone else's lifespan? At the beginning, you were asked to constantly use other people's lifespans to make artificial living things. Have you ever tried saving some lives? Even though you can bestow lifespans on others, have you never thought about taking those lifespans back? Qin Xiao didn't take care of Natasha Romanoff's feelings. One question after another, Natasha Romanoff was straight to the point of bewilderment. Originally, she thought that the fruit ability she developed was already very powerful, but now it seems that I am still too cautious. This time, Natasha Romanoff felt a little ugly. Also, you SHIELD people feel that your ability doesn't seem to have much effect, so let me ask you, how much time do you spend on training fruit ability? When I was there, I always emphasized that the fruit ability can be continuously developed. Whether it's you Natasha Romanoff or Phil Coulson, it's been a long time since you got the fruit. What did you do to develop fruit ability? Did you know that Hate fights Logan, Wang Zhao for more than 12 hours every day? And did you ever know that Kim set up his bases both inside and outside New York City for training purposes? What did you do again? You have nothing, you've always been ability defensive. Under such circumstances, do you still have the face to say that your fruit ability is weak? There are still big problems with their development. See if I can fix my little generator and pray. SHIELD is too conservative. Qin Xiao is right, they have always been on guard against fruit abilities. Even is the development of your team's fruit ability as persistent as Dr. Banner's. They were worried that Qin Xiao, as a demon messenger, would finally use them fruit abilities. Everyone in SHIELD was embarrassed when they heard Qin Xiao's words, but Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson had a long time to get the fruit ability. No, you have nothing. Whether the fruit ability is powerful or not mainly depends on its own development. Qin Xiao looked at several people in SHIELD, his mouth was merciless. You are right, maybe we are too conservative. Powerful and delusional, Hawkeye Barton's time to get fruit is too short to say. But now they saw something different, unexpectedly powerful. You're right, maybe we're being too conservative. Hill Agent at the moment also acknowledged what Qin Xiao said. In fact, she's a lot more casual than Nick Fury has always been on the defensive. Even the reason why she set up the Devil Fruit sub-base in New York is because she doesn't really dislike fruit abilities in her heart. Actually, you don't understand a little bit, or director Nick Fury pretends not to understand. As a Protoss of Asgard, Thor ate the devil fruit I gave him. Even I have personally been to their domain of God. But do you see anything different about Thor now? Do you see how Thor hates devil fruits? This incident was witnessed by Nick Fury, but you have selectively forgotten this incident. I can't develop the abilities of these fruits by myself, but feel that the abilities of others are more powerful. This is actually a little too funny. Qin Xiao continued to complain crazily about everyone in SHIELD. I think Qin is right about this because my mother also ate a devil fruit. Even the father said that the demon behind Qin might not come from hell, rather it is an abstract Mephisto. Abstract Mephisto, do you know what it means? At this time Thor came to the crowd with Loki in his hand. He couldn't understand how careful people like Midgard were. In his opinion, the Asgardian Ancient One magician of Midgard was not worried. These people have nothing to worry about. Even if something goes wrong, the Ancient One magician will take care of it. What is abstract Mephisto? Hill took the opportunity to ask this question. Asking Thor questions usually depends on whether he is willing to answer. Now that the other party has given the steps, they definitely have to take the initiative to ask. Abstract Mephisto is a dimensional Mephisto that does not distinguish between good and evil, regardless of the user's good or bad. They don't have the consciousness that living beings like us have. In a way, they are an energy source that can provide ability. Only wait until this abstraction Mephisto has some kind of characteristic. In the end, it will become a real Mephisto with a distinction between good and evil. Father God has a guess that the fruit ability chosen by the demon messenger may be providing certain emotions for this abstract Mephisto. Thor explained simply, even Odin's guesses were spoken. This time Qin Xiao's eyes were a little strange. Both Odin's and Ancient One's speculations make sense, because they explained their system in terms they could understand. Not quite right, but logically consistent. But these words in the ears of some people represent another meaning. The demon behind Qin Xiao is actually not that scary. In other words, the current demon is not so terrifying. Although I don't know if what Thor said represents the truth, but since the Protoss of Asgard are not worried, they really have no reason to worry. So, can I match a devil fruit? All this time you never mentioned that I was able to match devil fruit. Is it because I can't match? At this moment Hill Agent suddenly asked a strange question. Could she match a devil fruit? This time Qin Xiao was taken aback. Hill Agent can match devil fruit, but because Qin Xiao hadn't been to SHIELD during this period, he didn't look for Hill. Another reason is that he doesn't want to waste the devil fruit in SHIELD just yet. Since the other party is not very willing to develop devil fruit, it is a waste to continue to give them. Now Hill Agent will take the initiative to seek devil fruit. Could it be because of Thor's words? This is equivalent to Thor is endorsing Qin Xiao. Hill Agent, should you ask Director Nick Fury for his opinion? As soon as Hill Agent raised this issue, Phil Coulson immediately came out to stop it. He is Nick Fury's little fanboy, and he doesn't quite agree with Hill Agent's decision. Although the Devil Fruit saved his life, he even supported the Devil Fruit ability's position in SHIELD to some extent. But as long as everything, he thinks it's better to be under the supervision of Nick Fury. I decide this matter myself. Director Fu Rui has his own considerations, and I also have my own considerations. In addition, didn't you yourself make the decision to eat the devil fruit? It's just that you haven't completely accepted the devil fruit yet. On the contrary, I saw the various powers of devil fruit. Interested in trying one now. Qin, is there anything suitable for me? Hill Agent asked again. Naturally, you can match a devil fruit. I don't want to give you a devil fruit now. I'm worried that you made the decision impulsively. Qin Xiao knew what Hill Agent was thinking, so she was not in a hurry to give this to him and her. At the moment, she was clearly influenced by Jin Bin fighting the Abomination, also influenced by Thor's words. There is a possibility of impulsive decisions. I gave it to her and she didn't develop it later, it wasn't wasted again. No, you don't need to worry, I actually had this idea when I was on the helicarrier. This time in New York, let us fully realize how important a team with a strong individual ability is. If it wasn't for Captain Rogers this time, along with Hulk Thor stopped the first wave of Zeta Swiss soldiers. We may not have had the chance to react otherwise. It is impossible to wait for the military's response. And even if it was their reaction, do you know what kind of decision they made? Hill asked a strange question. What did the military decide? This problem everyone here does not know. They just want to launch nuclear bombs, which is the simplest and most brutal way to solve all aliens. For them, they were not there anyway. Not only would they not find it cruel that a nuclear bomb could solve the alien invasion. On the contrary, it will be considered a successful military operation. It is their achievement to save the whole Earth with one city. As for the people who died in the nuclear bomb attack, they died for the sake of the public. Those people will end up staging a huge event to pay tribute to the city. Anyway, people are dead, they will still do this performance. I don't know if I'm right. Qin Xiao naturally knew what kind of decision those people would make. This is what those people used to do. Impossible. In a city with tens of millions of people, how could they absolutely make this decision? The first to disbelieve was Captain Rogers, for the current military. In other words, I still have some illusions about modern people. In fact, what Qin said is correct. The military has ordered preparations for a nuclear bomb attack. Even our helicarrier has planes with nuclear bombs taking off. It's just that Director Nick Fury personally beat him down. Now, he is facing an investigation by the Global Security Council. Otherwise, this time he would have come here to see Loki himself. After Hill Agent finished speaking, he glanced at Loki. Loki at the moment has been gagged by Thor. Otherwise, Loki could annoy everyone to death. It is this person who has brought such a big crisis to the Earth. How could they do this? We are still desperate, and they are going to use nuclear bombs to cleanse the aliens. Purge along with those of us who are still fighting. Captain Rogers at the moment is still a bit unbelievable. Decades have passed, and it seems that the way the world thinks has not changed. The few make the decisions, and the many, it becomes the victim. Actually, that's what they decided, and I just intercepted their message. Tony spoke suddenly at this moment. It turned out that he had been trying to crack the military code just now. Now, the reaction of the military has been clearly investigated by him. In fact, Director Nick Fury shot down the first plane, and the military is planning to send more planes after that. Luckily, the outbreak of others stopped the Zeta Swiss from spreading, so they delayed the nuclear strike. If we can't repel these aliens, then they will continue to launch a nuclear strike. Tony projected all the information for everyone to read. So Qin, do you understand how I feel now? Like I said, a team of strong individuals is a must. This team is not only responsible for the outside, but also for the inside. I hope that I have that kind of strength and can exert my strength at critical moments. Instead of doing nothing on the helicarrier like this time. Hill spoke out about her hopes. Very well, I understand then, it's up to you to choose which fruit to eat. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, ripples began to appear in his body. The 4 fruits appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You have already seen 3 of these fruits: diamond fruit, barrier fruit, peas fruit. The 3 fruits are all defensive powers. I don't know if it's because of your name SHIELD, and the last-minute fruit, called the slow fruit, can make you emit a kind of light wave. People who are irradiated by this light wave will become very dull. The dull time is 30 seconds. Qin Xiao briefly explained the fruits. Diamond fruit, barrier fruit, Dowdo fruit are all matched by people from SHIELD. Especially Phil Coulson, who had seen these fruits before. Now Hill Agent has matched one more, slow fruit. Qin Xiao couldn't figure out what was going on with this fruit. Hill Agent, how could it match it? Could it be that this is also regarded as a defensive fruit? In fact, the horror of this fruit is far beyond imagination. It's just that it has been used and discarded among pirates. I don't know if Hill Agent can develop it. So Hill Agent, which fruit do you choose now? Qin Xiao looked at Agent Hill with a calm face. Now that you've asked for it, it's your turn to make a choice. Hill Agent looked at the four fruits. You say that the diamond fruit and the barrier fruit both seem to provide defense, while the pea fruit is similar to Phil Coulson's fruit. Among several fruits, it seems that only this slow fruit has some special functions. My choice is very clear, slow fruit. Hill Agent directly picked up the slow fruit and bit it down. Crack. I believe it now, this stuff is really bad. Hill Agent swallowed the fruit in 2 bites. A sense of enlightenment appeared in her mind. Suddenly she stretched out her hand in the direction where the hatred and Jin were fighting. Woo tilde tilde, woo tilde. Hill made a special gesture. Immediately afterwards, a burst of special light waves visible to the naked eye emitted from her hand. These light waves are like rings one after another. They are constantly spreading towards the front. Immediately afterwards, it didn't go too far, it disappeared. After that, everyone saw a scene that shocked them. Where the light waves passed, those stones that were flying towards everyone faster than bullets at the moment became as if they were still. A few people standing in front of everyone reached out and touched the stones. Hill also touched a pebble with his hand. She found that the stone was still moving forward with indomitable strength. Although it has been slowed down, it does not seem to be able to change its original kinetic energy. Is this the slow light wave? This is simply a violation of the rules of physics. At such a speed they will not fall but continue to move forward. What will happen if such a force acts on a human being? Can anything slow down like this? A few people kept discussing with you and me. The effect brought by the slow light wave really exceeded their imagination. Qin Xiao glanced at those stones and he remembered something. The power of the slow fruit is actually far beyond imagination. Just like after Silver Fox used slow light wave on Luffy. Luffy fell towards the ground at an incredible speed. Foxy could even easily stand on the falling Luffy at this time. Even though he was standing on top of Luffy, Luffy was still descending at a strange speed. This is a force that ignores the rules of kinetic energy, gravity, etc. The only thing that remains is that light will be reflected by flat surfaces like mirrors. The only pity is that it only takes 30 seconds to take effect. After Hill finished speaking, he hid behind Hulk. Others also put away their curiosity and started to peek one after another. Call out. Feud tilde. Feud tilde. When the 30 seconds came, the stones hit the resisting crowd again at a frightening speed. Roar tilde tilde Hulk tilde. Everyone else was fine. Hulk looked at the weird scene and couldn't help but want to do it. Fortunately, Betty kept Hulk under control. Devil Messenger, I have some ideas about this fruit, and I will slowly try to develop its power when the time comes. However, now I finally understand the power of fruit ability holders. At least I am very satisfied with the basic ability of my fruit. Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, Barton, take advantage of your fruit. Hill at the moment seems to have really stepped into the role of the fruit ability. He is even persuading several other people to develop the fruit ability well. Qin Xiao was a little unsure if Hill was serious, but these are not important anyway, this fruit has been sent out. Really. Let's talk about it now, maybe we can give you a reference. Tony saw the horror of the Hill fruit. In his mind, there are many ideas for using this ability, so he wants to help Hill Agent staff. Hill thought about it and she nodded. Also, with so many people together, maybe they can give me some special hints. The ability of this fruit is to emit such slow light waves. Since it is a light wave, such power should be quite terrifying. But when I used it just now, I found that the area where the light wave propagates is actually not far away. The area it spreads is not very large. So there are 2 directions ahead. The first is to increase the distance that light waves travel. The second is to increase the range covered by light waves. Hill briefly explained her thoughts. It makes sense that the improvement of the propagation distance can refer to the laser. By converging light waves together like lasers, the propagation distance can be increased. As far as extending coverage, I think you should consider using this light wave without gestures. Even, you should consider that it can be used in other places besides emitting light waves from your hands. The ability of this fruit, if you can really cover the whole body with light waves. In a sense, it can provide you with a layer of invincible armor. It is impossible for any object to come close to your body. Before they get close, they will be turned into a nearly static picture by your light waves. Tony casually expanded on Hill Agent's idea, and what he said about talcum powder had a point. If Hill Agent's whole body is covered with a layer of this light wave, so what else can come close? What else could hurt her? The horror of this fruit is directly and gradually displayed in front of everyone. Even Hill Agent at the moment was surprised. In addition, I think you have missed a little bit the effect time of this slow fruit. It's only 30 seconds now, can it be longer? What kind of terror do you think it will bring to others with a more persistent slow power? Tony at the moment also proposed another direction of development, a direction that Hill seems to have missed. Hill listened to Tony's words, her eyes became brighter and brighter. Extending the time, this is indeed a direction that I did not expect. Moreover, the operation methods proposed by Tony in the other two aspects may also be really effective. At least Hill thought of one thing, before he developed it, he could use equipment to make up for it. Just like the diffusion range of converging light waves, it may really be possible to use converging lasers. Next, all she needed was some constantly testing and tweaking. You are right if you say it, you will get unexpected good news. Hill already has plans of his own. When the others heard Tony's words, they thought about if the Hill Agent really developed the power of this fruit. No one here seems to be a threat to Hill. Hulk, what is the Hulk who can't get close to hit? The speed provided by Hawkeye Barton's Momo fruit. It's useless, Hill Agent is born to restrain speed. No, it seems that there may be someone threatening him at the scene. Hill thought of something in a blink of an eye. It was Betty who might have affected him. Whether or not Ghost is affected by this slow light wave needs to be confirmed. And the other one is the power of Huahua fruit. If Dr. Banner used the flower fruit to grow arms on himself, then twist her neck. This is also a very dangerous force that can threaten her. Sure enough, devil fruit is not invincible. Maybe there will be a threat. Qin Xiao didn't know what she was thinking. At the moment, he focused his attention on the scene of the battle. The battle between Abomination and Jinbin seems to be over for a while, so does any of you want to try Sabretooth's ability? Qin Xiao looked at Sabretooth, who was holding back the damage. He knew that once Sabretooth broke out, it would be terrible. But the battle in the distance is still going on, and the battle between Jin Bing and Abomination seems to be getting more and more exciting. It's not easy for the two to meet someone who can match each other. Definitely have a good fight. Either one party was beaten to the ground, or both parties lost their strength. A Hulk is going to fight. Hulk at the moment understood Qin Xiao's words. He is going to fight now. Seeing Abomination and Jin fight side by side for so long, his desire to fight has long been raised. Since no one else can fight Sabretooth, let him fight instead. Zero, asking for flowers. Does Hulk want to do it? That's fine, so let's move a little further and let Hulk play Sabretooth. You can also learn about Sabretooth's ability through this. Qin Xiao opened a portal and directly teleported everyone to a place far away from the battle between Abomination and Jins. The sound of hatred and gold fighting together became faint. It's far enough away from here. Phew tilde, I finally got out of there. The battle between those two guys was really amazing. Pepper at the moment has some lingering fears. Her fruit ability can build a barrier for her. But although this can withstand the attack of those gravel, but hating the shock after every punch is not something her ability can resist. Standing there for so long just now, she even felt a little uncomfortable. This is definitely a reaction that only a little body has been injured by the shock. I also think so. If it weren't for letting them fight, I would have used my ability to silence them. Betty at the moment also has lingering fears. She summoned her ghost many times. Amen, the two originally weren't in the fighting team and they were really not used to fighting. Hulk wasn't in the mood to pay them any attention. His gaze fell directly on Sabretooth. At the moment, Sabretooth is holding back his ultimate. The damage suffered by Karma Fruit is already terrifying. At the moment, he can transform at any time. Hey, the next picture may be a bit indecent. It's better not to watch it if you are weak. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he immediately started to retreat. Next, definitely, is Sabretooth's transformation. The situation where the body suddenly grows bigger and the clothes are torn apart is really eye-catching. Psychological endurance, the weak of ability, may really not be able to bear it. Seeing Qin Xiao retreating, the others also retreated at the moment. They have learned their lesson. This battlefield should be handed over to Sabretooth and Hulk. Hulk was flailing his arms and legs wildly. Sabretooth of at the moment, in his eyes, is just a little bit. Then let's play a game. Sabretooth walked towards Hulk. With every step he took, his body grew bigger. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Sabretooth's footsteps were getting heavier and heavier as he became more and more normal. 2 meters, Rice, 4 meters. In the blink of an eye, Sabretooth's size directly exceeded 4 meters. This height and body shape even surpassed Hao Li. How could this happen? Damn it, is his ability bigger? Seeing the suddenly enlarged Sabretooth, several ladies present were surprised. And Thor at the moment is livid. Is this what you said? The picture is a bit indecent. Thor confronted Qin Xiao directly. Qin Xiao was helpless. Well, Thor saw his psychological shadow when he saw his enlarged figure. I've said it all, it's a bit indecent, I didn't lie to you. Qin Xiao began to play rogue. I said it all, what do you want from me? Thor was out of breath. Yeah, what the hell is that scene I've been trying to forget is now being strengthened again. Thor shook his head frantically. The picture of Qin Xiao getting bigger at the beginning and the picture of Sabretooth getting bigger now are constantly intertwined in his mind. It is estimated that he will suffer from insomnia for a while. This ability of his is also a fruit ability. Or this is his mutant ability. Watching Sabretooth's sudden colossus somewhere in pure amazement. Is this thing a mutant ability or a fruit ability? You guys just watch carefully. Qin Xiao did not introduce the power of karma fruit. As long as you can discover the characteristics of this thing, you can't blame me if you can't. Hulk. Battles tilde. Hulk looked at the big guy who was clearly bigger than him. Instead of being angry and afraid, he felt more excited. Only such a big guy is worthy of him fighting. Hulk and Sabretooth fist bumped for the first time. Boom tilde. Fist winds tore through the space around them. The powerful force caused the ground to begin to shatter inch by inch. Where the two landed, at the moment was like two spider webs. Crack tilde. Boom tilde. The ground couldn't bear the pressure brought by the punches of the two, and under the huge explosive force, the two took a few steps back. In the retreat, all the ground is one deep pit after another. Hulk tilde. Come again tilde. Hulk and Sabretooth roared, and the two collided again like beasts. Sabretooth's huge size did not have much advantage in front of Hulk. Even this time, Hulk took advantage of his forearms. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. His fist was like a woven net, directly covering everything in front of him. The crazy punch 387 landed head-on towards Sabretooth. Sabretooth also fought back frantically, but Hulk's two arms are always able to block the opponent's fist. With the remaining two arms, punch after punch hit Sabretooth directly. Tilde. Sabretooth began to spurt blood under Hulk's violent attack. Hulk growled excitedly, fist to the flesh, cool. Hey, is Sabretooth's size so intimidating? He fell into a disadvantage when he first played against Hulk. Boom. With a loud noise, Hulk landed two heavy fists on Sabretooth's body. Sabretooth's huge body was smashed like a cannonball. The disparity is too great, Sabretooth has not even resisted a single attack. Phil Coulson looked disbelieving. Hulk is good, they all know that. They're G heartbroken over Hulk. But Sabretooth started the scene so bluffing, one bigger than everyone else. They even thought that Hulk was going to be beaten. But the result was beyond imagination. Sabretooth, a bigger guy, was beaten by Hulk. Sabretooth's ability is to grow bigger. There are no other abilities. Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it either. This Titan with such a body is actually so weak. They were used to Hulk's berserk way of attacking enemies. I think the huge Sabretooth should be like this too, but in the end I was disappointed. Hulk at the moment didn't care, he continued to rush towards Sabretooth who had been knocked down. Hulk, stop it, he's already vomiting blood from you. At this time, Betty even took the initiative to tell Hulk to stop. The excited Hulk paused a little at Betty's words, then he stopped dejectedly and despondently. Hulk not happy. He didn't enjoy the fight at all. He also thought that the big guy Sabretooth could bring him some surprises. As a result, the other party grew up to be such a big man. Betty, don't interfere in other people's battles, this battle is still early. Qin Xiao watched Betty want to intervene, at the moment had to remind. As for others underestimating Sabretooth, well, wait and see. Sabretooth has already been beaten like this, do you want to beat him? Betty couldn't believe it. That's right, Sabretooth is like this, even if he has strong resilience, such a battle is meaningless. You're right, maybe Sabretooth is good, but this is the Hulk, maybe we originally picked the wrong guy to fight. Forget it, we know that Sabretooth is very powerful, you don't have to ask Sabretooth to continue fighting for the sake of face. Several people at the moment began to persuade Qin Xiao. They thought it was because Sabretooth lost to Hulk so quickly, which made Qin Xiao feel ashamed. That's why he continued with Sabretooth, who had been easily defeated. But this is Hulk, and whoever faces him doesn't necessarily have an advantage. Losing is actually quite normal. Now the fun is just beginning. After a while, maybe you have to worry about Hulk. Qin Xiao looked at Sabretooth, who was beaten a little over there. Not only did he not worry, but he gloated a little. As for how many people don't know what kind of picture they made up in their brains, Qin Xiao couldn't care less. Why bother explaining things that can be seen immediately? Roar tilde. The downed Sabretooth at the moment let out a roar. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a scene that horrified them. Sabretooth, who was lying on the ground, turned over and fell to his knees, pounding the ground with both fists crazily. Immediately afterwards, Sabretooth at the moment, who had already reached a height of 4 meters, swelled wildly again. Sabretooth, the sky started to rise again. The most shocking thing is that Sabretooth, who knelt down at the moment, was even taller than everyone else. Come on, let's fight again. Sabretooth suddenly lunged forward in a kneeling position, and Hulk, right in front of him, boom tilde. Boom tilde. This time, Hulk's entire body was slapped flying by Sabretooth. At the moment's Hulk is only knee-high as Sabretooth. Hulk. Hulk was thrown into the air, turned over, let out a roar, and rushed towards Sabretooth again. At the moment, Sabretooth was more than 10 meters tall, and his huge size and heavy weight directly crushed the gravel in the Gobi Desert. The coming of the Hulk again not only did not scare Sabretooth, but also excited him. He killed Chitauri's giant beasts in 2 hits. The current Hulk is obviously very resistant to beatings. Hit like crazy. Boom. Pagi tilde. With a powerful bounce, Hulk went straight to Sabretooth's head, and Sabretooth slapped Hulk's body with a slap. Hulk hit the ground hard again. This time it was Hulk who was crushed and beaten. Bruce. Betty was a little anxious this time. The blood-spitting Sabretooth who was hit by Hulk just now has changed so amazingly. Such a huge body has exceeded everyone's imagination. Is this body shape the one that prevents Kita Swiss soldiers from transforming? Sure enough, their fighting power is terrifying. Hill Agent at the moment had a look of emotion. Hill Agent, did you know that Sabretooth can transform into such a size? Betty spoke with some complaints on the side. This time in the battle with Kita Swiss soldiers, he defended one direction. We've seen him transformed on the helicarrier. Originally, we didn't know why it would have such a big change, but now it seems that I have guessed. Hill Agent graciously admits this. I already know how Sabretooth transforms. Tony took the initiative to speak at this time. How does it transform? Injuries are transformed into body size and strength. When Sabretooth transformed just now, I let JARVIS scan his physical condition. When Hulk hit Sabretooth, the damage directly turned into an inexplicable energy, which accumulated on Sabretooth's body. This energy then becomes the strength and size of Sabretooth. In other words, the more injured he is, the more terrifying his force zone and size will become. He is an opponent who gets stronger and stronger, which seems to be very similar to Hulk. The greater Hulk's anger, the greater his strength. After hearing Tony's explanation, everyone finally understood Sabretooth's situation. However, the more they understood, the more unbelievable at the moment was. Seeing that everyone already knew the principle of Sabretooth's power, Qin Xiao shook his head slightly. Tony was right, the fruit of Sabretooth was purposely matched to his mutant ability. His mutant ability is self-healing. Even if he is seriously injured, he can self-heal quickly. And this enlargement is his reaction after absorbing the damage. Reflect damage back to your own size and strength. Qin Xiao simply explained. This kind of ability is actually easy to find. It was as if Tony and the others easily knew Sabretooth's power pattern, but what if you find out? Sabretooth's self-healing ability has long been archived in those institutions, but there are a few of them who can deal with each other. They couldn't deal with it at that time, and Sabretooth, which has become even more terrifying now, is even more difficult for them to deal with. This kind of power coordination is too terrifying. Tony saw the horror of this ability cooperation at a glance. Hit, the bigger the stronger, don't fight, then wait to be beaten to death. The only way to do that is to take Sabretooth down before he takes damage. And how many people can achieve such power? Hill Agent's mind echoed SHIELD's record of how to deal with Sabretooth. One of the UIs is to use a high degree of anesthesia. This concentration of anesthesia is a lethal amount for ordinary people, but Sabretooth's self-healing allows him to quickly consume and absorb these anesthetics. Back then. For example, break its limbs at the fastest speed and then restrain it immediately. If this method was effective before, it has become invalid now. Injure him, then his size and strength will become particularly terrifying. The simple way of restraint may no longer be enough. The shock in Hill's heart is only known to her. 4.3 What Qin Xiao said at the beginning gave her a full understanding. Their power is a deterrent to all. Now they can completely gather these ideas. If it is said that Shield may have thoughts about the fruit abilities around Qin Xiao, and Jin Bin's ability is a living bomb, put him in New York City, and the whole city will instantly turn into ruins under his ability. If we talk about the scope of the destruction rate, no one can exceed the hatred. The power of the Abomination can easily cause earthquakes and even tsunamis. But the opponent originally possessed the mutant power, which made it not so easy to get a quick victory. Facing such an opponent, there is only one option: a quick fight, or unlimited bombs. In terms of destructive power alone, it is only slightly smaller than the vibrating power of the Abomination. His power was originally amazing. In other words, his word destruction range is smaller than hate. And the only Sabretooth who thinks it's slightly weaker is a late player. The longer he fights, the more damage he suffers and the stronger he will be. What kind of monsters are the fruit ability around the Devil Messenger? Sure enough, the Demon Messenger was surrounded by monsters. But given him time, he can also cause destructive power no less than Abomination. How many monsters like this do you have? How many monsters like this do you have? Hill Agent looked at Qin Xiao seriously and asked. This problem involves a series of countermeasures of SHIELD. Qin Xiao glanced at Hill Agent. I don't think this issue is actually important anymore. I told you that this time I came to seek protection for them. As long as no one does anything special to them. I'm sure they don't do anything special to you either. As for how many people like them are around me, I won't tell you. Could it be that if there are many people like this around me, you will not target me, but if there are few people around me, you will target me? With this kind of thinking, you should still show convergence. Qin Xiao asked all the SHIELD agents at the scene with a question. All of them felt a little awkward. SHIELD will take some countermeasures against everyone, which is the necessary skills they have mastered as SHIELD agents. But obviously, facing Qin Xiao, the Demon Messenger, these little thoughts are useless at all. He casually brought a few people over, it was just so scary. Then there will definitely be more terrifying power behind him. Never put your cards on the table, this is a qualified conspiracy master. And the Devil Messenger is obviously a master of conspiracy. The deep brain supplement made them feel a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, it's best not to offend this Eastern Demon Messenger. Even if Thor said, behind Qin Xiao may be an abstract Mephisto. Maybe there is no distinction between good and evil in the general sense. But because of this, the possibility behind this will appear even more terrifying. In case the abstract Mephisto behind him assigns Qin Xiao a task. One doesn't matter to the abstract Mephisto, but it is likely to be a troublesome task for humans. So it won't be a big problem then. So it is better to maintain the status quo and not to tease the other party. Okay, Qin, then I'll change the question. When the scene was awkward, Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to intervene. What is the problem? My soul fruit, what kind of development direction is there? This time, Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to ask Qin Xiao about the development direction of the soul fruit. It seems that she now has a strong interest in fruit abilities. Or maybe she was surprised by the powerful power of other people's fruit ability. If I also have such a powerful force, why worry about encountering alien invasion again? Soul fruit has always been using the soul and lifespan to do things. Since you can use other people's lives to make artificial living things, then you don't think about making simple souls out of these things. Like a passive ghost like Betty, and you don't think about injecting a lot of soul into a certain thing at once. I am not making so many artificial living things as you are now. But every man-made living thing has a little bit of life and soul. For example, you inject powerful soul power into that plane. Make that plane an artificial living thing. Isn't its power to gather coins much stronger than those little guys like you now? Even, you turn SHIELD's helicarrier into your artificial living creature. Haven't you thought about this? Qin Xiao asked a question that Natasha Romanoff hadn't thought about, and these words made everyone on the scene feel a little shocked. Airplane, helicarrier. If these real things came to life, how powerful would this be for Natasha Romanoff? Not to mention the helicarrier, just the powerful firepower of the aircraft is not comparable to all the man-made living things that Natasha Romanoff has now. If they could, even SHIELD could build some heavy-duty weapons just for Natasha Romanoff. Even bots that have been unsuccessful. These dead things only need SHIELD to create. Natasha Romanoff then sold them. In this way, a robot with engraved flexible movements really appeared. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Natasha Romanoff with horror. Sure enough, what the Devil Messenger said was right, they SHIELD have been suppressing the development of fruit abilities. If they develop it with all their strength, such weapons can definitely be realized. Then Natasha Romanoff will become a superhero with great strength. One person resists the super strength of an army. Moreover, this power seems to have no upper limit. As long as there are weapons, as long as there is a soul, Natasha Romanoff can create countless artificial living things. The only thing is that it takes Natasha Romanoff to develop those powers. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson also walked over. The power of Natasha Romanoff's soul fruit has exceeded their imagination. Then, what kind of power can his own torn fruit possess? What else can my shattered fruit do? Phil Coulson really doesn't know what else to do with a split fruit, because this process seems to have no effect other than turning its own body into pieces. Moreover, he felt that their thinking was limited by his own. Many things need to be reminded by others. Did you really not think about the power of the split fruit if this ability does not act on your own body? Give him to other things, what do you think your fruit power will become? Can the ground under this foot be torn apart? Can the enemy in front of you be torn apart by you? Others can use the fruit ability to act outside the body. Why can't you think of applying ability outside the body? Qin Xiao said something that stunned Phil Coulson. The power of its own fruit acts on other things, as if their fruits act on foreign objects. Phil Coulson at the moment instantly understood. Since it is a fruit ability, why can other people's fruits act on external objects, but one's own fruit cannot act on external objects? If after our own research and development, this ability is also reused on external objects, will it be possible to divide other things into pieces? Once this idea popped up, his eyes lit up. So my fruit direction is to let it reach 100 times the file size and speed first. Hawkeye Barton saw that other people asked questions, so he couldn't help asking. That's right, your fruit ability is first developed to 100 times speed. How many people can escape your sniping with your fighting style? On the other hand, you need to quickly improve your physical fitness. Your current physical fitness simply cannot withstand the power brought by 100 times the speed. If your body is as strong as Hulk, then you can easily increase your speed to 100 times. In such a situation, who will be your opponent? Move 100 times faster. Others need time, minutes and seconds for 100 meters, but you can do it in 0.1 seconds. How many people do you think are your opponents? Qin Xiao showed Hawkeye a more terrifying future. Just thinking about the extent to which this fruit has reached, it is shocking. It's really done in situations where other people's eyes can't reflect it. Sure enough, it's because we are defensive about the development of fruit ability. Otherwise, there are so many development methods, why haven't we studied them? Hill Agent made the final summary. She looked depressed at the moment. The power of these fruits is astonishing just hearing Qin Xiao say it. And they have such great power that they are still envious of Abomination and Sabretooth and others. Such as Bayoshan and returning empty-handed is this kind. Then, is there another way for my fruit power? Pepper saw that everyone else was asking, and she couldn't help but speak up. Matching, I think your fruit is enough to match my research. Tony didn't want Match to get stronger. He has seen Pepper's current strength. Her fluttering fruit can turn any hard object into a piece that blows like cloth. Tony's battle armor would be taken off by the opponent at any time. Qin Xiao glanced at Tony and matched it. Your fruit only needs to increase the range of action. Just think about it, where we are standing, you will become like a cloth fluttering in the future. Then shape it as you wish. Does such a powerful force need to be explained? How Pepper's floating fruit can be developed, Qin Xiao actually didn't think about it. But just when he thought of expanding the range of effect of the fruit, he felt that this was already a very powerful force. Flying fruit can shape other substances at will. This is what Qin Xiao thinks is the strongest. Think about it, the place where you were standing was softened by the other party. Then she 413 reshaped this place, covers you in one piece. Then she was restoring it to normal. Then this is a successful burial alive. If your own strength is strong, you may still be able to break free from it. If your strength is weak, you will die directly. In a sense, this fruit is more powerful than any other fruit. Moreover, compared with the purely destructive fruits such as the shaking fruit and the bomb fruit, the fluttering fruit can still complete the construction. Think of him softening certain materials and shaping them into the buildings he wants. Finally, the properties of the material are restored. You want to build a villa, no problem. You want to build this super engine, no problem. If you want to see this children's playground, there is no problem. This is where Qin Xiao feels the scariest thing about floating fruit. You can try it slowly by yourself. In fact, you can also just use your current ability. After all, your current ability is already very powerful. Betty's ability is not needed at all. Haven't you tried then to let your soul leave your body? In the end, Betty also came over to personally ask Qin Xiao questions. Since you can summon ghost, you never thought that this is a state similar to a soul. The soul originally is a problem that has not been thoroughly studied. It is really necessary to spy on the news, and it will be solved if the doctor comes directly to his eyes and ears. Even the generation can directly transform into a new banner and go out. My soul leaves the body. Can the soul leave the body? I listened to your conversation and suddenly felt that I was redundant. Can the soul leave the body? If the soul leaves, will the body be fine? Because negatively ghost originally is already a bug-level fruit. Qin Xiao didn't have much advice for the ghost fruit. What else can my ghost fruit do besides these two negative ghosts? Besides, the 4 bands have been with Dr. Banner the whole time. On the contrary, it will bring some troubles to the ontology. Betty couldn't believe it when she heard Qin Xiao's words. As for turning one's soul into a ghost to spy on information, Qin Xiao thinks it's not very useful. I listened to your conversation and suddenly felt redundant. At this moment, Captain America Rogers suddenly spoke. His voice was low and lost. Here, he is the only one left who is not a fruit ability. Hill Agent, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, Hawkeye Barton, these SHIELD people are all people with devil fruit. Dr. Banner's Hulk, Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty, and Tony's girlfriend Pepper are also devil fruit ability users. As for other people, there is no one who does not have fruit ability. Moreover, he obviously heard that everyone's future strength will become very terrifying. He, who was the most advanced person decades ago, is actually only slightly better than ordinary people in this society. At the moment, he felt out of place with this team. Hearing what Rogers said, everyone on the scene was taken aback. Especially Phil Coulson, as Captain America's little fan, he just felt very uncomfortable when he heard the other party's disappointment. But it is true, Captain America is very powerful, but he was only a few decades ago. In this era, not to mention Captain America, Lion Lei Shendu appeared. Compared with God's domain, most of the Earth is indeed very weak. Instead, they inadvertently created the Hulk and the Abomination, which is scary now. They represent the pinnacle of individual combat power on Earth. It's still the kind of pinnacle that is a little out of control. Even after this, they met the Demon Messenger. The Devil Messenger provided them with countless powerful devil fruits. Let everyone have different abilities. This kind of thing really makes Captain America feel a little bit lost. Even Tony doesn't seem to be getting any fruit ability right now, but the rumor of its fruit is what everyone is most interested in. Live again. Likewise, Tony Stark is a super talent. His Iron Man armor gives him great strength. And with the gradual development of technology, the power he possesses will become stronger and stronger. Even the fruit can't bring any change to Tony. But his technology is enough to make him a powerful hero. Captain Rogers is now having difficulty just accepting modern technology. It is obviously impossible to fill these gaps with other aspects. In terms of single-round combat effectiveness, Captain Rogers may not be the lowest. Among these people here, Pepper and Betty's individual combat effectiveness is obviously worse. But once Pepper completes the transformation of the items on her body, Captain Rogers' attack on her will be ineffective. And once Betty sees the opportunity to summon the passive ghost, Captain Rogers could only find an opportunity to try to attack. That is to say, Betty and Pepper, who are obviously not strong enough, now Captain Rogers dare not say that they are sure to win. This kind of thing really made her helpless. He originally teamed up with Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff during the New York game. At that time, the strength of these two people was indeed not bad, but they didn't feel that kind of overpowering. Anyway, I still use firearms to chug. In the whole team, only Hulk and Thor give people a sense of incomprehension. Team Rogers had little to do with the duos fight, even if you can fight them in a short time. But there is absolutely no chance of winning. The fighting ability of these two guys is really beyond imagination. At that time, he still felt that he could fight against others. But when he heard Qin Xiao's words at this time, he realized that the abilities of these people were still in an undeveloped state. Moreover, he has been fighting and doesn't know what's going on outside, but now he knows. It turns out that there are so many powerful ability users out there, even fruit abilities beyond his imagination. Golden Soldiers, Abominations, Sabretooth. There are still a few people who have not done anything. He doesn't know how powerful the other party will be. When Qin Xiao heard Captain Rogers' words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Then, does Captain Rogers want to become a fruit ability holder? If you want, you can also have a powerful fruit ability next. Just now, Hill Agent has become a fruit ability user. Qin Xiao gave full play to his identity as a demon messenger. This sentence directly hit Captain Rogers' vitals. Since you think you are weak, how about becoming a fruit ability person? Anyway, there is already a person who has become a fruit ability user in front of you. Hill agent and hearing Qin Xiao's example, she also felt a little helpless. He and Nick Fury have actually discussed this issue. Will Captain Rogers have psychological pressure? Now it seems that it is indeed straight. Can I also become a fruit ability user? Captain Rogers' expression changed slightly at the moment. He does not believe that these fruits do not have the slightest aftereffect, and he doesn't know anything about devil fruits. He didn't know until he saw the battle of these devil fruit fighters today. Even he once thought those were mutants, because Logan happened to have mutant-like them in his memory. That's right, you can match devil fruits. As long as you eat these devil fruits, you can become a fruit ability holder. Can you tell me what kind of devil fruit can I match? Captain Rogers asked a question first. You can inspire fruit, blob fruit, flutter fruit. Qin Xiao told Captain Rogers the fruit of the match very simply. Hearing the three devil fruits SHIELD revealed by Qin Xiao, several people were surprised. They had never heard of these fruits. Devil fruits matched by SHIELD almost always have duplicates, but this time Captain Rogers' match seems to be all new fruits. Sure enough, Captain Rogers is very unusual. What are the functions of these fruits? The logic is that the captain wants to know clearly. The functions of these three fruits are actually very simple. The first encouraging fruit is just like his name, and the encouraging fruit can be used to inspire people. Eaters can call out the power hidden in people's hearts by waving the flag and shouting. It can inspire people who are oppressed but do not have the courage to resist. It can even make the people who are inspired to burst out with strength. The blob fruit is a bit different. It will appear a bear-like blob in your hand. This blob can do many things, like bouncing everything off. This kind of thing can exert great power with your shield. And she can not only bounce off objects but also things like air. Even the exhaustion and pain of others can bounce off. Captain Rogers, as a leader who bounces off the pain and fatigue of others, should be a good choice. The fluttering fruit can make all non-living objects you touch float up. Even yourself can fly under the effect of this fruit. Qin Xiao briefly talked about the power of these fruits. In fact, he thought of what Captain Rogers had done when he saw the inspirational fruit. Touring everywhere, being portrayed as a hero, but never even participating in a battle. He is an artificial hero created by the state to inspire the people. It's just that the captain went to the front line himself, and with the help of the Roaring Commando, he truly became a hero. Encouraging fruit, perhaps because of his experience, felt that it was a good match for him. Moreover, Captain Rogers did not become a leader because of his strength. It's about being a leader because of his qualities, his character. Or even a leader who could earn Mjolnir's approval. So the inspirational fruit does seem to be a good match. As for the appearance of the blob fruit, it was a bit beyond Qin Xiao's imagination. The power of this fruit directly made Xiang, one of the Kiwuhai, go offline in advance. There are just too many things he can do. The ability to bounce others to where they want to go is simply the biggest mobile transfer station. The kind of ability that can bounce off fatigue and pain makes this fruit even more terrifying. If this thing is given to Captain Rogers, his blob impact combined with shield is indeed a very powerful force. This is an instant power to attack other people. As for the last fluttering fruit, it can make all the inanimate objects it touches fly in the air. If his shield is affected by the fluttering fruit, then the shield thrown by him can have almost unlimited flights. Maybe that's why the fruits fit Captain Rogers. When Captain Rogers heard Qin Xiao's exposure of the devil fruit, his whole face was a little strange. Encouraging fruit let him think of the past. But if he had to choose, he would definitely choose between blob fruit and Pio fruit. The hero being portrayed is not what he wants. Fighting is it. How have you thought of which fruit you need? Qin Xiao continued to seduce Captain Rogers' inner desire like a demon. Captain Rogers, are you sure you want to become a fruit ability holder? You know, even if you're not a fruit ability, you're still a hero. And it's embarrassing that the current war has dragged you into the water. It would be too much to make you a devil fruit ability user. Coulson spoke first. He feels that Captain Rogers is a banner figure even if he is not a fruit player. And the stuff about Captain Rogers has been going on for decades. Such a character should not make a pact with a demon. I think Coulson is right about this. Wang Liaozhao. Captain Rogers, you don't need to make such sacrifices at all. Hill Agent also took the initiative to persuade Captain Rogers. Captain Rogers thought for a while and then looked at everyone very seriously. Actually, have you ever thought that I was the one who did the first experiment decades ago? Captain Rogers had his own judgment. I can only pray that Qin Xiao's devil fruit will not affect the captain. Everyone knows that there is no way to persuade Captain Rogers now. I can fight another way in the future. So Captain, which fruit have you chosen? In fact, seeing your fights, I did fall behind and face elimination. With so many examples from you, what does it matter if I become a devil fruit ability user? He is the most advanced. Such a thing, I think it is actually very meaningful. And he is also the only perfect experimental subject. Now I have such an opportunity that can make me even bigger. In this world, I originally thought that I was already backward and eliminated. In other words, I accept the unknown before you. It's better to tell the people about our original things every day. What is the ability of this devil fruit? You are basically very clear now. And I've been awakening for decades. He believes that he himself will be the most perfect experimental subject even in this era. Why should I be in this Avengers if I can't fight? So Captain, have you chosen which fruit? Qin Xiao asked again, this one. Captain Rogers directly picked up a devil fruit, blob fruit. Sure enough, he took a fancy to this fruit because this fruit is the most comprehensive. In fact, Qin Xiao also felt that Captain Rogers would choose it. Inspiring fruit is really not in line with the temperament of Captain Rogers. Crack tilde. Catch tilde. After several crisp sounds, the whole fruit was eaten by Captain Rogers. This stuff is uglier than anything else. After eating this fruit, Captain Rogers felt an itchy palm. He raised his hand and saw that there was a blob on his palm that looked like an animal's foot. It's like the soft paws of a cat, pink and meaty. Phil Coulson, who was closest to Captain Rogers, saw the change immediately. Huh. Captain Rogers, when did you get your hands like this? Pink and tender, it looks so cute. Phil Coulson's words caught everyone's attention. Really, let's see. Natasha Romanoff and Hill also looked at Captain Rogers' palm curiously. Wow, it's really pink and tender. Unexpectedly, Captain Rogers also has such a heart. Hearing everyone's words, the captain looked depressed. This is the change brought about by the fruit of the blob. I was salvaged, don't you guys know what happened to me? It's obviously just grown out. The captain was a little helpless at the booing from the crowd, but he himself didn't really care, because he can feel the power contained in this blob. Powerful, stronger than expected, he spread his palms and straightened his arms. Tilde. A shockwave visible to the naked eye appeared in front of his palm. This shockwave is obviously in the same shape as the blob in Captain Rogers' palm. Wow, this ability is so cute. Seeing the shape of this shockwave, Tony even teased Captain Rogers. The ideas of the two are somewhat different, so I will say this later. Leaning over to see Captain Rogers' palm, he couldn't do it. But now seeing this blob-like shockwave, he can't resist not molesting the other party. Cute. If you don't tell me, I don't think so. This shape seems to be exactly the same as the paw of the kitten at home. Pepper at the moment also thought of something. Others looked at the shockwave in this shape, and although they didn't say anything, they really felt cute. Cute. This thing is not cute at all. Captain Rogers had a strange expression on his face. After he finished speaking, he gently pushed forward. This shockwave flies towards the distance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom tilde. When this shockwave touches an object, it directly produces a violent explosion. Wherever the shockwave passed, the entire ground was turned into ruins. The unique rocks of the Gobi Desert have no room for resistance under the action of shockwave. There was even a long scratch on the entire ground. That is the trace produced by shockwave. This fruit is so powerful. How is this possible? It looks so cute. Why is its power so amazing? This is the power that the devil messenger said to bounce everything away. What kind of bounce is this? That's right, this is obviously an air cannon. The power of this air shockwave may not even be inferior to that of Jinbin and Abomination. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. The fruit ability of Captain Rogers, just what eBay shows now, has already shocked everyone. The vibrations produced by this shockwave are somewhat similar to the shock fruit of the Abomination, and it produces the same impact as the shockwave produced after the explosion of the bomb fruit. In other words, the power of this fruit may not be less than that of the shock fruit and the bomb fruit. Because now this fruit has just been obtained, if you wait until Captain Rogers develops this fruit, how far will it reach in the end? Rogers can grow this fruit and other abilities, can you show it? Hill Agent at the moment really wants to know what kind of ability this fruit ability of Captain Rogers has. This just showed an ability which already made them feel the power of this fruit. If there is more power, then this is definitely the biggest gain of SHIELD this time, even more than Hill's slow fruit. Captain Rogers glanced at everyone. Immediately afterwards, he pushed his palms forward continuously. A series of blob-like shockwaves were continuously ejected from Captain Rogers' hands. One after another, blob-shaped shockwaves constantly hit the front. Boom tilde. As far as everyone can see, as long as they are hit by the shockwave, violent explosions will occur. The stall next door, which was originally relatively calm, was billowing with smoke and dust at the moment. At the moment, the entire Gobi Desert is trembling. The gravel on the ground crazily shot in all directions. The rocks on the Gobi Desert became like tofu under the powerful shockwave. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone saw a fragmented pit in front of them. At this moment, even Tony, who was teasing the captain just now, felt a little dignified. If this kind of attack power hits himself, can your armor withstand it? Even whether I have a chance to get close to the other party is not sure. The damage that this continuous shockwave can do will be horrific. The blob fruit of Captain Rogers is obviously a very aggressive fruit. That's right, this is indeed a very aggressive fruit, stronger than all the fruits we have here. Captain Rogers can match such a powerful fruit, it is really unimaginable. Now Captain Rogers will be the strongest one again. Several people in SHIELD shook their heads. Sure enough, Captain Rogers didn't say anything, and Yiming directly surpassed everyone. The captain glanced at everyone and he shook his head gently. The greatest power of the fruit lies not in its destructiveness, but in the other things it can do. He then pointed his palm at Tony's armor. "Excuse me, what are you planning to do?" Seeing the captain pointing his palm at Tony, Pepper felt a little worried. Could it be because of the conflict with Tony that the captain wants to do something? Tony watched Captain Rogers' movements and his palm cannon gradually lit up. "Since you want to fight, then have a good fight. Don't worry, you will be even more shocked by the next ability." After the captain finished speaking, he walked in front of Tony, and then gently covered Tony's armor with his hand. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed the power of the blob fruit. A pink blob gradually expelled from Tony's body. Not only that, but this blob has always existed, just floating in front of everyone's eyes. Tony couldn't see what was going on behind him, but he could feel the difference in his body. What's wrong with me? What did you do to me? Why do I feel so relieved now? All the injuries and exhaustion from fighting this time have disappeared. Tony clearly felt the condition of his body. The aftermath of the battle at the moment has completely disappeared, and his whole body is full of energy and physical strength. Even, he originally felt a little tight in his chest because of the arc reactor installed on his chest. At the moment also obviously felt a lot better. This is the ability that the Devil Messenger said can bring out pain and even fatigue. What this fruit can do is even beyond my imagination. I am no longer a person who can only attack, I am not a person with the ability to heal. Captain Rogers at the moment is very satisfied with his ability. Compared with the name, it feels like a F*****G inspirational fruit. Obviously, the fruit I chose is more suitable for me. This pink blob is hurt and tired. Pain and fatigue are still visible to the naked eye. Isn't this fruit amazing? Hawkeye Barton looked at the pink blob of air with a strange look on his face. Pain and exhaustion are originally a feeling. But now, Captain Rogers said that this sensory thing has actually become a real thing visible to the naked eye. This has exceeded their imagination. With strong curiosity, Hawkeye tried to test this pink blob with his fingertips without fear of death. Qin Xiao was watching Barton's movements, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hawkeye is courting death, boom tilde. Hawkeye's fingers plunged directly into the pink blob of air. The air of this pink blob seemed to be deflated, and it rushed towards Hawkeye constantly. Yeah, tilde. Hawkeye Barton at the moment suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Immediately afterwards, he sat down on the ground directly. It was as if his whole body was exhausted. The pain in his whole body made him unable to even stand up. What's wrong with you? Natasha Romanoff quickly came to Barton's side. She looked at Hawkeye, who was sitting out of town, with a worried expression. This pink blob is Tony's tired pain. You're all tired from this fight. And Tony originally was seriously injured, although he seems to be fine now. But the pain and exhaustion had penetrated into his body. And Barton, you originally had a lot of physical load today. You ended up stabbing Tony's exhaustion and pain like hell. Now you are equivalent to enduring the pain and exhaustion of two people. If you didn't faint immediately, your willpower is considered firm. At this time, Qin Xiao's voice sounded like a demon. These exhaustion and pain transfer. This time, everyone was not calm again. The fruit of Captain Rogers really gave them too many surprises and surprises. Definitely, otherwise why doesn't this pink blob of gas just disappear? As an agent, you are really unprepared for these aspects, which is really reckless. Well, Tony seemed to figure out why right away. The red blob air doesn't disappear, perhaps because this thing can be transferred. This is also a form of attack for fruit ability users. Transfer fatigue to the enemy. Stop talking, help me remove all the pain and exhaustion in my body. Hawkeye Barton spoke feebly to Captain Rogers. No problem. Tilde. Hawkeye Barton, sore and exhausted from playing, was alive and kicking again. But he at the moment is far from that red blob of air. And he also found a problem. The red blob air of at the moment is much bigger than it was at the beginning. This thing, fatigue and pain are not the same, and the volume is not the same. The more tired and miserable, the bigger this air blob. Hawkeye was just too curious. Barton, come on, Captain Rogers, let us all feel the power of this fruit. Hill Agent at the moment has a new idea. After a few days of fighting, none of them felt relaxed. Especially when Barton led a raid on the helicarrier, almost everyone was injured. Even Pepper and Betty suffered serious injuries. You know, Pepper directly resisted a bomb arrow of Hawkeye with the power of flying fruit. That arrow is still 10 times faster and bigger. Its power can be imagined. And Hill Agent, they were also attacked by other people. Even the control room was breached directly. Therefore, the people here at the moment are all hurt and tired. Captain Rogers nodded upon hearing that. He walked right up to everyone. The healing ability of the blob fruit ejected everyone's exhaustion and pain. It doesn't heal everyone's wounds though, but it makes things a lot easier for everyone. Everyone felt the power of this fruit of Captain Rogers. Having this fruit means that if the future battle is a protracted one, no one will be able to stop Captain Rogers' squad. Tired? Just pop out. Painful? Just pop it out. With such endurance, who else will be the opponent of Captain Rogers' team? Captain Rogers, do your blob fruits have other abilities? Agent Hill regained her physical strength, although she was already deeply shocked by the fruit's ability. But she still wants to know, can this fruit be more powerful? Captain Rogers smiled. There is another big move, a big move that needs to gather strength. Anything else, hurry up and show us. Hawkeye suffered a loss at the moment, but he still wants to know what kind of ability Captain Rogers still possesses. Because this fruit is indeed beyond everyone's imagination. Get out of the way, I can't control this ability. Captain Rogers drove the group some distance away. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hands, palms up. Two blobs create a powerful airwave. The blob formed by this airwave is far beyond everyone's imagination. This, how could it be so big? This is the big move. How does he hit it? In this way, you can't see your opponent. His sight is blocked by the airwave. I don't know, let's take a look first. No wonder Captain Rogers said that he is a little out of control, and this appearance is really hard to control. A group of people looked at the huge blob-shaped airwave and were a little speechless. But at this moment, the huge air blob held by Captain Rogers made trembling sounds one after another. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that huge blob of air shrank directly with the sound. The captain's two blobs are constantly compressing this air blob. In the end, the original huge air blob directly turned into a palm file size. Next, it's time to witness the power of this air cannon. After Rogers finished speaking, he pushed out the air that had been compressed to some kind of extreme blob with both hands. Boom tilde tilde. The tiny blob of air sprinted off into the distance. Immediately afterwards, the compressed air ball burst open. This is a power that suddenly expands. The original shockwave already possesses powerful explosive power. Now this shockwave not only carries the power of the original explosion, it also brings terrifying power with instant expansion. Start with the blob air blast where the ground crumbles apart. And that huge shockwave swept away all the gravel on the ground. The gravel shot out in all directions like bullets, and a violent wind went straight to everyone here. Captain Rogers stood where he was, watching the power of the shockwave. He became more and more shocked. At this moment, if it is in a city, a block will definitely be turned into dust. This was when I just got the blob fruit. If you develop it constantly by yourself, by then, such an explosion will have even stronger power. The only weakness of this ability is the need to charge. Behind Captain Rogers, Hill Agent and others were almost dumbfounded. That piece of destroyed Gobi Desert tells the horror of that moment. The deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters represents that this charged air cannon has the qualifications to compete with gold and hatred in terms of destructive power. However, the destructive power of those two guys is instantaneous, and the captain needs to read the article. Among this group of people, almost everyone is full of envious expressions. Even Thor at the moment had to admit the other party's strength. Definitely, he didn't think Captain Rogers would be his match, but among mortals, the opponent has already stood at the top. Who are you guys coming to play with me? Captain Rogers felt the strength in his body. He looked at the others behind him. He wants to find someone to fight. His eyes turned to everyone. Devil Messenger Qin Xiao pass. Although I haven't seen him do it before, I will only look for him unless I can't think about it. Thor, forget it. There was already a fight at the beginning and the opponent's strength was obviously too strong. How many women? Forget it, don't bully women. Phil Coulson, his fruit seems to restrain cutting, that is to say restraining its own shield. But now that he has the blob fruit, he shouldn't be able to restrain it, right? but it's no fun fighting him. Logan, he is his old friend, but the other party has forgotten. And his ability is just recovery power. Will it be like bullying him if he fights with him? Tony, great, play with Tony. We still had a fight on the helicarrier anyway. Tony, come and play with us. Captain Rogers went straight to Tony. Tony twitched when he heard what the captain said. Very well, I hope you don't cry then. Tony activated the armor directly and flew towards the opponent. At the moment he was thinking about a problem: how to improve the firepower of your armor in the future. Obviously, now a person has a strong fruit power. If his armor is upgraded too slowly, the firepower will not be able to keep up. Especially this old guy from his father's generation now also possesses great strength. Woo tilde tilde tilde. Tony's battle armor kept flying in the sky, and the palm cannon in the hands of Captain Rogers kept firing. The battle between the two was fierce. Ask for flowers. And Qin Xiao at the moment's attention was not on them at all. His attention returned to the system's prompt just now. Ding, it is detected that the blob fruit has been eaten by the matcher, and the host absorbs the fruit ability of the other party. Ding, it is detected that the blob fruit has been developed by the matcher to a certain extent, and the host has absorbed the other party's ability leadership. Captain Rogers' understanding of the blob fruit exceeded Qin Xiao's expectations. He explained to the other party the effect that the blob fruit can achieve. He even talked to the captain in detail about the pop-up about conceptual fatigue and so on. But in his imagination, this kind of strength captain needs a long time to train. In his imagination, the first thing Captain Rogers got used to was the air cannon. Successive air cannons after that. After that, the large bear paw impacts the air cannon. Finally, it will involve the healing ability that pops up fatigue and pain. But he never expected that Captain Rogers would use them all one by one. Even in the end, he gave himself an ability feedback. Leadership. What kind of leadership do you want? You feedback that a fighting skill is stronger than leadership. The most important thing is why Captain Rogers can master these powers so quickly. In what way did he achieve that feeling of exhaustion and pain? At the moment, he was also a little speechless watching the battle between Captain Rogers and Tony. There was something wrong with these two guys when they met. Tony does have some dislike for Rogers, a man of his father's generation. Plus he felt that the captain was out of date, so the two have been bickering since they entered the helicarrier. Now the two even found a chance to fight. This is simply fighting the civil war ahead of time. The two played back and forth in this place, but Qin Xiao also found some problems. Captain Rogers' development of the blob fruit has not reached the level he imagined. Blob fruit is capable of deflecting slashes, energy, and more. But now the captain did not do such a thing at all. Could it be that he didn't think of these methods? What he thought of was just what he introduced to him. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao looked thoughtful. He directly grasped what he told him. Qin Xiao made his decision. For example, let yourself fight Rogers to deal with Jin Bin when the time comes. Although SHIELD generally does not do such things, such hidden dangers exist. All eyes were on Tony and Captain Rogers or on Sabretooth and Hulk. When the two of them finish fighting, it's better to ask each other carefully. Even Qin Xiao from at the moment kept focusing on Captain Rogers, but then he felt something was wrong. Hill Agent at the moment is silently calculating. Forget it, instead of guessing, it's better to ask directly. From this point of view, maybe we should strengthen Captain Rogers' inspection and observation. Isn't he afraid that SHIELD will deal with others after the power of SHIELD expands? Hill Agent, please reply when you receive it. Is there something special about Captain Rogers? Why is the Devil Messenger not worried at all? This time Qin Xiao released this power and even gave himself and Captain Rogers a very powerful fruit. What he didn't say, he hasn't thought of it yet, so he hasn't grasped it yet. So what is he going to do? Yes, a hero who has lived from that era to the present is indeed very different. Hill Agent, please call back. When Hill was thinking wildly, Nick Fury's voice sounded in his ears. Director Fury received. Minister Pierce came to receive Loki and Tesseract just now, but he didn't find you in the Stark building. Where did you go? Nick Fury's voice at the moment was a bit depressed. I was asked for a long time by the directors of the Global Security Council just now. Regarding the establishment of Avengers, they still have opinions. But this incident followed the success of the Avengers in stopping the alien invasion. Even the director of the Global Safety Committee at the moment can't find a reason to stop it. So they made a whole bunch of demands. This kind of thing makes Nick Fury feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, his old boss, Alexander Pierce, comforted him well. The relationship between the two began decades ago. The foundation of mutual trust is very solid. After that, Pierce brought the agents of SHIELD to the Stark building, ready to take on Loki and Tesseract. Only when Pierce came to the Stark building with his men, no one found out. No Loki, no Thor, no Hill, no Tony, and nothing Tesseract. This time Pierce, who had his own plan, felt something was wrong, so he asked Nick Fury directly. Hill understood Nick Fury's 627 words, and she realized at the moment that she had been away from Stark building for too long. Qin, maybe we should go back, Director Nick Fury said. Minister Pierce has arrived at the Stark building. She walked to Qin Xiao's side and said, well, you have collected enough data for today's test. Then go back and give them all the things that should be given to them. Having registered with SHIELD, they should also be protected by SHIELD. Qin Xiao's action this time has yielded unexpected results. Not only has the set goal been accomplished, but Hill Agent and Captain Rogers have also become fruit ability users. At the moment, he didn't want to stay here any longer, and he had one more question for Captain Rogers at the moment could just stop them all. Crack tilde tilde. Qin Xiao waved his hand, and the mirrored space directly wrapped the land. Captain Rogers and Tony, who were able to hit the gravel rolling on the ground just now, discovered the problem in a blink of an eye. The two quickly chose to stop and took precautions. Okay, Agent Hill said he's going back. Today's battle ends here. Tony and Captain Rogers let down their guard at the moment. Immediately afterwards, Qin Xiao arrived at the place where Sabretooth and Hulk were fighting in the blink of an eye. Betty, I'll see you next. When Betty heard this, the four negative ghosts rushed directly at Hulk and Sabretooth. Passed through by the negative ghost, the two big monsters who were excited to fight fell to their knees in an instant. Hulk is going to be a salted fish. My life is a burden. The two uttered indistinct words from their mouths and they transformed constantly. Hulk reverted to Dr. Banner, and Sabretooth back to normal. Qin Xiao took out 2 sets of clothes from his body and gave them to them. These clothes were originally prepared for himself and stored in the space of the swamp fruit. Now it's for others to use. Afterwards, he shifted places again. Where Jinbin fights the Abomination, the battle between the two had completely destroyed the Gobi Desert. There is no complete place in the place of entry. The mirror dimension flashed and the two were directly wrapped in it. Looking at the space like fragments that are constantly shining around, both knew that at the moment had changed venues. Immediately afterwards, the distance between the two gradually drifted away. Even if he wants to fight again, it seems that he has no chance. After a while, the two were directly transferred to Qin Xiao's side. What kind of unpredictable space ability has made all SHIELD's awareness of Qin Xiao's strength once again improved? Seeing that everyone was already there, Qin Xiao directly opened the portal to the Stark building. Tony was the first to go through the portal back to his Stark building. Looking up, a group of agents came here. The leader is Minister Pierce. Everyone came out of the portal one after another and Thor kept holding Loki. Minister Pierce looked calmly at the crowd who filed out. Mr. Stark, Thor, Hill Agent, everyone, this time the battle in New York is temporarily over. We need a simple evaluation of Loki and Tesseract. Hope you will come with us to SHIELD headquarters. Minister Pierce has a good reason. No problem, we have made arrangements for this matter. Agent Hill took over the conversation directly, speaking of which Pierce is still her boss's boss. Even though they knew Loki was going to be brought back to Asgard in the end, even the Tesseract is being brought back to Asgard, but this process still has to go. Very well, then I hope everything goes smoothly. In addition, are there some new faces here? Are they also the heroes of this battle? Minister Pierce's eyes flicked directly across the group. Many of these are already registered with SHIELD Tony Stark, Pepper, Dr. Banner, Betty. Old SHIELD agents Natasha Romanoff, Barton, Phil Coulson, as well as Thor and Loki, 2 god brothers. However, there are clearly some people here who are not registered with SHIELD. In other words, the information registered by some people in SHIELD belongs to the high-risk level. For example, that bloated fat man, Jin Bing, that beast-like guy Sabretooth, they are all very dangerous characters. So who is the other person? Nick Fury has recently set up a department in private, specializing in the research of devil fruit abilities. He has already received the news, so it is no surprise that the people here are devil fruit ability users. I really didn't expect that there is so much information outside the records. Looking back, maybe it's time to take a good look at what Nick Fury is doing in private. Hill Agent heard Pierce's words and she was nodded. Yes, these are the heroes of this battle, so we SHIELD will reward them accordingly. The specific arrangement will be reported to Director Fu Rui at that time. Minister Pierce wants to know more information, and he can ask Director Fury for more information. Very well, I get it, heroes don't slack off. New York City thanks all heroes for their efforts. Please also believe that our SHIELD will work hard to change the honor for you. Minister Pierce seems to be a messenger of justice. Thank you to these heroes and make a promise. If it is an ordinary person seeing such a big boss speak, he will not feel a little emotional. It's a pity that there is no ordinary person here. Jin Bing, a boss who might dare to pull you off the horse with tricks or tricks. Sabretooth, all he has on his mind right now is Magneto. Wolverine, this guy clearly loves cigars and beer more than your words. The Punisher, the guy synonymous with bloody violence, do you expect him to be grateful? Qin Xiao, hee. Pierce watched as his words had no effect. He was a little surprised in his heart, but it returned to normal in a blink of an eye. Next, Loki and Tesseract will be handed over to us and you can also follow us. After Pierce finished speaking, he turned and left. Behind him, Hitler's agent followed closely. The two walked into the elevator and Agent Hitwell's face changed slightly. Minister Pierce, one of the people who just showed up, is someone we've been waiting for. Who? Minister Pierce asked casually. The devil messenger, that oriental face. Hearing Hitwell's words, the expression on Pierce's calm face also changed. The demon messenger from the east that has been rumored for a long time, he also participated in this battle. Did you find anything on the helicarrier? Pierce wanted to know the information now. No, he himself didn't participate. We called all the satellites, and the monitoring didn't see him making a move. However, the people around him did make shots in this attack. Even in this battle, the proportion of apostles belonging to him, the devil messenger, is very high. Hitwell agent reminded me, how is your private contact with him going? I have read the information you provided, and the other party's fruit ability is indeed very powerful. Can such a powerful force become the strength of our organization? Pierce is concerned with this issue. It's hard to be sure about this, but we can indeed contact him in advance. I need an elite squad of Locke, Rumlow agents to make contact. Only in this way maybe we can know his true thoughts. Only then can we judge whether he can be used by us. Agent Hitwell spoke his mind to Minister Pierce. Rumlow agent, yes, let them get in touch with each other this time. Also, if that doesn't work, I'll arrange for the Winter Soldier to take a trip. Hope it doesn't get to that extent. Pierce has absolute confidence in his Winter Soldier. I see. Pierce left the elevator directly, while the Hitwell agent continued to take over other tasks on the scene. He quietly handed Rumlow aside. The oriental face that appeared this time is the rumored demon messenger. When the time comes, you will take your elite team to get in touch. Don't use violence, just check his attitude. None of SHIELD's current fruit abilities are ours. See if anyone in your elite squad can become a fruit ability. When Rumlow heard Hitwell's words, he looked up at Qin Xiao. I see, the news of the recent fruit ability has spread all over SHIELD. It's just that those guys seem to be very worried about the sequelae of these fruits, so they dare not use it. If you really don't want to use 4.0, don't become a fruit ability user. What a waste of resources. Rumlow clearly looked down on Natasha Romanoff for their caution. Don't be extravagant, act. Hitwell had to warn, the handover on the Stark building went smoothly, so we will be here with you for the time being. After most of the people had left, Rumlow and his people finally arrived in front of Qin Xiao. Not surprisingly, Hydra should come to touch itself. Are you interested in becoming a fruit ability user? With Hydra's urine properties, those with fruit abilities have special combat power. Hi, we are agents from SHIELD. Hill agent is handling the formalities for you. Is it possible that you are still preparing for the insight plan? Rumlow stretched out his hand towards Qin Xiao. They should be eager to find the person behind it immediately. In fact, he himself was a little curious. The thing about the devil messenger should have been passed on in SHIELD for a long time. Qin Xiao glanced at Rumlow and got straight to the point. Qin Xiao stood on the Stark building, watching the performance of the people inside. But why Hydra has been silent, I know I will. But why has no one come to contact him after waiting for so long? SHIELD has become Snake and Shield. At the moment they don't want to make trouble. Are you interested in becoming a fruit ability user? Qin Xiao saw Crossbones Rumlow speak directly. He didn't even look at the hand that was extended for a handshake. At the moment, the arrogance of a demon messenger was brought into full play. You are not worthy to shake my hand. In the same way, I am now asking you, as a demon messenger, if you are interested in becoming the fruit of ability anonymity. If you are interested, then you will be my apostle next. I won't shake your hand at all because you don't deserve it. If you're not interested, then you're not my own. Then what do I care about you? With so many apostles around you, how dare you offend me? Rumlow's outstretched hand froze in place for a moment. He calculated all the possibilities of meeting Qin Xiao. I thought about the other party's self-confidence and disdain for me. I have thought that the other party is indifferent to each other because they don't know themselves. I also thought that because of my SHIELD status, the other party is very enthusiastic. The only thing I didn't expect was that the other party was so straight to the point. Ask yourself directly if you want to become a fruit ability holder. However, looking back at the identity of the other party, the devil messenger, all this can be explained. As a demon messenger, all he has to do is to expand the demon's followers. And the fruit ability is the way to establish a contract with the devil. All the opponent's goal is to make more people become fruit abilities and thus become followers of the devil. Communicate, the other party doesn't need it at all. Can I also become a fruit ability user? Rumlow withdrew his hand and his face was stern. No matter what he thinks in his heart, at the moment he has to ask for seriously. Definitely yes, but what can you offer me? Devil, what is needed is a deal. Qin Xiao at the moment looked at Rumlow teasingly. Others may not know who he is, but Qin Xiao knew it all. Appears to be the captain of the SHIELD special unit, leading a powerful special force doing things that others don't know. However, the real force behind him is Hydra. Moreover, this time the other party should have come to take over Loki's scepter, but because of their own existence, they should have changed their plans. This is also the first time that Hydra has officially approached itself. So when Qin Xiao saw the other party coming to talk to him at the first sight, he threw out this heavy news directly. And rather than Rumlow, Qin Xiao wanted to see if the Winter Soldier would appear. And other organizational members of Hydra. Compared with SHIELD's cautiousness, it is too big now. They are the most radical. Give them devil fruit, don't know what kind of ability they will develop. This thing really divides people. When Rumlow heard Qin Xiao's words, he was stunned for a moment. What can I offer the other party? This question was originally a big one. I don't know what you need. Since you can't answer this question yourself, then return this question to the other party. I am the SHIELD Devil Fruit Research and Development Consultant, and my authority is now mainly in the SHIELD branch. This time I need to adjust my permissions to headquarters. You should be able to do something like this, right? Qin Xiao made his request. You have to find a reason for sending things. Qin Xiao felt that it was too difficult for him. But every time I can get a lot of benefits, and Qin Xiao feels that the more difficult ones are the more difficult ones. Rumlow was surprised when he heard this. His authority allows him to have many things that he doesn't actually know. He really didn't expect that the other party was actually a consultant of SHIELD. But since the other party is an internal member of SHIELD, it will be much easier to apply for certain things. I need to apply to ask your question. Rumlow said play, stepped aside and made a phone call. After a while he came back again. Yes, the above has agreed to your request. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth rose slightly. It seems that Hydra bypassed Nick Fury and gave himself permission. Very well then, which of these devil fruits would you choose? There was a ripple on Qin Xiao's body, and several devil fruits appeared in his hand. Rumlow looked at the devil fruit in front of him, his eyes were a little fiery. In SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff is the one who is most looking for ability with fruit. Her ability is able to give life to other items. This power is very strange. And then Phil Coulson himself can be torn apart. Any slashing attacks are ineffective against him. In between, Dr. Banner was sent to SHIELD. His eerie ability to grow his body didn't just scare Nick Fury. Also startled all the Hydra lurking in SHIELD. They didn't dare to make too much trouble during that time. Even several times, Secretary Pierce looked for an opportunity to kill Dr. Banner. But later, internal sources learned that Dr. Banner seemed to be very curious about the fruit ability. He doesn't care about other people's business at all. In other words, Dr. Na is still too naive. Some things that are slightly problematic are normal for him. At this time, the people of Hydra have been waiting for the appearance of the demon messenger. Inside, they also want someone to become a fruit ability holder. A special forces captain like Rumlow is definitely the most likely person to become a fruit ability. So he has been waiting for this opportunity. Now the opportunity finally came. But looking at these brightly colored and strangely shaped guys in front of him, he felt something wrong again. What abilities do these fruits have? The names of these fruits are sheer fruit, thorn fruit, corrosion rust fruit, explosive fruit, sickle fruit, and threshold fruit. The first is to cut the fruit. He can turn any part of your body into scissors. This scissors can cut through anything. Also, these cutouts can be used like cloth for a certain period of time. In other words, during this time period, you still have the ability to shape them. And this is the fruit of thorns, which can make any part of your body stick out a kind of thorns. This kind of thorn is a kind of sharp thorn, and even rocks can easily stab ministers. This one is a corroded fruit, also called a rusty fruit. He can rust all metals, even the human body can be rusted. This one is a bursting fruit, also called a bursting fruit. He can make your body or the inorganic matter in the outside world expand. When it expands to the limit, a violent explosion occurs. It exploded like an inflated balloon, but it's much stronger than a balloon explosion, and there are too many objects it can act on, such as the pistol on your waist. And this one is called the sickle fruit, which highly compresses the air passed by the hand. This produces a slash like a sickle. This is a kind of air slash. The faster you move your hand, the more stitches you can sew at the same time. You can even draw a tornado to tear the opponent apart. The last moment is the fruit of threshold. Barriers can be created from any part of the body to imprison enemies. This fence is even stronger than steel. Qin Xiao introduced the functions of these fruits in detail. Among these fruits, in the hands of some physical masters, it will be very powerful. For example, cut fruit, although its function is to turn scissors on any part of the body. These scissors can cut through anything. However, if this thing is given to Rumlow, the opponent is definitely used to kill. His physical skills are amazing, and he can fight against special forces like Falcon. Once someone is in close combat, his hands or feet directly become scissors. With 2 clicks, the opponent was cut. No other effects are needed at all. Falcon met him and could have had his head cut off in 2 blows. As for the thorn fruit, it was born purely for melee combat. Its function is very similar to that of quick-cut fruit. When Logan heard the name of the fruit, he subconsciously glanced at the fruit. He even thought that if Rumlow chose this fruit, he would have a good fight with the opponent. As for the corrosion rust fruit, this thing is a bit buggy. If only Rumlow had the fruit. Captain America's shield is a pile of rust in front of him. Even the opponent's whole body is a pile of rust. As for 997's explosive fruit, when he heard the name, Jin Bing raised his eyes slightly. This stuff seems somewhat similar to the name of his fruit. But the way it explodes is different. Speaking of the way of explosion, it looks a bit like the air cannon fired by Captain Rogers with a blob. Expansive explosions produce powerful explosive power. This explosive fruit is also the same expansion explosion. Unlike Captain Rogers' blob shockwave, explosive fruit can work on all inorganic substances. Whether it is a mountain, a rock, or something else, he can detonate it. This thing is for Rumlow if he uses a fixed skill on someone else. Then apply the ability to the opponent's clothes and firearms. It can directly kill the opponent. Then this explosive fruit is an ability with a CD. Not even Captain Rogers could escape. Because as long as Rumlow hits Rogers, there will be a metal fence to restrain Captain Rogers. If he wants to demolish the building, he can just let the building continue to expand. In the hands of a physical master like Rumlow, few people can escape. These fruit abilities, just the name, seem to be suitable for me. The problem can only be detected by the refraction produced when passing through the air. The more the two play against each other, the more things will hold it in place. Because it is an air cut, it has no color. The last threshold fruit is a powerful fixed skill. Demon Messenger, do you have any recommendations? Qin Xiao simply wandered around in his mind and figured out why these fruits were for Rumlow. If Jin Bin's explosive fruit is an instant ability, this thing is given to a physical master who can cut people into pieces without others knowing. Rumlow, at the moment, on the other hand, fell into a difficult choice. But the more this is the case, the more difficult it is for him to choose. As for the sickle fruit, this is obviously a powerful offensive skill. He can imagine what kind of things he can do with these fruit abilities. Demon Messenger, do you have any recommendations? Rumlow's tone at the moment seems less confident. Perhaps this is the difficulty of choosing. Faced with everything that belongs to me, I always feel that I don't know how to choose. In terms of matching degree, this Giangian fruit is obviously the most suitable for you. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he added in his heart, of course I don't know why. Cut the fruit. Hearing this, Rumlow picked up the pruning fruit directly. Crack. Crack. Hug tilde tilde. Gulu tilde tilde. It took a little effort before Rumlow swallowed the fruit. The taste of devil fruit is unpalatable, no one can bear it. Not even someone with special training like Rumlow. Immediately afterwards, Rumlow closed his eyes as if accepting the power zone brought by this fruit. Catch tilde. Suddenly his arms directly turned into 2 large scissors. Rumlow looked over and over at his scissor-like hands. Is this the change of Giangian fruit? Immediately afterwards, his arms drooped and directly touched the workbench on the Stark building. At the moment his eyes changed. Crack. Catch tilde. Catch tilde. Under his scissors, the table turned into something soft like cloth and paper. Immediately afterwards, Rumlow's scissors picked at will, and these cut tables directly changed into another shape. Afterwards, the entire table becomes metal again. Ding tilde. An agent next to Rumlow knocked on the shape-shifting table subconsciously. The whole table turned to metal again. This tilde, how can this happen? Metal can become such a soft thing. Although we were already surprised when we heard the introduction, we are still a little surprised by the situation now. Captain, can you cut other things? Try this ground. Rumlow's younger brothers at the moment looked at him in shock. In theory, this pair of scissors can cut anything. Rumlow's voice trembled. This power has completely violated the rules of the universe. The scissors transformed from the body directly transform the object into something like cloth or paper when it touches the object. Such an unruly change was completely beyond his imagination. Why is the scissors transformed into flesh harder than normal metal? In other words, why do these metals become limp when they touch the scissors? Is this the power of devil fruit, completely out of the rules of this world? It's like Natasha Romanoff making artificial living things. It's as if Phil Coulson himself just fell apart. It's as if Dr. Banner grows his own body everywhere. These are all beyond the power of this Fang universe rule. Now I also have such an experience. Rumlow just got this ability, and at the moment he wants to give it a try. As a result, this floor of the entire Stark building became the base for his experiments. Crack, crack, crack. Line after line of squishy stuff keeps stacking in the Stark building. All the tables have become one after another. The walls of the Stark building had been cut out by him. He found that as long as he had an idea in mind, he could cut as thick a wall as he wanted. The cut wall, when he puts it back again, the cut gap will always exist. In other words, he has no way to restore the cut things completely. Snipping the fruit is a destructive fruit. Destroy. Rumlow had other plans in mind. Give yourself this fruit ability and there are too many things you will do. He is an agent of SHIELD and an agent of Hydra. Later, with his ability, no safe vaults will be able to stop him. In other words, any substantive confidential information in the future will be at his fingertips. The only problem is that he is violently sabotaging. Once destroyed, the identity is directly exposed. As for his subsequent tasks, it needs to be the kind of task that has to be violently destroyed after receiving an order. And such tasks, SHIELD and Hydra are many. The power of his agent will be brought to the extreme. However, as the captain of a special force, what he wants to do more is to fight, since the whole body can be turned into scissors. In the future, his assassination mission will become very simple. You don't need any weapons, just approach the target directly and then stab the opponent with a pair of scissors. Even for him, the security check is just a decoration. They don't bring it, but they can destroy the entire security system. One thought after another flashed through his mind. Finally, he turned his gaze to Qin Xiao's side. Ordinary people, even if they are also special forces, they will not be their opponents. Then your opponent will become someone else. For example, fruit ability holders. Just becoming a fruit ability user made his heart swell a little. Devil Messenger, you are surrounded by fruit ability users. Is anyone willing to fight with me? At the moment, he was full of confidence. But upon hearing his invitation to fight, none of the people here moved. Jin Bing, as a big boss, looks down on Rumlow. Sabretooth only has Magneto in his heart, and now he only listens to Qin Xiao and doesn't care about Rumlow. Wolverine Logan is very interested in the wine that Tony is preparing here. It hasn't stopped since I came here. He even had Rumlow cut up several wine cabinets for him just now. Fighting, there is no comfort in drinking. As for Frank, he was playing with alien weapons at the moment. These guys he was more interested in. Rumlow was a little embarrassed by the crowd's reaction. Qin Xiao glanced at Rumlow and then at the people around him. None of you want to see if his scissors ability can cut your body. He casually asked a few people. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, the 4 people at the scene looked thoughtful. He wants to fight, why don't you release the Abomination to fight with him? His ability is useless to me. Kim was the first to figure it out. Rumlow's snips are of no use to him. It's not that the pruning fruit can't cut him. It's that the other party has no chance to approach him. No matter how powerful the sheer fruit is, it will not have an advantage in the face of Jin Bing's explosive fruit. Whether it is the shockwave of the explosion or the power of the explosion originally, it can seriously injure the opponent. The body of the other party is just an ordinary person. Can't compare to people like Abomination, Wolverine, and Sabretooth who have super resilience. Hearing Jin Bin's words, the other 3 also reacted. Shearing fruit is of little use to them. Frank's body can turn into a swamp. Even if Rumlow cut him open, he would be able to recover again. Wolverine has adamantium all over her body. If the opponent can cut the adamantium, then the 2 of them will fight at most to die together. Fighting with the opponent now, maybe it is desperate. Sabretooth's situation is similar to Wolverine's. Fighting is likely to be desperate. But both of them have powerful self-healing power. They have a chance to grow back after being cut by Rumlow, so the final result is that Rumlow died unilaterally. Qin Xiao thought about it and decisively opened the mirror dimension. Come to Stark Building, others are easy to say hate Qin Xiao and didn't let him out. Because his belligerent character really couldn't bear such a boring weight, so he left his abomination to the mammoth Black Dwarf. The two big guys are still fighting in the mirror dimension, although it is said that Black Dwarf will be sent back to Titan, but it is too late in time. Bronski, you want to fight and someone outside wants to fight, come out and see. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a huge yellow body just walked out of the portal. Abomination looked around for a week outside and found that it was just a team of ordinary special soldiers. Such a person is not worth his shot. Who? That? Kim casually pointed to Crossbones Rumlow. You want to fight me? Hate's massive body leaned forward towards Crossbones. A pressure was overwhelming. Even Crossbones, who just got the devil fruit into fruit ability, felt a huge pressure. The inflated mentality just now dissipated immediately. The thing in front of me is also recorded in their SHIELD, a powerful physical body, huge force. After that, he got the fruit power that may cause vibrations. It is likely to be the culprit that caused the tsunami on the uninhabited island. Crossbones is unaware of the latest intelligence Hill agent just received today. The entire Gobi Desert was directly changed by the battle between him and Jin Bing. If he knew at the moment would probably be even more embarrassing. I want to try. Crossbones took a deep breath and finally decided to fight. After he finished speaking, his body began to change. The two huge amounts of scissors in his hands shone coldly. Hate looked at the transformed opponent, his eyes shone brightly. Fruit ability, such an opponent is worth fighting. He clenched his fists excitedly. Immediately afterwards, white light shone on the fist. Qin Xiao's brows twitched wildly as he watched the disgusted approach. If you open it up at the beginning, Crossbones is probably finished. Crossbones was prepared in his heart, and he rushed directly towards the abomination of Li Wang. There is a big gap between my body size and the opponent's. If I am suppressed by the opponent, I will not be hammered to death by then. If you take the initiative, you may be able to avoid it. Crack. Crack. He swung the scissors wildly in his hands. Hate the ground under his feet directly turned into soft cloth. Waiting for the abomination of the Crossbones attack, suddenly the feet were empty. He almost fell down from this floor of the building. Crossbones took this opportunity to go straight to the abomination. The scissors in both hands pierced Hate's body. Psst. The sound of scissors piercing meat sounded, but this doesn't even count as damage to the abomination. Interesting. It's a pity that this shockwave Crossbones is really irresistible. The Hate's clenched fist swung at the Crossbones. Crossbones, the whole body changes instantly. At that moment, his back turned into a pair of scissors. Catch tilde. Catch tilde. When the scissors touch the wall, the entire wall softens instantly. Even so, Crossbones spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. His whole body was directly blown away by the strong shock wave. A huge shock wave is visible to the naked eye. His back hit the wall hard. You really have the power to shake. These scissors are cutting the air crazily, everywhere directly turned into scissors one after another. Catch tilde. You really have the power to shake. Crossbones personally verified the information that Phil Coulson brought back with his own body. His heart at the moment is full of a sense of accomplishment. After all, this is a confirmation of ability, which can save them from a lot of losses in the future. It's just that he didn't know that Hill Agent had already got a complete answer today. Hate at the moment came out of the soft ground. That ground at the moment is hard again. He glanced at Crossbones, who had already vomited blood, and then at Qin Xiao. Is this guy self-healing too? His meaning is obvious. If the opponent can self-healing, he will continue to fight. If the opponent doesn't know self-healing, this punch is enough. Qin Xiao shook his head. Okay, I get it. Abomination cast a disappointed look at Crossbones. This guy doesn't seem to be beaten. Crossbones looked at the obviously disappointed look on the disgusted face, and he was very disrespectful himself. I thought my strength was very strong, but I didn't expect the opponent's strength to be stronger than him. The point is, there are still a few people with unknown strength beside the Devil Messenger. Perhaps Hydra's eyes are really going to focus on these people. Crossbones stood up. I'm going to take care of the injury, you guys are here with me. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Coming to a deserted place, Crossbones made a phone call. Hey, Rumlow Agent, did you get anything? The voice of Hitwell Agent came from the opposite side. Well, I have become a fruit ability user. The fact that Crossbones opened his mouth was a piece of news that surprised Hitwell. What, you became a fruit ability user? That's right, I just became a fruit ability user. What is your fruit ability? Hitwell's voice grew more excited. It was a real surprise. Originally, when I reported to Minister Pierce today, I just wanted to make an experiment. As a result, I didn't expect it to be 100% true now. The demon messenger made the Rumlow agent a fruit ability. Sure enough, their five-headed snake is also possible. It's called Giangian fruit, which can turn my body into scissors. This kind of scissors breaks through the limit of the universe rule. It can turn everything it touches into something soft like cloth and paper. In this state, I can cut anything. However, I found through experiments that this is useless for the human body. In other words, this rule is useless to the human body, but the original lethality of the scissors is still there. As for whether it is also ineffective for other creatures, I still need to test. Crossbones briefly reported the fruit's ability. In fact, the reason why he finds someone to fight is not just because of inflation. As a top agent, he has his own principles in doing things. He did this for two reasons. The first one is to confirm the true strength of the people on Qin Xiao's side. At the same time, use this to judge where you can rank among them. The second reason is that he wants to test whether this pruning fruit is effective for people. It turns out that the fruit of the scissors has no effect when it falls on the Abomination. The power of the fruit of scissors, which can easily cut apart the weapon it touched, did not act on the Abomination. At least at that time, Abomination did not feel any signs of change. But the scissors incarnation of the scissors fruit can still play its role. The sharp scissors pierced Abomination's super defensive body. It's a pity that it only penetrated a little bit. After that, he was directly punched by the abhorrence. In the process, his fighting instincts turned him into scissors. These scissors work again when they hit the wall. The softened wall was the fundamental reason why he was not directly seriously injured. But the power of the shock that hates the shock fruit still hurt him. But the data he collected was enough. Hitwell agent became more and more excited when he heard what Crossbones said. Very good, we also have a fruit ability. Out of your entire team of elite agents, are you the only one who has become a fruit ability user? That's right, for the time being, it's just me, and the other demon messengers didn't even ask. I don't know if these people are not suitable for synthesis, or if the devil messengers don't value them. Crossbones at the moment is also full of questions, such as the entire team is elite. How could I be the only one who has the potential to become a fruit ability holder? Is there any other special reason for this? There is no rush for this. Since you have become a fruit ability user, it should be possible for you to enter that dedicated branch next. At that time, you can collect more information about fruit ability users there. Especially the information of those few people, maybe it will be used at that time. Before this matter has no results, there is no need to be too demanding on more people becoming fruit holders. Hitwell clearly has plans of his own, or this is what the Hydra has already planned. When someone from Hydra becomes a fruit ability user, go straight to that special division, the branch that specializes in devil fruits. Entering there with the ability of Crossbones, you should be able to know a lot of information. This information is now under the sole control of the Hill agent. Even Minister Pierce had a hard time understanding it. But now Hydra can personally break into this internal organization. I get it, I'll do it. After the Crossbones are done, they return to the Stark building again. On the other side, Nick Fury's face was tangled at the moment. Hill agent reported to him what happened during the disappearance. Their entire team was taken by Qin Xiao to a place in the desert Gobi Desert. There, Agent Hill saw the terror of the people around Qin Xiao. After she told Nick Fury the news, Nick Fury's expression was always tangled. The results now confirm that Bronski has the power to shock. Phil Coulson had already made this judgment when he was on the unnamed island. Now, two more fruit abilities that were not previously recorded have been confirmed. Jinbin's bomb fruit and Sabertooth's ability that can absorb damage and convert it into size and strength. Looking at it now, the power around the Devil Messenger EB exceeds our imagination. Several Devil Fruit players with large-scale destructive power are under his command. This is the initial situation. Nick Fury summed up the news reported by Hill agent. That's right, the preliminary situation is like this. According to this judgment, the opponent's strength is in a strong state. The power of our SHIELD has no advantage over the opponent. Even counting those hidden technological devices may not necessarily be able to defeat the opponent. But the other party has maintained forbearance in such a strong situation. The ultimate goal is still unknown. Agent Hill briefly described her judgment. SHIELD does not have an advantage against the opponent. Similarly, the real purpose of the other party is still unknown. Okay, let's put this matter aside and you need to explain another matter. Why did you and Captain Rogers choose to become fruit ability users? Now, all the Avengers I founded have become fruit ability users. Nick Fury finally asked the question. He conceived the plan for more than 10 years, and now all the people in it have turned into fruit holders. Even Captain Rogers, the only original leader, did not escape. In this way, his Avengers Alliance might as well be called Fruit Ability Alliance. The current situation is very clear. Demons, gods, and aliens have all concentrated on the Earth. Originally, there are mutant, inhuman, and other organizations on the Earth. Even the last time you saw a guy calling himself Sorcerer Supreme in New Mexico. We've been investigating the Magician group as well. The more we investigate and the more information we get, the more power we SHIELD feel is insufficient. That being the case, the power we should borrow is definitely about to be borrowed. We can't borrow the power of God's domain. What we can borrow is Thor. Aliens now appear as invaders, so we may face more crises in the future. That magician lineage has always been in the mist. The other dimensional intrusions they're talking about we can't detect at all. We don't even know what the status of their lineage is, let alone borrowing their power. This time the battle in New York was so serious that none of that branch made a move. The reason behind this is unknown to us. Now it seems that the only thing that can be borrowed is the power of the devil messenger. Even God's domain Lei Shendu didn't refuse this power. It doesn't seem very smart for us to continue to be resistant. Moreover, this time saving New York and resisting aliens, these few fruit players played a very important role. If you really don't want them, all you need is the power of the mutant. Mutant, it seems that it does not need to be safe for fruit ability. Instead of trusting others, I might as well believe in self-righteousness. Although eating devil fruit is likely to have other sequelae, but now it seems that at least we still have some options. Hill Agent told her opinion on her own. Recently, too many things have happened. I don't want to. The next time we invade, we'll still be watching. Especially this time, the invasion of aliens caused an uproar in the whole world. The first is because that time was in a wilderness area, sparsely populated, and caused little damage. However, because of their conservatism, the New York war this time relied on many other forces. But for unbelievers, the feeling is just so-so. If they SHIELD develop their fruit ability as soon as possible, they may be able to exert a strong power zone. Fruit ability, mutant shot one after another. In this New York battle, they may be able to exert a stronger force. But that incident caused little turmoil. In fact, the last time the Devil Messenger had already told Nick Fury that he could also match the Devil Fruit. The second is that Thor originally didn't do anything special to Earth. Even SHIELD has several fruit abilities. At the very least, I want to stand on the front line with Sir, Natasha Romanoff, and Bajang. It was as if the gods had purposely visited the lower realms. This makes SHIELD, who claims to be the guardian of the Earth, a little embarrassed. So Hill Agent made her choice directly. The last time Thor came to the Earth, although many people have known about it, this kind of thing has a greater impact on those believers. After Agent Hill finished speaking, she looked at Nick Fury calmly. Don't want to be a spectator. Want to fight together on the front line. This is the determination of Hill Agent. As an agent, become Nick Fury's right-hand man. Even Nick Fury only told her and a few other people about his suspended animation. It can be seen that her ability has been recognized by Nick Fury. Nick Fury's eyes became a little strange when he heard Hill Agent's words, but then he returned to normal. Okay, I understand, and then the New York branch will be fully responsible for you. All devil fruit abilities are registered there. Then report all the information to me. As for the identities that the devil messenger gave his apostles, give them directly. And try to ask if you want to take the initiative to explain that you want to send personnel to monitor. Look at the other party's reaction. If the opposition is fierce, forget it. Nick Fury made his own arrangements in the blink of an eye. I know, I'll report over there after I finish here. Hill Agent is obviously already mentally prepared for this. After some operations, Hill Agent returned to the Stark building with the completed documents, but when she came back, she was greeted by a scene that had become a mess. Here, what happened? Did you guys fight here? However, this battlefield is not like any of you can create it. Could it be that there are new fruit ability users? Hill Agent has powerful analysis ability. When I saw the scene, I immediately thought of this place. A new fruit ability has appeared. Hill Agent, it is true that a new fruit ability has appeared. At this time, Crossbones Rumlow took the initiative to stand up. Hill Agent glanced at the other party. Not surprisingly, Rumlow Agent is the new fruit ability user. Rumlow Agent, what is your fruit ability? Snipping the fruit, my body can transform into scissors. This pair of scissors can cut objects like cloth. The situation here is caused by my experimental fruit ability. Crossbones directly admitted it generously, because next, he will also enter the branch of devil fruit ability users. Admitting now is also convenient for him to complete their plan next. Hill agent heard the introduction of Crossbones and then looked at the situation at the scene. Basically understand that what the other party said is true. Okay, I see. Next you need to follow me to a new department for testing. As for your original special team, it will be handed over to others to lead. Hill agent made her judgment directly. Okay, I see. Crossbones agreed with Agent Hill without any hesitation. The first step of my own plan has been completed. Then, has the promise to us been fulfilled? Qin Xiao at the moment finally spoke. He looked at the information in Hill's hand and asked knowingly. That's right, your conditions have been met. This is a new identity for you. As long as you remember this identity, you can use it when you encounter SHIELD or other department investigations on weekdays. But one thing, every use of this identity will be recorded, so don't try to use this identity to do other things. Also, we need to send SHIELD agents to your side, assist you in managing your own identities. Hill took advantage of the opportunity to make this request. I reject. I reject. Jinbin and Sabretooth directly rejected the request with one voice. Jinbin's refusal was because his underground kingdom could not have an official status. At least not on the surface. Even if you send an agent to infiltrate his underground forces into a sieve, he can also act as if he doesn't know, but he can't show up with official people in person. Otherwise, it will give a very bad impression. And Sabretooth behind him is Magneto. If there is an official identity, Magneto will never appear. Even Magneto might make these agents die directly. At that time, everything lost its meaning. Well, you really all have this attitude. Hill agents knew early on that the plan would not work, just put it out to try. After that, she looked at Qin Xiao again. And you, demon emissary, how about we arrange for some SHIELD members to assist you? Hill agent set his target on Qin Xiao again. No need to test me, this time I will go to the branch to assist you in developing devil fruits. After all, I still have the status of a SHIELD devil fruit research and development consultant, so your so-called arranging people to assist me is useless at all. Qin Xiao at the moment didn't care at all. He is indeed planning to go to that branch to assist their fruit development this time. Similarly, he also needs to see other people's brains. It's like gold and playing the bomb fruit into a flower. Not only is it a normal explosion, it even completes the rapid progress in the air with the explosion. In the whole world, there are not many originally who can fly. The development of Jinbin is definitely a breakthrough. Definitely, all this also benefited from his strong physical fitness. This allows him to do many things that others cannot. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to play this kind of operation of changing directions in the air. Qin Xiao saw Jinbin's battle this time, and he became much more flexible in the use of this fruit. And Dr. Banner's development of Huohyugyo made Qin Xiao feel that he couldn't play it. Dr. Banner directly played another duplication, allowing the two bodies to study different subjects. This is simply a show-off. Without the ability to focus on two purposes, this fruit is impossible to play like this. Even Natasha Romanoff's soul fruit operation was unexpected by Qin Xiao. The kind that makes an object come alive in the blink of an eye. Such an operation was something that Qin Xiao himself never thought of. This time he said he was going to assist them in researching and developing the fruit. In fact, it is to look at the brain holes of those geniuses. By the way, complete the achievement of stealing a teacher to learn art. Hill agent heard Qin Xiao's words, and she knew that the plan to send someone to Qin Xiao was impossible to succeed. But the other party will assist in the research of devil fruit, which is a surprise. You know, the other party hasn't been to the SHIELD branch for a long time. The last time I went there was when Dr. Banner was sent there. She has her own guesses, perhaps because SHIELD is all conservative. So Qin Xiao was disappointed and didn't want to come to assist them again. After all, compared with SHIELD, the people around the other party are obviously more willing to use fruit abilities. Jinbin's fruit ability let everyone know that he is not easy to mess with. And hate, a guy who can cause earthquakes don't offend him. Compared to them, SHIELD really didn't play anything. If it weren't for SHIELD's better attitude this time, Qin Xiao probably wouldn't have thought of coming to assist SHIELD. Okay, I got it, you guys should keep these documents. Your identities are now entered into the SHIELD database. Ask for flowers. The specific situation is described above. Hill agent handed over the point information to several people. With these materials in hand, everyone has fulfilled the purpose of this trip to SHIELD. Very well, you can all leave now. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened several portals to send everyone away. Kim and returned to his underground kingdom. Sabretooth will wait until Magneto comes to him. Abomination and Wolverine Frank have their own training program. Everyone was sent away by Qin Xiao. As for Qin Xiao himself, he decided to follow Hill Agent and the others to the SHIELD branch. Besides, watching SHIELD and Hydra's agents act together, this originally is a more interesting thing. The folks at Hydra have been acting, but the people of SHIELD never knew about it and regarded the other party as one of their own. Such a thing, no matter how you look at it, is a big show. After the affairs here were settled, everyone returned to the SHIELD branch in the suburbs of New York. Dr. Banner, Captain Rogers, they have already come here at the moment. Even Tony came here to visit. The days that followed were quieter. Everyone is constantly developing their own fruit ability according to the opinions put forward by Qin Xiao. And the longer Crossbones stays here, the more frightened he becomes. Especially when he learned what happened between the end of the battle in New York that day and the time they went to take over the Tesseract, the Loki scepter. He felt a deep powerlessness all over his body. Taking a chance, he got through to Hitwell's agent. "Rumlow agent, have you received any new information?" Agent Hitwell's tone was full of expectation. "Our own people broke into the opponent's base. Now maybe it's time to harvest. The following intelligence is very important because it relates to the damage we may suffer in the future. There is a coordinate address that requires you to investigate it yourself. According to the information I have now learned, after the New York War ended, the fruit abilities came to this place to fight a big battle. The Great War is a deterrent for the demon messengers to seek official status from SHIELD. According to the reports, it should have been completely destroyed. If you detect that the information there is true, then what I say next is also true." Next, Crossbones recounted all the information he had seen. On the other side of the phone, Agent Hitwell kept quiet the whole time. In fact, he was in disbelief when he heard these words. But he also believed that neither Rumlow nor anyone else in SHIELD could be joking about this matter. So this thing is real. The people left behind by the demon messenger all have powerful destructive power. Jin Bin is a fruit ability who can explode all over his body and even fly in the air with the explosion. Hate that big guy, it can indeed cause tsunamis and earthquakes with vibrations. The power he can exert even exceeds their imagination. As for Sabretooth, who has been following Magneto, she has the ability to absorb damage and change her own strength and size. Just these few people have the possibility to destroy the entire New York. At least 10 of them have plans to eliminate those who threaten the existence of Hydra. But if you meet these few people, then their plan may not succeed. So these few people either win over or get rid of them in advance. Rumlow agent, your news is very important. I will go to verify it next. Rumlow agent, your message is very important. I will verify it next. Agent Hitwell hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, he began to search and verify according to the information provided by Crossbones. The first is to compare the coordinates provided by Crossbones. When the intelligence of that place was displayed in front of his eyes, he couldn't believe it. What kind of place is this place? The torn earth, countless pits. The original Gobi Desert landform at the moment has completely changed. The entire range stretches for tens of kilometers. But afterward, he compared it with other news and had to believe that it was all true. The Global Weather Service detected an earthquake in that vicinity. The intensity is not too great and the range of influence does not seem to be very wide. But this is originally the problem. This proves that the fighting on the other side has caused an earthquake, still observable earthquakes. On the screen, the deep pits one after another represent the horror of the original battle. All the information Hitwell agent has been sorted out. He then knocked on the door of Minister Pierce's office. "Hitwell agents." Minister Pierce just greeted people normally. "Minister Pierce, some information needs to be reviewed by you." Hitterveld 707 handed over the packaged materials to Pierce. Pierce took the information and read it in detail. The more he looked, the heavier his face became. When he saw the end, his face was already like ice. "Is all this information true?" "It's all true. It seems that the forecast for fruit ability users needs to be adjusted. These data are fed into the Zola algorithm. Have you found data with the same risk level?" "We have found them. For the time being, their danger level is equal to the limit level of the third level mutant. Belongs to the SS level extremely dangerous level. It is very likely that one person will destroy the existence of our entire plan." Agent Hitwell said a level of judgment that surprised Minister Pierce. How dangerous is the third-level mutant? How dangerous is the SS level? Will the Zola algorithm calculate this? Pierce looked at these materials, shocked that some people in this material have a level of S danger. We now have 2 level 4 mutants on record, a Professor X Charles, a Magneto Eric. Because of Charles's long-standing policy, let mutant and humans live in peace. So he has been preventing Magneto from destroying the human world. Just like the last time Magneto was stopped in New York by Charles and Tony together. When the abilities of the two are fully activated, they have the power to destroy the Earth or all mankind. Below the two is the power of the third-level mutant. Both Abomination and Jinbin have the power to completely destroy some areas. Second only to Magneto's controlling magnetic field's power to destroy the Earth. That's why it's judged to be SS class extremely dangerous. However, Zola's algorithm has a special remark. Hate's physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his true destructive power and danger may reach the ultimate danger level of SSS level. In other words, it will be the same level as the 2 fourth-level mutants. Hitwell looked serious, because this news is not good news. The destructive power of Abomination is already very strong originally. With his terrifying physical fitness, it will become very difficult to stop the opponent. If such a monster gets out of control, it will be an almost uncontrollable situation. The damage caused by a single attack may not be equal to the damage caused by a fourth-level mutant. You know, the bodies of Magneto and Teacher X are ordinary people, so the two of them still have obvious shortcomings. Given the chance, they could still kill 2 more, but it's hard to get rid of the Abomination, so do we have a chance to subdue each other? Pierce asked another question. We are trying, theoretically speaking, there is no chance. The most important thing about this matter is the Devil Messenger. If we have the friendship of the Devil Messenger, we may be able to obtain a steady stream of fruit ability. In that way, it is the moment when we completely become the master. Hitwell agent saw clearly the essence of this matter. A demon messenger let the Rumlow agent get in touch with him more. In addition, the data of Rumlow are also input into the Zola algorithm. Try to find ways to enhance his fruit development. The degree of development of the fruit ability is not the same, and it should be able to attract the attention of the Devil Messenger. That being the case, the Rumlow agent is supported behind the Zola algorithm. Pierce had a plan of his own in the blink of an eye. Assist in Rumlow fruit development with a super wisdom brain. If the fruit developed by Rumlow is more powerful, in theory, the more it can attract the attention of the demon messenger. In this way, it may be possible to gain the favor of the other party. After that, Hydra will continue to provide people who can match the devil fruit to the other party. Take the initiative to let the demon messenger complete his task. They completely regard the demon messenger as a task monster to attack. Having already done this, in addition to this plan, do we have to start more backup plans to prevent it? The time for insight into the plan is getting closer and closer. Do we need to start preparing to gradually clear up those unstable factors? Several SSS-level ultimate dangerous people may now gradually start to eliminate them. Hitwell agent at the moment said one thing. If Qin Xiao heard this news, he would probably be confused. They are ready to deal with SSS-level dangerous people. And now, only Charles and Magneto were judged on this level of danger. Let's start. In order to gain insight into the plan, it is necessary to remove certain unstable factors in advance. Minister Pierce at the moment also agreed with Agent Hitwell. I understand, I will arrange the next thing. Agent Hitwell left Secretary Pierce's office directly. In Nuota's office, Minister Pierce was sitting alone in his seat thinking about something. After a while, he made a direct call. Get ready to start the Winter Soldier. Agent Hitwell leaves Secretary Pierce's office. Immediately afterwards, he started making secret calls one after another. Afterwards, a secret force was gradually aroused. Hydra not just infiltrated SHIELD. Using SHIELD as a springboard, the whole society is full of them. For example, certain key figures in the military. Stryker, who has been studying mutant, had a rough time some time ago. Since the last time they used Frank to attack Obadiah to force a wave of mutants, their entire lineage fell into some kind of targeting. The military bosses on the technology side and the super soldier project all put pressure on them. This left them without a chance to move for a long time. Fortunately, Stryker caught a lot of mutant last time. His No. 143 subject has been completely successful. Now all he needs is a chance. An opportunity for subject number 143 to participate in actual combat. Originally, he was still wondering when this outstanding work of his would be useful. As a result, they have been liberated in the past few days. A big opportunity. In this New York battle, mutant Magneto was discovered. Some people suspect that Magneto will cause trouble later, so they need those who specialize in mutant to deal with each other. This task came too suddenly. Suddenly something is not normal. But for Stryker, being able to fight mutant is the best chance. He didn't want to know what the people above thought. He just wants to take down Magneto or Professor X right now. After receiving this task, Stryker started his plan directly. The Battle of New York, though they contributed little, but his hands have been watching the scene. The ability to directly crush the alien battleship is definitely Magneto's. After that, Sabretooth's body over 10 meters crisscrossed the city. It has attracted everyone's attention. Since then, they've included Sabretooth in their surveillance. For a long time afterward, Sabretooth wandered around New York City alone. There seems to be no purpose, nor is there a search for Magneto. But as time passed, Magneto finally showed up and made contact with Sabretooth. After that, they hid again. It's a pity that this time the military sent out elites who have been biting each other tightly. Magneto at the moment returned to his hiding base with a serious face. He sensed the people approaching outside. Raven, we have been exposed here. As soon as Magneto opened his mouth, he broke the bad news. Upon hearing this, Mystique looked directly at Sabretooth. It has not been exposed here, but today Sabretooth was exposed as soon as he came back. It is hard to say that it has nothing to do with him. It's not me, it has nothing to do with me. Sabretooth shook her head in denial. He himself didn't know about this matter. From the day Qin Xiao sent him away, he has been constantly changing places by turning 3.6 according to Magneto's request. He knew one thing, that going to Magneto himself might be a problem. But Magneto will not come to him. Today, Magneto came to find him and he seemed very happy, but unexpectedly he was suspected when he came back. This made him a little difficult to accept. It's not about Sabretooth. Obviously, I have observed that no one is following Sabretooth. But now the other party is still approaching us quickly. It is very possible that the other party is tracking us in a way that we don't know yet. Next, you need to leave first to investigate who is following us. I want to see why the other party is besieging me. Could it be that they have forgotten my horror? See you at the old place when the task is completed. Magneto assigns a mission directly to Mystique. With Mystique's ability, she's hard to catch. It is easiest to leave. I see, I'll investigate. Mystique turned directly. After getting the quality Z and leaving, once I started his operation. Countless pieces of metal spread and dance in the air. He wanted to know what the other party relied on to fight against him. And Sabretooth, at the moment, is also ready for battle. With a bang, Magneto's residence was shot into one bomb after another. Boom tilde. Continuous explosions sounded in the room. Countless metal shrapnel were flying in the room. Those things don't do anything to Magneto, though. He easily used his ability to create a magnetic barrier outside his body. However, he didn't protect Sabretooth, because all Sabretooth needs is damage. These injuries will become his strength. Magneto had deep doubts about the attacker this time. Knows himself, still uses metal bombs, knows Sabretooth, but doesn't know how to deal with it. Is there any conspiracy on the other side? This kind of attack is completely giving food to oneself. Magneto sensed something was wrong and he was about to leave. In fact, that's the time they gave Mystique to escape. Mystique, without the toughness of him and Sabretooth, it's easy to have trouble with them. But left alone, almost no one will be able to find Mystique. Sabretooth, we're going, I think they have a conspiracy. After he finished speaking, he directly manipulated all the metals and shot them crazily towards the outside. Regardless of whether there was anyone outside, the metal shattered the surrounding glass crazily. Psst tilde. Psst tilde. Psst tilde. There was the sound of metal piercing into flesh. This is obviously the metal controlled by Wanmage hurting people. This time, Magneto Wangyue felt that something was wrong. How could such a team come to find me? Or they didn't come to find themselves. 4. They're actually here for Sabretooth. Roar tilde tilde. Just then, Sabretooth roared wildly. After receiving the first wave of damage, he began to transform crazily. Inside, all units pay attention, the other party is still inside. Be careful, the opponent is very strong. Don't attack, prepare to release smoke bombs and gas bombs to force him out. Smoke bombs and anesthesia bombs together. Outside the house, the arrest plan was commanded nervously and orderly. At this moment, Magneto's expression changed. One after another smoke bombs were fired from outside, the entire room quickly filled with smoke. Sabretooth, get out there and lead them away. Magneto made his judgment quickly. Let Sabretooth lead people away. Since the other party is not targeting me, I don't need to expose myself. And not surprisingly, Xingzhuang has successfully lurked. As long as Sabretooth leaves here, he can find a chance to leave at any time. As for Sabretooth, the intelligence of the other party is obviously problematic. Okay, Tilda. Sabretooth responded with a cry, and then he rushed out of the room. In the entire room, only the Magneto Day area remains. Quick, the opponent rushed out. Surround. Not good, why did his size become so big? Oops, he rushed out, chase after him quickly. Chasing after chasing Tilda. Woo Tilda, woo Tilda, woo Tilda Tilda. The continuous car engine sounded. A series of cars rushed straight into the distance. Apparently they went after Sabretooth. Magneto heard the sound outside disappear and he walked out of the room carefully. Looking at the messy scene outside, he smiled contemptuously. These people really don't know what to say. After he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Psst. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his body. Immediately afterwards, a tingling feeling spread throughout his body. Narcotics Tilda. Magneto slowly fell to the ground. In his eyes, the last picture was a group of people pointing guns at him. Report that the target has arrived. Very well, bring him back to base. This voice is exactly Stryker. This time, it was Stryker launching an attack against Magneto. He led Sabretooth away in front of him because he didn't want to ruin the plan because of Sabretooth. Sabretooth's danger level has now been raised again. However, in their plan, Sabretooth will also be wiped out soon. Now that Magneto has been directly taken down, the next plan can be implemented. By the time Magneto woke up, he had been locked in a prison full of plastic. Here, he couldn't control any metal at all. Although he can still sense the Earth's magnetic field, this does not change his current situation in any way. Not long after, Stryker walked in with a woman. Magneto could sense the metallic smell on the woman. It's a pity that the woman stopped at a position that he could control smoothly. It seemed that Stryker knew him very well. Magneto, we meet again. Stryker's very calm voice came. They are all old rivals and they are even more familiar with each other than each other. You worked so hard to catch me, what is it for? Is it because of the last time? Magneto refers to the last time the Statue of Liberty in New York happened. No, Magneto, you made a mistake, and those things have nothing to do with me. In fact, the last time I wished you success. Because only if you succeed will they remember the horrors of the mutant again. At that time, they will let me go free to capture mutant. On the contrary, I didn't expect that you failed. This made me also suffer a great impact. I have been speechless for a long time. I am looking for you this time because of another matter. Stryker talked to himself, for another matter. What is it? Magneto always felt that something bad was going to happen. I want an address out of your mouth. An address? That's right, the address of Charles Xavier's school. Stryker finally reveals his ultimate purpose. You're going to do it to Charles. Magneto was taken aback. That's right, we need to rely on his strength this time, but we can't find his position. Now with you we will know. Stryker smiled grimly. Magneto was apprehensive, but his expression gradually calmed down. You know, I won't tell you. Even though I don't agree with Charles, it doesn't mean I'll betray him. Stryker was calm when he heard Magneto's words. I know you won't tell me easily, but do you remember my son Jason? He studied with Charles. Unfortunately, Jason dropped out of Charles' school in the end. You know what? Jason hated us when he came back. So he began to torture our minds. He is constantly creating visions in the minds of my wife and me. Let us be constantly immersed in pain. Afterwards, my wife tried to get rid of these pains. He drilled into his head with an electric drill alive. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to a test item number 143. After Stryker finished speaking, a man in a wheelchair was wheeled in. Magneto at the moment's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, Wilhelm, this is your son, what have you done to him? The man in front of him was the son of Wilhelm Stryker, that mutant who used to study at Charles' school. But now the other party was sitting in a wheelchair, and his head had obviously undergone surgery. At the moment, he seemed to be a fool with imperfect intelligence. No, my son is already dead as much as you are. However, he still has some room to use. The secretions in his brain have the ability to control people's thoughts. I know you won't say it, but experiment 143 will help me out. Wilhelm Stryker gestured to the bodyguards beside him. The bodyguard stepped forward and pressed Magneto on the table. Wilhelm Stryker took out a potion and dripped it directly on the back of Magneto's neck. After a while, Magneto, who was still struggling, gave up struggling. Very well, then I'm going to ask what I want to know. Xavier's school. Charles, news of Magneto's arrest is all over the place. Do we need to go see him? Cyclops Scott held a newspaper in front of Charles' eyes. Charles glanced, brow furrowed. There's something wrong with this. Eric helped humanity in the Battle of New York not long ago. Why would they attack Eric 167 at this time? You must know that the most important thing is to deal with the giant warships, corpses, and technological weapons left by aliens. They are fighting at the moment. Aren't they afraid of the mutant counterattack last time? Charles at the moment really cannot figure out why. It's been a long time since the last time Magneto wanted to mess with the Statue of Liberty. During this time, the person has not. But why do it after Magneto participated in the battle to save New York? What is the significance of this time? We don't know about this matter, and it is possible that the other party only knew that Magneto was still in New York at this time. Scott casually offered a possible guess. It's okay if this is the case. If not, there may be some conspiracy behind this matter. Also, newspaper sources say Sabretooth has escaped. How is he now? Charles asked another question. Sabretooth is fine. He went to SHIELD last time. Currently living at a SHIELD branch outside of New York City. The specific situation we are not very clear. But Magneto has his plans. Scott asked again. Scott takes Charles to the plastic prison where Magneto is being held. Our mutant participated in the Battle of New York this time, which is the best time to live in peace with humans. Why didn't Eric go to SHIELD with Sabretooth to get an identity? Should we go see Magneto? At this time, it cannot be destroyed by others. Otherwise, SHIELD would have done it himself by now. The moment Magneto saw Charles approaching, the pupils of his eyes shrank. Scott told Charles what he knew. Charles shook his head helplessly. Go and see, this matter may only be cleared up with Eric. Eric, I really didn't expect this meeting to be here. Charles had a decision in an instant. Obviously, he can save Charles from the trap by sounding the reminder. The war will finally start. Okay, let's go over there and have a look. Eric, I didn't expect this meeting to be here. Charles looked at Eric, who looked a little haggard and felt a little distressed. The situation here made Charles feel helpless. An all-plastic prison with no metal in it, this kind of life seems a little uncomfortable. Charles, you shouldn't have come to see me. Eric looked at Charles and shook his head. I don't want to come either, but not long after the New York War. This time is the time for me to negotiate with humans to live in peace. And you obviously participated in saving New York while you were attacked and arrested. This is the purpose of my coming to you this time. Charles got right to the point. These were the things he cared deeply about, because this will be related to his next arrangement. Peaceful coexistence? No, Charles, humans and we cannot live in peace. Remember Wilhelm, Stryker. He gave you his son, but in the end he didn't get the result he wanted. And he has been working to eliminate our mutant. In fact, this time I was arrested, it was he who brought people to do it. Magneto told Charles a very shocking news. Wilhelm, Stryker, a human who has been working to eliminate mutants, not even the fact that his son was a mutant could dissuade him from the idea. What? How did this happen? Aren't they ordered not to take action because of what happened last time? Charles smelled something ominous from the middle. I can't make a shot, it's just because human beings don't need him at that time. Once humans need him, he is the sharpest knife in human hands. And do you remember his kid Jason? Stryker. Jason, how is that kid? I've searched for him many times and there's no news. Charles clearly still cared about Jason. Haha, he was directly transformed by Wilhelm. Did you know that Wilhelm actually experimented on his son? Sheng turned his son into a dementia. Do you still think that mutants and humans can live in peace? Even father and son can do such things because of their mutant and human identities. Do you still hope that humans and mutants can live in peace? Eric's tone was full of sarcasm. When Charles heard this, his heart skipped a beat. This is a tragedy, the tragedy of father and son killing each other. Also, Charles, you should know that Wilhelm possesses great power, especially strong skills in interrogation. Sorry, Charles, I couldn't keep it a secret. Eric said this and finally talked about the topic. Charles was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed wildly. Eric, what did you tell him? Everything. Everything. Yes, all of them. At this moment, a puff of gas began to appear in the plastic prison. Charles was taken aback. Scott. He calls out to Scott from the plastic door. Unfortunately, Scott at the moment is also facing a crisis. The dead female Yuriko shot Scott with an anesthetic. It's a pity that Scott's clothes are special battle suits. This blow of anesthesia is useless at all. Kai tilde. Scott adjusted his glasses and two beams of energy flashed past. The dead girl Yuriko and the guard were directly shot to the ground. Scott is going to rescue Charles. At this time, the dead woman who had fallen to the ground stood up again. Papa tilde asterisk. Crack tilde. Her fingers snapped and catch tilde. Like a nimble kitten, she rode straight onto Scott. A kick followed and knocked Scott down. Stryker at the moment walked in from the outside and looked at the several people who had fallen to the ground. Very well, this time the task was completed very well. SHIELD headquarters. Hitwell agent reported an intelligence to Minister Pierce. Colonel Stryker of the military's Mutant Research Institute successfully captured 2 Level 4 mutants. Sure enough, it's the most professional thing to entrust these things to them. Minister Pierce said with emotion. Professional things should be left to professional people. 2 Level 4 mutants, the enemies who were determined to be the ultimate danger of SSS, were captured directly. That's right, this time we launched a dark line. Although there is a risk of exposure, the rewards are amazing. Agent Hitwell was also very excited. They have been lurking for a long time, and now they have achieved such a great result by simply moving a dark thread. In the future, when they all pay the surface of the water, it will be time to rule the world. Then, inform them and clear these 2 people directly. Minister Pierce made his decision. Unstable factors can be eliminated directly. Yes, Minister. Agent Hitwell turned and left, but after a while he knocked on the door of Minister Pierce's office again. At the moment his face was bright. Secretary Pierce, something has happened. Minister Pierce looked calm. What happened? Colonel Stryker has taken Charles somewhere, and Magneto has just escaped from prison. Even the calm Minister Pierce shuddered at the moment at the news. Magneto Wang Yue is in prison. Where does Charles go? What's the news from our insider? No, this time I didn't get any news. It seems that Colonel Stryker acted on his own initiative. Let the dark thread go into hiding. Since this matter is out of control, let them fight the mutant themselves, and all our people will go underground. Minister Pierce had a new plan in the blink of an eye, since it seems impossible to kill the 2 Level 4 mutants now. Then let the people of the military line fight with mutant. Anyway, the Hydra has prepared everything for each other. The follow-up has become a matter for the military and mutant. At this time, the transfer of dangerous contradictions is exactly in line with the purpose of Hydra. Yes, I understand. Hitwell agent took the order. The dark thread that started this time needs to lurk again. But their task, in fact, has been completed. Next is the battle between mutant and the military. Especially the battle between Stryker, the guy who has been studying mutant and mutant. New York SHIELD Devil Fruit Research Division. Sabretooth was hunted down by the military this time and was killed by virtue of his strength. After that, he found Qin Xiao. After that, by virtue of the identity he obtained from SHIELD, he successfully got rid of the following things. But he's not happy at all because Magneto has been arrested. This time, it was the military who played a successful smack. When Qin Xiao heard the news, he himself felt a little miraculous. With Magneto's caution, how could he be captured so easily? Until later he got another news. Professor X was also arrested. At this moment, he thought of something that he didn't think would happen. Stryker uses Charles to connect directly to all mutants through the brain wave strengthening device. As long as Charles strengthens the capture of mental power, all mutants will die. As soon as he thought of this, he knew that this matter was troublesome. Charles' ability, especially the force zone under the action of the brain wave strengthening device. There are not many people in the whole world who can resist it. Even he himself wasn't sure if he could resist Charles' mental power. Everyone gather, I have something very bad to tell everyone. Qin Xiao had no choice but to gather all the people in SHIELD here. Hill agent at the moment was extremely curious. The devil messenger came here, in addition to the normal training of guiding other people, hardly meddling in anything else at SHIELD. But after Sabretooth came, he became a little strange. It seemed that he had been figuring something out. Now I want to tell everyone a bad thing. What exactly is going on? A group of people gathered around Qin Xiao. Hill agent, Captain Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, Dr. Banner, his girlfriend Betty, Crossbones Rumlow, and here comes Sabretooth. I thought things would never turn out the way they are now. But now it appears that someone has stepped in to bring the whole thing back to the way it was. What I said next requires SHIELD to mobilize manpower for confirmation. This is a matter that involves the safety of all human beings and all mutants. Qin Xiao broke the news right from the start. It involves the safety of all human beings or mutant. What the hell is going on? Hill agent at the moment had a solemn expression on his face. For such a long time, Qin Xiao has never said such a thing. For a long time, he has been expanding the Devil's Apostle in order to complete the Devil's mission. The only time it actually took the initiative was to have Tony and Charles stop Magneto. That time, it was only a threat to New York. Even in the last battle in New York, he didn't take the initiative himself. But this time, it actually involves all human beings or all mutants. Could it be related to the arrested Charles and Magneto? You all know about Magneto's arrest. Okay, Sabretooth has been trying to save him for the past few days, but I stopped him. Because I'm not sure exactly how this thing will play out. but now Charles is also under arrest. I knew things were moving in the most dangerous direction. It should be recorded in SHIELD that Charles has a device that amplifies his brain wave ability. I should be right about this. Qin Xiao looked at Agent Hill. It was wrongly cast as a brain wave strengthening device, and this technology was kept secret by the other party. After a long time, we have not mastered this technology. Hill agent graciously admits this. If you don't have the technology you have mastered, so what if others know it? But you may not know that this technology was originally developed by Magneto to help Charles. In other words, Magneto knows this technology. This time, Stryker captured Magneto and Charles shortly thereafter. This means that the military's action this time directly offended both the radicals and peaceful factions of Mutant. Offending two factions at the same time, there is a strange scene behind this incident. The only thing that can be explained is that Stryker has mastered a certain way to deal with Mutant. How to deal with mutants. Hill Agent had a bold idea in mind. Using a brain wave strengthening device to directly connect the brains of all people, then use mental power to directly destroy everyone's brains.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.